to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are.
champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
kings, it's an honor showtime. Kings, it's an honor showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this world. Call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
a life without its worth, compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki-takiki-takitao. 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 Everything still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
Fucking stinks. Victory.
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
We're really in this way I go. 自由我穿梭，会发生的无需闪躲。Young blood, we born to be free。驯服了焦虑，时间流就当作心理切换为主场游戏。如果我跃入深渊，恐惧就没了闪现。看猫咪伸手拨动了第几维度 ，Vibrate my super strength。Roll the dice, 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 dice。不随意的存在 ，nine, nine, 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 nine。Roll the dice, 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 dice。我存在，在。Infinite world, anything, anything goes, anything, anything's possible。So we just roll the dice, 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 dice。不随意的存在 ，nine, nine, 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 nine。Give it life and I'm roll the dice, 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 dice。我存在，在。Infinite world, anything, anything goes, anything, anything's possible。Rakan muda, coba kita menimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
The House of Partings claims victory. A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. A blur of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
ENG 的话肯定是靠运气上来啦。
他们现在在前3的一个位置，也是有点出乎意料的。Their team have weakened after they changed their jungle and their marksman. That is a very bad decision from their part.
我们 ENG 在这个比赛肯定会越打越好，加油！
最期待击败的队伍 BSE, one of the strongest and still strongest. We might have a slight chance to beat them.
赛前去复盘他们走位还有时间点，
非常强劲的队伍，有手法有思路，
我们就把自己做好，没有一个队伍是我们的对手。不管是接下来的比赛还是什么，只会一直赢。
谢谢大家对 Nova 的支持，我们会一直赢下去的。Mantap dalam playoffs. Jangan lupa beli merch kita.
ENG 是最棒的，我相信我的队友、我的团队都可以的。
支持我们 Team Secret， 我们肯定会进沙特的。
你们可以的话就来线下看我们比赛，我们会赢的。
6月8号记得来上位 Pyramid 见证我们捧杯。
The stage is set. The moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. The MKL Spring Season 2025 Playoffs.
Kali ini BSE mereka tiada full tank, manakala Nova Esports mereka ada Jumping.
Team Secret. It started with a spark. All gamers global. Now we burn with purpose. O2 Esports. We were just embers once, ignited by the dream of becoming champions. DTE Gaming. Today we witness what that fire can become. Black Shrew Esport. Together we rose from glowing embers. Nova Esports. And now we've seen what it means to truly shine. Only the best remain. Dreams will clash. Pressure will rise. Witness the crowning of a champion.
Hundreds fought their way in the gorge, but only 8 survived and managed to get through into the regular season. 6 survived into the playoff, and only 3 get the opportunity to be in the world stage later. But who will be that one true champion to take over and have his reign in the first ever On-Off King Malaysia King League Spring Season 2025. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, selamat datang adik abang to Sunway Pyramid, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. That's going to be our live venue here today. I'm your host, Chu Chu, and we are super excited to share this epic journey with you in our first ever MKL Spring Season in Malaysia for 2025. Are you guys excited? Give me more energy. Are you guys excited? Yeah, I think they lack of coffee for the morning. But in case you guys haven't known, we've already been through 6 week long of gruesome regular season to reach to this stage of the playoff. And today we're gonna have a total of 4 series. 2 series with a format of best of 3 and another 2 series which gonna be a best of 5. But at the same time, wherever you guys are watching from, Penang, Sabah, Johor, wherever you guys are, make sure you guys are just gonna stay tuned with us. It's gonna be live on ground as well because it's gonna true havoc rack upon in the arena of Honor of Kings. Are you guys ready? Now, without further ado, we're gonna start off and let MKL Spring Season Playoff begin. Storming through the season with ice in their veins and fire in their blaze. 1 loss, total dominance. Malaysia, brace yourself. This is Black True Esports. New name, same killers. When others choke, they breathe a new life into the game. Clear the air. It's time for O2 Esports! Unstoppable, undeniable, unforgettable. Now they return to rewrite the story 1 kill at a time. Make some noise for Nova Esports! They move in silence, but strike with deadly precision. You know the name, now witness the return. Get ready for Team Secret! The team everyone's eyes are on. Win or lose, they leave the stage in flames. Let the chaos begin, and let's welcome DT Gaming! And finally, from dark horses to playoff beasts, they've outplayed and outlasted. Malaysia, give it up for the relentless, the fearless, All Gamers Global! Now the teams will do their fist bump as a sign of respect and the sportsmanship that we're proud of. The hype is real and this is just the beginning. Before the match kicks off, make sure you've got your match prediction card ready. Note down the team you think will take the win because if your prediction is right, you stand a chance to gacha for exclusive rewards or head to the reception to claim your prize. Now it's time to kick off the action with analysis and play-by-play from our casters. Casters, over to you.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Honor of Kings Malaysia King League Spring Season 2025, the playoffs. I am Blam and joined with me is my son Sagi for the last time with this one. How's it going, Sagi?
Man, 6 gruesome weeks and finally 6 gruesome weeks into 6 final teams in the MKL playoffs. Not just any playoff, the first ever playoffs in the MKL history. Of course, I'm feeling excited and I want to see who will represent Malaysia, who will represent MKL in the upcoming KWC 2025.
Exactly. I mean, that's what they're all vying for, right? Exactly. Trying to get to those top 3 spots. But it's like Choo Choo said, it's all about who is going to be the first ever champion of the Honor of Kings Malaysian King League, right? Like, that's probably the more notable thing, right? That's definitely the mark of history for one of these teams.
Exactly. All those 6 weeks, all those open series into the final 8 teams, battling out for the playoff spot. Their effort, their blood, sweat, and tears will all go through fruition. Whoever wins, whoever gets top 3, gets to represent into the prestigious KWC 2025. But before that, let's really check out the bracket in a bit, how this actually plays out for this upcoming playoff.
Yes, I mean, this is going to be the bracket for today, right? We're starting off with AG Global against DTE Gaming, and then the second match of the day will be O2 Esports against Team Secret. Obviously, a little bit of a sidebar with these two games is the fact that these are best of threes. These are the play-ins, so if either of these teams lose in both of these matches, they are gonzo. They are out of the competition, but it's then when the challenge steps up, when the match winner of one goes against Nova Esports, and match two winner goes against Black Shrew Esports. Those are not any easy teams, right?
Exactly, those are not easy teams, and the stakes are high as well. As you mentioned, if they lose, they go home in the play-ins, but if they win and they advance towards match 3 and match 4, they have a shot at the first 2 seeds towards the KWC ticket. So definitely teams are eyeing for the ticket for KWC. Prestigious tournament, the mostly highest prize pool I've seen so far, so definitely something they want to look out for in this upcoming series that they have to play.
Exactly. I mean, we've already gone through, obviously, the matches we're going to go for today, but we're just going to get that on the screen for you guys for today's matches. Like I said previously, AG Global is going to be the first team going against a DTE Gaming, so this is going to be your third and sixth position going head-to-head. And then obviously after that, we have Team Secret going against O2 Esports. So 4th and 5th seed after that regular season. So we're going to be hoping to see a little bit of closer matches. But I feel like at this point in the competition, Sagi, all the teams are going to be basically bringing out all their trump cards. And they're definitely not going to be holding any punches, right?
Exactly. All these teams in the bottom 4 in the play-ins is not to say who is better in terms of ranking. It's to say whose performance, whose consistency brings up to today's game. The most important game so far in up to the week 6, up to today's playoff. If they break through, they have a shot to the KWC, they have a shot to the MKL Spring Season 2025 champions. So definitely it's something for them to perform. It's now or never. But before that, let's look at the team lineup for these both teams of AG and DTE for today's match 1.
Yes, so obviously the first team up is none other than AG Global, which is going to be sponsored by and shown by Dohan, Saber, Yulong, JD, and PHY. Take me through DTE.
I'll be taking you to DTE Gaming, represented by BB in the mid lane, Zunzun, their jungle, CM, the clutch man in the clash lane, Hao as their solid roamer, and Turtle in the farm lane. So, talk to me a bit, Blam. These two teams, expectations, realities coming to the series.
I mean, we're really going to be looking like eyes on against the likes of their junglers, right? That 1v1 against Yulong and Junjun. Again, both of these players definitely show two different kind of playstyles, right? Junjun, we know, has definitely been more so the tank kind of orientated jungle, whereas Yulong, he likes to make those huge plays, especially with picks like Jing.
Exactly, but putting the focus on the jungles, we cannot forget about the roamers, the backbone of the team. So let's check out the head-to-head between none other than both of the roamers, AG Saber versus DTE Hao. Bring me towards this head-to-head.
Yeah, so obviously kill participation, we have Hao at 85% over Saber's 80%. As average assist is 7.4 to Saber rather than Hao's 7.1, so still super duper close. And then average damage taken is very much towards Hao. So as you can see, the kill participation is definitely reflecting in the damage taken as well, right? Like he's there, he's in the front, he's taking that damage, but also gaining those kills over to the farm lane.
Exactly, I do agree so as well, and especially hero pool 9 over to 8. Definitely not a big gap over here, but I definitely want to point out Hao is one of those players to pull out the Sun Bin, the signature pick for DTE Gaming, to pull out these big engages, these fast engages to really set up the tempo for them in the team fight. For as Saber, this man has been one of the staple roamer pick players, high up there with the likes of Weipit, with the likes of Dian in the standings, right? So he's definitely one of the few players to look out for the side of AG. So definitely this head-to-head will really showcase us today who's the better roamer in leading the players, leading their teams to the victory.
Exactly. I mean, it's definitely up to the support players as well, right? Especially in terms of obviously looking after their mid lane in the early part of the game, and then obviously rotating around, giving up a vision to the rest of their team. Because like you said in the intro there, Sagi, they are the backbone of their team sometimes, especially when they go on huge picks like the Zhang Fei. We've seen that obviously Hao likes to go onto the Lian Po as well, but where he's really shined in terms of his hero pool and obviously getting the victories onto the board for his team is when we've seen him lock in picks like the Hu Huan as well, and also the Dolia and the Sakir.
Yu Huan, Sakir, all these enablers, all these engaged. And of course, with all these players' performance, we cannot forget about the MKL supported by official tournament partner Realme. Gaming picked Realme 14 series. Realme 14 5G features segment best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, and empowers player to enjoy 120 FPS in Honor of Kings. Promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. Hey, gaming, I'll pick Realme 14 series, Blair.
Always pick it, right? I mean, it's definitely delivered these players to this point in the competition, so it's definitely a device that can get you through to the playoffs. It's just, can you hone your skills to get to the playoffs anyway? But I mean, that's down to the players at home and potentially the next season of the MKL as well, right? Obviously, that will take place a little bit later on in the year, so definitely start to sort of try and form those teams together to try and break waves into the next Malaysian King leagues as well.
Exactly, and let's go back a bit on our players, right? We mentioned the picks such as the Yu Huan, such as the Secure, but we cannot forget the fact that Hao from DTE, he loves the Sun Bin. He loves all these crafting picks to allow DTE to play these hyper-engaged comp, these double side lane compositions for a side of AG Global here. They love to put the enablers, the pokers on the of Saber, the roamer. We'll definitely have to figure out these two teams. How are they going to put their roamers into the state? But let's check out the draft real quick, and that will answer our question in a bit.
Yes, taking ourselves to the offline event. I feel like I've got front row seats to the draft, and we've already got some slots being taken in here with the bans, right? These are very familiar faces to the banning phase. We've got the Dharma, the Pei being taken off, as well as the Ali and the Byron. So obviously we're not going to get that kind of hard-hitting side lane combo from the Pei and the Byron this time around, but they are locking in quick.
They are locking in quick. They are locking in the long for the side of AG Global, for the side of DTE Gaming. We've talked about the Lian Po. We talk about CM's clutch Liu Bang that he has performed from time to time on their draft. So definitely whipping out these two in the deciding game into the match point that they have to secure is detrimental. It's important for DTE Gaming.
Very important, but I mean, is the Liu Bang been drafted a little bit too early here for ourselves, Sagi? Because even me and you, we have notes on these teams, so obviously the players are going to have notes onto the side of AG Global. Is this going to bring out the alarm here for the side of DTE Gaming? But they're actually going to pair it with the Musashi this time around, so the Liu Bang being paired with the Musashi kind of makes that same kind of synergy as Lam does have, right? So obviously the duel to the death going into the back line, then Battlefield Command on top is going to be great access for DTE Gaming in this game number 1.
I agree, especially Liu Bang in this patch, in this meta. We know for a fact that he's not going for the tank build. He's going for the full magic damage, maybe paired up with the Blazing Cape, but the full damage build being sent in by the duel to the death by the Musashi will definitely be a threat, be a high burst potential going to the backline of AG Global here. And also, the Musashi being locked in due to the death, as we know, one of the best healing reduction in the game, aside from Imperil items. So definitely, the draft is very well thought of from the side of DTE Gaming's coach.
Very well thought of. I mean, they do have 2 huge counters for the Orgrin as well, right? Over to the side of AG Global, they have not only the Musashi, they have the Lian Po. Most times out of 10, when we see an Orgrin come through, Lian Po is normally taken up for their their support role as well, right? So definitely trying to take it away from their teams, whereas DT Gaming prioritize both that one counter, bait out the Orgrin, then get the Musashi as well. But let's look at that second ban phase. So the Huan and the Zhongfei, 2 big support picks that have been taken off the cards here for Saber, and over to the side of AG Global, they're taking off the D-Ranger as well as the Lady Soon. So already they need to make sure that their marksman is getting locked in for DTE Gaming now.
Exactly. Are we going to see a Consort U being picked up by DTE Gaming in game 1 of the series, as it traditionally does well against the long? Because most of these counters for the long, the Ranger, the Lady Sun has been banned out for the side of AG Global to secure JD, one of the most consistent farmlanes so far in the game 1. So if JD gets on a roll with the side of Yulong, they definitely can mark a tempo for AG Global to prosper in this game. But DTE Gaming locking yet another Musashi counter, being the Lady Zhen. The Destructive Deluge will stop the tracks of all to actually path with the path of passing.
Yeah, I mean, DTE Gaming are definitely trying to make a very difficult game for AG Global, especially Yulong onto the Orgrin. Like we're seeing in this introduction as well, right? Yulong has definitely been prioritizing those assassin-orientated junglers rather than going for the likes of the Orgrin. But now that he's been given the Orgrin, DTE Gaming are throwing out all the spanners into the work, right? I mean, not only the Musashi, Lian Po, and like you said there, Sagi, the Lady Chen coming through with the Destructive Deluge is going to be super effective going against that one. But we're getting the tree here. We're getting the Elaine and the Dolia combo, but also pairing that up down to the bot side of the map as well. Double infinite vastness going over to the side of AG Global.
double Infinite Vastas, double Flaming Palms. Realistically, ENG Global has so much damage, has so much late game here, and a very blue draft that we've seen in the color team as well. So if you're DTE Gaming, right, your last pick, you cannot pick something that has no mobility here. So maybe the Shoya here will be your primary pick here, because you have to escape from the double Death Sunset. You have to escape from the double Infinite Vastas here. So Shoya here might be the best pick here for DTE Gaming to actually match the late game that ENG Global is looking to play.
Yeah, like you said, obviously they definitely need some kind of mobility. They don't want to go for something that's pretty much locked in. I mean, yes, Hou-Yi would not be great. Marco Polo would definitely be a lot better, especially using the roaming gun as well, able to kind of get out of there, but also that true damage coming through as well. Attack speed is going to be the main priority here for the side of DTE Gaming to try and get this Marco Polo online before JD gets that Lung online, right?
Exactly. When Long is online, when Elaine is online, that game will be extremely hard. But DTE Gaming here, actually locking in the Marco Polo fixes so many issues to actually tackle the side lane, because Marco Polo's side lane is so strong. And let's check out both these two teams drop and how they want to play, right? So ENG Global, they want to play towards the late game and have these big team fights, big bursts, the refresh from the Dolia. For DTE Gaming, they want to play the side lane with the Marco Polo here. And ladies and gentlemen, cast this off for me, Blam.
Yes, this is going to be the first game of the playoffs of the Malaysian King League Spring Season 2025. And already we get a bit of a tit-for-tat into the mid lane. Obviously, we see that PHY has been met with both Hao and BB into the mid lane, but it is going to be a bit of an invade here. Obviously, Yulong did try and go for that level 1 invade into the red side jungle, was met with both BB and Junjun there, as well as Hao. So he couldn't quite get the access that he really wanted to.
And a little lane swap here coming from both teams here. ENG voluntarily swapping lanes to avoid the Marco Polo Long matchup. This secures the Long a very safe laning towards the early game here while sacrificing the lane here. So at least for DTE Gaming, you're happy for this because you don't want the Long, you don't want the Liu Bang to suffer from the laning phase, right? So they secure a form of laning secure from the and Hao here might be stealing this camp here.
Yeah, potentially stealing the camp there. We are getting a bit of obviously just a clear dominance into the mid lane here for the side of ENG Global, just trying to make sure they take that pressure off of Yixing so that PHY can kind of go around, help Yulong, try and get a little bit of a faster clear into the jungle. But like you were saying there, Sagi, Daohang going down to the bot side of the map is a really good counter, especially towards the Marco Polo and Long matchup, because you also have the dashes as well, right? So you're going to be able to dodge that splendid revolver when it comes through.
Exactly, for the side of DTE Gaming here, they secure their priority and they are looking for something across the top side of the map to really help CM to clear out this freeze that ENG has set up for them. So definitely, okay, they have pivoted back to the mid lane here, so freeze has been broken for the side of ENG Global here.
Yeah, gotta be careful though, right? I mean, we did see for a brief moment, obviously DT managed to take the gold lead there, but it is going back over to ENG, and we're gonna be seeing that quite frequently in this early game. Delivering to and from JD, took a lot of damage there from CM, the clutch man himself. They gotta be careful that we don't see JD get taken down too early, because that's when we can kind of see the pressure into the top side of the map, but also giving a little bit more time for Sisa to try and get that farm up for himself.
If you're a DTE Gaming here, Blam, you are definitely having a field day right now, because if Churchill is allowed to farm freely on the Marco Polo, the mid game is going to be so juicy, so consistent for DTE Gaming here. And right now, ENG Global here sharing the farm, allowing JD to really prosper towards the mid game here, and they notice the fact that, hey, we cannot let this Marco Polo free farm so long, so we have to voluntarily swap back to the bottom side to really put pressure onto this Marco Polo pick.
Yeah, they definitely need to, right? I mean, he's definitely ahead by about 400 gold for now, so which is obviously already great for the side of DTE Gaming. Chicha is looking like he's going to have already built a second tier item going into the Spark Forge Dagger here, potentially for the side of DTE Gaming, but still we see no blood on the board. This is just a game about who's going to get those resources up before those neutral objectives come online.
Exactly, and DTE Gaming, once again, they swap the lane. They don't want Churchill anywhere near the Marco Polo low matchup, so they want to secure this Marco Polo. They are win condition towards a smooth early game, towards a smooth late game. So right now, if you're the Marco Polo, you hit the Doomsday, you hit the Sparkle Dagger, that's when you're truly a threat into the mid game, and that's what DTE Gaming is playing to.
Yeah, playing through at the moment. They're definitely on a timer, right? I mean, we keep saying about JD. JD needs to make sure he doesn't fall behind here. He's been able to kind of claim that back to around about 200 deficit here, which is obviously better than where he was at brief moments ago. But right now, we are going to be seeing those neutral objectives come online in around about 15 seconds. So a lot of priority, I can imagine, going over to the Tyrant side.
Yeah, mid priority being the heavy focus for both sides. Junjun here helping his farm lane clear out this, and it doesn't seem like they want to contest the Tyrant here, but they want to instead take out this Crash Lane tower and look to swap for the jungle for this first Tyrant. The Dolia from the side of AG is roaming up to really assist this lane.
Yeah, I mean, the acquisition of the Tyrant is great, right? But the fact that they put the pressure onto the lane of the top side of the map is pretty huge. Like, he's not going to have, Dowhan is not going to have a great time into his early game because now he is down to T1. He has lack of save space up into his own lane, so he's going to have to try and, like, play a lot more safe. He's going to be a lot more susceptible to ganks, especially from the Musashi. So Junjun potentially could have a field day here with the ganks up into the top side of the map.
I agree, and right now we see the Marco Polo having this good lead over the side of topside, but this first Death at Sunset being forced out already from AG Global here. So right now, if you're DTE Gaming, you're definitely in a safe spot, in a comfortable spot because you're win condition. Got out of lane successfully, and he has a farm lane, a side lane to farm without any pressure right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, right? Like, the fact that Marco Polo can just kind of get like a bit of free wave. He knows he has his T1 to go back to if he really wants to. So in terms of obviously having that safety net, DTE Gaming having already a bit of a stronger early game to the side of AG Global, but it's definitely that timer for JD, right? JD on the long, obviously, if they get into the late game, if DTE allow this, I mean, they're taking this T2 into the top side of the map, and we missed the first blood. It does go over to the side of DTE Gaming, taking down Yulong onto this Orin.
That is detrimental for AG's global tempo here. Yulong falling down, yeah, tier 2 being traded. Everything is going so well for the side of DTE Gaming here. And right now, DTE Gaming is knocking on the tier 1.
Yes, Wolves ball being committed here just to kind of try and zone out to the side of DTE, but BB looking pretty low, taking a lot of chunk in there, but the Battlefield Commander coming through a little bit too late. JD gets the kill, so they've already equalized that kill lead that DT Gaming had. But it's definitely up to the top side of the map, right? That's where the focus is for the side of DT Gaming. I mean, get him down to the higher ground turret for this point in the game, 5-6 minutes in. AG Global have got to rethink this.
Yeah, AG Global gotta rethink this, and right now it's a 50-50 game, but Yulong here stole away the Crimson Golem here. Detrimental! Turtle needs this Crimson Golem to actually put pressure on the side lane, and Yulong, perfect fight, stealing away it, so they secure another 2 minutes of Junjun's, of Turtle's domination towards the side lane.
Yeah, again, I mean, the fact that they're able to get the Overlord as well at the same time is pretty good for the side of AG Global, right? It's definitely what they needed, especially after taking that first blood and obviously losing that pressure into the top side of the map. Not quite contesting that Azure Golem for now. A little bit late on trying to go for that rotation, but we can already see here that Chucha has got the Doomsday as well, so Doomsday and that Sparkboard Dagger, so his early game power spike is already online.
It's a 50-50 game, as you mentioned, and both teams are playing as well as they know it matters, but mid lane goes in.
Yeah, Junjun looking to try and commit here, but we do see that the Orphan is going back in. Yulong using the Conqueror Souls, gets the kill onto Junjun. We see it very aggressive Infinite Bastards into the backline as well. Not quite going to be able to get the pick up onto Hal, but still, they take down Junjun. So that is a good point of fall in this team fight.
Exactly, AG getting that first kill here, getting a second kill here, and they are continuing their march towards the Crimson top side here. They might just secure the top side right now, being a trade for top side turret and bot side turret. So right now, if you're DTE Gaming, right, and AG Global, right, it's a very 50-50 game because it matters for your qualification to the KWC. One wrong step, it will lead you to a match point towards your enemy. So both teams playing it very safe here, and 7 minutes, 30 seconds, 2-1 in terms of kill count.
Very safe, but a very quick match so far, right? Like, obviously, the pressure into the top side of the map already been created before the 6-minute mark, and obviously, that's been paid back, the respects down to the bot side of the map as well. AG taking the first T1, but now being paid back on the side of DTE, but we do see the lane use into the Death on Sunset, but is it going to be enough to get out of there? The wall is my board being committed. Again, being given over to Celestial Melody as well, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, Junjun gets a kill onto Dowhan, but it's going to be too much for the side of DTE. They are going to get taken down with a double kill, thanks to Yulong, a triple kill already in the play-ins.
Triple kill for Yulong here, and he gotta get bursted down here. He might get a quadra kill. Is this a quadra kill for Yulong?
Potentially, Clutchmaker may get the takedown as well, so Clutchmaker being taken down also. So there is a lot of kills going up to the side of AG Global. Yulong is online.
That was a 4v5, by the way. There was no JD, there was no Long. He took down the mid tower, and he might just be collapsing on this Musashi that's escaping towards the bot side right now. And that might just be 5 kills going over the side of AG Global here, and can we trade Saber? Saber traded.
Ooh, yes, traded for Saber. I mean, that's a good trade though, right? Like Junjun being taken out right now with the Tyrant being up. this means AG Global DTE don't have a smite to actually test this neutral objective. So this could be a huge turnaround here for AG Global after losing such a battering into that top side of the map.
Oh yeah, 5 kills for 1, and it's only a roamer, and that was a 4v5, by the way, coming from AG Global. They didn't need the long, they didn't need the primary damage. They won that 4v5. The long even got the mid tower to add insult into injury, so definitely good rotations, good team fight so far coming in from AG Global, and Yulong here might be chunked down dangerously low here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing I think AG Global need to do going forward, right? They need to make sure they're maintaining that pressure that they have now created for themselves. So if they do take the foot off the gas, that's when DTE Gaming can come through. But I mean, that 3k gold lead is definitely going to be something that pushes them through. It is able to maintain that pressure that they've created for themselves so far.
Man, 3 items already, as you mentioned. Look at Long. He has that Starbreaker, he has that Tri-Core items. He's going to be packing a punch towards these members of DTE Gaming here. If BB or Chunso missteps, 1 Flaming Palm, 3 Dragons is going to be slapping down on their faces and bursting them to the fountain here. So 10 minutes is approaching. The first Tyrant of the MKL playoffs, the Shadow Tyrant, is about to spawn on the map.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of priority already for the side of AG Global in terms of this neutral objective as well, right? I mean, that extra little bit of damage going up to the likes of JD onto the Lung, as well as helping Yulong into these team fights, as well as PHY, is definitely going to be one of those kind of like things that you need going forward into these latter parts of the team fights. Because like you said, Sagi, we're at the 10-minute mark. The Shadow Tyrant has been taken down for the side of AG Global.
Shadow Tyrant be secure, and Death Sunset goes in onto Zun Zun.
There it is, the Moonlight Slash comes through as well. Is it going to be enough to kind of keep them in place? We do see a second Death on Sunset onto BB into the back line. There's so much damage coming through from the side of DTE Gaming. And there we are. Yulong into the back line as well. The Souls being committed. Double kill going up the side of All Gamers Global. JD, triple kill. That is a team wipe for AG Global.
Team wipe, and that might just be game here, Blam. 5 men gone from Hero Squad from DTE Gaming and 5 men strong from AG Global here, and they are knocking onto the crystal of DTE Gaming of this game 1 of the best of 3 series.
Yeah, pushing these minions through, it is going to be a game 1 victory for AG Global. I mean, after that takedown into the top side of the map, did we think AG was going to come back from that kind of stomp at that 6-minute mark? But they did.
They did. It was just a small mishap. Probably they didn't warm up. Their coach is probably gonna give it a bit knocker and say, hey guys, I know you guys did well, but hey, you gotta take care of the top tower. So definitely a dominating win from all gamers onto game 1 of the series of such a detrimental game to qualify for KWC. Black.
Absolutely. I mean, as well, we didn't cover it in the draft. Obviously, this is going to be the global ban picks as well for those new tuning in at home. Global ban picks is the mechanics that obviously we've seen set place from the KPL since 2018, and now we're getting into our system here as well, Global Esports. So it does mean that obviously AG Global cannot play that Orgren anymore, but they got a victory with it. That's the most important thing, right? The fact they got the Orgren and they got the victory. So now they can just try and come up with something a little bit more of the same kind of brief in game number 2's draft, and hopefully try and round this off for a 2-0, because that was when they got the means going for them, they definitely destroyed.
They definitely destroyed it indeed. They won 5-0 after 5-0s. 2 aces was all it took for them to really close out this series. And just look at AG Global here. That's 4 items for Yulong. 4 items completed, rocking the 8-1-2 KD and being the richest out of the game. Man, this guy is having a field day on the game 1 of such an important series.
Very important series, exactly like you said, Saga. This is the play-ins for those new tuning in as well. Obviously, either of these teams that do lose this best of 3 will be going home at this point in the game, but All Gamers Global, with a very decisive game number 1, look like they're like saying, hey guys, we're not going to go out now. We're going to basically make this all the way through. But DTE definitely have something to prove, right? I mean, we honestly thought with the likes of the Liempo, the Lady Gent, and the Musashi, that Yulong on this Orgren was going to have a tough time, but he only died once. That was the fuel to the fire that he needed for his performance.
Yeah, I agree, but looking at the entire game so far, BB was always caught out by the Flaming Palms, by the Orgren, so he wasn't being able to actually contribute to these team fights to really stop this Orgren. And look at this Orgren stats: 62k damage down, 66k damage taken, the highest stats of both stats in the game.
I mean, he was always a spearhead for the side of AG Global, right? Like, he was into the team fights, he was doing the damage. We know Orgrin can do damage as well as tank the damage. Obviously, thanks to the sustainability of the Conductor of Souls as well. If that ultimate has been used at the right time, there is so much HP regen you can get from that, especially when you pair it with the Eye of the Phoenix, right? Which we saw him build as, I think it was around about the second item that he got for the side of AG Global. But like you were saying there, BB just didn't have his moment to shine. He was either being focused by the Flaming Palms, focused by Yulong, or even Dowhan into that latter part of the game, right? Like, we saw that death on Sunset being conducted twice just to take down BB, but you can see why, right? 51.2k damage, even though he got took down the majority of the side of DTE Gaming, he still did a lot of damage. So if they didn't get rid of that Lady Chen, that's a lot of damage that AG would have had to contest with.
Exactly, and just look at the goal graph. It was smooth sailing until the 7th minute mark, as we mentioned. Nothing too crazy so far. 1-2 in the kill score, but the moment the top fight happened, 5 kills going over to AG Global. Another 5 kills to go over to AG Global once again, and they secured themselves the game-winning push at 11 minutes. A very fast game, I would say.
Very fast game, right? I mean, play-ins, 11 minutes, crazy, but I suppose AG Global, either of these two teams, right? Because they have 2 series to play today. So if you really want to beat and get your way out of the play-ins into the playoffs, you want to do it quick, right?
You want to do it quick, and this one will definitely build their momentum towards the game. Because right now, they're holding the match point against AG Global and DTE Gaming. So right now, DTE Gaming is in a pinch. Can they hold the mental stress? But definitely, we have to give the MVP towards to none other than AG Yulong, rocking that 812 KDA, 35% damage dealt, 38% damage taken, while rocking at 26% total goal.
Yeah, very fascinating MVP performance here from Yulong, right? The fact that he got so many kills, took so much damage, and dealt so much damage as well. Like, we were honestly saying, obviously, with this draft, Orgrin needs to be kind of very present onto the gorge with the very early parts of the game, and then you just need to make sure you don't take that foot off the gas, and that's exactly what AG Global didn't do. They were just like, right guys, we've lost our top side of the map. We need to make sure we're creating pressure here for our team.
Exactly, and so far we look at the draft, right? The Celestial Melody, it provides so many refresh towards Ultimate. Death at Sunset, the board, Infinite Vastness, double healing coming from Orgrin. So many potential, so many combos coming in from this draft. Possibilities endless. So all gamers global here. Gotta give them the props, gotta give them the creativity for drafting these picks.
Yeah, drafting this pick, but we got to see the game highlights here with the MVP, Yulong, and obviously see how this game all unfolded, right? Because into the early part of the game, as you can see on that minimap, that was already been taken down for the side of AG Global, but that didn't stop them, right? This fight here was definitely kind of like the precipice that they needed for the side of AG Global. The takedown onto Jun not having the greatest game onto the Masashi, and also the fact that they've lost that synergy with the Lu Bang, which really got DTE Gaming quite a few of their wins within the regular season, is a bit of a troubling spell, right?
It's a troubling spell, especially it's one of their signature picks that you talk about. And this was one of the detrimental fights coming in from AG that really secured them the game, right? They took down 5 members, only losing 2, which is Dowhan and Saber. And this was the final fight that really put the nail in the coffin and secured them game 1 of the series. As you can see, JD, once again, catching BB off guard with the Death at Sunset, with the Flaming Palms, and right now, no one is there to stop Yulong in his tracks. There was no Destructive Deluge, there was nothing, and it was a 5-4-0 game, 5-4-0 kills, and it secured the win for all gamers global in this best of 3 series in the game 1.
Yeah, I mean, even Juju getting that early game power spike as well, obviously with the Spark Forge Dagger as well as the Dooms, they really didn't have the effect that they really hoped for on the side of DTE Gaming, right? Like, they definitely was hoping for that to be like their Hail Mary into the bot side of the map and then kind of like transition into those team fights with a great amount of damage, but it just didn't actually do anything because at that point in the game, Yulong already had so much resources going for him. But we're going to be getting into game 2. Red side is going to go over to AG Global this time. So DTE do have that blue side. How do you think that's going to fare with them in this draft number 2, Sagi?
So DTE Gaming still has to pick like Long, Ali, so many of the OP metas that still hasn't been released towards the poll yet. So for the side of AG, you gotta figure out what you want to ban. There's so little bans for red side. You can only prioritize 2. You can probably look for trade. So we might see more of the picks like Long, Mai Shiranui, Ali being traded left and right for both these 2 teams, right? So kind of need to focus on Mai Shiranui and Ali here because Mai Shiranui this week, it's really depending on the player's form here. And if you're DTE Gaming here, on the game of elimination here, who is going to be the one to tank the pressure here? Because both Arlie and Maestro, yes, they are OP picks, they are meta picks, but it always depends on the player's performance, the player's form. And right now, you're putting pressure onto DTE Gaming, onto the match decider that either they go home or they advance and get a bit more room here. So definitely pressure here for DTE.
A lot of pressure, but I mean, to be honest, if we look at obviously DTE Gaming's draft from game number 1, right? I mean, Mr. Musashi in the regular season was only played once, and it was a defeat, right? So DTE Gaming already getting off on the wrong foot here. I mean, yes, it's a great counter to the Orgren, but it wasn't what they needed. And like we were saying in those highlights, they've lost the synergy that Lu Bang, which was one of their promised in drafts. So will we kind of see that Soon Bin that we was obviously talking about in the intro that we know that DTE Gaming like to pick up?
Yeah, and let's check it out a bit in the drafts. As we see both teams, all the players are looking to set up yet another beautiful draft for their upcoming game. For the side of DTE Gaming, they go back to standard. They ban out Dao Hen's signature Byron that he has performed so well and snagged so many wins and comebacks for AG Global here. And AG Global here, as we mentioned, are you letting go of the Arlie? Are you letting go of the Mai? Are you banning them both, allowing the Dharma, allowing the Pei to be existing on Heroes Gorge?
The Pei could be existing, right? I mean, they could definitely leave open, obviously, the Lung for the side of DTE Gaming. Jaja could get that pick for himself this time around. And obviously, after AG Global's performance, I probably see why not. But at the same time, there's a lot riding on this last ban here for the side of AG Global. Like you said, do you ban out the Pei? Do you ban out one of the picks that you already had? No, you're going to ban out the Dharma. So it is going to lead away for the Pei for the side of DTE Gaming. My problem is, however, is obviously this pick for DTE Gaming hasn't always brought the most flavor, right? Like, they currently are on, with the Pei, 2 wins and 6 losses. So is that really what you want to go for here?
Well, it is one of the signature picks and one of the best tempo junglers so far. There is still the Maestro as well. So AG Global here is pushing DTE Gaming to say that, hey, which one do you want to pick? But instead, they go for none. They go for the Yuhuan instead. That leaves open a hyper tempo duo for AG Global here. The Maestro, the Pei is available for AG Global for grabs here. Is this a detrimental draft mistakes here that we are looking at?
Potentially, but I mean, the Hue one here is probably, it's one of those like good picks, especially towards the blue side, right? I mean, you can flex it into the mid, into support, into the jungle. Right now, we know that Junjun's played it twice. It's been played more for Hao into the bot side of the map as well. Pairing it up with the Lung here could be detrimental. Also, obviously, having the early game CC for the side of DTE Gaming, locking in the Charlotte here as well. Like we say, we've been noticing, obviously, the Pure Sky being first built for Charlotte into the games, obviously trying to get a lot of that damage reduction, but obviously splash damage also. But AG Global locked in that Zhang Fei, which we know from the MKL has had such a great performance and appearance rate.
Oh, I do agree. So Zhang Fei having so much performance rate, having such a high win rate as well, and Pei as well, being locked in for side AG Global here. So we might see a lot of heavy invades going to AG Global's jungle here, and of course, Dahlia being banned out as AG Global's first ban in the second half. So you look at Dahlia, you look at the double Ending Sorrow, you look at double Flaming Palms, double Infinite Vasta here. So a perfect ban for AG Global towards DTE Gaming's draft.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely getting rid of that Dahlia is probably a good call here for AG Global, because again, Dahlia is one of the big picks for the side of DTE Gaming, and obviously they're not falling to the succumbing to the idea that the Hue 1 is going to be somewhere else, right? Like, that's probably what DTE Gaming was thinking with this draft. Like, hey, let's go for the flex pick. Let's get them guessing in that second banning phase. But who doesn't get through in the second banning phase is going to be that Mai Shiranui, as well as the idea. AG Global is still not giving up on the idea that this Hue 1 is not going to not be in that support role.
Ooh, for DTE Gaming here, we might just see something like a Yuhuan Agudo Sunbin here as a triple healing compositions to really push this early game, push these team fights towards the mid game here. But if you're AG Global here, you have to Pei, you have to Zhang Fei, you have so much hyper aggressive early tempo here. And if you're DTE Gaming, you have to worry here. You can't draft overly reliant on late game here, because if you're too late game, you can't protect from this hyper aggression from the side of AG Global here. So what is the deciding factor, the A factor here for DTE Gaming to revive their draft?
I mean, they're definitely looking for it, right? I don't think a late game is going to be what they want, right? Because again, like you said, Sagi, is the fact that AG Global, obviously, they took them to around about that 10-minute mark, which is obviously towards that mid-game within Honor of Kings. So DT Gaming, we know, obviously, are able to survive to the latter parts of the game if they really want to, and that's where, obviously, Chucha is really going to be hoping this lung gets activated for. But over to the side of AG Global, they do lock in the Chano here. Again, another late-game marksman for the side of JD, and again, a lot of pressure, a lot of uniqueness coming from his ultimate, right? Like, he's able to still move and still attack when he uses his ultimate.
Oh, yes. Chano also, to note out, a lane bully against the long here. So both side lanes for AG Global has it better for DTE Gaming here. If you have both side lanes winning, you contribute to the lane pressure. Lane pressure contributes to the priority, and priority transfer to jungle dominance for the side AG Global here. And the last pick is hovered towards Ziya, another assisting, another utility mage that allows Pei to really excel towards this mid game. It's AG Global textbook playstyle. Funnel Yulong, funnel the carry jungle.
I mean, this is a pick that, I mean, a composition that we've really been seeing from DT Gaming as well, right? I mean, the Suya as well as the Pei generally come through a little bit for the side of DTE Gaming as well. I believe they actually, they like to pair it with the likes of the Lam. So taking the Suya off the table, as well as they have done it once with the Pei as well. So it's definitely something that worked, like you said, making it a lot faster for Yulong to get online, as well as obviously the sanctification into the latter part. It's meaning that he's going to do a lot more damage as well. I mean, we normally see that Pei falls off, but with that sanctification, he definitely stays on board.
He definitely stays on board. He pushes past level 15, or it might be going on JD as well, as we see a side start coming in from AG. And right now, side start into a jungle camp invade towards AG here, taking away the spike kill beast and further securing them an early lead. But hang on a moment, mid rotates towards the top side, and they might steal away the wild boar while Yulong is busy with his River Sprite.
Yeah, I think the Wild Ball is still obviously activated there. They're just looking to get as much resources, like you said, into the Yulong this early on, because we know Pei needs it. He needs to have a great early start so he can put the pressure on. And obviously the damage coming through is going to be the way that they get into Junjun's heart onto the monkey, right?
Exactly, and right now, if you notice the early game, DTE Gaming secured a small camp at the top side, and with Saber's Smite, they secured a small camp at the bottom as well. So they dominated early game already in terms of the small camps, and Monkey, for Sa Zunzun, is just left to wonder here, why is no one defending my camps here? And right now, if you're DTE Gaming here, you gotta slow down the bleed a little bit here, because that's already two camps being bleeded over the side of AG Global in such early timing.
Yeah, very early timing. I mean, we're pre-2 minutes, and we've already seen, what, 2 camps being taken away by the side of AG Global from the side of DTE Gaming. So, like you said, they've definitely got to slow this pace down. But already trying to get a bit of a midway clear here, a bit of priority for Junjun, get a little bit more resources over to him, because you can already see here that Yulong is 1 level ahead already to Junjun the monkey. But right now, 1v1 got up at the top side of the map. We do see Daohan actually getting forced to flash from CM. So CM is now going to be widely open to a gank here.
Ooh, capturing that level 4 mark to really punish CM here. Both teams here, trio rotation towards the Clash lane here, as the River Sprite for the Dimensional Teleport has been spawned. And it goes to the side of DTE Gaming here, while they lose out the mid priority for the side of DTE Gaming here. And right now, Yulong here stealing the Wild Boar camp here for the bot side.
Yep, Saber chunking a lot of damage from those Flaming Palms, so definitely it's the target you want to be on those Flaming Palms, especially in the early game, is Saber. I mean, Chano taking too many of those Flaming Palms is not going to be the source you want on your meal, right? Like, AG Global don't want JD to fall too early. Just like in the last game, they don't need that marksman pressure into that side lane. We already seen the AG Global come back, especially when they've had a bit of a pressure put onto their Clash lane, but down to the bot side, it's not always been the friendly outcomes that they can get, you know?
Yeah, Clash lane, as you mentioned, not the friendliest outcome, and once again, they secured the Clash lane priority and they are teleporting towards the mid side here. So Yulong here, he still has the bottom side to really secure more farm, and he's already level 7 against Zunzun's level 6 here. So AG Global playing towards their priority here and allowing Yulong to really scale towards his mid-late game, really carry the game here. But goal lead, as we mentioned, tight so far, just 100 a difference, nothing too special so far prior to the 4th minute mark.
Yeah, nothing too special just yet, but I mean, it's all depending on where that, obviously, gold is going to and where that separation actually really shows between these teams. The Universal War being playing down there as well. Doesn't connect onto anybody onto the side of DTE. It's just going to be there to deter them away from their enemy, their jungle, right?
Yeah, exactly here. So both teams playing towards their strong side here, but AG Global here, you're playing on a ticking time bomb here, right? So we have to see this 4th minute mark, this first objective, who really wins over this first team fight. Because if DTE Gaming secures themselves the late game, they might have a shot to equalize the series here. Because AG Global, as you mentioned, the team count falls more behind and behind as Yulong doesn't really scale well to the late game. But as well, PHY onto the Zillia, he can really allow these picks to funnel towards the late game with the sanctification.
Yeah, also, I mean, JD obviously have the late game potential as well onto the Chano, but it is looking like they're going to try and take this Tyrant here. We do see the Junjun tries to rotate with it, but it's just too fast, too furious for the side of AG Global taking that Tyrant.
Not just Zunzun. Daohun was like, hey, I was rotating down. What happened? It's over already. Okay, back to the laning phase. And right now, both class stays back to the laning phase again, but it's still a 4th minute mark. It's still equal tied. But right now, AG Global here might be putting pressure onto CM Charlotte here, and they might look to chunk out this tier 1.
They have the potential to, right? I mean, we do see that Hao and as well as Junjun are looking to rotate up to the top side as well, just try and stop that takedown, but it looks like they potentially might get it here. Yes, the T1 takedown into the top side of the map here for AG Global, paying back a little bit of that disrespect that DTE did in game number 1.
Wait, that Primal Portal teleportation was genius here. They baited Hao to rotate top side, and Yulong teleporting bot side and securing yet another tower here. So immediately 4th minute mark, they secured 2 towers within about 1 minute here, and right now might be an engage towards mid side, but hey, it's Daohun, it's Mayin, it's chill, whatever. He escapes easily.
Yeah, CM looking to try and pay back that, obviously take down to the top side of the map as well. Potentially might get it here. I don't think the minion's going to do as much damage. We do see that Daohun has been a lot more kind of attentive to his lane as well. So trying to neutralize that lead or trying to stop them, actually neutralizing the lead that AG Global already have, right? I mean, in terms of the gold, it's definitely now getting out a little bit of hand here. We're about 1k ahead for the side of AG Global. It'd be nice to see where that gold is falling into. But I can imagine it's definitely being funneled into the pay here.
Into the pay, into JD here. And especially, I think the victim falls through CM here as he's getting so much pressure from the side of AG Global's top jungle here. And right now, AG Global marching towards another objective again. And so far, they have secured every objective on the map, especially for neutral objectives here. And they are definitely putting on a 1,000 gold lead so far into game 2.
Absolutely, yeah. They haven't got a single kill onto the board, but where they're getting those T1 takedowns into these side lanes, they're translating that pressure into L's part onto the map.
L's part on the map, and look at Daohun's item build here. The Axe of Torment being completed here, and he think he's looking to complete towards something else here. Maybe the Pure Sky, maybe anything else that I can imagine of, but definitely Realme hand camp here. Look at Daohun's hand camp here, but hold on a minute, CM might be going down.
Oh yes, we do see the Ultimate board being committed onto the back line there. They're just trying to try and funnel the side of AG Global, but it's not going to work too much into the favor of DTE. They didn't get a single kill, but it was enough to kind of push them away from this pressure into the top side of the map. They did lose their T2 into the top side as well, which is going to be very difficult for them to come back, but we saw in game number 1, AG Global was able to do so, but with the lead of the gold as well, also good up to AG Global, it's definitely one of those variables that will be one of the things that we've taken into consideration for DTE Gaming.
Man, the mental stress that DTE Gaming has here is really serious, that if they make one more mistakes here, it might just go haywire, and AG Global will really secure the win here. They really have to recuperate, reset their mental, and look for opportunities to come back into this series here, because right now, they are slowly bleeding on Hero's Gorge. The goal lead has already escalated to a 2,000 in favor of AG Global into the second game.
Exactly that, right? I mean, it's definitely not where you want to be. To AEG's favor.
May have to check out in a bit, but definitely let's talk a bit on the reality that both teams have to face, right? If you are AG Global here, you're having such a strong lead right now. 2,000 may not seem a lot, but it's 0-0 score. So we have to figure out how AG Global can close out the game and how DTE Gaming can come back from the game, and as we resume back to 0-0, 8 minutes mark for both teams.
I mean, they definitely need to give over some resources, obviously, to right? I mean, able to give over the Crimson Golem, it's going to be a big damage buff because they have not been able to secure a Tyrant for themselves onto the side of DTE Gaming. So I feel like that's how DTE Gaming come back within this one, right? Is making sure they're funneling those resources over to the Loon.
funneling the resources to the long as that's your primary carry here. But you gotta figure out some way for CM as well. As we see onto the cooldowns, he just burned his flash onto the top side here, and he's getting lesser and lesser room to farm so far. And right now, EG Global once again securing yet another neutral objective, the second Tyrant of the game before the Shadow Tyrant.
Second Tyrant of the game going over to AG Global. I mean, they've not let the pressure get out of hand, but they've also not been able to kind of put the pressure onto DT Gaming in terms of obviously kills, right? Like, that's definitely where we need to see AG kind of try to show here into these team fights potentially, is trying to get a few pickoffs here so they can actually push that domination to the next level for AG. How taking a few blows there, the Hue 1 obviously able to have that sustainability from her healing. It's not going to be too much of a problem here for DTE Gaming.
Oh yeah, and look at Dao Hen here, rotating towards the in-between towers just to go to the clash lane to get this priority onto the lane here. And right now, okay, it's a 2k gold lead for EG Global here, but hopes are still high for DTE Gaming as they can secure a maybe potential game-changing fight at the Tyrant that's going to be spawned in roughly 30 seconds from now.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about obviously that 2k gold lead for the side of AG Global, but they have been losing it, right? Like, DT Gaming have definitely been kind of going bar for bar in terms of trying to get that gold lead for themselves. Saber here taking a lot of damage. You do see obviously have the Unbridled Outburst can come through here for him at that very clutch moment. There we go. Catches two, gets the I Ching as well as Monkey. So both Junjun and BB both get obviously CC'd there, so they can't kind of get that push onto the side of AG Global.
Oh, but that's an important cooldown coming in from AG Global here. Not having Unbridled Outburst at the 10-minute mark for the Tyrant is a serious issue, and maybe that's a chance that DTE Gaming can look to capitalize in this team fight. But looking at the situation here, DTE Gaming doesn't choose to contest this as they look to trade over to the Shadow Overlord onto the top side. But hang on a moment here, AG loses the aggro here onto the Tyrant, so they're a bit slow.
They lost the aggro, but they was going for the Azure Golem, right? But we did see the little interaction in game. The Sanification does go over to the side of Yulong, so he's going to be getting a lot more damage from the side of AG Global's PHY, right? Thanks to the Suya's passive. So we know where the Sanification's gone. It's going over to Yulong. So right now, we can potentially see here where the end-making potential for AG Global could be going forward in this game.
Very careful game from both teams, right, Blam? So far, 0-0, almost 11 minutes. Yet last game, 11 minutes is already the end for the game. So right now, both teams are playing it so slow, so methodical, not wanting to make any mistakes or any action packs, right? They're just playing towards any neutral objectives that they can secure, taking the buffs that they can. But right now, the wave is marching towards the bot side as I see both teams 5-man strong, 10-man strong actually in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, with the 0-0 scoreboard, I mean, are you surprised at that? I mean, the fact that AG Global obviously had such a dominant kill board onto the first game, DT Gaming, no, they can't take the team fights to them because AG Global know how to kind of take them apart methodically within those team fights. But PHY, he does get Dream Roam. The first blood coming in at 11 minutes. It's going to be pretty huge for the side of DT Gaming. BB does get taken out there using the Unbridled Outburst to push him outside of the box. That is a double kill go to the Junjun for now, but paid back by Yulong. So down goes Junjun. How? That is a 2-2 trade overall. So first, the kills are on the board, but the minions are at these higher ground turrets.
Ooh, finally, first blood comes towards 11-minute mark as we mentioned here, but it's kind of a small win coming in from DTE Gaming, right? You're fighting under the influence of a Shadow Tyrant buff from AG Global, but yet you still got 2 kills. That's a win in my book here. And you got 2 core members, PHY onto the mage, JD onto the marksman here. So it's 2 key targets coming in from AG Global here. Why you sacrifice who? The jungle, the roamer, which is the enablers for this long. So this long is still farming towards safely the siege breaker that he needs to really burst down the targets coming from AG Global.
Yeah, I mean, you were correct in saying, obviously, Jojo staying alive within that one, but then JD going down makes they do have a little bit of room onto the side of DT Gaming to get those resources go over to Jojo right now. But the Unbridled Outburst does connect onto Junjun. We are getting a bit of fight on 2 fronts into the back line. We do see the takedown of Jojo, so all that resources means nothing if you can't escape the damage. That is a 2-3 kills going over the side of AG Global. This could be the dismantling of DTE Gaming in the whole of these MKL play-ins. This could be their last stand.
And BB here might be caught by Yulong as he's hungry for blood here. BB dangerously low, one more hit. He gets taken down.
Oh, Yulong is on the run. Is it going to be enough for Clutch Maker to get the clutch? Oh, he takes down Yulong.
But what's taken down as well is the bottom tower, the tier 3 for the side of DTE Gaming here. And looking at AG, they're knocking onto the crystal here. And JD, look at the crystal, looking for the chance. But no, they can't.
No, they don't have any minions. They can't push. They gotta wait for this minion wave to come through, but they're looking pretty low, right? Dowhan is taking a lot of damage from those high ground turrets. We do see Chicha come back down. We do see those springboards coming through. The Dream Roam does not connect on the Dowhan, but it is gonna be the bubble that gets the kill on the Dowhan. Oh, now, this could be DTE coming back here as well. They gotta be careful of that bot side of the map with those minions, but it is BB up right now. PHY just on the run. He's able to get out a safe call in, but we are going to see the Azure Golem takedown here. A little bit of payback with Junjun for the side of DTE.
A breath of life being breathed in for the side of DTE Gaming here as they secure 4 kills on their high ground for their side, and they are knocking onto the Shadow Overlord once again. If you're AG Global here, that's kind of overzealous here. You forgot that CM is still alive. He can clear out the waves. He was playing in and out, securing the kill on Yulong and making sure that he cleared the wave before JD had a chance to end the game here. And right now, they pulled the game back to even right now. It's 50-50. It's anyone's game right now.
It's anyone's game. Exactly like you said there, Sagi. They do have the Shadow Overlord over to the side of DTE, but AG Global once more picking up another Shadow Tyrant for themselves. So obviously the damage will still come through for the side of AG, but at this point in the game, now that DTE Gaming's neutralized that goal lead, will we have the tankier items for Junjun come through that's going to mean they're able to tank that damage into these team fights?
Exactly, and right now, DTE Gaming just secured the tier 2 of the top side here, and right now, just look at the goal lead. It's over to side of DTE Gaming already, Blam. And just Charlotte has evolved into such a strong side lane that who is realistically gonna be marking him? If you put Yulong, that's your primary damage, and right now board has been casted mid, and right now they might be knocking on another tier 2.
Yeah, T2 going to potentially get taken down here. They are able to keep it alive with a little bit of the health of the T2 there, thanks to obviously the wipeout of the Vanguard. Dowhan just obviously played a little bit of a vision score game here for the side of AG Global, trying to keep tabs onto Junjun. Maybe potentially trying to get a pick off here whilst we know Junjun is away from these team fights, because Junjun is going to be that main soak of damage for the side of DTE.
Hey, Junjun has a rod in his build. He's going for the magic damage build. Is he going for the Frozen Breath here to mark these slows? But hang on a moment here, Saber gets engaged on.
He does get engaged on. A lot of Flaming Palms do come through. He does have the Unbridled Outburst. He catches onto How into the backline there, but I mean, only catches one, which is not going to have that desired effect that AG Global really need, especially in terms of making that impactful turnaround of the team fight. But I feel like it was just used as a bit of a deterrent there for the side of DTE.
Hey man, if we get the Unbridled Outburst with our cooldowns here, I'd say it's worth. And right now, mid lane, D tier 2 goes down. All tier 2s are down from AG Global here. If you tell me 3 minutes ago that DTE Gaming was making a comeback, I would laugh at you. But right now, they are marching towards it. They are looking for survival in the series.
They're looking for survival, correct? I mean, the fact that DTE overall got this comeback from CM, stopping that wave, those minions down to the bot side of the map, is definitely kind of like a play-making potential, clutch-making potential that we know CM is known for.
Yeah, we know CM is known for Clutch Man, Clutch, and DCM, the clutch maker here. So right now, both teams, goalie doesn't matter anymore, as both teams, aside from their mid laners, have already accomplished the full build here. Okay, maybe the Romans as well, but right now, you gotta put a bit focus here, because 20 minutes is the wait a minute, mid lane gets engaged on.
Yeah, Chichard lost a lot of health there, so did Hao getting hit onto the Unbridled Outburst. We do see the Force and Flash onto BB as well, so we know the Get Out of Jail card has been reduced to 1, which is obviously passive, that invincibility onto the I Ching, but they are going to take the Azure Golem from the side of DTE. We see a lot of pressure coming from AG Global. They know if they don't put the pressure on now, they could lose this game too.
But still, DTE Gaming did a good job in disengaging. No one gets caught, nobody gets hurt before the objective spawn of both the Overlord and the Tyrant. I want to jump back on my point right now. So if you think about it, if AG Global drags this game to a 20-minute mark and they gamble on the Tempest Dragon spawn, the bot side tier 3 might be a hidden effect, a hidden cause that might cause DTE Gaming to lose out this game, because we see from time to time Tempest Dragon securing the minions for the backdoor here. So right now, we have to think, DTE Gaming, is Lady Luck on your side? Is Tempest Dragon spawning on your side?
I mean, what is spawning on the side is the minion wave into the top side of the map, right? Do put a lot more pressure onto that minion, the high ground turret into the clash lane. But for now, Chucha is able to get out of the team fight and clear them up pretty quickly. Because I mean, it's all down to those flaming palms. Because overall, those wave clears aren't going to come through here, but they are going to get the tyrant for the side of AG Global once more. Dowhand is backing up the team fight, gets a knock off onto 2, onto Junjun, onto How, but it's going to be the sustainability from the Hue1, the healing coming through. That's going to give him a little bit of a second wind here for DT Gaming, a little bit of breath.
AG Global so far, playing a masterclass of a macro game so far, aside from the one blunder at the high ground, they play these waves to a perfection, right? They send the wave to the top side, they made sure that the long Turtle had to attend to the waves, and they started the objective immediately, and right now, if you're DTE Gaming here, Lady Luck is on your side because Tempest Dragon spawned towards the side of their tier 3 that has fallen here, so that's at least some form of good news for DTE Gaming.
It definitely is. It comes in the form of the Tempest Dragon spawning down to the bot side of the map. And obviously for those that are watching at home, the bot side of the map is probably the weakest here for DT Gaming as they've lost their high ground turret. But we've seen here that CM have tried to put the pressure onto the side of AG Global down to that side of the map as well. So they're trying to create the pressure. They're trying to potentially go for this Shadow Overlord. As you can see here, Junjun is looking for the rotate here, getting a bit of vision. He knows that How is like, hey guys, they are here. Make sure that they don't get this Shadow Overlord because it's definitely going to put that massive amount of pressure to the opposite side of the map. Dowhen is in there. CM get caught into the thick of it as well. A lot of damage going. Oh, the resurrection just come through over to the side of Yulong. We don't want to be losing their jungle for now. And Junjun takes down Yulong. That could be crazy going into this. Tempest Dragon. Chucha gets the kill onto PHY as well, and they're not going to stop there. DTE Gaming looking for the push here, looking for that game-winning push. But all that being said, Dowhen was out of the fight and was trying to push that bot side of the map as well. Didn't quite come into the performance that he needed, but right now, DTE may be given that kind of golden ticket that AG shouldn't have given them.
But blam, 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 it's 4v2, it's 4v2, it might be game, it might be game. They are knocking onto the tier 3 of the mid lane, they want this end. Or are they going to back off for the Tempest Dragon here? But no, they're going for the end.
They're looking to commit for the end. There'll be the Dream Roll being committed here. Dowhen going to go down. There it is. The Sage's Sanctuary being put onto Saber as well. He's going to be able to come back. Now we have Yulong here, but it's now going to be a 1v4. Yulong is not going to be able to deter this away, especially the minion waves not being quite there for the side of DTE. Could this be saving grace? No, dive into the back line. He gets taken down. Double kill going over to BB. The minion wave crashing through here. DTE potentially with a game 2 victory, taking it from AG.
Wow! We thought it was going to be a 2-4-0 until that high ground play, but they secured an amazing comeback to pull the series, to breathe life into this this series deciding push to see whoever gets to face off Nova Esports in the upper brackets.
Yes, I mean, this is a familiar scoreline that we've seen between both of these teams, right? DTE Gaming going against AG Global. They met many times within the regular season. One of their scoreboards was 2-1, the other one was 2-0, and it's going more towards the latter version, which when they saw each other in week 1. So DTE Gaming been given a lifeline, not only from CM, but obviously the bit of a mistake into the team fight in that last part of the team, like losing Yulong in that one was crucial for the side of AG Global.
I agree, and right now we see so far, both teams have 100% win rate on Long, but Long, due to global ban pick, has been removed from the pool. Both teams can no longer pick it, and look at the gold graph so far, look at the items. As we mentioned, DTE Gaming Zunzun, playing the utility role, playing the enabler, as we mentioned, that he's done so well towards this tournament. I think he's the MVP.
Potentially, right? I mean, also, it's 100% win rate for Yixing as well, right? So not only the Lung, but Yixing coming through with that dominance into the mid lane. I mean, BB definitely had more chances to get out of those team fights alive compared to when we saw him on the Lady Gen. But respectively, the Suya here, obviously, it did have the sanctification. It did go over to Yulong, but it's like we were saying in the draft, right? Yulong falls off a little bit too early, and especially when they have late game timers like the Lung.
Exactly. The Crystal fight was detrimental. They dropped 4 kills there. They allowed DTE's gaming late game draft to really scale towards fruition. And look at Turtle. 100k damage. He was the one to really land these flaming palms. No one on the side of AG Global here. After Saber burns his Unbridled Outburst, no one could tank. And no Unbridled Outburst on the Zhang Fei spells I wouldn't say useless, but it's not as effective as a Zhang Fei with Ultimate, right? But if you look at the gold graph, you look at the charts real quick, it's a comeback game. It spells comeback all over the board.
Exactly. I mean, it's not useless, but it's definitely at a detriment of AG Global, right? Like, as soon as you know that Unbridled Outburst is off the cards, it kind of means that you don't have any kind of disengage mechanics, especially when DTE at that point of the game was playing so aggressively that we even saw Saber pick up the Sage's Sanctuary to see if he could kind of just hold on to himself to stop that takedown of the Crystal, but it just wasn't enough for the side of AG Global. But just look at this gold graph, a definite different picture for the side of this one between DTE and AG Global.
It was a back and forth, to be honest, and we all thought AG Global was going to take this home 2-0 and close out the series, securing them the upper bracket against Nova Esports, right? But yet again, DTE Gaming, once again, proved to us that they are the dark horse. They can make the comeback, and under the mental pressure of being kicked out, being knocked out of the tournament, they held strong, arms in, bodies in, and they really did it and pulled towards this game a 1-all.
1-all game, so that is going to be pretty much going to match point for both of these teams, right? So all riding on that best of 3 games. So definitely going to be an interesting last game within the playoffs. No 2-0 stomp so far for the MKL spring season, but MVP none other than Chicha on the Lung, right? 3-1-6. Definitely being that clutch maker himself towards the latter part of that game, especially with those flaming palms doing a lot of damage onto the enemy team.
Exactly. So onto the Long, the flaming palms were hitting hard onto targets, especially Yulong and JD here. And he also single-handedly caught out the Zuya from the side of PHY, securing himself the game-winning push here. So definitely, Turtle deserves the MVP title. 20% damage dealt as well. Masterclass performance.
28% of the damage dealt, and obviously 14% taken. I mean, you're definitely going to be using that Infinite Vastness to his ultimate potential, right? Like, we saw him bait a lot of the skills. We saw him plenty of times towards that mid to late game where he was getting honed in onto, and then he would just take to the skies. And then at that point, he's dealt the damage, he's taken the damage, and he is out. And then he can just re-engage once the rest of his team goes in with the damage, especially with the likes of the Yixing. But here is the game-winning highlights. Obviously, the Dream Roam, First Blood, not actually connecting until around about 11 minutes and 30 seconds as well. Really the shows for those that have just tuned in at home what kind of game this was.
What kind of game this was, and this was the most important defense of CM's life here. He nailed it, and he secured the winning push, the winning life that they needed. And right now, Zunzu, look at this guy. He's single-handedly zoning out 2 players here, and this was one of the key highlights. The moment that they really secured back the play of them. And right now, look at the Long. He single-handedly dived the PHY onto Ziya, making him useless for the entire team fight, securing him off Hero's Gorge.
Yeah, a little bit of like a misdirection there for PHY. I feel like he kind of just separated from his team. I feel like if he stuck with Saber, he might have stayed alive a little bit longer there. But same with JD. They just cornered him. They pushed him up to the top side of the map. They made sure that that wave clear and obviously the ultimate from the Chana was taken off the board, as they knew they were going to push that mid lane and just take that crystal in game number 2. But like we were saying, towards that post games, we are at the game winning point for either of these teams. Only one can go through, right?
Only one can go through. And if you think about the mental state right now for both teams here, AG rocking that wave, a clean game 1 into almost a clean game 2, aside from that one blunder at the high ground. But right now, you look at DTE Gaming, they secured the comeback here, and right now they might have the mental advantage over AG right now. So if you look at both teams, they are tied equal, but yet again, AG Global, they have the advantage, and they pick blue side as their final side for either of these teams' hopes in the playoffs.
Correct. I mean, what else has got the 100% win rate? Obviously, Lung, Yixing, but also the blue side. So now, potentially, I mean, they have obviously, it's written in the stars that they should be able to get this 2-1 for themselves. But it's also at the detriment of that global ban pick as well, right? Like, they are now down a lot of picks. They don't have the Pei, they don't have the Ogrun, they don't have the Lung, they don't have the Yixing for both teams either. So we're going to really see the optimal draft in game number 3, because we know AG Global have to bring out some of those big bangers, maybe even Yulong on the Jing, right?
Yulong on the Jing, they go back to basics, the Jing, the Lam for Yulong, or yet again, they go for the Mai Shiranui, the early that has yet to be released towards the draft. But yet again, Mai Shiranui has snuck away from the draft so far, and we only seen her being banned in the second phase. So we might see some trade-offs here and there, Mai Shiranui versus the the pay, for example, AG versus DTE. So the focus is definitely onto the Arlie. I don't think they should allow Arlie in Hero Scorch. That's gonna be one heck of a pick right now. On the side of both teams' draft, we will see more heavy focus onto the marksman as both Marco Polo and Long has been expanded here. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, and Blam, we will be going to Game 3 of the draft between AG Global and DTE Gaming.
Yeah, taking the Arlie off the board, like you were saying there, Sagi, towards this game number 3 draft is probably going to be the clear point for both of these teams. But it also means, like you said, there's going to be a lot of pressure to see what they're going to secure, right? Because, I mean, Marco Polo down, Arlie down, Lung down. We could potentially see the likes of the Lady Sun come through as well. I mean, definitely a late game hero onto the side of AG Global. But where's that Prio Blue going to land, right? Is the Maisha Renoi going to come through for the side of AG Global? Because it is up, and the Dharma is up as well for Dohan.
Ooh, Dharma being locked in. They expanded the Mayin in game 2 here. And still, Byron, the heavy ban for DTE Gaming here, not expanded for AG Global here. But Dharma being one of the key picks. The Truth Mantra's multi-man knockup engage here is being locked in for AG Global here. Can Daohan be the savior, the clutch man for his team to secure their slot towards the upper brackets here? We have to find out after this draft.
I mean, potentially, right? Potentially, but they do lock into the DTE Gaming. They got the Maisha Renoi, they got the D-Ray Jet as well. So we having obviously the Imperial Order is going to be at that CC and damage reduction that DTE Gaming pairing nicely with the Maisha Renoi. But BB has to play a little bit more differently than he has onto the Yixing as well as the Lady Gem, right? Like, there's got to be some fast rotations. And speaking of more crowd control, what's this, Sagi? What is this?
Back to basics, learn with MKL, Princess Frost, and Liang, the hyper single out target. So, DTE Gaming here, are you going to lock into Ogren? Are you lock in some form of tank here? But yet again, Agudo, Gorge Mobilization gets locked in here. But ladies and gentlemen, you can't cancel off the suppression coming in from Liang aside from having your teammates cancel it. So, DTE Gaming, you gotta figure out a way to cancel out this ultimate.
Yeah, that's definitely their figure move, right? But I mean, they have taken out a figure move for the side of DTE Gaming. They don't want that burst damage coming through into the jungle. So Jing gets taken out. We've already seen Pei onto Yulong. So potentially, like you were saying earlier there, Sagi, maybe we'll get the Lam come through. But the Sunset being banned out here for DTE Gaming is obviously one of the big picks for CM.
Oh, AG Global here, blam, blam, blam. They might have forgotten how signature Sunbin here. D-Time Flux, D-Time Bomb can really cancel out Liang's ultimate here. DTE Gaming might be eyeing onto this specific pick that Hao has found so much success in the MKL Spring Season, regular season here. So right now, both teams, we have to figure out. AG Global, you have to put focus onto the jungle. That's 3 jungles banned out and 2 jungle picks expanded for AG Global's draft. So for DTE Gaming here, you have to put focus onto the Clash Lane as a lot of Clash Lanes has been banned so far, but Mayin is still available.
Main's still available, but they're going to go for the Guan Yu. So Guan Yu, I believe, is actually being one of the big picks for the side of the Clash Lane of DTE Gaming. Yes, 3 wins, 1 loss. So only been played 4 times. This is its 5th time onto the Gorge. But like I was saying earlier, the Lady Soon coming out here is giving that late game potential the side of AG Global need. And locking back down into basics is going to be the Dune come through as well. They definitely needed some solid front line to try and overcome this aggressive team comp from a DTE.
Looking at both 2 team comps so far, Blam, aside from the last pick coming from DTE Gaming, spells one sentence. Whoever engaged first will take the priority of the game. So right now, you look at AG Global, Princess Front and Liang and Dharma. Engage. DTE Gaming, Guan Yu, Maisha engage as well. It depends on who pulls the trigger first, and DTE Gaming, they have to run up their draft with the final roamer pick of the potential final games of the MKL split.
Yeah, I mean, they do obviously have, they don't have much in terms of support, right? I mean, Diadea is available if they really want to go for it, but like you were saying, did they go for the Diadea? Did they go for the Sun Bin? It's going to be the Liu Shan here, okay.
What? I don't think we have seen Liu Shan so far in the entire MKL, and this might be the first Liu Shan in an elimination match, the most important match of MKL, so something to look out for. Is it gonna perform or is it gonna flop? Definitely something we have to figure out, as Hao has to show us.
Hao has to show. I mean, he has to have the Hao to be the the player picking out the Lucian, right? I mean, Lucian, for those at home that don't know, and if you've never played it in your ranked games, obviously has that disrupt mechanic onto the turrets, right? So in terms of taking down turrets and trying to put the pressure on there and get those like huge dives, which when you look at DTE's comp, is very dive orientated, right? They got the Mai Shiranui, they got the Guan Yu, but they've also got the Agudo. Agudo using Furball is a great dive mechanic, and obviously disrupting the turret means that you're going to be able to access those dives a lot sooner for the side of DTE Gaming.
And one more thing, Liu Shan being locked in secures one more thing, one more body to absorb Saber's power word control. So definitely, it's a well thought out drop, but can he pull off the pick is a different question here, as DTE Gaming here securing the mid priority, and they might secure the River Sprite in the mid lane as well. Okay.
Yep, no, they got that one as well. Obviously, just putting a little bit of pressure into the mid lane here. It does mean that BB has the potential to go up to the top side of the map, as we've seen here, rotating around, potentially getting the Spike-Tail Beast from the side of AG Global, but not quite doing enough damage just yet. But it does mean that JD is having a little bit of an easier time down to the bot side of the map, right? He's had no contestation.
He has no contestation here, but so far PSY here might be caught out. BB in the enemy jungle.
Ooh, if that Frigid Prison landed, that would have been crucial for the side of AG Global. They would be able to clean up the kill and get first blood 10 minutes earlier this game.
Exactly, but so far, AG JD here having a field day in towards the bottom side, securing the tri-camps, the Fire Beak, the Spike-Tail Beast, and all 3 camps. So that's a very good start for JD onto the marksman, while he's actually tackling the weak matchup here. Lady Sun versus the Direnjie is favored towards the Direnjie here, but thanks to AG, they put so much focus, so much resource on their rotation, securing JD a very good early game.
Very good early game is exactly what they need, right? They want to make sure that JD comes through. Because, I mean, in terms of damage, that's where it's really going to be coming through here for the side of AG Global, right? Like, JD is pretty much going to be that cannon that they need to try and run down the likes of Mai Shiranui, the D-Ranger, but also try and take off the Guan Yu. I mean, if CM gets a lead in this top side of the map too early, it could spell disaster for the side of AG Global.
It could really spell disaster, but right now, both teams here securing each of their own priority here, giving a mid priority, while bot side for DTE securing their priority as well in the 2v2, first securing these Spike-Tail as well.
Yeah, you can see here, obviously, Junjun, it does go for the blessing of the Azure Golem, so it does mean he's going to do some magic damage in the early game. So not only is it going to be the Mai Shiranui doing magic damage and the D-Ranger as well, you're also going to get magic damage from the Agudo as well. So a nice little play, a nice little bit of effect here, because it means that you're needing that magic defense early on for the side of AG Global.
Good pickup here as well for Dune, as you mentioned here. So right now, 3v3 towards the mid lane here. So both teams here really putting focus onto the misplay. But hold on a minute. Power control goes in.
The Wind Slash, yep, the control does come through. He's going to get beat up to take down Junjun. Yes, it is. With the Winter's Ear being paired in, that damage comes through in that AoE of death. But, I mean, if you're going to go down right now in terms of for DTE, your jungler, you want to go down before that neutral objective comes up. So really, overall, the only lead they got from that is the first blood potential and the bonus gold that goes over the side of AG Global for now.
But still, Blam, I gotta give props to Saber here. Power control to snare down Zunzun. Yes, basic play. He flashed away, redirected his power control away from BB's knockup, channeling the full duration here. So he predicted well enough that BB wanted to cancel him immediately. So props to Saber for reading the micro play well. So let's look at the replay right here so I can point out the play right now. So knockup goes in, power control, immediately flashing away from BB's knockup here. Perfect play from Saber.
Beautiful play there from Saber there. I mean, definitely showing that he knows what he's doing, but BB looking pretty low there. Getting forced out of the team fight. It's also going to be CM into the top side of the map. He's having to retreat, but this is going to be the oppression of Daohan onto the Dharma, right? You're just using those Enlightened Mantras to do a lot of damage into the early parts of the game. Just kind of just be very oppressive, throwing punches wherever you can, but Chucha has been left alone trying to push this T1 down to the bot side of the map, and they've got to be careful, because if that bot side falls, JD is going to have to be forced to roam around to get resources from elsewhere.
Yep, forced to roam around to get resources from elsewhere. So the focus right now, 4v4 towards the mid bot side. Both teams eyeing onto this Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, the Tyrant here, it's not been the quickest takedown for AG Global. Like, they normally just, as soon as it goes up, they're in on it. But the fact they don't have the priority down to the bot side of the map, it means it's going to be harder for them to make this decision. And right now, we do see that Tisha is going in as well. The Lucian is going in with the ultimate as well. But it's going to be JD getting the takedown onto the side of AG Global. So that's a 1-1 trade overall. Yulong for Hao with the neutral objective up could be crucial here for AG Global.
Ooh, if you're DTE, you'll take that any day. Trading a roamer for a jungle is so key for DTE Gaming here. if I'm talking about DTE Gaming here, Power is probably like, hey, I'll take it.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I definitely would take it if I was DT Gaming, but nobody's actually gone for the Tyrant just yet. They are looking for, they don't have the minion wave pressure into the mid lane. Obviously, they do have the pressure into the bot side of the map, but it does mean that Yulong was able to come back, use the launch pads, and just go straight for the Tyrant.
Oh yeah, AG here securing yet another Tyrant here, and so far, the Tyrant being secured for AG Global has been a very high success rate, if not 100% success rate so far into this series, especially for the early game Tyrant here, but yeah, 10 players strong into the mid lane.
Yep, there it is, the control ward as well as the wind slash going through. BB looking pretty low as well. Saber trying to get the approach on, but it is going to be PYHY getting the kill onto How, and then BB falling pretty much soon after. It's going to be a hard pill for DTE Gaming to swallow, especially with nobody falling onto the side of AG Global. They've got to make sure they're able to correct this mistake on the side of DTE.
Remember when we talk about in the drafting phase, Blam, whoever pulls the engage first will win the fight. And so far, AG Global has been accomplishing this task. We haven't seen a single engage that from DTE Gaming so far that they have pulled off. Yes, aside from that 1-for-1 trade here, but so far, these big scale mid lane 5v5s has been in favor of AG Global here. So, if DTE Gaming pulls the trigger first, can we see something different here?
I mean, they need to, right? I mean, they're only behind by just less than 1k gold, so they're definitely not without. They're definitely within the margin of coming back, right? But here it is. Is that the engagement we talked about? The purple doesn't quite connect onto anybody onto the side of AG Global, so not quite getting that crucial knockup that would mean that setup for BB or even the on you to go in there as well. But right now, I don't feel like I see much of a potential for the Tyrant, especially remaining about 5 seconds to come through for the side of AG Global. They definitely need to put some pressure into these side lanes because that's where they're lacking, right?
That's what they're lacking. And PHY being forced out of the flash by the Gorge mobilization, by the Furball, as you mentioned, right? So that might be something that for AG look out for, because CM, he's always flanking, but okay. Bit of a disengage coming from BB here, forcing to use the ultimate to escape here. But still, look at the top side of the map, top mid side of the map. 10 players once again.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure. I mean, you're not going to catch JD down to the bot side of the map anytime soon, right? Because, I mean, if JD goes down there alone, he's just going to be a sit-in duck for the side of DT Gaming just to claim another kill and try and just neutralize that goal lead. So you can see that JD is kind of forced back into his jungle. It means that, obviously, Yulong doesn't get as much resources, but right now, in terms of the damage, in terms of that bot lane matchup, they want JD ahead, especially with the rolling raid.
So far, we've seen from the gold chart that the observers have been giving us 1k gold lead healthy for JD. And if you're AG Global, you're not in a rush. You're just waiting JD to hit that Daybreaker at the 9-10 minute mark, and you already have such a good lead for JD here, because right now, he's almost 1,000 gold per minute, almost 800 per minute, and it's a really good state that he's in right now.
A very good state, obviously, like you said, they got the Eternity Blade, he has the second tier item, the Sky Piercer, the Cloud Piercer as well for the Daybreaker, so he's already kind of trying to build that late game item, but Yulong here just kind of being the spearhead into these engages, trying to get the catch up with the Wind Slash, but also the Unruly Blade. Still, we were able to get that T1 into the top side of the map for the side of AG Global. That's a double Wind Slash there, but BB into the back line trying to push around. PYHY gets the takedown as well, so the Winters here is not coming through anytime soon, but BB does get taken down there. JD as well. In return, it is going to be How getting the kill, so 3 for 3 overall. Chuchek comes through with the Wind Slash. Is he going to stay alive? No, it's going to be Yulong picking up the kill.
That's a 4 for 4 for both teams here. Yes, Engage went through for the side of AG here as the primary Engage, right? They pull the trigger first, but immediately DTE Gaming pull back the Engage, they re-engage onto the core members of AG, resulting in the 4 for 4 right now. But if you're AG, if you're DTE, right now it's an even game.
Even game overall, right? I mean, they definitely need to put the pressure. After getting all those wipes there, they need to put the pressure into these lanes. Like, we're already seeing still that bot side lane has not been kind of answered to for the side of AG Global. Yes, the Clash lane has, but that's going to be good pressure onto the side of DTE Gaming, because obviously CM, he's not kind of been able to have a free ride as per se, but right now, AG Global, they're not having as much impact as possible. They are ahead in terms of, obviously, the kills and gold, but for now, that could easily slip away.
That could easily slip away, and we've seen so far, DTE Gaming, they excel when it comes to all these back-end team fights. But hold on a minute, Dahon, are you getting caught here at the 10-minute mark?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the flash, right? He's going to get caught into this wall. It is going to be a 5v1 onto Dowham, which is already going to create a bit of pressure into the top side of the map for the side of AG Global. They've got to be careful here.
That is a very serious mistake that he did. At his 10-minute mark, the Shadow Barrier has been spawned, but look at CM, he's looking for a flank.
He's looking for a flank, but it's going to be the wind slash that really drives them away here. Yulong just using that very nicely to keep that T1 alive into the mid lane. They do lose it to the top side of the map, but once again, we're seeing the AG Global are paying back that same damage and priority down to the bot side here as they go for their next Shadow Tyrant. So there we are. Like you were saying earlier, Sagi, it seems like it's like 100% win rate for the Tyrant here.
Oh, they both shake hands on the objectives here. Okay, what power sequence on the marksman?
Yes, the marksman getting burst out is pretty detrimental for the side of DTE Gaming. Into the backline is Dowhead looking to pay some revenge. Down goes BB, down goes Junjun as well. That's a double kill. And only person staying alive there is CM. So the only thing that was coming out of that whole thing is the fact that he neutralized the minion wave. But right now, that's not going to stop AG Global from taking that T1.
That's not what you want to happen for DTE Gaming. How did the marksman get power controlled by the Liang? That's not what you want to happen. But man, AG Global getting such a good play onto DTE Gaming here. Further pushing the lead to a 3,000 healthy right now.
Yep, 3,000 healthy gold lead is definitely not where you want to be if you are DTE Gaming. I mean, it was all within a play's potential here for DTE Gaming to come back in terms of obviously that engage. But right now, they lost the T2 into the bot side, into the mid lane, into the top side here as well, even popping down the Shadow Overlord to try and push away Dowhen. But he was committed after that death into that Azure Golem camp.
Oh, okay. 5-man strong coming in from DT on towards the mid lane here, but Yulong might not be the one you want to target though. But look at Junjun, dangerously low.
Yeah, very low, but he's able to get out of there thanks to Furball as well with the dashes for his second ability. But Dowhead into the back line now. He's going to catch out how he does it. It's going to go over to JD. He's funneling the kills over to the marksman of AG Global.
The Liu Shan once being caught out once again, and right now, still, it's fine for DTE Gaming. They have the Overlords being shoved down towards the side lane. The Vanguards are putting a lot of pressure, yes. But you're still bleeding slowly and still forming a 4,000 gold lead. And right now, look at the Lady Sun. She's almost full build, and she's looking at a healthy goal right now. 11k. That's 3k above his laning opponent, Tutu. That's 5k above BB onto the mage.
5k, I mean, it's deadly, right? Like, they got to be careful. They definitely got to be careful here, especially with JD. I mean, that's probably going to be the win condition here for DTE, especially into these team fights, into these engages, is jumping onto JD and making sure he's getting taken down. Because as soon as that gets taken out, obviously, then it's PHY, and we've seen time and time again, BB's been able to get access onto PHY within these team fights. So, like you said, it's all at kind of like a drop of the pin, right? Like, if AG mess up a team fight, DTE could be back in this one.
Exactly, but look at the item builds, Blam. The mid lane, the roam from AG, both got their splendor, so engaging on that wouldn't be an easy case for the side of DTE Gaming. And look at JD. He's slowly building towards the ominous premonition here, so realistically speaking, we will need BB to really catch out JD off guard. But BB, you have to go through power control. You have to go through Dowhen. You have so many things you have to go through, so he has to find the miracle engage onto JD.
Exactly, like I said, a drop of the pin, but here it is, PHY, maybe getting dunked on here, but the Splendor does come through. Is it going to be enough for BB to get into the backline? But CM is now into the backline as well. Splendor being used onto Saber. That is going to be enough to keep him alive, but PHY does go down, trading for CM, but then into the backline is Dowhan and Yulong, putting it back onto the side of DTE. JD is getting the kill onto the Lucian, and down goes CC for now. That is a double kill. We don't have the minion waves just yet into the mid lane, but they're looking to push this bot side of the map.
Bot side minion waves goes in. BB single man alone for South DTE Gaming here. Can he make the miracle play to really stall out this push? 20 seconds onto the clock, and AG knocking onto the crystal, securing the 2-1, the victory, and securing themselves the top spot for the playoffs.
Yes, AG Global, welcome to the playoffs. I mean, they have to go up against Nova Esports, but they are now one step closer to getting to KWC for themselves. So unfortunately for the side of DTE Gaming, their run ends here, but it's been a glorious run for them to get to the play-ins.
It is respectable. It is true blood, sweat, and tears for both teams here. But it is the reality of esports, reality of honor of kings. One team goes, one team stays. There will never be all winners. There will only be one winner. And today, the winner of this series will be All Gamers Global.
Yes, All Gamers Global confirming their place into the playoffs, as we've just said there. Obviously, they are now, their next challenge will be Nova Esports in a best of 5. So they are no longer going to be at the sort of the turmoil of a 2-0 defeat. Will they actually turn it around against Nova Esports like they have done before historically, especially within the Season 3 qualifiers as well? But Nova Esports, they are the champions of Season 3. They are still looking very strong within the regular season. Can they still do it against AG Global? But it does mean that AG Global still have that second chance, right? That if they do lose against Nova Esports, they go into the lower bracket. And if we're thinking about the IKL, right? Who fell into the lower bracket? Who became the first seed? Kagendra. So anything can happen at this point of the competition for AG Global.
Anything could happen, but before we go into the upper brackets, we gotta put some focus, Black. Put the focus back into the other play-ins bracket, the BO3 we had between none other than O2 Esports and Team Secret. We had a banger of his first series in match 1. I kind of have to wonder, at this point, O2 versus Team Secret, these both two teams are neck to neck, looking aside O2 Esports, fresh, young blood from Weibo Gaming. They come to O2 Esports. They want to make their first qualifier win in Malaysia to really secure themselves the international performance, the international appearance. For a side of Team Secret, right, they reform into the super roster, but so far, this super roster hasn't been performing up to our expectations here. Can they find back their form into this play and really blossom into this top 2, top 3 finish team that we've seen so far in HOKS2 and in KC 2024?
I mean, both of those teams are probably going to be watching AG Global, right? And they're going to be like, hey, guys, we want to be the victor of the last play-ins matchup as well, because they want to go through to the playoffs. But again, they still have a very tough challenge ahead of them. They have BSE waiting for them in the wings. So they've got to be careful on who goes through and what they show in this play-in match. But I feel like we haven't seen everything being showed here for the side of AG Global. We're still waiting for that golden global standards for AG Global that we were waiting for in the entire of the regular season.
Exactly, the golden form from AG Global has yet to be seen, but slowly but surely when they play the BO5, when they play the BO7, maybe it will start to slip up, because as of this now, as of 6 weeks of MKL into the playoffs, they have only played BO3s, and towards the next stage when they are fighting Nova Esports, we might see the BO5 come out, and maybe that's where they show their true form. So definitely something to look out for.
Definitely something to look out for, right? I mean, that was definitely not the cleanest game from AG Global. It was definitely better than their Game 2 performance. Obviously, we took so long to get the first blood onto the board, around about 11 minutes and 30 seconds. But we got it a little bit earlier this time around, thanks to obviously the control ward as well. But that whole initiation, that whole thing was down to the initiations. But we are going to be throwing it to the stage, going over to Choo Choo to see how AG Global feel about that victory.
Our playoff starting off with such an amazing start, setting a tone for the entirety of the day. But nonetheless, we have to thank DTE Gaming for such a tremendous, huge game. And we want to present the bow from the side of DTE for such an amazing performance. Unfortunately, they cannot advance forward because this is a single elimination bracket for them. But the real hero, they don't end here. The real hero will just gonna bounce back and wait for them to come back as a hero. So thank you so much, DTE, for such a relentless, fearless performance to join in for MKL this season. Now before that, DTE want to say thank you personally to all their audience here live on ground. If any of you can check under your seat, if there's any prizes or gift under your seat, please audience, check under your seat. If anybody got any gift, wave it up so we can see who's the lucky winner. Anybody got? It's supposed to be a jersey. Find yourself. Anybody can get anything from under their chair? No, nobody's lucky today. Yoma? Yeah, wave it up. Now that's going to be on the courtesy of the side of DTE Gaming. Thank you so much, DTE Gaming. They even give so much support and love towards all their audience as well. Now for the next one, we have our winners interview, of course. Here with me is going to be Saber, the roamer for AG Global. How are you feeling right now, Saber? You can use the mic. How are you feeling?
Very happy.
Very happy. He has to think when it comes to happy. Okay, we need to ask you when it comes to the first game, right? Now there was a bit of tug of war between you guys, a bit of push and pull all the way. But for the first game, What happened? You guys did not fight DTE's Marco Polo. Tata was not against you guys. Was it an advantage for you when it comes to you as a support with your farm laner? Or was it something that's a bit unusual for you? 你感觉到第一局的时候，我看到你们的射手对他们的压力不是他们的射手，那就是 Marco Polo。对你来说，那是更有时还是对你自己感觉有一点不安心啊那个情况。
我觉得还是比较好打的吧，因为我们本来打对线打马可就肯定是好打的。
They said that it's actually an advantage for them because if it's against Marco Polo, it's still a good matchup. But for them changing of the lane for the opponent's marksman was still an advantage for them, maybe because of the draft seems to be a bit more on their side. Now, I want to ask what happened to game number 2 for you guys because you guys were winning, but suddenly there's a big comeback come from DTE and sweep away that game off your hands. Now, 第一局的时候发生了什么事？因为我看到你们可以关闭那游戏比较快，但是他们又回来了。那时候你们的沟通、你们的想法，那时候感觉到什么事情发生了？
我觉得每一个人都有一点小紧张，所以才会导致这样，太紧张了。
They think it's because of the pressure. They're all a bit too excited because it's almost close to finish, but because of the over-excitement and over-pressure makes them sometimes lose the grip of their confidence and make mistakes. Now, last but not least, we do know your next match, which is going to be today, will be against Nova, also your arch nemesis, and you lost against them in the last tournament. Now, what do you have to say to Nova? 我们知道上一场的比赛不是这个比赛，别的比赛的时候，你们已经对他们之前已经对过他们了，你们失败的时候，对吗？说是这个是你们是救赎的游戏，你对 Nova 有什么要说吗
？We will get revenge.
We will get revenge. Nova, did you hear that? Get ready and buckle up because it's going to be an interesting matchup later today. But thank you so much for our Roman AG Saber and see you guys after the game. But let's break it down to our casters. Casters, take it away.
There we go. Thank you very much, Choo Choo, for that interview. And unfortunately for DT Gaming, obviously they took their bows and they took their defeat well. But we're going to sing the praises here of AG Global and the performance of both of these teams in this game number 3, right, Sagi?
Wow. Just look at Saber though. 1-1-17 onto the Liang as the roam. And kind of interesting though, he has more gold than PHY onto the Princess Frost as the roamer.
Hey, I mean, it's definitely what he needed, right? I mean, 17 assists is definitely going to give you that, and especially that extra kill. I think his kill went to first blood as well, so definitely has that extra little bit of gold over PHY into the mid lane. But also Yu Long here, 619, is going for the Rey Mysterio KDA, right? Like, he was going in there. Those initiations were pretty huge onto the side of AG Global, but it was like he was saying in that draft, is like whoever gets the best engage wins, and definitely most times out of 10 with that one, AG Global showing here with that victory got the better engages.
Exactly, and so far we've seen during the game, I gotta give props to Dulong and Saber. They played a very beautiful game of Honor of Kings. They did so much for their team, providing so much pressure and space for JD to really prosper in these team fights. And if you look at these stats real quick, Saber rocking 100% team fight rate. Every engage starts from a power control. Every engage was him locking down key targets, and the detrimental, the most crucial engage was his power control onto none other than Turtle's Direnjie.
Exactly, such as Direnjie, it was definitely try to make the most out of those team fights, but like we saw towards the end of that one, right, like that last team fight where they took out Judge was very difficult for the side of DT Gaming to come back. It was kind of like it just almost seeing them crumble, but overall, obviously, yeah, having the almost close amount of damage to JD's Lady Sun, we're seeing here the utility of the Direnjie.
Exactly, but realistically speaking, both teams were not really having a lot of team fights. It was just skirmishes after skirmishes, and the biggest team fight was really the mid lanes. Multiple times into the final fight where they truly caught out Turtle with the power control. And look at the gold graph real quick, Blam. it was smooth sailing until that fateful catch onto Turtle's DNJ, and it just skyrocketed for ENG Global towards the end game.
Yeah, again, just I think overall, all three games have had a little bit of a different story within the goal graphs, right? Like game 2 against game 1 was completely different, and then game 3 was a little bit more reminiscent of game number 1, but there was still some struggles onto the board here for ENG Global. But in the end, they were able to take that defeat, like you said, as soon as they got the lockdown onto Judger towards the end there, and able to get those kills onto the board, get that wipe, and then obviously the minion wave crashing through to the bot side of the map, just set them up for that victory that they needed to get themselves into the playoffs.
Exactly. So if we look at the storyline, we can definitely decide who is the MVP of this game. It's definitely Saber rocking that 1-1-17 KDA with the 12% damage, with the 15% damage taken, and a total goal of 15%. But definitely, Blam, it's not about the stats. It's about how much he was an influence towards the series, towards the game as the backbone of the team.
Exactly. I mean, it wasn't about the stats, it's about the catch, right? I mean, you can see the catches coming through with that 17 assists for the side of ENG Global. Saber definitely being the savior for the side of ENG Global within this one, but it was definitely the pairing of PHY and Saber overall, right? Because, I mean, if they didn't have the Princess Frost in terms of having that huge AoE damage from the Winter is Here, I feel like the team fights definitely would have got in favor more so towards a DTE gaming, because the fact that the only other damage output they really had was the Lady Soon as well, right? So obviously JD wasn't always very present into the team fights. He was kind of having to be very absent from them because of that early T1 takedown into the bot side of the map. So he had to get resources from elsewhere, but once he got out online, that's when the damage came through.
And that's where the damage came through. And let's check out the highlights real quick. This was one of the best plays that Saber done so far, dodging that knockup from Maestro to fully utilize the power control. And this was the second fight so far. I believe it was a 2v2 play into the mid lane where they got a 2-for-2 trade, but hold on a moment, I think that was another play.
Yeah, another play that obviously got the turnaround for the side of DTE, which we thought the comeback was going to come through, especially here. We do see that the control ward has been put through. There's Chicha go down, there's Hao going down as well, and then it just kind of crumbled apart there. Jun falls, obviously BB falls as well, as then Sihan has to kind of retreat to the bot side of the map to try and push away those minions, but it was just the fact that Daohan, especially after such a minor defeat into his own jungle, came back with such vengeance.
Wow, just look at these plays. ENG played the team fight so well, always dropping just a member, and this was the last fight. Popping the Hao onto the roaming item into the final engage for the side of ENG Global, sealing the fate of DTE Gaming's journey in the MKL playoffs. But let's check out the playoffs bracket real quick, as ENG Global has advanced to match 3 BO5 against Nova Esports.
Yep, so obviously before we get into the best of 5 playoffs, we are still going to have that best of 3 with the play-ins against O2 Esports and Team Secret. Like you were saying earlier, Sagi, it's a little bit of a kind of like two tales of two towns for these two teams, right? The fact that both of these teams want to get through into KWC, both of them want to qualify for their next international tournament, because so far, neither of these teams in 2025 have yet to get to that international stage. So there's a lot on the board here for both O2 Esports and Team Secret in this next best of 3.
It will mean a lot for either of these teams to really prosper themselves and push forward to be able to secure that KWC slot into the upper bracket to fight against BSE. But definitely, Blam, both these teams will have to show us who is the real king in the play-ins to secure the slot, this opportunity to fight against Blackstreet Esports.
Exactly that, right? I mean, the challenge only starts here and then gets harder as they go through into the playoffs. But obviously, next up is going to be O2 Esports against Team Secret. This is going to be your 5th and 6th seed from the regular season. So will we see a little bit of a same old like 2-1, or will we see either of the unleashed potentials of these two teams of O2 Esports or Team Secret?
Ooh, these two teams in terms of their overall ranking, 4th and 5th, they are definitely really tight in terms of ranking and their mechanics, their strong early game, their macro rotations. Just have to see how consistent and how disciplined they are when it comes to this key deciding match of today. Whoever wins goes over. Whoever loses drops out of the tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, we will definitely head for a small break to let these players warm up themselves to really get into the form. So don't go anywhere. Go get a rest, grab some drink, grab some snacks, and we'll see you in a bit, right here once again, and we'll see you later.
Tagging stings. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
AG 的话肯定是靠运气上来啦。
他们现在在前3的一个位置也是有点出乎预料的。Their team have weakened after they changed their jungle and their marksman. That is a very bad decision from their part.
我们 AG 在这个比赛肯定会越打越好，加油！
最期待击败的队伍 BSE, one of the strongest and still strongest. We might have a slight chance to beat them.
赛前去复盘他们走位还有时间点，
非常强劲的队伍，有手法有思路，
我们就把自己做好，没有一个队伍是我们的对手。不管是接下来的比赛还是什么，只会一直赢。
谢谢大家对 Nova 的支持，我们会一直赢下去的。Mantap dalam playoffs. Jangan lupa beli merch kita.
AG 是最棒的，我相信我的队友、我的团队都可以的。
支持我们 Team Secret， 我们肯定会进沙特的。
你们可以的话就来线下看我们比赛，我们会赢的。
6月8号记得来上位 Pyramid 见证我们捧杯。
渐入境的线头角落里探索的宇宙，银河国再次列出线。时间就展开这漩涡，数1个、2个、4个，我要一只蝴蝶飞过耳朵。We're really in this way I go， 自由我穿梭，会发生的无需闪躲。Young blood we born to be free， 驯服了焦虑，时间流就当作心理切换为主场游戏。如果我跃入深渊。恐惧就没了善气，看猫咪伸手拨动了第几维度 ，Vibrate my super strength。Roll the dice, 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 dice， 不随意的存在 ，nine, nine, 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 nine。Roll the dice, 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 dice， 我存在，在 ，Infinite world，anything, anything goes，anything, anything's possible。Anything's possible. Rakan muda, coba kita monimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
The House of Partings claims victory. A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. A blur of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth. Memories fade like smoke. We live and die like fleeting shadows. If love's promises still endure, why does the world offer only sorrow and parting? My flute's name is Tears of Parting, and its every note tells of sorrow. I laugh at the decay of righteousness and ascend the 12 houses of Jade Summit. I've seen every human emotion, but I've never seen a promise kept. Parting tunes sound till dawn, making the night even colder. Betrayed love and broken oaths. What defines the martial world? Companionship without betrayal, and yearning without farewells. The unfaithful must be executed. The House of Partings claims this land.
The post-match evaluation system has been updated. So how exactly do ratings work?
In short, your rating depends on how well you fulfill your hero's core responsibilities in your assigned lane. Every lane and every hero is unique and important. When you play different heroes in different lanes, your responsibilities change as well as the rating criteria. To keep ratings fair, the system analyzes dozens of factors based on your lane. Each lane has different responsibilities, which means their evaluation criteria vary massively. Even within the same lane, the rating criteria adjusts based on each hero's specialty. For example, in the Clash lane, Miyue prioritizes split push metrics like deaths, damage to towers, and gold to damage efficiency. Meanwhile, Lianpo focuses on teamfight metrics like damage taken per death, teamfight participation, and assists.
Junglers and marksmen are more likely to get MVP. But what about other classes?
All classes are important and irreplaceable. This system is designed to be fair to all lanes and all heroes. For example, as a roamer, the system compares your performance to the hero's global average across all matches.
How is split pushing evaluated? Does it score lower than keen fighting?
For split push heroes, the system calculates total structure damage. Being a solo destroyer, destroying towers alone triggers a highlight, granting bonus points. And destroying the enemy crystal alone gives massive bonus points. But remember, only use heroes good at split pushing for this. Play to their strengths. Every hero's contributions affect their rating. Split pushing won't always give you a lower score than team fighting. If you focus on your hero's main responsibilities, you can still earn a high rating.
If a hero can play both support and mid, does the rating change with the lane?
Generally, yes. The same hero has different rating criteria in different lanes. However, if you ruin teammates' experiences by using extremely off-meta lanes, your reputation points may be deducted. First, protecting your KDA is unnecessary as the game does not have a losing team MVP star protection mechanic. Such mechanics can encourage toxic MVP competition, like Xiao Chao's behavior here. We want to foster a fair and friendly game environment and dissuade teammates competing against each other for MVP. The new system only compares your performance to global data for that hero. Your score depends on how well you fulfill the hero's responsibilities. Second, an SSS rating requires exceptional performance, but lower ratings also grant rewards. You will earn ranked points for ratings from A+ to SSS. The new system introduces many different highlights as rating factors, making evaluations more rational and accurate. If you want a high rating, don't miss these highlights. Want to know more about highlights? Stay tuned for future community updates. Wait, I haven't told you the biggest news yet. The new evaluation system launches in Season 11 with a brand new post-match interface. Got questions or ideas? Drop a comment below and let's talk before we finalize the update.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jiangnan? Look, we meet again.
真的要和我一起去神域吗？爆发了咒印的人，最后都会死吗？去过神域的人，如因生还。
你们11家族的命运永远不可改变。
让这命运败于我的剑下。
开运！
快躲开！
开运，我们来了！去吧！
咒印是你们应得的惩罚。
解决咒印的源头是神。
海阴咒印爆发，必须处死！杀了 雷震能审判我哥哥。
你逃不掉的，海燕。
Dark forces are gathering. The evil will soon break forth from the seal. Seal the evil! Just as I expected. I stalk the night, vanquishing evil with my foe! To banish evil, my own life is a small price to pay. Heavenly Wolf, heed my call! Attack with me! The will of the Heavenly Wolf forges my bow!
The moon shines on the ocean, lighting up the way home. Your mind is sharp, but not as sharp as my sword. Today is a bad day for the enemy. Justice of the moon! Moon! Blind them!
It's called tough love. 3 to the left, 3 to the right. Twist and turn. I so got this down. Uh-oh. Hey y'all, listen to this one. I'm in a terrible mood. What a plain-looking, disobedient brat. I'm so gonna snitch on you. It's up to you how much excitement you can handle.
Are you the seeker of today?
I am Ogron, the seer.
A fated encounter.
Back to the marsh!
A chance encounter can still lead to friendship. How could you put it like that, Master Seer? I'm just here to report. There are no enemies that fate can't bring together.
AG 的话肯定是靠运气上来啦。
他们现在在前3的一个位置也是有点出乎预料的。Their team have weakened after they changed their jungle and their marksman. That is a very bad decision from their part.
我们 AG 在这个比赛肯定会越打越好，加油！
最期待击败的队伍 BSE, one of the strongest and still strongest. We might have a slight chance to beat them.
赛前去复盘他们走位还有时间点，
非常强劲的队伍，有手法有思路，
我们就把自己做好，没有一个队伍是我们的对手。不管是接下来的比赛还是什么，只会一直赢，赢，赢。
谢谢大家对 Nova 的支持，我们会一直赢下去的。Mantap dalam playoffs. Jangan lupa beli merch kita.
AG 是最棒的，我相信我的队友、我的团队都可以的。
支持我们 Team Secret， 我们肯定会进沙特的。
你们可以的话就来线下看我们比赛，我们会赢的。
6月8号记得来上位 Pyramid 见证我们捧杯。
Let
another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Where we land is where I go. 只要我穿梭，会发生的无需闪躲。Young blood, we born to be free。驯服了焦虑，时间流就当作心理切换为主场游戏。如果我跃入深渊，恐惧就没了善解。看猫咪伸手拨动了地气，We go vibrate my super strength。Roll the dice, 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 dice。不随意的存在，nine, nine, 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 nine。Roll the dice, 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 dice。我存在，在。Infinite world, anything, anything goes, anything, anything's possible。
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feel the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. of worth, compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling higher. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost.
The stage is set. The moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. The MKL Spring Season 2025 Playoffs.
Kali ini BSE mereka tiada full tank. Manakala Nova Esports mereka ada Jampe.
Team Secret. It started with a spark. All gamers global. Now we burn with purpose. O2 Esports. We were just embers once, ignited by the dream of becoming champions. DTE Gaming. Today we witness what that fire can become. Black Shrew Esport. Together we rose from glowing embers. Nova Esports. And now we've seen what it means to truly shine. Only the best remain. Dreams will clash, pressure will rise. Witness the crowning of a champion.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sagi. Alongside of me is Blam. Blam, we saw AG Global pull through and they secured themselves a seat into the best of 5 against Nova Esports. And sadly, DTE Gaming, with that loss, they are out of the playoffs contention for the MKL title and the KWC ticket.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said at the close of that match, right? Like, there's always going to be a loser, and unfortunately for this time around, it was DTE Gaming. But obviously, we do have another league that will be later on in the year, so maybe they will come back a little bit stronger, a little bit more defiant than AG Global next time. But honestly, AG Global, for me, in that matchup, even though they've beaten DTE Gaming twice within the league, especially the regular season, they still seemed a little bit more better formed than they were in the regular season, for me personally anyway.
Oh, that is definitely true. But let's check out the current upcoming matchup between O2 Esports and Team Secret, with O2 Esports filing K1 into the clash lane, calling their star jungler into the jungle, O2 Care, the playmaker, into the mid lane, X1 as their farmer, and White, their import from the China, as their roamer. Go over to TS for me, Glam.
Yep, so it's going to be Nono onto the support role, Shishan, Xuan up into the clash lane, Sun into the farm lane, and Gushing into the jungle. So again, a little bit of new faces for those that haven't been watching the regular season. Team Secret's lineup has changed ever so slightly in terms of their support and their jungle as well.
Exactly. Looking at these two teams, right, they are actually really tied neck to neck. Similar play styles, similar playmaking potential, very strong early game for both teams. It's just that the discipline, the macro rotations really matter when times hit, especially in this crucial BO3. One small mistake will really tackle their chances towards the playoff. And let's check out the head-to-head real quick, Glam.
Yeah, so the tackling in the head-to-head is going to be up into the clash lane. It's going to be Xuan against K1. The average KDA is pretty much neck and neck. The damage per minute is obviously going to go over to K1, as well as gold per minute. That's going over to K1. And then obviously hero pool overall, Xuan is taking the hero pool by 1. I'm assuming it's that Lubu pick, right? Because not many of the players within the MKL have picked that Lubu up into the clash lane.
There's also the oopsie of playing the Zhang Fei as a misclick, so they are tied 8-8 if we don't count that in. So for both clash lanes, right, K1 is known for his Xiangyu, the Hegelman / multi-man engages. Xuan is known for his Lubu to counteract these Byron, these shield units. So both clash lanes have their signature picks, but definitely Dharma is going to be a key contested pick as for both clash lanes into the series.
Yeah, I think just like last series, right? I mean, Dharma is definitely more of a contested pick within this global ban pick. We saw it obviously towards the latter part of the series between AG Global and DTE Gaming. And then for the previous 2 matches, they obviously was banned as well. But for these 2 teams, like you say, the Dharma is probably going to be a hotly contested pick, just like most of the clash laners within the MKL. And we really saw it there. Obviously, Dowhan's performance on the Dharma was very good in that previous series. Also, obviously, those catches with the Truth Mantras definitely paid off for AG Global.
And it definitely did pay off for AG Global. We've seen from time to time, he was silent, he was on the flanks. The main stage was set by Saber with the power control last game, but definitely, this Daohan onto the Dharma was looking for these backline engages, these simultaneous engages to really form these leads for AG Global to close out the game against DTE Gaming. But definitely, we have to give focus towards Team Secret and O2 Esports, and it is now or never as the winner goes on for the potential entry towards KWC. For the side of the loser, they are out of the tournament entirely.
Exactly, so it's either do or die, unfortunately, for either of these teams within the MKL, but we are going to be joining the teams' walk-ins now, so you can see both of these teams and how they are feeling going on to this best of 3.
Team Secret, Xuan, Guxing, Shisan, Sun, Nuonuo, and they will battle against another opponent, O2 Esports, K1, Kongling, Care, X1, and White. Let's start off the series between these 2 gigantic teams with a fist bump.
And blam. Just check out these two teams. They are determined. They are looking for the slot to the KWC to challenge Blackstroke Esports or actually get the third slot as well. So both these two teams, the first step to KWC is to defeat their opponents in this important series.
Yes, exactly. Very important series, just like the last play-ins, is definitely going to be the eyes on the goal here for O2 Esports and Team Secret. But this is where the challenge starts. But like I said, obviously, before we went into break, this is only where the challenge begins as well, right? I mean, going into the next part of the bracket, into the playoffs against BSE, again, the top seed of the regular season, is going to be quite the opponent for O2 Esports or Team Secret.
That's why they have to prove themselves worthy to be able to challenge one of the MKL giants, BSE, in the upper bracket Best of 5. But right now, their main focus, their main target is to defeat one another and secure the only slot available, as the loser goes home, the winner advances for a chance to the KWC. So definitely, we have to see both of these two teams, their discipline level, their macro level, as both of these two have been mentioned before the draft, before the games. They are similar in terms of early game strength, in terms of mid game strength, but in terms of closing out games, being caught off in the side lane, they have that mistake from time to time.
They do have that mistake from time to time, right? It's like we were saying previously as well, obviously, Team Secret have been a team that have been pretty much having international presence for the majority of last year's season 2024, right? But this year, it's been a little bit of like a Team Secret on a good day are amazing. Team Secret on a bad day, they have a very low floor. So really, I feel like it's trying to just find that identity for Team Secret going into this play-in to try and get into the playoffs, that they are going to be on their high day, on their best performance against O2 Esports, because they're not an easy target.
They are not an easy target. They have took out Nova Esports before, AG Global before in their Best of 3 series in the regular season. But as well, where is the Team Secret that you have mentioned? They were 2024 second, third place finishers, but coming to 2025, they couldn't make it to HOKS3. They were losing constantly to AG Global, BSE, and Nova in the regular season. So right now, we have to figure, is this a Team Secret after TNX left, or have they not really gelled together as a team?
I think it's just obviously, it's a bit of a new identity, right? Like we have obviously Gushing and obviously Noah as well onto their draft. So I feel like these kind of things take a little bit of time, and especially with the variable of obviously playing in front of a crowd. But this is going to be game number 1, draft between Team Secret and O2 Esports. Team Secret going to be over to the blue side, O2 Esports on the reactive red. So what is going to be the priority here for Team Secret, do you think, Sagi?
Ooh, as we mentioned, I think the Dharma is definitely going to be one of the key focuses for the draft for both teams here. And as we mentioned, the Dharma, the Maestro, all these enablers, the backline assassins being banned out from the side of Team Secret onto O2 Esports and Diadia. And one more ban is going to be locked in. It will be the Luna being targeted on Gushing. But yet again, they are looking to trade the Arlie and Pei between these two teams. The Arlie being locked in for Team Secret Son, his signature pick here.
Yeah, the Arlie that didn't actually surface at all in the last series comes through for the first game of Team Secret here. They'd rather not play against the Luna or the Diadea. Obviously, Noir on the Diadea can give a heck of a performance. But then over to the side of O2 Esports, they lock in the Zhangfei. They lock in the Pei. So Kongling on the Pei is going to be looking for some great early games, some great aggression with O2 Esports.
Pei onto the Kongling is having a field day. He's rocking those stats so far. He has 7 MVPs in the regular season. So this Direnjie, Zhangfei, and Pei combo spells one thing. Early game, domination here. You win from the laning phase versus Arlie. You have the jungle supremacy. But on the side of Team Secret here, they go for the Byron and Musashi here. They want to match the early game. They want to duke it out in the early phase.
Yeah, I mean, not only just match the early game, but also take the Byron away from the Pei, right? Because, I mean, that is one heck of a combo that we've seen through multiple leagues, is the Pei and Byron combo, especially within the early game, especially with that side lane pressure. And like you were saying, Direnjie here is just that classical counter towards the Arlie as well into the farm lane. But going over to the second banning phase here, banning out the Mai Yin, looking at trying to shut down a little bit of potential into that Clash lane, but also overall to the O2 Esports, they're looking to get rid of the Liempo, get rid of the Sakir here as well. So potentially in terms of the support, what could we look for here? Could we potentially looking at like a Hue 1 for some, obviously some sustainability, some heals coming through for the side of Team Secret?
There's still Dolia for the double due to death. double shield coming out for the Byron, so there is still opportunities for Team Secret. There's also the Yuhuan, as you mentioned. So O2 Esports here, they lock in the Dune Clash lane. This is not something that we usually see in the drafts for these teams. Dune Clash lane is very rare, and I think this is the first Dune Clash lane so far that we have in the entire MKL.
Correct, yeah, I honestly think you are correct with that one. I don't think there has been a Dune Clash lane just yet, but obviously with his recent buffs, obviously those that are in game, he has definitely had a bit of a buff into that Clash lane matchup, right? And I mean, going up against the Byron as well, you're going to want somebody that has a little bit of self-sustain, somebody who can kind of tank a lot of Byron's damage into the early game as well, but also disrupt his big engages with that Wind Slash.
And you gotta remember, the Gale's Benediction, the true damage goes through the Tick Byron shield. So it's a decent matchup when you think about it. Healing, true damage, everything makes sense for this matchup. And when we're talking about where is the healing gonna be, what's the Ronin gonna be, it's gonna be the Yuhuan Dolia being locked in for Team Secret, the double Unending Sorrow, the double due to the death coming in from Team Secret to really counteract O2 Esports draft, because you gotta lock down the paint, you gotta lock down the DRNJ. What's better way to do it? It's gonna be the Musashi double ultimate. For the side O2 Esports here, let's think, what are they gonna lock in the mid lane here, Black?
Mid lane, obviously, they do obviously have the likes of either the Princess Frost, obviously that just generally paired nicely with the Dune. They could go with something like the Lady Chen as well, just something a little bit more control, or even the Yixing, right? Yixing's still available, but they're not going to burn him out in that game number one. It's going to be the Princess Frost that we were speaking about, but we were both right in our own respects, right? Yuan and the Dolia both coming over from the side of Team Secret. That's a lot of sustain, a lot of healing already potentially for the side of for Team Secret, right? Like that's going to kind of enable a much longer team fight for Team Secret.
I kind of love both teams' draft, right? For Team Secret, you are playing towards the win condition, or you can play towards a Yuhuan win condition, as we've seen so far from Nova Wendy, right? So definitely both teams have a similar identity. Team Secret, you play towards the Yuhuan early win condition. For O2 Esports, you play towards the Pei and DRNG's early tempo here. So it depends. Can the early tempo succeed in this draft, or can Team Secret hold towards until early scales?
Exactly. I mean, early scales, obviously early game, she has an early game scale and a late game scale, right? Obviously the Doomsday coming through first for the side of TS Sun is going to be the main priority for the side, for Team Secret in this early game, right? They just want to make sure they lock in the Doomsday, get that power spike before X1 on the D-Ranger does also. But it's going to be interesting to see how they actually use this Dune up into the Clash lane. I mean, already we're seeing that Xuan is leading the Clash lane here with that level 2 lead for now, and looking to give over a little bit more resources here, potentially Sun to take up, but so we can just get that Doomsday, like we were saying previously, online a little bit quicker.
Exactly, smart lane swap here coming in from Team Secret here. As we know, if Arlie cannot tackle the farm lane, she will oftentimes be swapped towards the mid lane as she has the Maple Dance, as it's easy for her to clear the waves. So right now, Guxing here, softening up the waves for TS Sun, has that spell too, and she's further rotating towards the jungle to speed up the clear for Guxing here. So good stuff coming up so far from the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, they're looking to put the pressure on and looking to just make sure that they're not going to get or fall to those level 1 invades from the side of O2 Esports, right? But Kongling paying a little bit more different here. Definitely not kind of taking any of the jungle camps from the side of Team Secret, which is a little bit unfortunate. And they got to make sure they get that extra resources from elsewhere, which we can see here into the mid lane. Bit of a heavy focus here for O2 Esports.
And a very specific playstyle as well. They wait for the Zhangfei to reach to the mid lane, so it activates the jungle item and the roamer item, so the full gold gets funneled towards the Pei. So both teams have a similar playstyle. You want to funnel gold to the early from the side of Team Secret. On the side of O2 Esports, you want to funnel gold to O2 Kongling, their main carry of the tempo game. So definitely it was a clash between to see which of the carry actually performs in this really detrimental game.
Very detrimental game. I mean, everybody wants to get that first point on the board, right? I mean, we saw it with AG Global. It gave them a little bit of a buff, a little bit more of a mental in that game number 3 towards DTE Gaming, but it can still go that full best of 3. And I can imagine so between these two strong teams that best of 3 full is on the board. But right now, we've seen obviously the clear goal lead being neutralized by both of these teams. We're not quite at that 4-minute mark yet, so we're not going to get that neutral objective fight just happen just yet. So looking for priority into the bot side of the map is O2 Esports.
And Team Secret gets the fire beak. But still, as you mentioned, an equal goal lead so far. Teams haven't been really shoving the waves, haven't been clearing the buffs here. But look at mid side though. If they get this mid priority, they might just be invading towards the red buff. Hold on, the bot side.
Ooh, the Unbridled burst into the winter is here. It's going to cause first blood for the side of O2 Esports. It does go over to I believe it is White there that gets that one also. But right now, it's going to be first blood across the board. Also, potentially the T1 here does need the minion wave to crash through to order to get that.
They get the consolation prize. They traded the Crimson Golem because they invested more people, more members of Team Secret onto the top side. So it's a trade of resources. 1 kill for 1 buff. It's still okay. Goal lead still is even by. Oh no, Nono gets caught out.
Nono gets caught out. The flash in with the wind slash. He's going to get the knock onto Nono. He's able to get it alive, but this is the sustainability from the side of Team Secret that O2 Esports don't have. We have the Storm Flash come in as well with the Byron, able to just force away O2 Esports for now.
That was almost a good play coming from O2 Esports here. They couldn't get the execute the final damage onto Nono's roam. Shren using the Primal Portal, teleporting mid lane, following up with a Flash Bomb Strike to secure some spells coming in from K1 here. So right now, 3v2 coming to the bot side. Gushing might be caught out.
No, he's going to force away there. He does get obviously hit with the CC, but he also managed to get the extreme speed out of there. So definitely got himself into a safe clearing before O2 Esports could get on top of that one. But it looks like they're going to get the Tyrant overall first off. So a clean Tyrant here for Team Secret is definitely going to pay off onto the likes of TS Sun.
Man, TS Sun is having a very good early game so far. This is what we're talking about. Early game. Whichever carry gets the early game will dictate the tempo of the game. And right now, Sun has the Doomsday. And he's currently rotating towards the top side to look for these towers. So right now, we have to see. This upcoming fight will really decide who controls the mid lane game later.
Exactly that. I mean, right now, Team Secret are looking pretty dominant here, obviously into the enemy jungle as well. We do catch Gushing into the back line. The Wind Slash doesn't actually connect onto the Musashi, the duel to the death onto White. Clears him out, but also gets a takedown onto Gushing. So currently a 3-1 trade overall for the side of Team Secret. That is TS Sun with the Doomsday, with the Tyrant buff coming through very hot and thick in these team fights.
Not just 3 kills, that's mid tower as well, just 5 minutes into the game. This early game has been a masterclass performance coming from Team Secret. They want all the trade-off aside from that early level 1 level from first blood here. And right now, Shren is further slowing down the top side push coming in from O2 Esports here.
Yeah, trying to get the push into these side lanes. Obviously, we saw it early on with obviously the T1 down to the bot side, but it looks like TS Sun's looking to try and just neutralize that wave clear as the minions do come crashing in. So potentially, we could get the T1 trades across the gorge for now. But there we go. TS Sun gets the first turret on the board.
Man, talk about goal lead here. 5 minutes 40 seconds here. K1 getting chunk out. The passive is burned, but Shisan here responds with his own ultimate here, and it gets respect by the Mermaid's gift. So right now, Gushing here looking on the flank.
Yeah, Gushing looking on the flank. He does get hit with the Wind Slash, but I mean, it's going to be a dude level 7 going against the Musashi, but the Musashi does get taken down thanks to Care once more. The Winter is here as well as the Frigid Prison locks him in place. So Care on this Princess Frost has been putting in the work. He's definitely keeping O2 Esports for now afloat.
Oh, Kongling here almost being caught up by Son here. As we know, Son, he's heavily fed. He's really the main carry right now. Even though they answered back with a kill onto Gushing, that's 3,000 gold lead on 6 minutes. That's a very big lead for someone who's playing early into a Direnjie.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 3-0-1 KDA, and obviously building the Shadow Ripper now, he has the second itemization, but overall, obviously, going for the physical defense boots as well means that obviously Kongling, K1, Direnjie are not going to have the easiest time of trying to melt down the Ali because she is a squishy hero. But we see here, TS Sun playing a bit of a masterclass here with this pick.
Yep, he is known for the early, one of the best earlies we have in the MKL. That's why most of these teams, they do not want the early to go over to Team Secret here. And right now, they are showing us that they have the early game, and Kongling, can he really pull back the game towards his hands? And we have to see. O2 Esports, you have a super early game draft here, and early scales better than Direnjie here. So we have to wonder, O2 Esports, how are you going to make a comeback from this position?
I mean, Ali scales better, Musashi as well going into the late game, as well as obviously the Byron also. So I feel like it's definitely going to be hard for the side of O2 Esports to try and get a little bit more of a victory into the latter part of the game, especially with this pressure being put in on here from TS Sun. A lot of macro, a lot of just trying to put pressure into these side lanes for now, but overall gold lead being about 4k gold for the side of Team Secret is definitely not where O2 Esports wants to be right now.
Definitely not where O2 Esports wants to be, and they spot out the mid lane and 5 players strong, 10 players strong immediately going to the bottom middle side of the river.
Oh, yeah. We do see, obviously, Chuan into the backline there, trying to just catch off Kongling, trying to keep him away from the team fight. Gushing in with the duel to the death actually misses out the Unbridled Outburst thanks to the CC immunity from the ultimate, but back in the line is going to be taken down. K1. X1 looking like he's trying to get it alive as well. Shishan trying to get the CC onto the side of O2 Esports, but it's just enough to push them away, opening up these T2s into this mid and bot lane, potentially into the clash lane as well.
Very fast tempo coming from Team Secret here. Eamon is building a 6,000 gold lead, taking down that tier 2 in the mid and the bottom, and soon to be in the top side here. And right now, they have full control into the jungle of O2 Esports here. If you have no camps, if you have no waves, Kongling is gonna get starved on his pay pick here.
Yeah, not having the greatest performance, right? I mean, he is ahead by about 400 gold overall, but when you go up against the Musashi, you need a much bigger lead here for something like the pay. And the fact that they haven't been able to pick up a single Tyrant for the side of O2 Esports means that that extra bit of damage that they really need right now is just always taken away.
Well, most of the gold is sacrificed from the hands of K1's Dune, on the hands of Karis, Princess Frost. Just look at their gold. It's almost tied to the Zhangfei of their team here. They're forced to build defensive, and there's still no healing reduction coming in from the side of O2 Esports. Where is the Venomous Staff to counteract the double healing coming in from Team Secret?
Yeah, where's the Blazing Cape, right? I mean, we normally see Onto the Dune, Blazing Cape, one of the first items, and obviously into a tank build, but still works very well into the Clash lane. But we do see here, Kongling going for a bit of a Hail Mary play, getting the T1 up into the Clash lane, putting a little bit of pressure onto the side of Team Secret, but is that pressure going to be created enough to make O2 Esports last a little bit longer here?
Ooh, that is the only place that he can go for to actually find farm right now, so it's still a positive play. This might be a 5v4 here coming in from O2 Esports. They do want to get a chance, but no. They secure the Azure Golem, they back off. They know they have to scale, even though they get outscaled, but holding their high ground is their only way of finding success into these upcoming team fights here. And this Crimson Golem that's about to spawn in 5 seconds might be a breaking point for both teams.
Could be a breaking point for both teams, right? They've got to be careful. I mean, that T2 up to the top side of the map is looking pretty low, and there it is. All it takes is one flash dash from the Byron, and then down it goes. We're already seeing that the damage coming through the Byron is already starting to hurt not only the side of O2 Esports, but those turrets as well. They're looking to potentially bait around this Shadow Overlord, but you know what? No, let's go for the Shadow Tyrant instead.
And you kind of wonder, right? 10 minutes mark right now. Ali solos the Tyrant. No one of O2 Esports can actually march towards to contest any form of objective, let alone being able to trade for the Overlord here. And you look at Ali's item build. Yeah, they secure the Shadow Tyrant. She has Curious as well. The item, the secondary item before the Ominous Premonition. So she's considered tanky as well when fighting against the likes of Dune and X1 on the Dirinjir.
Yeah, like you were saying though there, Sagi, like the fact that TS Sun was able to solo take the Shadow Tyrant and O2 Esports couldn't do anything about it because they've been so pushed back to their higher ground turrets just shows the position of power that Team Secret have created in this game one between themselves and O2 Esports. And the fact that they got the Primal Bond and they're going to go for the Shadow Overlord just to put a little bit more salt in the wound.
That is X7 jungle domination. 7 camps counter onto O2 Esports jungle from the side of TS Guxing here. They're slowly chunking them out. 6,000 gold lead, and the Shadow Overlord Shadow Vanguard has been cast towards the bottom side of the map. They are looking for the game-ending push, or at least getting these tier 3s, plucking them out.
Yeah, I mean, they're just poking and prodding for now, obviously waiting for those Vanguards to come through. O2 Esports have been able to kind of neutralize the minion wave, so we're not going to see any kind of big dives just yet from Team Secret, but it is on the cards as these Vanguards do come through. Obviously, Shishan just trying to bait out a few skills, trying to get a little bit of CC onto the backline as well. White just trying to chip away at the damage. Also, K1 already tanking quite a bit of damage, at least 1/5 of his health, and able to take the Vanguards into the mid lane means that higher ground turret is going to stay alive for now.
Okay, that's the first wave of Vanguard stop, but the Overlord is marching towards the bottom side here. Can they defend this? Is there any form of engage coming in from the side of Team Secret?
Potential, right? I mean, they're definitely Kongling taking too much damage for my liking here, but K1 does dive in with the Unbridled Airburst as well, coming in and committed, but it is going to be the all the depth into the back line. Will we can see Guxing fall down, but no, it's the sustainability from the side of Team Secret that keep him alive and enable them to open up these higher ground turrets as well for the side of Team Secret. I feel like this one is going to be written out here. O2 Esports may have to go a little bit back to the drawing board to try and get a point onto the board, but Guxing being so impressive here onto the Musashi as the crystal is falling thanks to TS Sun.
TS playing the early pick to a perfection here, winning out the early game here and snowballing their early game lead into towers, into team fights, into buffs, slowly chunking out, choking out O2 Esports resources and securing game 1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just going the same kind of MO as what AG Global did in their first game of game one. It's the fact that it was just a clear, concise victory. Whatever O2 Esports drafted did not go well at all. Obviously, the dude up into the Clash lane didn't quite have that same effect as was really hoping to, but we kind of see that into the team fights, he was really hoping for the potential of the Unruly Blade as well as the Unbridled Outburst to really connect together, and it just didn't.
It just didn't. And for a fact, the dude was a sacrificial lamb alongside with the Princess Frost. They were not getting gold. They were being pushed out so fast into the game. The mid tower dropping down at 5 minutes. The jungle being invaded over and over, even though they got the first blood. The mid that they failed to kill Nono onto Dolia was really the key difference on making sure that this pay that O2 Esports drafted didn't get the tempo he wanted.
Yeah, the tempo that they really needed to create for obviously the pay didn't quite come through, as you said there, Sagi, but then also obviously the lack of shutdown onto the Dolia, obviously giving up with the Celestial Melody, which didn't seem that crucial, but it was definitely one of the undertones for Team Secret's victory, right? But here, let's look at the itemization. Let's look at the KDA of these fellas onto the side of Team Secret and O2 Esports.
Looking at Son, he's rocking 10,000 gold himself, 304 on that KDA, already finishing that Daybreaker. As we talked about, O2 Esports Team Secret, they have a similar playstyle. Team Secret, they are banking on Son to carry the game with the early pick. On the side of O2 Esports here, you're banking on X1 to limit Son's early game, but it doesn't seem to be the case. They lost the mid-game team fight. They got snowballed by Team Secret. Team Secret was just toying with their food, just waiting for the correct moment, securing double objective and ending the game with no problem.
Ended the game with no problem, but I mean, that's the thanks to obviously the likes of the Dolia and the Huon, right? Like the fact that Sustain came through, but not only that, Shishan on the Huon actually had the most damage as well, so 85.1k, and then you've also, not only that, on top of that, you've got Sun hitting you with the Harley with about 55.1, and then Schwan into the back line with the Byron. Obviously, the sustain coming through from this pick is just so crucial into these team fights. And you can see right here, the main components was the fact that Shishan, Sun, Nuanua, and Schwan were in those team fights all together. And then Gushing was just kind of just like, hey, I'm going to join in a little bit later, extreme speed in, use the duel to the death, and just climb in on top of Hong Ling.
The Dolia Yuhuan pick coming in last for the side of Team Secret's job was really comfortable to watch. It's like, they say that, okay, we're going to play Sun, but we're not a single carry team comp. Shisan is able to carry with double Unending Sorrow, Gushing is able to carry with the double due to the death, so there's a lot of different style, different ways of DPS that's coming in from Team Secret. Hence, look at this graph, smooth sailing towards the 4th minute mark. When they lost the team fight in the mid lane, immediately it pounced towards the side of Team Secret, scaling towards 10,000 gold lead end.
Yeah, the mid fights to fall to the side of obviously Team Secret, but then obviously getting the Tyrant as well was definitely something that O2 Esports just didn't have any answer for, right? Like, they didn't get any kind of like neutral objective on the board either, so no Tyrants, no Overlords. It was just constantly a Team Secret show into the jungle, but they were able to get the 2 towers obviously into the side lanes. We saw the pressure being kind of already trying to be put onto the board thanks to obviously K1 down into the bot side of the map there, just trying to get that damage onto that T1 early, didn't quite get it, but then that's when Team Secret really punished them there.
Team Secret punished them well, they reacted properly, and let's check out the MVP of Game 1. It's not gonna be Sans early, it's gonna be Gushing. Although the KD is not looking too good, but you gotta understand, he was the difference maker in making these key engages to pick off picks such as the Pei, such as the DNG, such as the Princess Force. He was always the one to pull the trigger.
Exactly. I mean, you're going to see it in the game highlights as well, is the fact that, like you said there, Sagi, it's not always about the KDA. Yes, he got 3 deaths, 2 kills, and obviously 2 assists, but it's what he did with that, like how he got into the back line, how he used the Illuminated Slash to obviously block some of the projectiles, especially from the likes of the Pei as well. So, and obviously total gold, 22% as well. Definitely what he needed to make sure and maintain his position of power over the Pei.
And let's check out the game highlights real quick on how O2 Esports lost their tempo against Team Secret. This was the fight. Son securing the kill onto O2's Kong Ling, and further, this was the game changer. So they went for invade, they got the kill onto Care, they got the kill onto 3 members on side of O2 Esports. Yes, you got the buff, you got the kills, but still, if you drop the mid tower, there's so much room for Team Secret to really invade your jungle, clear out your resources, and it just stops you from being able to have the space to farm.
it did stop them from having the space to farm. There was always push to their turrets, and obviously we can see here, obviously O2 White with the Bright Light Burst really tried to make it effective, but that build to the depth towards the end was just so impressive, right? Just going straight into the back line, cleaning up the side of O2 Esports, and then just opening their Crystal Bear for the side of Team Secret. So again, another clean game one for these two teams.
O2 Esports gotta go back to the drawing board, gotta reset their mental here. If not, it's gonna be a story of O2 getting that O2 by Team Secret. So they gotta figure out what went wrong game one. Was it their mental game? Was it key picks that went wrong? The Dune, for a fact, didn't really perform up to our expectations. We expected some 1v1s into the side lane by K1 versus Strand on the Byron, suppressing the Byron pick, getting the priority. But in fact, Team Secret noticed the fact that, hey, we don't want to lane against your Dune. Your DRNG, yes, in theory, you win against us in laning phase, but still, we swap our Arlie to the mid lane, we get priority everywhere on the map, letting this Arlie scale comfortably towards the Doomsday.
Yeah, that's the problem where they had to begin with, right? Is the fact that they let them just get that clear access into the Doomsday, hotly uncontested from O2 Esports, but when you kind of like have a Masashi and a Byron pretty much like guiding across the gorge, as well as obviously Huan and Dolia, it kind of made it hard for them to be like, right, okay, so where is TS Sun actually going to be? Because most times out of 10, he was out of lane, getting that resource up, pushing the top side, and then ultimately pushing the bot lane as well. So overall, I feel like it was just like, yes, Gushin got the MVP, but TS Sun was also a vital part of that win because of the fact of not only Shishan into the mid lane, but also Noa into the support role as well.
They played the trio rotations while securing all these neutral objectives, securing all these space for their laners to play well, avoiding all these tough matchups. But let's leave that for later. Let's check out Game 2, the draft between Team Secret and O2 Esports. Whether or not O2 Esports can come back from the series with a 1-1 over Team Secret, book their slot into the upper brackets with a 2-0.
I mean, rightfully so, Team Secret here do ban out the Arlie, right? They got it for one game. The mistake of O2 Esports is they allowed the Arlie to come through here for TS Sun, but they do take away the Lung as well, right? Which is another one of his great picks. A little bit of a mixed bag in terms of performance, however, because sometimes he's kind of used Infinite Vastness a little bit too early, a little bit too kind of coy in terms of a retreat rather than use it aggressively. But now it's down to Team Secret's reactive red side here. Do they lock in the Zhongfei? Yes, they do, as well as the Monkey here. So already starting off with a solid front line.
Those two front lines are there to take up all these flaming palms coming in from long here. So good picks coming in from Team Secret so far, but we still gotta think. O2 Esports here, are they opening up more room for some carry picks? Are we going to look at the All-Grant? And ladies, one of Kong Ling's signature pick coming out in Game 2 of a deciding game here. For South Team Secret here, you might just lock in the Lady Sun here, as all the DRNG here to really counteract this Long's early game, right?
Exactly, right? Like locking in the DRNG would be perfect for them, or maybe even looking at something like the Consort U that we normally see sometimes, obviously using those protective wins from her second skill. But they're going to lock in the Chano here. Again, another late game carry for the side of Team Secret. And Sun on this pick, it means that you can obviously use those traps as a little bit of vision, try and create a little bit more of a vision score for yourself.
On the side of O2 Esports, right, I kind of have to think, doesn't it look similar to AG's draft in the Game 1 where it's all blue?
So far. I mean, definitely Team Secret going for a little bit more of a color palette, not quite uniform as a side of O2 Esports. But looking at these bans here, obviously looking to focus a little bit more up into the Clash lane. Obviously, Byron's been taken off the board here for the side of Team Secret. Still available for the side of O2 Esports if they really want to go for it. But really, they want to look for something with a little bit more control as well, right? I mean, they have the Destructive Deluge from the Lady Chen, but maybe something like the Mayin could be something great to pick off the backline here of Team Secret.
Ooh, Mayin is definitely one of those picks that you have to look out for. The damage, the engage to nuke the backline for the side of O2 Esports. Care, KX1 onto these squishy picks, right? If you think about O2 Esports, right, are they going to go for the Dolia into their signature Dolia Xiangyu kind of combo here? And Team Secret, what are you planning here? Are you planning for a jungle pick here and saving the Clash lane pick? But no, they say we want the Charlotte, we want to dominate the side lane.
Dominate the sideline clearly might come through here for the side of Schwan. I mean, he did it in game 1. Why not do it in game 2 with the Charlotte? But I do like the fact that they ban out the Ganon Mo as well here, because I mean, in terms of obviously damage for the side of Team Secret, the fact that they have the Dongfei, the fact that they had the Monkey, means that they would have so much space for the likes of Shishan on the Ganon Mo just to just lay waste with a couple blades, right? So taking up the board for here for the O2 Esports, I feel like is a very good call, but they still have the likes of Princess Frost for themselves, or they could go for another control mage as well into the mid lane potentially. Ooh. But Dolia and the Lane get picked up for the side of O2 Esports, so very similar to what AG was going for, right? Bar the Lady Jen.
Yo, that's very blue team composition, and so far on the side of blue side, with the Lone Pig have 100% win rate so far, based on the series we saw in the series between AG Global and DTE Gaming here. And the side of Team Secret here, as you mentioned, they saved the last pick for their mage player Shisan. Maybe the Nuwa is going to come out, maybe some trick picks like a Shangguan is going to come out. We have to see what's the decision here for Team Secret in the last pick off in 2 seconds.
Or I mean, something like the Angela could come through here as well, right? Like anti-tank obviously has the CC immunity from her ultimate as well. If you can kind of position it well. No, it's going to be the Nuwa. Again, a lot of damage for the mid lane Nuwa.
Oh, both teams' draft does spell lots of team fight, but yet again, O2 Esports, you're drafting tri-core late game. The Augra, the Long, the Elaine, these picks need time to scale. Does Team Secret allow you to scale? We have to figure out. But definitely, both these two teams, when it comes to the 4th minute mark, will definitely have a banger of a team fight that we're going to see to really decide the game tempo of this game 2 deciding game.
Yes, banger of a team fight, and obviously using that wave breaker is going to be a way of trying to sort of slow down the likes of the Charlotte as well as maybe even potentially Chano into these team fights. But overall, the success of the Lung so far has been 100%, right? So having that Lung here, can O2 Esports do it justice and keep that 100% win rate here for the side of O2 Esports? But I feel like with the lane, with the access into the back lane, with the Dolia, it should be a good matchup here for O2 Esports.
Definitely, we have to check out game 2 between Team Secret and O2 Esports. Will O2 Esports secure a breath of life into the series, or will Team Secret book their slot and eliminate O2 Esports from this play-ins?
Potentially. I mean, it's all on the cards, right? Like, it happened in the series number 1, went full best of 3. But right now, obviously, Shishan was able to get to level 2 prior to the Lady Chen into the mid lane here. Obviously, taking the River Sprite as well. Itemization, obviously, gold as well. Looking very even into the mid lane overall, regardless of those.
Smite comes in from the side of No here, securing the Fire Beak on the side of Team Secret, securing a small lead for his marksman here. So right now, both teams on both sides playing a rather similar style where both of them are playing mid jungle, and on the side of bot side, Shizan here giving a little bit of pressure onto the side of X1 onto this Long here.
Yes, putting some pressure onto Lung. I mean, that's what they got to do, right? They got to make sure that the X1 doesn't quite have the space that he needs, right? Like, you can't leave a Lung alone and just, like, expect the late game to go into your favor.
I agree, especially when it talks about the 1v1 matchup, X1 versus Son, Long versus Channel. It's Channel favorite, but however, if you add in the equation of the roamers, the Dolia and Zhang Fei here, it sort of becomes a 50-50, but the regeneration, the lifesteal goes over to the side of O2 here as they has more healing to sustain the lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they definitely need to do something right. Like, right now, O2 Esports and Team Secret are going to go head-to-head in these terms of brawls, right? Especially when, obviously, the priority into the bot side of the map is in the favor of O2 Esports. But can they just maintain this pressure onto the side of Team Secret? Because they're definitely putting it into the mid lane, right? Obviously, using the teleport here. It's going to be Kong Ling to just make sure and mitigate that wave.
Both teams having a very similar playstyle. Attack the bottom. Don't let Long, don't let Channel farm comfortably. Look at Care. He ditched 2 waves to sit at the bot side, and right now, a 3v3 pulls off into the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, getting those 4 blocks there, the Annihilation just being sidestepped by X1 was enough to keep him alive in that little interaction. But obviously, Annihilation being used, they have to be careful. Okay, the Flash being used here by Schwan, but he's able to use a dash over the wall, so he's not going to be caught out just yet.
Xuan here, a bit overzealous here, but pulls off an escape. Nothing too crazy so far, just a flash burn here, but look at the Monkey though. He might want to attack this red buff, but yet again, he thinks less, and then, the teleport goes to the boss side.
Yeah, looking to put more pressure into the bot side of the map, obviously, as the neutral objective is going to be spawning in about a minute's time. So definitely where the pressure needs to be built here for the side of Team Secret. And I mean, from their performance from last game, the way they took a hold of those Tyrants, I can imagine we'll see the same thing here again for the side of Team Secret.
We gotta figure it's gonna definitely both teams, compared to the early game that we had last game, it's still a 50-50 and both teams are playing towards their core strength here. Look at the Ogren here. He's having a decent goal lead over the Monkey, but that's by sacrificing O2 Cares farm onto the Lady Zen. But definitely that's how O2 Esports play.
Yes.
They funnel the jungle, they allow the Ogren, they allow O2 Colin to play towards his comfort with all this goal lead. But hang on though, bot lane Susan gets pumped out.
Yeah, Shishan is just chunking a lot of damage there from those flaming palms, and obviously from the second skill of the Lady Chen as well, getting a few hits onto the side of Team Secret. But like you were saying there, Sagi, the fact that Care on the Lady Chen doesn't really need the itemization in the early game, right? As soon as she gets to level 4, that's where the utility of the Lady Chen comes through, right? Like the Destructive Deluge going to be so oppressive, a lot of damage onto the enemy team, but it's not going to be enough to deter away Team Secret from this Tyrant because they have the pressure into the mid lane as well as the farm lane has been neutralized.
But yet again, they pick the avoidance style. They don't want to fight the early game. They steal away the Crimson Golem on the side of Team Secret. So it's still equal trade so far. And for both teams, they might be collapsing towards the bot side where X1 is looking at. So X1 here might be caught out.
No, yeah, it's just going to bait him away, right? Just say, like, using the emergence is a little bit as a false flag there for the side of Team Secret. Just like, hey, you might want to run a little bit further into that T2 so we can take your T1.
Still, T1 down, Infinite Vessels being used for side X1. As long as he doesn't die, it's still fine. But hang on though, they are looking to counter this Crimson Golem here. There's only 2 men coming from Team Secret, though they might be caught out here. As K1, look at K1.
Yep, the Umbrella Bus does get taken obviously onto the side of O2 Esports, but T-Sun's got to be careful. We do see the passive passing come through as well as the Death on Sunset. It is going to be the first blood going over to Kong Ling this time around.
That was an overzealous invade here coming from Team Secret. 2 men invading a Crimson? While the whole team, wait, hold on a minute, X1 gets boxed out. He doesn't have his Infinite Vessels yet, so the Annihilation might come true, but still, both teams are fine as of this moment here.
Both fine at this moment, but again, a little bit overzealous here for K1, just trying to freeze that minion wave between those 2 turrets so that one could crash through into the T1. But however, they do lose the Clash lanes T1 as well, so already creating pressure is going to be Team Secret once more. And you can see that TS Sun just playing the same way he played the Ali, right? Just putting pressure onto either of these side lanes where he can.
But he has burned the flash. Another double Death at Sunset here will catch him out very easily here. So, as we talked about, O2 Esports, they just have to survive the early game and they will have a draft to really laugh in the late game here. And right now, only 800 gold here, but hang on, the minion gets caught out!
Shishan gets taken down there by O2 Care as well as K1. The Destructive Deluge was a bit too destructive for the side of Team Secret. Able to get that T1 down to the bot side of the map though. Schwan was able to freeze the wave between the T2 and the T1. So again, just playing that same kind of strategy here. They're playing it very well, but O2 Esports are trying to pay back that lane priority.
Hey, trade towers, but extra 1 kill will take it. As we mentioned, O2 just have to play towards the late game here, and they are more than self-sufficient to fight Team Secret's team composition. So Team Secret, you gotta amp up the pace.
They've got to amp up the pace, right? They've got to make sure they're maintaining this pressure into these lanes. But again, TS Sun maybe getting caught out here. Destructive Deluge was just a little bit from the pale in terms of the damage that needed to be enough to take out TS Sun on the Chano. But it's going to be enough to make sure that he's forced back to the recall, right? So again, away from the team fights is going to be TS Sun for now.
Ooh, TS Sun gotta be careful here. He's been getting caught out very frequently here. Not the same performance that we've seen so far compared to his early performance. Maybe it's because the channel does not have the mobility to funnel all his thoughts. So right now, both teams, a bit of a 50-50. Goldie still goes over to the side of Team Secret. The kill lead goes over to O2 Esports here. And they're quite tied, am I saying right, Glam?
Very, very right in saying, right? The fact is they're able to kind of neutralize the gold lead to around about like 400, 500 gold, and now it's going over to the side of Team Secret once more. Like, they're definitely kind of like ebbs and flows between these gold lanes, between these 2 teams, and you can kind of tell by the team fights and how when they strike, it's like, hey, we're strike while the irons hot. Let's use a Destructive Deluge pretty early on, just try and do a lot of damage onto either Shishan or Sun, because once they both go down, where's the damage going to come from Team Secret?
And both teams here looking to counter the Crimson Golem here, and Crimson Golem secured for the side of O2 Esports as, once again, half of passings allows Kong Ling to walk around the walls or ignore terrain. So he secures that easily. So definitely a +1 for the side of O2 Esports here. I gotta give a bit props to Care though. He's not taking any. He's not taking a lot of like resources, but he's making a lot of plays so far.
Not a lot of plays, but I mean, that's the Lady Champ for you, right? Like, just dropping the Destructive Deluge, getting the knockups onto the vital people, enemies onto the enemy team. It definitely is how you play the Lady Champ, obviously sacrificing your resources just for that utility of the pick-off. But right now, it's not seeming to stop Team Secret too much, like you were saying earlier, Sagi. They are still pushing for these neutral objectives. Okay, the Path of Passing does come through. Will it get contested here? No, Shishan gets the kill onto the Tyrant here, so the extra damage is still going to go over to the side of Team Secret. Next team fight could be pretty hard for the side of O2 Esports to try and tank here. They do obviously have Kongling on the Orgren, which is going to be their main soak, but is it going to be enough?
Well, he's completed the Ominous Premonition, the Eye of the Phoenix. He's definitely gonna be a very solid tank before the channel gets the Daybreaker here. So, Team Secret, they gotta play around your power spikes, right? Because right now, if you look over the side of Team Secret, yeah, they're waiting for some items coming in from channel. The Daybreaker, the Pure Sky coming in from Sean. On the side of O2, just the same as well. They're waiting for the Blood Rage from the K1. They're waiting for the Daybreaker, the Stormbreaker coming in from the side of X1 here. So both teams playing the same playstyle towards this 10-minute mark.
Exactly. 10-minute mark is probably more than likely the case here for both of these teams. Okay, backline access. Shishan does go down. It's going to be K1 getting that kill, but right now for the fastest being used onto the side of O2 Esports just to put pressure onto the backline. But both the Unbridled Outburst as well as the Dream Roam is still up, however. But there we go. K1 a bit overzealous there, getting that 3v1, but it's going to be traded for Schwan for now. Is this going to be the opening up for the side of O2 Esports that they need? Not quite, because TS Sun is back on the board.
Ooh, but hang on though, they get the Azure Golem and they might be knocking down on this mid turret here because Shisan is nowhere to be seen. He was taken down in the previous exchange here. But hang on, 10th minute mark, both objectives spawn, but from the map state, both teams look to solve the objective here. But hey, O2 Esports, they are the late game scaling team. They secure the Tyrant here. It might be their time to shine into this mid-late game.
Exactly, they definitely need some kind of time to shine as well, right? I mean, the fact that Team Secret haven't been able to kind of take the gold lead from them just yet, yes, by a few hundred, but we're looking at those kind of few thousand gold leads. I mean, they did reset the Tyrant there, which could have been pretty detrimental to their momentum going into this latter part. Oh, Gushing there, trying to get the steal. That one had me on the edge of my seat. I was just like, guys, no, don't let that restart define you.
Oh, if he stole that, that would be a heavy tempo change for the side of Team Secret. But hey, items are coming in from both teams here. So if you look at Marksman, they're equally tied in gold, but they need the penetration items to penetrate the tanks coming in from both teams, right? So both teams are playing in a similar tempo, I would say, but right now, the Tyrant is secured by O2 Esports. They have more combat ability when it comes to these team fights. But hey, if you're O2 Esports, you gotta handle the waves first because you want to fight. So it's a 50-50 for both teams.
Yeah, exactly. You've always got to have somebody away from these team fights like we're seeing right now. Schwan is just trying to get the push into the top side of the map, and we've got nobody to actually run up towards to stop that right now. I mean, K1 can kind of adjust at this point in the game, but we have a Vanguard at the T2 territory into the Clash lane. It could go down here, but it looks like they're going to be able to kind of fight it off using the move slash here from the L lane. But right now, still, once again, team fights taking place in that mid lane.
Look at Kongling, he's just playing around with the path of passing. He knows for a fact that there's no damage coming in from Team Secret to really take him down. But still, the Annihilations, yes, it does not hurt Kongling, but it still hurts the squishies coming in from the side of O2, like Care, like X1, like White here. So they gotta look out for these long-range snipes.
They gotta look out for the snipes. I mean, because it's definitely gonna kind of take either the momentum away from them, or if they're able to dodge it, it means that that Annihilation isn't gonna quite hit the same the impact that it should have for the side of Team Secret, right? Gushing is just kind of just getting that same consistent damage onto the monkey, but for now, it's just not going to be enough to chunk him down. It's just going to be a little bit of annoyance for him. But right now, O2 Esports and Team Secret are just trying to get pressure into these side lanes. The T2 just fall down into the bot side of the map, which is a bit troublesome for the side of O2.
Well, that's one thing for you. Team Secret, with drafting the Shadow Pick, has the superior side lane here. Although they can't fight 5v5, they have the side lane here. They will always bait out O2 Esports to expand one player to handle the side lane.
Yeah, they got to always have somebody tending the garden right on the side of O2 Esports now, which is probably not a privilege you want to give up, especially when you were so close in terms of the gold lead, and now it could steadily, slowly go away from you. Neutralizing it right now as I was speaking. But honestly, Gushing's just there. Like, hey guys, I mean, I'm going to go into the team fight. I'm just keep that's what he's doing, right? He's just keeping an eye on Kongling. He wants to know where he is at all points.
Another Flame Bomb to the mid lane, and they secure the eventual tier 1 tower from Team Secret. So 13 minutes. Well played from Team Secret. They defended so far so good, but hey, both teams tied into the gold lead, 4 kills to 1, but still really tight. It will have to see a big team fight being break out to really break over to see who gets the lead.
Exactly. I mean, they definitely need it, right? But I mean, right now, in terms of obviously where we are situationally with either the Lung or the Chano, they're looking pretty much neck and neck, right? Obviously, we do see X1's able to get about a 400 gold lead there into that lane alone. He has the Starbreaker, he has the Eternity Blade, he has the Master Sword as well. It's just, at that point in the game, they need to just get to the late game for this Augur and for X1 to really shine in these team fights and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it kind of spells one thing though. Both Clash lane will be the key difference maker for this team. So K1, he has to find a catch onto the channel, onto Shisan's Lua. For the side of Team Secret, Xuan has to find these backline engages on X1, forcing the Infinite Vases from him so he cannot be participating in these team fights. So both teams have the same purpose. It depends on the Clash lane.
But even then, right, like if Xuan's able to be successful to get that Infinite Vases up, they still have that Celestial Melody from the Dolio as well, right? Like, so they can burn one, but they can't burn two, especially without taking some kind of like collateral damage. But O2 White just using the Wave Breaker there, just trying to keep them away from this Shadow Overlord. But this could be pounced at any moment. Gushing, there it is, the Bright Light Burst, as well as the Death and Sunset into the backline there, trying to catch out Shishan, but he gets out alive. Gushing is into the backline of O2 Esports. Emergence comes through as well. Shishan is back into the team fight. We do see Care being taken down. That's a lot of damage, but also to the side of Team Secret is going to be Shishan going down. So overall, 2-2 trade. TS Sun trying to put the damage onto Kongling, but is it going to be enough? No, he gets the execute as well. So this could be a huge setup here for both of these teams, but right away, Burning Palms comes through, claims Xuan as well. The only person standing is going to be Nua, and he gets taken down. They can start this Overlord with ease.
Man, out of the entire team fight, yes, K1 falls eventually, Carrot falls eventually. Look at Kongling! He didn't even burn the Blood Rage. All the spells were expended onto K1. The shield, double shield coming in from Death and Sunset, the Blood Rage bait out so many skills. It baited out the flash coming in from Son. It allowed Kongling to effortlessly take down the channel with no ease. He couldn't escape from the path of passings. It was so easy coming from O2 Esports.
Yeah, it's so easy for O2 Esports. They kind of like played it very well, right? I mean, obviously with the resurgence of Nua into the team fight, I feel like there's a bit of an overstep there from Shishan. He was really hoping to have a little bit more of an impact.
I agree. I think that was an overzealous play. He wanted to go for the backline to force out the Infinite Vases or to chain down CC to burst X1. But he got caught up by the Flaming Palms and immediately nuked down. And right now, three-way strong, marching towards the base of Team Secret here. We have seen this before. Is this a game-winning push, or is it just to pressure the tier 3s?
Potentially to pressure the T3s, right? I mean, we do see obviously both the Zhangfei as well as Charlotte and as well as the Chano being kind of expanded into the mid lane, but it does mean that the T3 into the farm lane does get taken down. So overall, a good little bit of a trade there for O2 Esports, claiming their first high ground turret.
Expending a few ultimates just to claim that tier 3 onto the bottom side. And right now, the Shadow Vanguard has joined the combat. They want to resume the push. They are looking to put a stamp onto this game to pull the series into a 1-1. But can they do it? We have to find out in this upcoming push.
Yeah, I mean, they are behind by about 3k gold now, so obviously Team Secret playing a bit of a backfoot here. Dream Roll does connect onto 2, but the Conductor Souls come through as well. Care has to be careful. He does drop the Destructed the Luge into the team fight before getting out, so the damage is going to be there for the side of O2 Esports. We get the claim onto Gushang as well. So already a 1-0 trade for O2 Esports, and their big tank has been taken away from them. Monkey is no more.
Monkey is no more. There's no flash onto the channel. He has to be careful. Once the Celestial Melody, once all these big cooldowns come for the side of O2, they are going to knock on the channel once again with the double Death and Sunset. So, one more thing. If you don't have flash on the channel, you don't get to contest this upcoming Shadow Tyrant that O2 Esports is about to start.
Exactly. That Tyrant is going to be what they need for the side of O2 Esports, right? I mean, they're already doing a lot of damage. Giving this over to them into this late game is going to be troublesome for the side of Team Secret because they are not formulating these team fights the way they should be.
They are actually not formulating team fight that they really should be because this K1, even though that he's been the ones to fall in the team fight, he's been creating so much room, so much damage space for X1 to take down these tanks because If the channel wants to go forward, there will always be the lane to stop him. If he goes forward, he's going to be taken down by the double death at Sunset.
The double death on Sunset has been very crucial for these games so far. I mean, we've seen it both in the series today, and it's definitely very frightful. But for the side of Team Secret, they don't have the utility of that if they do lose this game, right? Because they've already used the Dolia, and we are on the global BP. Sage's Sanctuary being built here for X1, obviously having a little bit more of a lifeline if he does get taken out and doesn't use the Infinite Fastest at the right time. But on Bright Light Burst connects onto 2, but is it going to be enough? K1 into the backline, takes down Sun once more. We're getting some more kills coming through here. Shishuan is getting the kill onto K1 as well. So overall, a 1-1 trade, but they do take the high ground turrets into the mid lane. So definitely, again, O2 Esports are just gaining that momentum. They need to keep putting it on.
Slowly but surely, they are looking to aim down 3 high grounds coming in from Team Secret here. They have plucked out 2, and right now, Shadow Overlord is about to spawn on the map in 10 seconds. Once they secure that, or will they just save it for the Tempest Dragon here? They have to secure one of these.
They have to secure one of these, right? I mean, did they go for it now, or did they go for it when it becomes a little bit more oppressive with that disruption to the turrets? I mean, right now, the only turrets that are alive are the high ground turret. It's the top side of the map as well as the crystal, right? So definitely, they could go for it, but if they can get a solid team fight here, they don't need it.
They don't need it, and right now, O2 Esports, you have 6 seconds to secure it, so can you burn it down in time before it despawns? Yes, they definitely can. So they secure the Shadow Overlord, and this one will add so much wave pressure. And look at that. The Tempest Dragon is spawned onto the bot side. If the Charlotte comes to join the team fight without attending the waves, we might see the minions backdoor to the bot side.
Yeah, they may do, right? They may do, but they have got to be careful. I mean, X1 here, he's holding on to the Overlord for the right time. Like, if they're trying to get, like, some kind of pressure into either of these side lanes, whilst they're trying to take a team fight, they're just going to drop the Vanguard down, and that's just going to completely mitigate it. But they could also use it in conjunction with this Tempest Dragon now as well.
Well, they're knocking on the Tempest Dragon right now, even though they are under the debuff of the Primal buff. So right now, they are looking to bait in Team Secret for a final fight here. There's a lot of wave pressure coming in from both sides here. But hang on though.
Looking pretty low. He does have the Sage's Sanctuary, however. He's resurrecting, but it's going to be a little bit too late for the Death on Sunset to come through. Is it Schwan into the backline, takes down Care, so a lot of the damage already for the side of O2 Esports have been taken off the board. Infinite Vastus has been used as well. Have to be careful with this latter part of the team fight. They are looking like they're struggling a little bit here. O2 Esports having the Hail Mary of those Vanguards for now.
But hey, they got 3 tier 3s. That's what they're aiming for. Sacrificing Carry, no problem. We gotta wait 20 seconds for Carry to come out, but you cannot wait for your tier 3s to revive. It's Honor of Kings. So right now, TS, they know for a fact, they start the Tempest immediately.
They start the Tempest immediately, but is it going to be the right call here for Team Secret or O2 Esports? Obviously, down a member is O2 Esports, and a lot of damage is already down as well. They got to make sure, because obviously the Overlords are at the base, nobody's there, but the minion wave is going to naturally crash in for the side of Team Secret. They don't have the natural minions, so they are going to have to send them back. But Shishan looking pretty low here, into the back line once more. It's going to be the lane, but he's going to play a little bit more carefully here. K1 knows if he's overextended, they've got to be careful. But there it is, the Conductor of Soul, the Unbridled Outburst onto the side of Team Secret. It's going to be enough to push him away, force the Sage's Sanctuary from Conling. He's got to be careful in this team fight. Looking at taking a lot of damage is Noir. But it is, once again, the Monkey and the Zhongfei looking to just soak a lot of that damage.
Look at the wave though, they are forced to back off. They cannot contest this Tempest Dragon at all. The wave pressure as we're talking about, even though they can fight 50-50 in the team fights, but still, all these engagements, but hang on, the Gushing might be stealing it!
Oh, the Dream Rope! Oh, he's not going to get it, and the Annihilation has been burnt out as well. Gushing is taken down. So already, the big part of that last team fight, that big soak of the Monkey is not going to be there for the side of Team Secret. They've got to be careful. They cannot make one mistake here.
They cannot make one mistake here, and all 3 waves are forming into the base of Team Secret here. It might be the game-winning push for O2 Esports.
Yeah, the Death on Sunset just come through as well into the backline, takes down Sun, so that's a lot of damage already been taken off the side of Team Secret. They are trying to defend their Crystal. Schwan with the last shred of hope. He's trying to clear out the minion waves, but there's just too much for the side of Team Secret, and O2 Esports bring this to a Game 3.
Another banger, back-to-back BO3 played to a full. Congratulations, O2 Esports. You pulled it to a 1-to-1. You are going to show us you're not going to be backed down just by a 2-0. Let's go, Game 3.
Yes, O2 Esports coming back with that one. I mean, we definitely did want to see a 2-0 after the phenomenal performance between both AG and DTE, right? Like, this is going to be the golden standard going forward for the MKL. But down but not out is Team Secret.
So right now, we got to figure out, right? We got to figure out, okay, Long still one of the best picks so far in the best of 3, and it's been winning from time to time onto the blue side. So if we were to look at the draft information, if let's say Team Secret gets blue side, they're gonna get Long. Are we gonna expand bans on it, or how is it gonna be? What is the draft that's gonna be formulating around this game 3?
Yeah, that's the exciting thing about global ban pick, right? Like, the fact is we're now going to get to game 3, and we've already seen like big picks like the Dolia, which really had the impact in those game 1 and game 2 for both of these teams, now taken off the board. And the fact that obviously Lung has been taken off the board for the side of O2 Esports, but still available for Team Secret, we can imagine that may influence the draft as well. But let's look at the item build for game number 2 between these two teams.
Man, just look at O2 Esports here. Look at X1. He went through the Pure Sky, the Sky Dome, the Six Sanctuary, and finally, the Destiny. How many items do you want to swap as a marksman here?
I mean, quite a lot, right? There is a lot of swapping, and I mean, when you get to that late game, you have to swap out to try and have the optimal point of these team fights, right?
Exactly, you want to be able to swap in between these items. It shows for a fact that these players have the APM to swap between items to counteract these crucial team fights when it counts down to a matter of seconds. Every second that they secure for themselves, they secure a one step ahead for their team fight.
Yes, post-game stats, let's have a look at those numbers as well. So a lot of damage coming up with the side of O2 Esports, right? So a lot of over 100k damage being dealt overall across the entire of the Gorge as well, right? I mean, 188k from Conling onto the Orgaran, 135k onto X1, but then we look over to the opposite side, and then Shishan there with 182. Really shows why K1 was always diving on top of either Shishan or Sun.
I mean, if you were talking about KDAs here, I think K1 did definitely a good job. He was the one to constantly bait out all these spells coming in from Team Secret members. If they expend too much, they can't take down Kongling. If Son's flash was forced, he cannot rejoin the team fight, as it's either he's gonna get eaten alive by K1's double death at sunset, or Kongling is gonna be hunting for him.
Hunting for him indeed, right? I mean, that's definitely the utility of the Dolia in the lane, which really played off for the side of O2 Esports. But the thing we need to look at here is the gold graph, which was very shaky, especially, it looks like a bit of a tremor, right? Like, it was going over to O2 Esports, it was going to Team Secret, then it was back up ever so slightly, and then the margins fell slightly, and then it was at that point, around about that 15-minute mark where they got the team wipe. That's where it kind of went astronomical for the side of O2 Esports, but even then, Team Secret tried to find their ways of claiming back that gold lead, and ultimately, towards the end, only being down by about 2k gold is not that big.
I think I noticed something, Blind. When it comes to like all these high ground defenses, when all your tier 3s are taken down, you get funneled by the mega minions, the mega creeps, right? So when it spawns into your base, you get more gold. So if the team doesn't really capitalize on this, they somehow funnel more gold towards the side of the losing team that has no more high ground, right?
Exactly. I mean, they're just kind of like at that point where you're just climbing up the minions. That's where. But speaking of where, it's where K1 was across this entire game too. He was always into the back line, and it claims him the MVP position here as well. 236, obviously KDA, not the cleanest, but it is the impact that this pick had. 26% of the damage taken, and then 17% of the damage dealt, but it was all about knocking out that backline of the side of Team Secret. If they did not have that access, Team Secret would be walking away with a 2-0 here.
Like you said, it's not about the KDA, it's not about the stats. It's about the contribution, the plays that he made in the game. Blocking out all the damage source, soaking so much damage, forcing out these common spells, these key common spells coming into the carries from the side of Team Secret. So he definitely, hands down, deserves the MVP of the game. But let's check out the performance of O2 Esports and Team Secret in Game 2 of the highlights real quick.
Yeah, the overall highlights here is obviously going to be a lot of kind of team fights as we saw towards the sort of like mid to late game here. But right now, we're just seeing obviously X1 always into the back line there as well with K1 just trying to get the CC onto the enemy team. But also, respectively, the comeback here for Team Secret, obviously using the Unbridled Outburst to kind of push away and stop that huge engage. But right there was the big mistake of this team wipe, right? Obviously, Guxing was already low. We saw Shishang go in with the emergence, already committed to it. He had to go down. He was too lost into the source. And then again, it's just a takedown of both Schwan and Nua on two different fronts here. X1 with the kill there, and then we get Kong Ling getting the execute onto Nua, which was really the precipice of that gold, like, stellar climb to the side of O2 Esports.
And this was the final fight. You have no Guxing, he failed the steal, and immediately punished by K1 with the double damage sunset.
Yep.
And right now, they're just toying with their food. There's too much minions. You can't clear this. And right now, the minions marching into the base, and that was a game win going for the side of O2 Esports, pulling back the series to a 1-1 in this amazing best of 3.
Yeah, very well played best of 3 so far. But I mean, it's what's at stake within this best of 3, right? Like, this is not just your regular season best of 3. This is your last chance. This is the play-ins. This is either the end for O2 Esports or the end for Team Secret, depending on how this draft's going to go. But speaking of the draft, we're going to get O2 Esports back onto the blue side, even though it was Team Secret's decision to go to the red there. So we've already had like quite a bit of winning on the blue side. I mean, I think it's still at least 100% on blue side, right, within the play-ins.
I think this stems from the position that you're in MKL regular season, because O2 Esports, they are ranked higher compared to Team Secret, so they are allowed for site selection into the last game. So definitely this contributes to, if they win, it contributes a lot for their regular season efforts. But still, it's a game 3. Team Secret, they have been backs against the wall before based on their KC24 performance, played 10 games back to back, so we still cannot count them out.
Can't count them out. No, absolutely not. But I mean, like we were saying, obviously in the game 2 post analytics is the fact that a lot of those big picks that really kind of like turn the tide for either of these teams, like the Dolia, has been taken off the board. So really, they've got to formulate something else here. Both banning the Lung and the Ali. They don't want those superior marksman heroes coming through for this game number 3.
Are they opening the Dharma for K1 here, or is it going to be the ban here? Dharma onto K1 is a signature pick here, but Luna being banned out from Kong Ling here. So K1, are you going to lock yourself here for the Dharma that you have been performing from time to time here and trading away the pay to Team Secret? Okay.
Potentially, obviously, trading the pay to Team Secret could be the cause here. Obviously, they've already used the Byron, so they'll have to think of something else up into the Clash lane. They've used the Charlotte as well. So, honestly, you can see here that O2 Esports are really thinking about it, but they do lock in the Dharma, as you were saying there, Sagi. It's been one of their big picks, one of their big performance picks here for K1.
Indeed. So for Team Secret here, you still have the Mayin on Xuan, but you don't have to pick it first. Look at what you want to prioritize on your draft here. Is it going to be the Guxing signature pay here that has done them multiple times, very successful early games here, or is it a Direnjie that Sun has traditionally known for to pummel these towers down and secure the early game here? So right now, if you think about Team Secret's draft, they can still pick the pay because O2 Esports, based on global ban pick here, they have already expended it in game 1.
They have, but I mean, I feel like it's more going to be potential of an Ogren here as well, right? I mean, the fact that they've locked in the Lian Po here, so Noah does get the Lian Po. Will we see the Lian Po and Lubu combo come through once again? I'm sure we'll find out very soon, but O2 Esports kind of trying to feel out or trying to bait that Ogren as well, right? Like the Musashi coming through here, as well as the Yixing, one of the biggest mid lane picks that you can have, especially going into this last part of the best of 3.
If you look at it, hey, if you can cleanse away from Dharma's true mantra, you can't run away from my words, my board. So right now, Dune being locked in from Team Secret's jungle here. It might still be a flex pick as we've seen so far in O2 Esports' first game, but still, Dune is still favored towards the jungle here. As for Team Secret, they look to ban out the marksman pick into their ban phase.
Yeah, look at the ban out the marksman. So Marco Polo being taken down here as well as the Lady Chen. So already trying to just aim at the mid lane pool for the side of Team Secret. Obviously, they've already used Nua. They've already used the Hue 1 as well. So we could potentially look at maybe even the banning of the Princess Frost here.
The Princess Frost seems to be one of the key candidates here. Team Secret here, triple ban onto the farm lane here. If O2 Esports, it might be the case as well. Triple ban into the mid lane here. But still, do you want to ban out the pay here? What is the choice here for O2 Esports here? Time is ticking.
Yeah, ticking clock, I mean, it's definitely sort of very vital. I mean, you can kind of even feel the atmosphere, right? We're not even there, but the fact that this last ban could be very crucial, and they do take aim to that mid lane. But I mean, they could still lock in something like the Ganamo, right? I mean, they have a lot of space clear, a lot of engage from the Liempo and the Dune, so the Ganamo could sit very well here in terms of obviously burst damage, and Shishan is generally a good player on this pick.
Definitely, Shishan is one of the Ganemo so far that has been really performing up to standard in this tournament here. But still, you gotta remember that Musashi's skill 1 Illuminating Slash can block out these projectiles. So we gotta figure out, O2 Esports, what are you gonna draft here? If you draft the Chano here, you might be counterpicked by a Marine on the lane, and that's the Marine that's gonna be locked in for a side of TS Shuan.
Yeah, getting that clash lane towards the end there, I feel like they need it, especially with the front line that could come through for the side of Team Secret. Could still set up that Ganamo if they really want it. But O2 Esports here, they need to look at the marksman, they need to look at their support. So obviously, Diadea is available if they really want to go for it. I mean, they've used Zhongfei, they've used Dolia, and obviously they can't use Liempo now because obviously it's been taken off of the board here. So really, we could go even with Sakir if they really wanted to get some sustain as well, right?
Sakir does provide them a very heavily favored laning phase into the DRNG, allows for all the sustain that you mentioned and all this mobility here, but still, clock has ticked to a 0, and it will be the Shoyu and Yu Huan roam that they need to really do the phase check and provide the mobility from Shoyu with the getaway. 3 stacks, that's so much mobility.
A lot of mobility, exactly. They need to make sure they create the space for him. I mean, he's definitely going to have an easier time up against the D-Ranger into that bot side of the map, but you've got the likes of the Unruly Blade, you've got Mayin, and you've also got the Tremor Smash from the Liempo, so there is ways on top of the Shoyue. It's just, is O2 Esports going to be able to kind of formulate the team fights around it?
Well, based on the current draft so far, O2 Esports definitely has the better late game here. Shoyu, in terms of scaling, does outscale the DRNG. If O2 Esports can really play around this Shoyu tempo, allow this Dharma, this Musashi to really play this late game, and finally, the God MO that you mentioned. But still, you gotta figure out, God MO versus Musashi, Dharma, and Yixing. That's triple engage that he has to look out for.
It's triple engage he has to look out for, but at the same time, he can be that engage could still be denied with obviously the potential of the Dune and the Mayin and the Liempo. So overall, it is going to be kind of like the battle of the lung range, right? Especially those lung couple blades, especially with the wild rounds from O2 Esports. There's so much that could potentially go wrong, but I feel like O2 Esports here with the Hue 1 having that great a bit of sustainability, no healing from the side of Team Secret could be troublesome for them.
Well, we gotta figure out plan, as this is game 3, the deciding game. Loser falls out the tournament. Winner advances for a slot, for a chance to the KWC. And right now, Shishan gets poked out in the mid lane.
So yeah, taking liberties and taking damage onto Shishan right now. And I mean, Yixing is one of those great scaling mages as well, right? Like, he does a great amount of damage in the early game, but then as he goes on and stacks his passive, he's going to do more ability damage as well. But right here, tip-tat up at the top side of the map, K1 against Shaw1, but it's not going to come out with anything here. No first blood, but just a little bit of pressure onto the enemy's jungle.
Yep, O2 Esports here is selecting the same style that they started. Last game, they started towards the Clash lane to really help Conley speed up the jungle. And right now, they help X1 on the Shoyu to ease up the laning phase, allow him to help him in the jungle and fasten the process.
Exactly. Shoyu is just able to just kind of just clear out things. Obviously, like you said, having that long range is really going to kind of help him, especially with the damage that can be done with the wild rounds as well pretty early on if he really needs to. But already been pushed into his turret there, taking a few bits of damage here from TS Sun. Obviously just getting that passive procced in, those tokens to hit a little bit further.
Ooh, that's what we were talking about. Because Sun, on this DRNG epic, he has to play fast before the X1 onto Shoyu can actually scale. So when he hits that Spark Forge and the Doomsday, it's go time for Team Secret here. They gotta pick off these turrets fast.
They've got to pick up the turrets fast, they've got to get that priority into the bot side of the map, but will they get it? I mean, we see a lot of formulation around this mid lane, but honestly, normally when we get the likes of like a Shoyu or you kind of rely on that bot side of the map, okay, yeah, potential here to taking liberties. He's going to catch out Gushing, so he's not going to be able to get that hit on top of the side of O2 Esports, but Team Secret are definitely ahead in terms of the XP in that bot side of the map. So I feel like in terms of what they need to do, changing up for O2 Esports is give a little bit more rotation down to the bot side of the map.
Yep, they definitely have to babysit X1 a bit because based on this 1v1 so far, X1 is not having a great time.
He's not having a great time at all, right? I mean, definitely, we see that Sun's being able to get out of there scot-free without lack of damage, but we show you we need to get into level 13. We need some of those itemizations to come through, and that's when he'll start hurting like a truck.
Exactly, the 3 items, the Doomsday, no, not the Doomsday, sorry, the Shadow Reaper, the Eternity Blade into the Daybreaker. That's when we'll see Shoryuya truly come to fruition here. But still, TS Sun, he's a lame bully. He's not gonna give you such a great time so far. But hey, it's still 50-50 for both games, for both teams. Nothing too crazy so far in the early game.
Nothing too crazy in the other game, but I feel like it's just at the detriment of both of these drafts, right? Like, there's a lot of kind of like denial of the engage, especially with White on this Hue-1, just getting those crucial CCs. We do see the burst ramp being used there, trying to caught him out, just trying to slow down the pace and the rotation here of White on the Hue-1, but nothing really massively disruptive over to the side of O2 Esports, right? I mean, other than the gold lead that is slacking in terms of around about 200 gold, not much else is kind of going against the grain.
I agree, not much is going on to the map. Nothing is too crazy. Both teams playing towards their win condition here. And right now, as you mentioned, they need to attend to this bot side here. And right now, look at Care. He's repeating the success that he found in game 1. Babies in the million, but Shisan gets engaged.
Ooh, yes, he uses the Guard Her Grave to get out of there just in the nick of time. Really timing that nicely, but the Tremor Smash timed nicely as well. Wolves my board can catch Gushing and Nua, but the damage is going to come through. We do see K1. Oh, he misses out. We push him a little bit too far from the rest of O2 Esports.
The Truth Mantra just barely makes it onto the wall. It propels into towards the escape here. So some key cooldowns here coming in from both teams here. Shisan does not have the flash for this objective here. And if they want to look for a fight in this objective, they may be in a bit of a pinch. But look at the rotations here. Yep, Team Secret gets it for free because the Dharma has shown onto the top side.
A little bit too late with the launch pad there. Obviously, we tried to get Kongling back into the team fight to try and get steal onto the Tyrant, but not quick enough. But this is really going to pay off for the side of Team Secret, right? I mean, they have the Chain Lightning effect, they have the increased damage, and already we're seeing the X1 struggling against TS Sun in that lane alone.
Well, it is normal, but right now, though,
the
when he gets caught out,
Truth Mantra on the board. Oh, K1 with the first blood. I mean, this is where we start to see that control come through for the side of O2 Esports, right?
Exactly, and this is what we're talking about. You can't give K1 the Dharma that he's so confident, so destructive with. Right now, he's in the zone. He's looking for these plays to really secure the game-winning plays. And right now, he got first blood, but still, it's still the early game. It's still 50-50. Bot tower goes down over the south Team Secret, while O2 gets their own towards the top side.
Yeah, they're looking to trade the T1s into the bot and top side of that, but I mean, for the side of O2 Esports, this puts a lot of pressure onto X1, right? Like, he's got to kind of like formulate around the Gorge a little bit more. Hopefully, that doesn't get pick off, so you can see a potential, a lot more sort of like phase checking here from the side of O2 Esports, because you don't want to do, you don't want the Liampo waiting for you when they can just pick you off so easily.
Ooh, chills. 4-man strong coming in from Team Secret so far. They won this mid tower, but you're against the O2 Care and White's defensive line here. But Kongling here catching out Gushing. That's face checking though. Gushing might be caught out.
Might be caught out. The wind slash just connect onto Care there, but it's not going to be enough to kind of take him down. But we have it is K1 back into the back line. Just take a lot of the CC. K1 with another kill to his name is going to be what they need on the side of O2 Esports, but it is paid back thanks to Xuan here. Gets both K1 and White out of the Gorge.
I think the Truth Mantra once again didn't land onto the wall that we expected so far. Hold on though. Liberty doesn't hit onto the minion whip, and Son is dangerously low. Team Secret has to back up, but they went and got a 2-1 good exchange.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Kongling has just kind of put the pressure on here. He knows as a Masashi, he needs to kind of just keep it on, maybe even like just bait them into a potential fight. But I think Team Secret know what's at stake, and they're not going to take these little team fights that they know are just bait.
Well, for a fact, O2 Esports, their draft is definitely more late game. But for yourself, Team Secret, you gotta bank on the fact that you have Shisan on the gun and Mo. You still outrange the Shoryuya in terms of the auto attack range versus your couple blades range. So both teams, when it comes to the mid-late game, you gotta protect your core carries from all these engagements with TS Swan, with O2 Kongling. But hang on though,
Careful. I mean, K1's had a good start at the performance of the game, right? But like, he's definitely starting to show some kind of mistakes. Okay, the Tremor Smash does connect onto the Shoryuya. Oh, X1 looking pretty low. but there's no range. Obviously, Xishan can't quite dive in there just yet. Oh! The flash, the couple blades was enough. As I was just saying, he had no range, but the minions came through and gave him the opportunity. Gushing maybe getting caught out here as well. He gets a kill onto Nua. He gets out alive as well. That's a 4-1 trade. They do get the T1 into the mid lane, but woo, spicy game number 3.
O2 Kongling with the re-engage onto Tree-Man, connecting with Taken by Liberties into a 4-1 swipe. That was an amazing re-engager coming from O2 Kongling here. Even though they lost their marksman, their Dharma wasn't rotating. He went in alone, taking out Son, taking out the remaining neighbors with a 4-man knockout. Wow!
Yeah, huge comeback there. I mean, it looked like Team Secret was really going to get the heist into that one, but right now, it's looking like O2 Esports are not going to stop there. Trumpet Smash with the flash, connects onto 3, but there's no follow-up from the side of Team Secret for now. K1 just trying to get out of there. We do see Shawan is trying to just kind of get some access onto the back line as well. Just trying to get like the stragglers, but let's look at that replay into the mid lane. Look, no distance, and then flash in. Boom! Beautiful!
But check out the re-engage coming from O2 Kongling. Okay, he dices in front, extremely in front. Okay, immediately deal to death. 4-man, Taken by Liberty, 3-man knockup into the 4-4-1. So satisfying.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the extreme speed's behind the wind slash as well, right? Like, completely mitigates that CC and then just, like, dives in with a duel to the death to the back line. So good. Really showing the Kongling, just really showing his performance here onto the Masashi. Masashi, in the regular season, didn't get that much love, but definitely, as we're going for the playoffs, we might see more of this.
We are definitely seeing more and more of it, and so far, Kongling is showing us a masterclass of a Musashi in Game 3 in such a detrimental and deciding game for their fate in the playoffs. So right now, we're looking at 6-3, 28,000 gold to 27,000 gold, 1k over to O2 Esports here. As we mentioned, taking time bomb, Shoya is scaling.
He is scaling. They've got to be careful, right? I mean, they've definitely showed that he can do the damage. He can have the positioning, but so is Team Secret Xishan. He's able to kind of just flash in and get the couple blades. But right now, you got to be careful that they are trying to push, obviously, the mid T2, sorry, is just trying to get the pressure as these neutral objectives are coming up. We are getting into the 10-minute mark.
We are getting the 10-minute mark here. The last Shadow Tyrant and Shadow Overlord will be spawned on the map in this series between O2 Esports and Team Secret here. Both teams trying to play towards the top side, trying to protect this Crimson Golem. O2 Esports wants to steal this away from Team Secret. Team Secret wants to secure it for their marksman. O2 goes in!
Into the back line. Yep, the duel to the death is on top of the Liam Po there, but it's not going to be enough. Kongling overstepped and then got hit with a Tremor Smash, which was going to be very oppressive for the side of O2 Esports. K1 Kongling down. Those are not the 2 picks you want to lose into this team fight.
Oh, some big mistakes here coming in from O2, K1, and Kongling here. They didn't get the correct target here. Kongling got CC'd to death. Didn't even get to press the Blood Rage here. And then, now, Team Secret here, they have the initiative. They have what it takes to secure this key objective that they need to bring themselves back to the game.
Yeah, the secret source here for Team Secret is going to be this Shadow Tyrant, which is going to be not contested. I mean, they have the pressure into the mid lane as well. So before even O2 Esports thinks, you know what, let's go and try and contest it, they have to clean up the job. They have to clean up house before they can do anything in terms of these neutral objectives. But right now, O2 Esports have lost that very secure lead that they had in that mid game.
They did lose the security that they have, but so far, if you look at the goalie, it's 50-50, but still, in terms of combatability, debuff goes over Team Secret here. So if you're O2 Esports, you gotta give up some of these neutral objectives, some of these towers to really stall the game into a stalemate later. Because right now, Team Secret, they are knocking towards the top side right now, and they are looking for a double objective with Gushing on the top side.
Yeah, they get the T1 into the top side, but they're looking to try and go for the Shadow Overlord here as well, maybe using it as a little bit of bait, but I don't think it's going to run down fast enough. They may just kind of have to get out of here as well before they get taken any more hits from that Shadow Overlord. We do see White using the CC onto the front line of Team Secret, but is it going to be enough for them to dive in on top? X1 not quite having the position that he needs to get the damage onto the light. Oh, okay, K1 into the back line onto Sun, but he's able to flash out of there, use a CC immunity. Will my board be committed as well? The lockdown is huge here for O2 Esports. Into the back line is Shawan, completely overthrowing that momentum there, but is he going to be able to get out alive? That's currently a 2-1 trade between these two teams.
Once again, when you need someone to perform, K1 and Care. K1 got the flank onto Son, forcing out the cleanse, forcing out the flash. care. Once again, another 3-man knockout with Taker's Liberty.
But yeah, taking Liberty is obviously just making the difference into these team fights for the side of O2 Esports. It's doing a lot of damage where X1's kind of falling, right? I mean, he's definitely getting into that scalable territory right now. Itemization may come through here. He does get the last hit onto the Overlord, which is going to be a saving grace for the side of O2 Esports.
The momentum is shifting left and right now, Blam. One time it's O2 Esports, it shifts towards Team Secret's Tyrant. Right now, it's shifted right back to O2 Esports, who just freshly secured the Overlord right now. Like what we said last game, if they can use this Overlord and secure yet another tier 3, multiple tier 3s, they can close out the game by the time Tempest starts.
They could, right? I mean, they're definitely putting the pressure into the bot side of the map, but it is going to be down to Xuan and Shishan that is going to clear that out for themselves. But overall, O2 Esports definitely need to do something with this. They get the T2 into the mid lane, which is going to definitely put the pressure on, which is what they need whilst they've got this Vanguard. Maybe put some pressure into this top 2 to T2 as well. Obviously, the minions are there. Vanguard will be running round 2 also.
Ooh, pressure waves pressure coming in from top bot mid. And right now, all the remaining tier 2s from the side of Team Secret has fallen towards the hands of these dragons, these overlords. And right now, the Shadow Vanguard is marching towards the top side here. Can Team Secret defend their tier 3 over the top?
Oh, CC immunity does come from Xuan there. He does bait out the duel to the death as well. So no dive into the backline here for Kong Ling for now.
But what is my ball getting cast out? Shishan being locked in.
Yes, 3 locked in for the side of Team Secret, but is it going to be enough to actually get the damage onto them? No, O2 Esports definitely missed out on that opportunity there.
But still, they pushed out all the tier 2s, and right now, they have the momentum, they have the map space, they have the vision to really secure their footing onto the Shadow Tyrant that's going to be spawning in 10 seconds right now. And if you're Team Secret right now, Cock is taking, as we mentioned, this X1 is 4 items right now. One more item, be it the Doomsday, be it the Siegebreaker, it's gonna be packing more and more damage. And Gushing and No, you cannot be tanking so much.
Yeah, gotta be careful for either of Gushing as well as Conling. If either of these two drop either of these two teams, it's gonna be careful. Yep, K1 into the backline. He does get the 3 Truth Mantra. He's still stuck into it. Ultimate Bullet being committed there. Duel to the death as well. Takes down Shishan. They have no damage onto the side of Team Secret. Is this gonna be the winning part that they need? O2 Esports pressuring to the top side of the map. Xuan may try and contest this minion wave, but he doesn't. He's trying to get out alive. Hopefully, he can stay alive with the crystal.
Alright, they go for the safe route. They take the tier 3 onto the top side. Once again, a tier 3 is down for Team Secret here. And O2 Esports play it safe. They don't want another happening of the comeback that they lost DTE gaming before in the regular season to happen. They go for the Shadow Tyrant and they will plant another push from there.
Yeah, finally enough to push from there. They get the extra bit of damage for X1 as well before he gets that last little bit of itemization. Obviously, he has the Sun Chaser as well, already used the active. So just getting that extra little bit of range from the Shoyu is going to be pretty huge for the side of O2 Esports.
Ooh. Right now, as you mentioned, O2 Esports are in the driver's seat. They secured the Shadow Tyrant, and once they expanded the Shadow Tyrant, they can once again move here. So right now, they once again, the jungle pressure, the map pressure, they are trying to choke out whatever space that Team Secret has and force them back into the base.
Yeah, force them back into the base, because, I mean, at that point, they can only really try and, like, farm from the near vicinity, and also these minion waves that are crashing in. So, really, that's what Team Secret are hoping on, to try and close this 2k gold lead for now.
Okay, calm, collected from both teams. So, none of these teams are looking for a big fight. But look at K1's position once again. He's in the back lines of Team Secret here. But, okay, Shren spots him up based on the minimap here. So, both teams still shaking their hands, and right now O2 Esports, they figured, yeah, it's a gun and mode, we can't really penetrate to without the Overlord, so hey, even though there's a debuff, we are gonna secure this right now.
Yeah, putting the pressure on here with the Shadow Overlord is going to be exactly what O2 Esports needs. I mean, we're at the 16-minute mark, so nowhere near the Tempest Dragon just yet. We could still see another few team fights.
We could potentially see a last few team fights coming in from both teams here to really secure the game-winning push here for either side. But right now, Shadow Vanguard has been spawned to the bottom side here, and right now, they're knocking onto the mid tower here, but still, amazing wave clear here coming in from Shisan's gun ammo. And you gotta be careful of the Cobble Blazer because it's packing a punch onto the back line, especially the Roamer and the Marksman of O2 Esports.
Yeah, O2 Esports, I mean, they've got to play very careful, right? They can't kind of overextend. They can't be overzealous. And we know from K1, we know from Kongling that they can get a little bit carried away with the excitement because, I mean, they are at the last little hope, right? We do see the Wilma ball being committed there, catches out Gushing, but maybe they're just trying to get this T3 into the bot side of the map. The Shadow Vanguard does make his way through. Trevor Smash onto 2. Knocks up Kongling, but it's going to be enough. The Sage Sanctuary is on Kongling, so he is getting the resurrection as well. He does come back. K1 did a lot of damage onto Gushing. He gets the takedown as well. Can they get the high ground crystal? They do. So 1 kill, 1 turret is going to be enough for O2 Esports to keep chipping away at Team Secret.
Deja vu once again. Vanguard Tower, and right now they're knocking onto the final one into the mid lane. If they secure this, hang on the white, secure the flash engage.
Oh, they miss everybody, but they are going to be able to zone out that high ground turret into the backline. Kongling, we do see Shishan takes down K1 as well, but they don't have enough minions into this crystal territory. Nua does go down for now, but Kongling is on the run. They're trying to get out of there. Just damage control.
Man, right now it's the same story as last game. 3 tier 3s down once again for Team Secret's base. And if you're O2 Esports, you're just gonna be banking that you're gonna be slowly pushing. Are you gonna play to Tempest, or are you just gonna be banking on that one final team fight to really choke Team Secret out of playoffs contention here? Because right now, it's a repeat of what we've seen so far.
Yep. I mean, they could play it until Tempest if they really wanted to, but at the same time, they could go for this Tyrant in 10 seconds just to give a little bit more damage over to the likes of X1 and even K1, right? Into that team fight and Care. Definitely doing the due diligence on this Yixing. So such a great mid lane pick, and so far 100% win rate overall within the MKL play-ins, but they are going to go for the Tyrant to get that extra little bit of damage. Shawan here just trying to make sure he can cut off this minion wave before it creeps through, because they have enhanced minions across all 3 lanes.
Oh, 3 waves in, Kongling goes in, Kongling looking for an engager, but got him more from Shisan. Takes care of the range with much cautious here, and look at the top wave. The top wave might be clashing in. 3 waves strong, flashing into the base of Team Secret here. You have to take care of K1's position. He might be looking for the game-winning push.
Yeah, this is the boiling point for O2 Esports. Are they going to be able to take it right now? Kongling onto the back line. He's able to bait a lot of the damage onto TS Sun. TS Sun does go down. White into it as well with the CC. Shishwan looking pretty low. K1 putting in the work. He gets the takedown onto Shishwan. They're at the crystal. Team Secret's run ends here. And we have an O2 Esports into the playoffs.
Welcome O2 Esports into the playoffs as we bid goodbye to Team Secret's hope in MKL Spring Season 2025 playoffs. What a masterclass performance coming to O2 Esports. To think they dropped game 1 and they made a miracle comeback in 2 games back to back.
Yes, back-to-back 2 games. Definitely something you don't want to be doing into the playoffs, but O2 Esports is like, hey guys, we've been here since the regular season. We are in it still.
Absolute cinema from both teams here, back and forth from both games here, but in the end, there will only be one victor, and the victor falls to the hands of O2 Esports as they destroy, eliminate Team Secret hopes of qualifying to the KWC and advancing to any form of playoffs contention. So congratulations O2 Esports, welcome to playoffs BO5.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the gutting thing is as well, obviously we're going to get this sort of like feelings from obviously the host very, very soon, but this is another international competition without Team Secret. I want that for those that have watched since 2024, that needs to sink in. This is a team that was top 2, top 3, at least top 4 at their worst, but now haven't qualified for 2 international competitions in a row.
But you gotta give props as well. This is MKL, the Malaysian region, one of the best regions in the global stage here. So having more and more teams push through the ranks, eliminating the old favorites here. That is what MKL is about. We always have better and stronger teams here. Although Team Secret gets eliminated today, it doesn't mean that they'll always be in the slump. They can still come back in the following season to really prove to everyone that they have come back stronger and better. So thank you, Team Secret, for playing this far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been a joy watching them over the regular season and a joy even in that best of 3. It's just that sometimes O2 Esports just had the better means of obviously into the backline, like we saw there towards the end of the game. That crystal dive, the duel to the death onto TS Sun really made the difference there for O2 Esports, really opening up get rid of the splash damage, getting rid of that overall damage from TS Sun once more, and then Shishan towards the end was pretty much the last little bit of damage going forward. So already O2 Esports showing much promise in the regular season, but make it into the playoffs where they do play up against BSE next. But that's where it's all going to start to get fun, right? That's where the best of 5 starts.
That's where the best of 5 starts, and that's where the decision starts on who gets the entrance ticket to the KWC. Is it going to be Nova? Is it going to be BSE? Or is it going to be the challengers, AG or O2 here? It's going to be coming out in the following matches, but definitely BO5s in GBP in Global Ban Pick is going to be an absolute banger for us and the viewers to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Such a great best of 3. Both of these best of 3s, right? Like, they definitely maintain that kind of momentum, that hype that regular season was building within these teams. But obviously, only 2 could go through, and it's AG Global and O2 Esports. And now, only 3 out of these 4 teams can actually make it through to KWC. And honestly, it's very exciting to be at the kind of the idea of potential O2 Esports taking away that 3rd spot from AG Global, right? Like, that's where my eyes are really looking at. But then they could be completely upset with these next best of 5s. But we're going to throw it over to Choo Choo to get that winning interview and see what they're feeling.
Oh my, today has been a very tough day for a lot of teams, but nonetheless, we have to give a round of applause, none other than such tenacity showcase by none other than Team Secret. Thank you for participating and being part of such a legendary outcome just now and such performance on the side of Team Secret. But hey, the real journey just begin now. So we hope for you guys to come back stronger for the next one. Thank you so much, Team Secret. Now, with me, I'm your host, by the way, Choo Choo. Joining in, we're gonna have a very tall player, K1, alongside with John. Finally, we get to interview each other. You know, he always pop in my channel. Come here, just come near me. Yeah, there you go. John always pops like, I cannot wait for the interview. Now finally you got your interview. Congratulations for O2 Esports. Such a showcase exhibition of play just now. Coming back from the first game that you lost before. Now, I started off with K1. K1, what took you guys so long? What happened in game 1? K1, apa yang terjadi sebenarnya? Kenapa lama nak sampai datang balik untuk game 2? Game 1 ni apa jadi?
We lose because we mistake, yeah. So we go to change our mentality and change the strategy to try to win the next game.
Oh, so you heard it right directly from K1. But what kind of mistake that you think you make in game 1?
Our tempo is not good.
Not good?
No. No betul, tak betul.
Tak betul.
Yeah.
Wrong music lah. Wrong music lah, tempo lari.
Yeah.
So they kind of have a bit of readjustment, I say, needed a bit more time to warm up, right? Okay, on the side, John, we haven't seen you play yet.
Yeah.
So when are we seeing that? When are we finally gonna see you in action?
After his performance, I would rather sit down here and watch him play.
Scared?
Yeah.
You scared?
No lah, he's too good. He's too good.
Okay, I wanna ask, since you guys is a fresh new team, right? Fresh team that, wow, O2 is something else. You also beat Nova once during the regular season. Now, how long did it actually take you guys to work out as a team to be up to this stage? How and what did you guys do to do your bonding well, do the chemistry well? How was the work behind the scene?
It was very slow at first. It took us around 3 to 4 months to actually get to know each other, to actually play teamwork. Then, of course, we know that this game is actually the hardest one, actually, we think. So, all the stakes are here. If you lose it, then bye-bye.
But for your next contender, it's going to be harder though.
We're confident in best of 5.
Yes, and it's going to be today. And you're fighting against...
Even if you lose, we still have a loser bracket.
That's a wrong mindset. Last but not least, I can see so many of your fans, especially your parents. I've seen your videos. They're giving so much support as well. Some of them even present themselves today. What do you guys want to say, each one of you, to say to all your family, friends, and fans that come all the way just to support you guys, even during those who are watching online?
I am appreciative for the support and terus support kita. Yeah.
Thank you to all the O2 fans who came all the way all around Malaysia to come support us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John, as well as K1. But you know what? We're going to break it down the game, and that's next series is going to be a super long one. So, Casas, what do you think of O2 right now?
And Choo Choo, what do I think of O2 right now? They did not take the O2. They delivered a 2-1 to win the series against Team Secret here.
Yeah, 2-1 to obviously take the defeat of another partner team, right? This is something I want to bat home to the guys that obviously have maybe only just tuned into the MKL or didn't quite see the MKL qualifiers, but O2 Esports was from the closed qualifiers and they've taken out at least 2 partner teams. Obviously, Todak no longer with us. Team Secret no longer with us. So we're getting these teams that are coming from grassroots movements and obviously teams are just coming together, going through the qualifiers and getting all the way to the playoffs to go up against likes of BSE and Nova, right? So that's huge. But let's look at the post-game stats. Let's look how huge the damage are between these 2 teams.
Well, we talked about X1 on the show here. Is the fundamental, is the game-winning key. But we gotta give props as well. White on the Yuhuan as a roamer dealt 100k damage.
She just has that potential, right? She's throwing out AoEs, she's throwing out those CCs every time there's going to be a bit of a team fight. So, to be honest, I'm not surprised by that. Like, the amount of damage that comes from Huan and the amount of utility that comes from this pick as well is huge. I mean, it's a reason why it was huge in KC 2024, even when we didn't have global ban pick, be it jungle, be it mid, be it roam. It just plays so nicely into so many team comps.
Exactly, multiple ways of showcasing engages, doing all these unending sorrows to heal up the team. The utility and engage and face checking coming out from this pick does show us why it's so heavily favored. But yet again, let's check out the code graph real quick. It was a very stalemate up until the specific 13-minute mark. As we see so far, it's same from game 2. They were playing to a 50-50, O2 Esports breakout with amazing engage from K1 into Kong Ling, and they secured leads after leads. Objective brings to towers, another objective brings to tier 1s, all the tier 3s goes down, and that is when they seal the deal.
When they seal the deal, right? It's exactly what you said when they got the Shadow Overlord. They had the Vanguards, they get the T3s, they get the Crystal inevitably. And it's just down to how they played those team fights, right? Obviously, Kong Ling on the Masashi was so good. But in terms of obviously other MVPs, I can honestly think that maybe even K1 gets it from all those fantastic engages. And there we go. K1 with the 5-6-9, again, a little bit of a shaky KDA, but he gets the kills, he gets the assists, and he gets the setups. And that is all that it's about, right? Is the setups that K1 can give over to his team.
He was playing around the vision, looking for all these flank angles so well throughout these series, especially the last game, right? On K1, on the Dharma, that is why you don't give Dharma to K1. From the regular season, the highlight reels that this man has shown us from time to time proves that he's one of the best playmakers that O2 has.
One of the best ones, absolutely, and one of the best within the MKL, right? But we're going to see in these highlights now exactly the impact and the effect that K1 had over all these games. And right here, I mean, the missing out of the door to the death. We don't want to see that whiff. We do not want to see that whiff from K1, because after that point, they became so much better, especially first blood up at the top side of the map. And here again, the door to the death has been so aggressive, then followed up by K1 on this Dharma, just huge. The fact that they lost the T1 but got a full team wipe was exactly what they needed here. O2 Esports with such fantastic team fight potential.
They gotta give props to Care though. This Yixing, they taking liberties, have been hitting multiple members every team fight. Look at this, World's My Board. 4 members once again being locked out. And right now, they're chasing, they scale towards the top side, and they get the objective. And this one, they got the kill on Guxing. Although it's 1 kill, they get the tier 3 once again. And rinse and repeat. Finally, the double fighters jumping onto the backline and sealing the fate of Team Secret's playoff run to a 1-2 defeat to the hands of O2 Esports.
Correct. I mean, definitely there's that rush to the crystal there was going to be the win that O2 Esports needed to get into the playoffs, but Who are they going to be facing? We've already said it many times. It is Black Shrew Esports. But before that, even AG Global have such a fight on their hands. I mean, yes, they've overcome Nova Esports in a best of 5 before, but that was all the way back when in Season 3 qualifier. Do they have what it takes to do it now?
This is your question as well. Are they back to their golden form? But based on their performance against DTE Gaming, it is still a question yet to be answered. They can only answer them themselves when they show us how is it when they face Nova Esports. Is it gonna be, yet again, a clean sweep coming from Nova Esports, where All Gamers Global proved to us that this time, in the best of 5 match 3, they can take down the Giants Nova Esports.
Exactly that, right? I mean, we are getting closer to finalizing and figuring out who is actually going to be our first KWC team to make through, right? Because I'm obviously going into this match number 3, we'll find out who is going to be one of the first teams to get that spot potentially. But then obviously that loser bracket, that story that we've seen and heard from IKL could be repeated once again from the MKL. So still, if your teams are still in this competition, there is every possibility that they can climb all the way at the lower brackets and make it to that first seed of MKL. Because if Kendra can do it, anybody in MKL can do it too.
Well, 4 teams, 3 slots to the KWC. 1 team will have to take their exit if they cannot make it. So definitely 3 slots is a lot, and we are MKL. We have the best teams in the world in the global scene. So I'm definitely looking forward to, between these 4 teams, who will grab the first 2 slots. Is it Nova BSE as usual, or will we see an upset coming in from AG, coming in from O2 Esports?
We could potentially see that, right? We have to wait and see, but before that, we are going to be having a short break. So make sure, like Sagi said in break number 1, get some drinks, get some snacks, and obviously we will be back with some best of 5s for the first time within the MKL. So we're already covering history here, Sagi. We're doing MKL first best of 5s for these 4 teams. So it's going to be nothing more than absolutely bangers, absolute cinema from these 4 teams going onwards, right? We are going to be going again Nova, AGG in the first one, and then it's going to be BSC against O2 Esports in the second best of 5. But we're now going to go to that break that I did promise a few moments ago, so go and get some food, go and get some drinks, come back because your seats are going to be hot, because the games are going to be hotter. See you soon.
See you soon, guys.
AG 的话肯定是靠运气上来啦。他们现在在前3的一个位置，也是有点出乎意料的。
Their team have weakened after they changed their jungle and their marksman. That is a very bad decision from their part.
我们 AG 在这个比赛肯定会越打越好，加油！
最期待击败的队伍 BSC, one of the strongest and still strongest. We might have a slight chance to beat them.
赛前去复盘他们走位还有时间点。
非常强劲的队伍，有手法有思路。
我们就把自己做好，没有一个队伍是我们的对手。不管是接下来的比赛还是什么，只会一直赢。谢谢大家对 Nova 的支持，我们会一直赢下去的。
Mantap dalam playoffs. Jangan lupa beli merch kita.
AG 是最棒的，我相信我的队友、我的团队都可以的。
支持我们 Team Secret， 我们肯定会进沙特的。
你们可以的话就来线下看我们比赛，我们会赢的。
6月8号记得来上位 Pyramid 见证我们捧杯。
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
We're really in this way I go. 自由我穿梭，会发生的无需闪躲。Young blood, we born to be free. 驯服了焦虑，时间。 地。如果我跃入深渊，恐惧就没了闪现。看猫咪伸手拨动了第几维度 ，Vibrate my super strength。Roll the dice, 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 dice， 不随意的存在 ，night, night, 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 night。Roll the dice, 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 dice， 我存在，在 ，Infinite world，anything, anything goes，anything, anything's possible。Anything's possible. Rakan muda, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keasaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
The House of Partings claims victory. A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. A blur of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth. Memories fade like smoke. We live and die like fleeting shadows. If love's promises still endure, why does the world offer only sorrow and parting? My flute's name is Tears of Parting, and its every note tells of sorrow. I laugh at the decay of righteousness and ascend the 12 houses of Jade Summit. I've seen every human emotion, but I've never seen a promise kept. Parting tunes sound till dawn, making the night even colder. Betrayed love and broken oaths. What defines the martial world? Companionship without betrayal, and yearning without farewells. The unfaithful must be executed. The House of Partings claims this land.
The post-match evaluation system has been updated. So how exactly do ratings work?
In short, your rating depends on how well you fulfill your hero's core responsibilities in your assigned lane. Every lane and every hero is unique and important. When you play different heroes in different lanes, your responsibilities change as well as the rating criteria. To keep ratings fair, the system analyzes dozens of factors based on your lane. Each lane has different responsibilities, which means their evaluation criteria vary massively. Even within the same lane, the rating criteria adjusts based on each hero's specialty. For example, in the Clash lane, Miyue prioritizes split push metrics like deaths, damage to towers, and gold to damage efficiency. Meanwhile, Lianpo focuses on teamfight metrics like damage taken per death, teamfight participation, and assists.
Junglers and marksmen are more likely to get MVP. But what about other classes?
All classes are important and irreplaceable. This system is designed to be fair to all lanes and all heroes. For example, as a roamer, the system compares your performance to the hero's global average across all matches.
How is split pushing evaluated? Does it score lower than keen fighting?
For split push heroes, the system calculates total structure damage. Being a solo destroyer, destroying towers alone triggers a highlight, granting bonus points. And destroying the enemy crystal alone gives massive bonus points. But remember, only use heroes good at split pushing for this. Play to their strengths. Every hero's contributions affect their rating. Split pushing won't always give you a lower score than team fighting. If you focus on your hero's main responsibilities, you can still earn a high rating.
If a hero can play both support and mid, does the rating change with the lane?
Generally, yes. The same hero has different rating criteria in different lanes. However, if you ruin teammates' experiences by using extremely off-meta lanes, your reputation points may be deducted. First, protecting your KDA is unnecessary as the game does not have a losing team MVP star protection mechanic. Such mechanics can encourage toxic MVP competition, like Xiao Chao's behavior here. We want to foster a fair and friendly game environment and dissuade teammates competing against each other for MVP. The new system only compares your performance to global data for that hero. Your score depends on how well you fulfill the hero's responsibilities. Second, an SSS rating requires exceptional performance, but lower ratings also grant rewards. You will earn ranked points for ratings from A+ to SSS. The new system introduces many different highlights as rating factors, making evaluations more rational and accurate. If you want a high rating, don't miss these highlights. Want to know more about highlights? Stay tuned for future community updates. Wait, I haven't told you the biggest news yet. The new evaluation system launches in Season 11 with a brand new post-match interface. Got questions or ideas? Drop a comment below and let's talk before we finalize the update.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jeongnan? Look, we meet again.
In this
sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Arrived. The MKL Spring Season 2025 Playoffs.
Kali ni BSE mereka tiada full tank. Manakala Nova Esports mereka ada jumping.
Team secret. It started with a spark. All gamers global. Now we burn with purpose. O2 Esports. We were just embers once, ignited by the dream of becoming champions. DTE Gaming. Today we witness what that fire can become. Black Shrew Esport. Together we rose from glowing embers. Nova Esports. And now we've seen what it means to truly shine. Only the best remain. Dreams will clash. Pressure will rise. Witness the crowning of a champion.
Welcome back for this next best of 5, and it is going to be none other than Nova against AG Global. I am still Blam. Last time I checked, I am Blam, and with me is Sagi, and we have been here for the past 2 best of 3s, and we're going to be here for again these 2 best of 5. So we're in it for the long run, and it is definitely going to be an absolute banger.
It's gonna be an absolute banger because these 4 teams are currently the top 4 of the MKL so far, and right now, if we're basing on the MKL regular season, so far the top 4 teams has been showing us that, hey, ranking in MKL regular season matters because the likes of DTE, Team Secret has been eliminated from the MKL contention, and the start to KWC, they are unable to fulfill as well because they are knocked off MKL. But so far, if you're based on the current 4 teams, their rankings, and the current 4 teams that are existing based on the regular season, is about the same, right?
It is about the same, exactly. I mean, definitely what we've seen historically between those 4 teams on how they performed within the regular season, it kind of just made a little bit more of a statement for them to be the last little best of 3 they have between each other. But speaking of teams, we're going to look at these teams that are going to be going up against each other in this best of 5. And starting off, it is going to be Nova Esports, and they are represented by none other than Xuan, CY, Muchi, Waypit, and Wendy. And then their opponents once more is none other than AG Global.
And AG Global, the man himself, Saber, the MVP player of their team, Yulong, their jungle, Daohun into the Clash lane, JD, the Mr. Consistent so far as the marksman, and PHY in the mid lane. So right now, Blam, these two teams, Nova Esports versus AG Global, long rivalry, but still, it's like an El Clasico between BSE and TS, where AG Global has never really gotten to defeat Nova Esports in a series here. So right now, if you are AG Global, you gotta figure out, is this your only chance and one shot you get to actually defeat Nova Esports in a BO5 or BO7?
I mean, if you're going to beat Nova, you're going to beat them where it matters, right? And I mean, regular season, yes, like if you take a few losses from them, but then you can beat every other team, you're not really going to be in your true potential. So hopefully we get that golden AG Global going into this best of 5. But the head-to-head is going to be none other than the Clash lanes, which is Xuan and Dohan. Again, average KDA 5.2 to 2.8. Average damage per minute is going to be the 4,160,000, and then obviously average gold per minute goes over to the side of Xuan there with about 60 gold extra per minute there, and then obviously hero pools roughly around about the same for both Clash laners, 7 to 8.
7 to 8 indeed. It kind of wonders, right? I haven't really seen Xuan bring out the Charlotte so much compared to Daohun, right? Xuan, you know him for his signature Guan Yu, you know him for his signature Byron, Sun Ce, right? But when it comes down to Charlotte, I haven't really been seeing Xuan play this Charlotte up to... I don't have any recall of him playing Charlotte, but Daohun, he's been playing a lot of Charlotte so far.
A lot of Charlotte, I mean, definitely going to be flexing that pick. I mean, especially going up against like the Dharma and stuff like that, it makes a lot more sense, right? But I mean, those are only 2 out of the 10 players that are going to be on the Gorge, right? I mean, CY against Yulong is going to be a very interesting matchup as well. Both of them like to play, obviously, very assassin-orientated junglers. PHY against Wendy into the mid lane. Again, Wendy towards the latter part of that regular season was just showing his true carry potential. And obviously, I'm very scared of that.
Well, you gotta be scared. He's the Mr. MVP, the most MVP title holder of the regular season. Yes, correct. FMVP belongs to Shrem due to his HOK S3 performance back then. But if you're talking about MKL regular season, Wendy rocks the charts with a 9. MVP title holder.
He's almost got as many MVPs as I got fingers and thumbs. I mean, he only needs one more and then that's it. He's basically there, right? So maybe we'll get one more MVP for Wendy and then he'll have more MVPs than we have fingers and thumbs. And then we'll have to start counting our toes and we'll have to get it cleared by production first if we can start showing our toes on screen. But you get the idea. There is plenty of MVPs to be had here for both of these teams and Wendy can get some of them too.
Definitely. Well, we talk about the Clash Day matchups. It's definitely going to be Shrem versus Daohun, but we got to bring it a bit forward to the jungle matchup as well. CY, once again, challenging, fighting against another import jungler from the KPL region, from the KGL. Yet another one of the showcases that us in MKL, we have top tier junglers as well. So definitely, these players have shown us from time to time that they have what it takes to challenge the best of the best.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely have what it takes to basically go up against the best of the best, right? They are, like you say, Malaysian King League has definitely some of the best teams in the global scene. And their junglers are basically second to none as well, right?
Exactly. We've seen from time to time teams from other regions scout out our jungles and get them in, but that's not their story right now. The storyline lies onto Nova Esports versus All Gamers Global here. And All Gamers Global, from a 2-1 defeat, they sent out DTE's gaming hopes and dreams towards the sewers as DTE Gaming was eliminated by them and their hopes of playoffs has been tarnished. So right now, if you're All Gamers Global, you gotta feel a bit good, right? Because right now, you're feeling a bit of a momentum coming into the series, because if you're Nova Esports, this might be the first series you're playing for today if you don't have much practice or scrims, right? So in terms of the players' performance, warming up, I think All Gamers Global has that advantage.
They have that advantage, but they also have the disadvantage that Nova Esports has been watching them in that past Best of 3, right? Like, they may be like at the mercy of the analysts or the eyes of the players of Nova Esports. Be like, right, okay, we know if they draft A, B, and C and how they're going to actually formulate around the Gorge, because we've seen it already in that Best of 3 against DTE, sorry. But I suppose that this is what I was going back to my point with the regular season. It's like, if this is going to be AG Global's start to the golden standard that we know and love from AG Global, it needs to start now, because they need to show some things that they've been holding on since regular season.
Oh, definitely. If it's about cards, it's about all these hidden strategies, it's time to bring them out now, because if you're going to bring these strategies along with you, not to KWC, then that's something you gotta be frustrated about, because right now, it is the first matchup. The matchup that's going to decide who is the first team to represent Malaysia, to represent my Honor of Kings League, MKL Spring Season 2025 in the KWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Exactly, they have the potential of being the first seed, right? I mean, we don't know what quite the gravity of like being first seed compared to second and third seed in terms of obviously grouping for KWC, but I'm sure we'll find out very soon overall when that draw does come through. But you definitely want to be sort of like seated higher in the case that it's been the same kind of thing as what we saw for Season 3, right? Like, if you're first seed, you're going to be a top of the one group, and then you're going to get drafted in like C2, C3, stuff like that. So potentially that may be the case. But for now, it's obviously the prize pool that's going to be the main reason you want to get to that top of the board, right? You want to be obviously not only the first champions of the Malaysian King League, but you also want the prize, and you also want to be the history maker as well.
Oh, the bragging rights to be the history makers, the heroes of Malaysia, such as Nova, such as BSE, they definitely want to have the bragging rights of the first ever MKL Malaysian champions, or to even take home the trophy. So if you think about it, Black Shrew Esports, they've collected a lot of trophies, HOKS2, the trophy for KT 2024. So right now, they're aiming their eyes on this upcoming trophy, right? And if you look at over Esports, it's just beginning to collect these trophies, right? They did in HOKS3, but what if they can do it for MKL? What if they can do it for multiple seasons? It may be a Grand Slam.
It may be a Grand Slam. We'll have to wait and see, obviously, when they get onto the Gorge, go up against AG Global, because that's where it's all going to start, right? Is depending on how their performance is against AG Global, depends how their performance is going to be for the rest of this tournament. Like, do they lose to AG Global? Do they go to the lower bracket? Do they go and knock out either O2 Esports or BSE? There's still so much that can be done here within the MKL, and that was displayed perfectly in the IKL as well.
Well, one thing that we learned from IKL, upsets do happen, especially for the fact that underdog stories are available in the example of Kagendra, and all these top tier teams that have never lost or have only lost a few games in the regular season, they will get punished if they're overzealous, overly cocky coming to the series.
Exactly that, right? I mean, to be honest, sometimes it might be easy for some of these teams just to drop down to the lower bracket to fight against somebody that they may have performed better against within the regular season. Obviously, not trying to kind of paint any pictures, but say, for example, All Gamers Global go down to the bottom of the lower bracket, as well as O2 Esports. Again, All Gamers Global were third seed, and then obviously we saw that O2 Esports was a little bit of a low seed. But maybe the best of 5 could be the difference between that one and the outcome.
Oh, if we're looking at the current happenings and based on history and based on the regular season happenings and rankings, it may be the case, but hold on, it's still MKL. Upsets happen, and you know, history can be changed by these players. But hey, let's check out the team walkings real quick, and let's allow these players to set the stage for us in a moment.
Nova Esports, Shun, CY, Wendy, Muchi, and Waypit versus AG Global, Daohan, Yulong, PHY, JD, and Saber. Let's start off the series with a friendly fist bump.
And blam, that is our two representatives, our two top 4 in the MKL right now. Nova Esports ranks 2nd in the regular season, and AG, after a hard-fought battle against DTE, they have climbed up from the play-ins, and right now they are challenging Nova Esports for the first ticket to the KWC.
Correct indeed. I mean, we saw obviously Waypit is on stage. He has a little bit of a thing on his head, so hopefully he's not injured enough to make those plays. But also looking very smiley is his counterpart in his lane, right? Saber being again his opponent, looked very smiley. Maybe somebody who's doing a bit of a cheeky gesture onto the audience, but they still look very much in high spirits, regardless of how the regular season has panned out for the storyline between AG Global and Nova Esports. AG Global look like they're in high spirits and hope to try and take some of these rounds from them.
Well, as we mentioned, they came out fresh from a victory against DTE Gaming. They already have the momentum coming into this series, right? But as you mentioned as well, Nova Esports, their analysts are not just for show. They probably look into their drafts, look into their playstyle, and they probably look to nitpick a few mistakes that AG Global has displayed so far. So both teams here looking to punish the enemy for having a specific advantage.
Exactly that. So we'll see if they are going to have the overall advantage between in this best of 5. But there is our lovely cosplayers at the event. So if you are local and you want to go down and see the cosplayers, get some freebies, definitely make a trip down, because I mean, I would be very envious of you going down to here. I mean, I know Sagi is going to be down there tomorrow, so you can go meet some royalty of the broadcast today and get some signatures and get some selfies with Sagi.
So if you want to come over, definitely drop by Sunway Pyramid, Blue Concourse, LG2 to witness the happening of MKL playoffs here. So definitely you can meet and greet some of the cosplayers, some of the pro players, or even meet your favorite caster, as you know, Blam mentioned. But yet again, the focus is not on us. The focus is on these two teams right now. Nova Esports versus All Gamers Global. Storyline, can All Gamers Global finally get a victory onto Nova Esports? Or can Nova Esports continue their dominance over the MKL?
I mean, that's the two stories that we really hope to see, right? Like, the change between these two teams now in the playoffs is going to be the change that sees them through all the way to the KWC, right? Like, this is where the teams that have already qualified are going to be looking. They are going to be honed in, laser sight on both Nova and Nova and AG Global, right? Like, they want to see what's their potential, how they play. Because again, like you were saying, Sagi, like MKL has some of the best teams, and these are two of your potential 3 that could go through to KWC.
Only time will tell, and right now the clock is ticking for both teams as they are warming up for the draft. And for us casters, we are definitely with you, and we will definitely present you the first game of AG Global versus Nova Esports in the draft of their best of 5 series.
Yeah, best of 5 draft, so we're no longer in the baby format of best of 3. There is still at least an extra game on the board if they want to take a clean sweep, either that be Nova Esports or AG Global. But let's get into the bans here. So both the Dharma and the Pei being banned off because they are, again, two quite contested picks within both of these teams, as well as the Ali. We don't want Nova or AG getting that upset that Team Secret had in their last game within the playoffs. Play-ins.
Well, looking at the ban so far, Dharma and Pei being locked off for South Nova Esports, and in general, these same bans, which is the Luna and the Ali, being locked off as well. And right now, the focus is not on Mai Shiranui. It's going to be on none other than the lone pick on the blue side that we have seen so far from all the games. 100% win rate so far.
100% win rate so far, but is it going to be Nova Esports that upset that great grand run for Lung at this point? But already we're seeing AG Global potentially look at the same kind of draft that we had in match number 1 for them, right? Like, they lock in, obviously they've taken away the Dolia, so no longer going to get that Dolia combo with the Lung. So already Nova Esports like, we'll take the Mai and we will take the Dolia.
Well, based on the recent happenings, the blue team composition does have a 100% win rate, and the enabler of this blue team composition is none other than the Dolia. So taking away is a smart approach coming in from Nova Esports coach. So right now, a continuance of the draft, AG Global going back to basics, going back to what won them the game. So they pick out the Princess Frost and Liang once again.
Oh, I mean, is Saber gonna have that lucky kind of flash with the control ward this time around? I mean, going up against Wendy on the Mai Shiranui, I mean, we already stated this in the introduction, right? He has so much carry potential on this Mai Shiranui, and you can kind of feel like maybe that's where the rest of the draft's going to go, is drafting around making sure that Wendy can shine on the Mai Shiranui. We do get the lock-in for the Chano here for Muchi.
Well, Muji locking the channel, securing a healthy lane to versus the Lung and Liang into the bottom lane for the farm lane, right? Chano Liang Channel Dolia versus the Long Liang definitely favors the Channel more, but hey, let's check out the second phase of the ban. And of course, if you're fighting AG, you gotta ban out the Jing and potentially the Lam, right?
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bans here, obviously, into the jungle already. Obviously, you have the Pei, you have the Luna, and you have the Jing. Jing being one of Yulong's biggest performance picks so far within the competition. And obviously, we're looking at banning out the CY's Monkey as well. Monkey gave AG a little bit of a fright in the last time they played against it, right? Like, it's so soaky, it tanks a lot of damage, it takes a lot to take down this pick.
Well, so far, Monkey has had a lot of success in this tournament so far, although it lost. But still, the performance that the Monkey has shown us, very consistently tanky, a lot of damage output. And Nova Esports, aside from banning the Lam, they lock out the Musashi that Yulong had an amazing performance with. So right now, Nova Esports, you gotta figure out a bit of the jungle picks because that's a lot of jungle being locked off. There's still the Agudo, there's still the potential picks of... Apparently, there's still a lot of picks so far that you can actually consider to really build off your comp.
I mean, if it's painted in the picture, obviously Musashi ban here could potentially be baiting out the Orgrin. Obviously, last time we saw the Dolia and the Orgrin, it was on, obviously, AEG Global. But Lu Ban coming through here, I mean, potentially could we see something that's going to have a little bit more access into the backline? Will it be that Lam that comes through as well? Potential is on the board here for Nova Esports, but banning out the Sunset onto the side of AG Global means that the clash lane is going to become even slimmer. So we start the likes of the Mayin, we still obviously have the Charlotte as well for AG Global, but right now, what is Nova Esports cooking with their final pick, which is going to be their jungle?
Well, All Gamers Global here, we gotta focus on their pick, right? So maybe we see the Charlotte once again to really break through the side lane, or we're gonna see a big team fight composition with a Mayin here. So I heard the lock a bit, so let's check out their last two picks. It's gonna be, like you mentioned, the Allground being locked in and the Mayin being locked in for the All Gamers Global final pick here. But Nova Esports, like you mentioned again, you want to bring in the Liu Bang, is it going to be Wendy's job on the My Shiranui, or are you going to be locking in something like the Lam or the Wukong that CY found success with?
Or even the Huon, right? Like, if they give over the Huon, that's a lot of kind of sustain for the side of Nova Esports, and they're no stranger to the Huon pick into the jungle as well. I mean, that could make sense. We saw it paired up with the Dolia already, and the extended team fight it does give you is crazy, and especially with the Celestial Melody being paired with that as well. They need to put it with something, but they're going to put it with the Gudo. So again, they get the wall growth. It is going to give over sustain to the side of Nova Esports. But interestingly enough, we're more likely going to be looking at like maybe the Dolia giving over the Celestial Melody to the likes of the Liu Bang so we can kind of traverse the gorge a little bit easier.
It's either that or we're going to see double Gorge mobilization, double cleanse coming in from Agudo's ultimate. So a lot of mobility coming in from the side of Nova Esports here. And let's say you do get power control, they want to counteract the fact that, hey, I got power control. Liu Bang's immediate battlefield command can come and cancel the Liang. So we might be seeing something along the lines in terms of these team fight potential here. So I want to continue about a bit of my point. All Gamers Global here, you got the same similar draft. Long Liang into the ultimate from power control into the Princess Frost. Then you got Nova Esports here. A very good engaged composition with Mai Shiranui, with Agudo starting off team fights, right? So definitely both teams have their own significant win condition here.
Absolutely, they do. They do. I mean, in terms of obviously the late game, they have both late game marksmen, so both the Lung and the Chano are going to be pretty late game orientated here in terms of getting that itemization up. But we are going to get into game number 1 of the first best of 5 within the Malaysian King League Spring Season 2025 playoffs.
Ooh, first best of 5, Vlad, chills down the spine here. Both these two teams have something to prove. All Gamers Global look to rotate themselves to avoid the laning phase against Channel here. So right now, a first rotation coming in from the side of All Gamers Global here. They do not want to fight the Channel with the Long. So right now, maybe you will have to deal with the Channel into the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, you just delay the inevitable, right? Like, the fact that you're going to meet the Chano at some point is going to happen here. But Xuan already taking a lot of damage there thanks to the flaming palms from JD. They are looking, obviously, just to put a bit of pressure into the top side of the map. But to be honest, putting the pressure onto the Liu Bang at this early stage makes sense. Obviously, when he gets to level 4, it's kind of like where we'll probably see the change of lanes coming through for both of these teams.
Change of lanes come through for both these teams at level 4 and potentially the entire take at the 4th minute mark. So right now, Goalie-wise, as we mentioned, first minute mark, nothing too crazy happening on. There's no crazy invades, there's no crazy fights or skirmishes. Both teams just starting off their jungle and slowly formulating around their winning objective here. For some AG Global here, you gotta rush Saber to level 4 and make the first power control play and really punish him. For side of Nova Esports, you can punish this Marine for being unable to clear waves, and this Agudo, an expert in taking down towers.
Yeah, exactly. It just kind of quickens up the pace. You get the movement speed, you get the attack speed as well. And obviously using those critters, they're going to take a little bit of the brunt of that damage, especially when the mini wave comes crashing in as well naturally. But obviously we see Yulong here coming in with the rotation. He needs to come and help Daohen unless they don't want their T1 for much longer. Like, I can't imagine either of these teams are that kind of blasé about their T1s at this point in the game.
So there's a literally a bit of a top side push from the side of AG, a bit of a pressure coming from Nova Esports onto the cross map. So both teams are imitating their strong side, further pushing it. And if you look at the goalie, for some reason, 600 goalie so far for the side of EG Global here from just playing the lane so well.
Playing the lane so well, exactly. I mean, overall, obviously, Nova Esports are behind just about 300 gold at this point. So AG definitely have, obviously, the stance going forward. But it's kind of the time that was spent down to the bot side of the map, especially from CY and Waypit and Muji, it kind of just denied that kind of clear of the jungle.
Well, one thing's for sure, All Gamers Global definitely secure more neutral objectives and secure more jungle camps of the enemy to really secure this early game tempo here. So right now, if you're a fan of Nova Esports, maybe they're a bit of a shaky, their hands haven't warmed up yet, so give them some time and they will really prosper into the 4th minute mark. Because right now, yep, 500 goldie, so be it. Because we still haven't had our first official fight yet, the first power control hasn't started yet, Wendy hasn't really shown us his signature Maestro tempo yet.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of rotations, obviously, from the mid lane. They know they need to keep priority. They need to make sure they're checking it and match up with, obviously, the Orgrin. He's going to be there just to try and clear that out. But, again, a second barrage of attacks onto that T1 down to the bot side of the map. They really want to open up Muchi so he can kind of traverse the gorge a little bit more and take that pressure off of the side of Nova Esports.
Too much pressure. Just look at this bottom tower. It's going down so soon. Daohen here being chunked out a little bit by Muchi here with the arrows here. This tower is going down lower and lower, but still no proactive play coming in from All Gamers Global here, as they know. Once they pull the trigger, the battlefield comes in from Nova shit immediately. But Wendy here though might be catching out JD.
Oh, Mystical Chusen. Gotta be careful though. Infinite Vastness is obviously going to be used here. He needed to use that to get out. Otherwise, he would have been going down, and that would have been no good for the side of AG Global. But would have been great for the side of Nova Esports. Obviously, first little bit of blood, and obviously extra bit of gold for that first blood as well. But right now, Yulong into the mid lane here with Saber, with PHY, Waypit into the wing here, trying to get the Wave Breaker. Just do a little bit of damage and CC to Yulong. But neutral objectives are up. We're probably going to see a big change here in terms of the passiveness of these two teams.
But still, in terms of cross map, Shred anytime he wants. And JD has no infinite Vastness here, but Yulong, can he steal it? He stole it!
Oh, huge crucial theft there. So Yulong not even starting it, but gets in the control ward, locks down Wendy long enough so they can open up and potentially get the takedown here onto Xuan. But he gets out alive thanks to Wave Pit and the Wave Breaker there, just keeping the part. Both Nova and AG Global.
Still, 1-0 for the side of AG here, but Shrine out to the flaming palms of JD. So AG Global comes out victorious in this exchange here. One kill for one Tyrant. Maybe it's worth it, but now it's inclusive of 1 kill.
Inclusive of 1 kill. I mean, they definitely had the lead there. Obviously, AG Global did get the first blood, which is obviously paying off in terms of the gold lead. Not by much, but overall, it's a good start. Obviously, the steal of the Tyrant, very good start.
Yep, Yulong here, Mr. Clutchman taking away with the steal, with the smite here. So that's a bit of a mistake here coming in from CY. Maybe his smite wasn't on point. So still a small issue here, but looking at the map rotation here, they might be clappy pit here.
For now, I mean, potentially, they're just kind of just trying to get anything out from the enemy jungle, right? They're just making sure that they are not playing too coy. They're trying to put the pressure on because, again, AG just need to make sure they're maintaining that pressure, but also getting those team fights into their favor. Okay, CY looking pretty low here. Does get aided by Waypit as well as Xuan coming in from the top side of the map with the battlefield command. He's not going to go down anytime soon. Infinite Vastness being casted here. Also, Saber gets taken down by Muchi.
I think they went for a play onto Maestro Nui on Wendy, and immediately Wendy and the cavalry arrived to really stop the play from happening. So that's a power control being expended as Saber goes down. And right now, they're knocking towards the top lane tower for the side of AG Global here. With no contention, I think this one goes to Nova Esports with no stress.
No stress at all. I mean, they've got the bot T1 right, so they're going to get that top T1 probably with ease here, especially with the minion wave looking so strong. And there's no kind of like immediate rotation here from Nova Esports, I mean from AG Global to stop this. They're just kind of letting these side lanes open up.
Yep, side lanes open up for the side of Clash Lane and bottom lane of AG Global here. So more space for these side laners of Nova Esports to farm. And right now, Nova CY, you gotta give him props for the Agudo. He's putting so much pressure here. Oh, power control.
Oh, power control does get committed, but he does able to get out of there alive. There is the backline. Wendy takes down JD. That is the fight that they needed. Yulong using the good assault here. Is it going to be enough for the side of AG to come back? No, Dowhead into the backline gets taken down as well.
Wow, what an explosive fight here. Power control lands onto CY, but hey, immediately follow up by a battlefield command coming in from Strand. You are asking, what is the counter pick coming in from the Princess Frost and Liang combo? There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The battlefield command coming in from Strand onto Liu Bang. Yes, he may not be getting most of the resource here, but he's definitely coming to his team fights on time.
Definitely coming on time, and he definitely needs when he gets there at the right point, right? Obviously, the Liu Bang is great with the battlefield command. It just gives over a little bit more sustainability. It's not healing, but it's the shield that keeps you alive, because obviously the healing is going to come from the likes of Wave Pit, as well as CY onto the Gudo, so they don't really need it.
You don't really need it, especially the battlefield coming down. He can proactively cancel out the power control here, so they have the tools to actually negate the CC coming in from Saber here. So how many flash do you have on Saber? It's not going to be always up, so definitely Shren really figuring out. Props to Nova Esports coach for freeing out such an impressive draft to cancel out this play.
Exactly, so far. But right now, we are seeing, obviously, the T2 being taken down for AG Global. So a little bit reminiscent from their first game against DTE, right? DTE opened up their Clash lane, they opened up their side lanes, but still AG was able to come back. But Nova Esports are definitely hedging that out, especially with around about 2k gold difference for now.
Ooh, 2k gold difference here. Godfather goes in, and they're knocking onto the mid tower here. 10 people, 10 men strong on mid side here. But hey, they back off, they go for the Tyrant. Can Yulong steal this again? But Yulong is positioning around the red section of AG Global here. Okay, goes over to Nova Esports with no contention.
They do go with no contention, exactly, that's right. Like, right now, getting the Tyrants is definitely what they're going to need for the side of Nova Esports, obviously just to make it a little bit easier for them, because the team fights have been working their way. In terms of, obviously, sustainability, they have the better sustainability compared to All Gamers Global's draft. They just need the extra bit of damage, and that Tyrant gives that over, especially if they need something so immediately as they're just building their itemization.
Ooh, so far Dolia seems to be performing very well here, but Yulong here, oh, when he goes in!
Oh, yeah, power control ward is going to be there, and it's going to also be the takedown for Xuan. He's committed, he gets the kill, but this could be the killing blow here for AG Global. They have lost 3 members of their team, and it's not just any members, it's Saber. It's the major control, it's the major tank, and then they've lost Dowhead as well into the bot side of the map, as they're opening up this T2 now in the mid lane. Nova Esports looking for a clean, quick win here.
Oh, they're knocking on the T3 right now, and we've seen Nova end games quickly. And right now, Tier 3 goes down though. Do they want to continue for the Crystal? But that's too much. So they back off and they go for the jungle camp. They go for the side towers, and right now, they're expanding the goal into such a long distance for AG Global to catch up. It's already almost 7,000 here.
Almost 7,000. I mean, moments ago, we was talking about it being 2k difference as well, right? So now 7k, that's definitely shaking away and making rumbles across the gorge, even though they don't have the likes of the Liam causing the Trevor Smash. But right now, they do have the wave breakers, and creating waves is Wave Pit, trying to keep them away from this Tyrant. Yes, Yulong did it once. Can he do it again? No, they reset the Tyrant for now.
They reset the Tyrant, and the more time they spend here, the Clash lane wave is starting to build up pressure here. If the Mayin doesn't attend it, they have the initiative to join the fight when the Mayin attends to the Clash lane here. So they have to give this up, and they have to bank on Yuno to steal this.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Unfortunately, Yulong is not going to make any way into that path of passing. I mean, it's a right call, but at the same time, Muchi gets a kill onto PHY and just opening up this lane even further. The bot side of the map is looking like it. I mean, they don't have the mini wave, but they need to make sure that they're creating that pressure still and just maintaining it for the side of Nova Esports.
Gotta give props to Wendy. This Maestro is always masterclass. It's always fun to see him play this, and he's so far, if not the best Maestro, I don't know who is.
I don't know either. I mean, definitely Wendy is at the top contender, right, for the top Maya Shiranui within the MKL or even the global esports team. But already we see the front of these two lanes. Down goes Dowhead once more. Down goes Yulong. I feel like this is just game one over and done with here for AG Global. Nova Esports looking to clean out the crystal here, and they do it so quickly. 11 minutes and 30 seconds.
That was a quick win coming in from Nova Esports here, showing dominance. A few hiccups in the early game, but still, they pulled back strong, they warmed up their hands, and they clocked and defeated AG Global in a very fast fashion.
Very, very fast fashion. Very fast fashion. But I mean, did we expect finesse from Nova, especially with this draft, especially Wendy on Shiranui, especially with the Gudo as well? I mean, it just all fell into place with that draft, right?
Yeah, we were talking about in the game. We haven't seen Nova Esports Wendy clocking in and making these high mobility plays. The moment he clocked in, the moment he made these flashing gauges, it just couldn't stop.
Just couldn't stop. I mean, he's definitely kind of like a locomotive. As soon as he starts getting going, he cannot be stopped, and that's exactly what Nova Esports needed in that game number one, just to make sure, remind AG Global their space within the MKL, right? Like, Nova's like, hey, yes, we were second seed, but still we are going to be on top of you, basically. And that's exactly how they played that game number one. I mean, there's a little bit of like glimpse of hope there for the side of AG Global, especially with the steal of the Tyrant, but it just lacked, obviously, the damage into the early part of the game. Yes, Princess Frost can lay down some damage there with the Winters here, but overall, you're relying on just one skill to carry you into the late game until JD's online.
Well, that's the case, and right now, Nova Esports showed us the answer to the popular question: what counters Liang and Princess Frost? Here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, it is the Liu Bang. The moment you get locked down, Liu Bang teleports in with the Battlefield command and immediately cancels Saber or Liang's ultimate. So there you have it.
And there you have it, exactly. I mean, Wavebit 0011, very impressive. Just using that wave breaker, using the healing to be at Muchi's side. I don't think there was ever a point in that game where they weren't next to each other. But looking at these stats here, CY doing the 72.9k damage, Wendy with their 56.6k damage, and then obviously Muchi not too far behind with that 53k damage overall. I mean, they definitely have the damage output, especially enough damage to put the pressure onto the likes of Orgren and Yulong.
Well, that explains it. Look at damage taken. Yulong banking the 96k damage. He was a sandbag being hit all around by the side of Nova Esports. So, if you're AG Global here, one of your best drafts has been broken down by Nova Esports without a sweat here. So you gotta figure out your following drafts. How are you gonna come back to this series? Yes, it's just game one, but this game one, what a showcase coming from Nova Esports.
A big showcase. I mean, did we expect anything less though? Like, we were saying that yes, AG Global are currently like warmed up and stuff like that, but this is Nova Esports. This is the champions of the Season 3 Invitational. It's not just any other team. And you can kind of tell here by the stats, like obviously like team fight potential, Daohan on the Mayin. It wasn't in any of the team fights with that team fight rate participation. But let's look at the gold graph.
Well, as the gold graph mentions, the game was really moderate, nothing too fancy going on, until who decided to clock in? My Shiranui from Wendy, and he immediately turned everything to the favor of Nova Esports, and they really amped up the tempo. The My Shiranui and the Agudo combo really made so much space for Nova Esports to really push the lead towards the 7,011 minutes.
Exactly. I mean, it gives the good setup for the My Shiranui, right? Obviously, using the Gorge mobilization, just throwing the furball at the enemy team, and then My Shiranui, Wendy just comes in and cleans up shop. It's exactly what we saw there in this game number one of this best of 5 between AG Global and Nova Esports. But like you were saying there, the gold graph, as soon as it started to get right about that 2k, then also 7k territory in terms of the lead, it got crazy.
It got crazy indeed, and what's crazy is Nova Wendy once again clocking in on My Shiranui and getting that MVP title. KD of 217, 24% damage dealt, 15% damage taken, and 21% total gold.
Yes, a lot of gold, a lot of damage, and little damage taken, which is exactly what you want when you're playing something like the Mai Shiranui, right? You don't want to see the reverse where you're doing 15% damage and then 24% damage taken. That's when you're not Nova Wendy. But KDA overall, obviously just setting up 2 kills, dying once, but then obviously setting up the assist with the knockups and the CC, and obviously just early team fight damage. We're going to see it here in these highlights.
So this is the first steal coming in from AG Yulong, securing the Tyrant, and this fight was a bit of a 50-50. AG Saber getting out of a stick of a help, but this one, immediately they capitalized on Wendy, but then the Cavalry is here to save Wendy. And this one, it's just explained. See, power control misses, and immediately Strength is here to the rescue, and Wendy with the 2-man knockup immediately.
Yeah, immediately the knockup there. I mean, it definitely just kind of puts AG Global on the back foot there. They were just really trying to come back within these team fights. Yes, Yulong got that Orgrim pick, but it just wasn't enough. But this is it. Like, the backline access for the side of Nova Esports was just hotly uncontested. Just the fact that Mai Shiranui could go in, then Xuan on top. It's just so good. And here it is, the Gorge mobilization, knock up onto the Orgrim, really stops him in his place, just means that push forward. And having Furball in your utility means that you got 6 members rather than 5.
6 members rather than 5. And we were questioning who was going to bring Liu Bang the explosive damage into the team fights. There you have it. The Mai Shiranui from Wendy immediately popping all these mobilities. The Hisatsushi Nubibachi into the background, paired up the flash and delivering Liu Bang's burst damage towards the entirety of the backline of none other than AG Global.
Yes, and speaking of that, obviously it is 1 point to Nova. They are going to be on the red side this time. AG has chosen the blue once more. So again, very interesting to see what they decide to draft this time around. Obviously, the last time they were on blue side, they selected the Lung both times, but now they cannot do that thanks to the global BP.
Thanks to the global BP indeed. And right now, the long 100% win rate onto the blue side has been tarnished by the hands of Nova Esports. They proved to the fact that in front of absolute strength, stats don't really matter.
Stats don't really matter, exactly, especially when you've just got so much damage, so much strength for the side of Nova Esports. They maybe will miss the Mai Shiranui. Obviously, they've played it in game 1. They know that for the side of AG Global, maybe they're thinking, thank the Lord, like, Mai Shiranui is not going to be on the cards anymore. But still, there's so many picks here for Nova Esports Wendy that can come through and carry just as well.
Well, it's only game 1 of a best of 5 series right now. We praise from time to time Nova Esports being able to capitalize these amazing wins. But referring back to the play-in matches, it's still a long series. There's still potential for comebacks. We can see AG Global really flourishing into a mature team if they can take out more games or even a few games from the hands of Nova Esports.
They may do, right? I mean, they've always naturally fallen as like 2-0. It's always potential that AG Global can take a point from them. Like I said, this is a best of 5 now. There is always still like an extra game on the board at least. But with a best of 5, obviously you can go 3-1, you can go 3-2 if you really need to. And AG Global at that point, as well as Nova Esports, their hero pool is going to get even smaller as this goes on as well.
It's a battle of wits, it's a battle of champion pools, hero pools, it's a battle of strength. So you have to boil it down to the last moment here. Even if it's 2-0, there's still a potential for comeback. That is the beauty of global ban pick here. When you expend your best picks in the first 2 games and you do not have any other picks to boil down in the game 3, game 4 draft, that's where it matters for both these 2 teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is where we start to see, obviously, things either come together for AG Global or fall apart even further. I mean, after that game, 11 minutes and about 30-second defeat there for Nova. A very quick, but not as probably their quickest victory against anybody within the MKL, but they're against AG Global. They are the 3rd seed. They aren't a team to take lightly, so they still probably have means within their drafts to come back in this best of 5.
If you think about the Mai Shiranui, right, from Wendy, he did snatch a win for Nova Esports, right? If they give it to AG, Nova Esports can still respond with the Yuhuan that Wendy has proven from time to time. He's an absolute beast on it.
Yeah, the Hue-1 has obviously been a difference maker for this day, right? Like, obviously, we saw it already within both of the series we've had so far today, and it shows that just it's great utility, not only sustain, obviously depending if you go into jungle and you go tank, you can still tank a lot of damage, pairing it with the likes of the Dolia, which we've already seen onto the side of Nova Esports, but could still come out for the side of AG Global. But we can imagine that we I'm probably going to see the Q1 for the side of AG Global. It's more likely going to be trying to get those hotly contested picks like the Jing, like an Assassin into the jungle for Yulong.
Definitely something we haven't seen so far coming in from AG Global's drafts. Lots of team have been putting the full stop onto Yulong's Jing, especially after the Jing's revamp. She's been absolute terror in Heroes Gorge here. So I really want to see in this BO5, in this global ban pick, one of these teams pull out the revamped Jing and showcase to us viewers and to us casters what is it like to be a top tier Jing.
We can only hope, right? But I mean, to be honest, every team that's played against AG Global have banned out the Jing, so is it going to be the same story here for the side of this best of 5 between Nova and AG Global? I think it probably will be, right? Like, you don't want to sort of like give over the best pick to your enemy team, especially if you want to try and take this with a 3-0.
Man, 3-0 is definitely going to put a mark onto AG Global's confidence here if Nova Esports does defeat him with 3-0, right? 3-0 is not a really easy feat here, but hey, talking about easy feats, Nova does have feats when it comes to all these achievements that they have, especially in the HOK S3 champions, right?
S3 champions, I mean, they were top 4 within the KWC as well. They're not KWC, KC 2024,
KC,
sorry.
yes.
They weren't at the last EWC, so this will obviously be their first. So going into Riyadh for Nova Esports, this will be their first time to go up against obviously the KPL teams as well, which to be honest, we'll be super excited to see. Obviously, that's where, I mean, they've got to try and get through into the playoffs, but if they play anywhere like they have within the MKL, honestly, it's definitely within Nova Esports' drive to get to that playoffs to fight the KPL teams.
You definitely make a very good point here. The stakes are high definitely for Nova Esports because you're right. It's their first time going to the KWC if they win this series. The moment they win this series, they secure themselves a slot to the prestigious event KWC. But rather than that, let's jump onto the banner pick, which will be happening soon. Game 2 between Nova Esports and AG Global. Can AG Global recover from their loss and pull it to a 1-1?
We can only hope, right? We can only hope that they do. I mean, Lung and the Pei both being banned up here for AG Global makes sense. They don't want the Lung to come through to the side of Nova Esports. Again, Muchi even just showed decisively within that game #1 that Chano, even with the Chano pick, which is obviously more towards like the mid-tier within the marksman pool, he can still pop up a performance.
Indeed, so far Chano throughout the regular season hasn't shown a lot of priority here, especially when it comes down to the play-ins, the playoffs. It's showing more and more popularity and priority towards these teams. And right now, looking at the pick and bans, Lung, Pei, Dharma, Arlie, all being locked off, and you have the Byra, which is heavily prioritized by Down here being locked in here. But yet again, Luna is still available for grabs.
Luna is available. I mean, are you going to give it over to CY? Surely not. Oh, you do. But give it over to Zhang Fei as well to Wei Pit. I mean, this is already spelling. So, like, we gave Wendy the Mai Shiranui. He's had his top pick. Wei Pit now gets his top pick. CY gets the Luna as well. I mean, here, look, some fan art coming through here as well. Some beautiful fan art from the audiences for the side of Team Nova.
Ooh, beautiful fan art here. And we talk about signature picks, right? We gotta give props to Yulong for locking in that Jing that we've been discussing during the planning stage. So right now, we are not seeing a traditional tank versus tank matchup. We're looking at one of the first few ever assassin matchups that we're gonna have in this best of 5 series.
Best of 5 series for now. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We are going to get that Jing come through. The Yixing, though, however, is going to come through now as well. So over to the side of Nova Esports, we're going to see that damage come from none other than Wendy on the Yixing, and it's already been showing much promise already within the MKL playoffs as well. But we can obviously see that there's going to be a little bit more of a rotation down to the bot side of the map as well for the side of Nova Esports.
So both teams banning out the opponent's remaining draft, right? For the side of AG Global here, you're banning out these potential picks that Shuan, the FME player from HOK S3, can potentially pick to impact the game, right? Lane being locked off, potentially the Sun Tzu or the Guan Yu will be locked off as well. For side Nova Esports, you're limiting the pull of Saber, the key difference maker for the side of AG Global here. And for Nova Esports, when it comes to Zhang Fei and the best duo here, you gotta give it to D-Renjie here.
D-Renjie, yep, again, another big pick for the side of Nova Esports. Again, you don't have the early, so again, obviously it's not that in terms of counter, but in terms of obviously the initiation with the ultimate from the Ranger as well, CC coming through with the damage reduction, it's going to pay off very nicely, especially paired with a lot of damage for the side of Nova Esports at this point.
Yep, and Nova Esports remaining and reserving their last pick for their Clash laner here. For AG Global here, you gotta figure out your roamer pick here and your marksman pick here. Is JD gonna go back to his signature Lady Sun that he has found so much success with? It's probably gonna be, because it's Ming and Lady Sun locked in once again for AG Global.
Yeah, pairing that obviously used to rock the Gorge as well, especially within some of the previous tournaments within the global esports scene. Hasn't quite sort of come through as like hot and thick as it used to, but still a very sort of competent combo down to the bot side of the map. Obviously, the extra damage going over to JD on the Lady Sun is really going to help his early game power spike as well. And then obviously going up against some of the tankier picks like the Zhongfei, it's definitely going to help try and melt a few of those as well.
And one more thing to note, if you see a Lady Sun and Ming, you know what Nova Esports Clash is gonna pick. It's probably gonna be a Guan Yu being locked in, and it will be, because one thing's for sure, if you want to play these very close range supports to really buff out the marksman, you're gonna have a horse running at you with the Razor Cavalry.
Yeah, a big oppressive pick here for Xuan. I mean, we've already seen him on the Lu Bang, which is pretty like oppressive to the side of AG Global into that last game number 1. The team fights were just kind of popping off, and obviously the Battlefield Command just being there when you needed to, and now you have the man on his horse himself, Guan Yu.
Man, the man of the map, which is Xuan on his signature Guan Yu here. Zhongfei, Guan Yu forming the immediate engage with Wendy with the board here. Definitely gonna spell some disaster for Lady Sun and Ming for South JD and Saber of all gamers global here. You gotta figure out one thing. AG Global does not have a tank.
Yes, they don't have a tank, but they have a lot of damage, right? I mean, they have the initiation for Byron, obviously Daohan can dive in pretty early to get the knock-up, try and get the setup there for Yulong, but like you said, they don't have the tank. It's going to be pretty much very aggressive, expecting the damage to come through if they're really going to try and take these team fights from Nova Esports.
Ooh, pressure is high for AG Global here, especially when their draft revolves around JD. JD gotta figure out how many spells and how many engage he has to tackle in this game. If he can perfectly position himself, AG has a chance. But right now, Daohan gets pushed in.
Daohan does get pushed in, but I mean, it's not going to be too much, right? He doesn't have the minion wave onto the side of Nova Esports, so he's not going to commit too much, so not too bad. Or, I mean, they're not going to be at the feet of Nova Esports at this point in the game.
The future.
And cheeky JD here looking for an invade here, but JD gets knocked up.
JD does get knocked up, but he's able to escape it there. I mean, again, just don't have quite the mini wave to force the fight between these two just yet. They are just trying to sort of bait out the side of AG Global, maybe just trying to strike some fear into them.
But still, that's 2 common spells being baited out from the side of JD and Saber. Here, the next time Guan Yu comes here at level 4, they are probably cooked.
They potentially could be cooked, right? I mean, only time will tell. Only time will tell. Whether or not cooked is obviously the gold lead. It's definitely sort of like neck and neck between both of these teams. Oh, first blood. We missed it there. It is going to be a CY getting the first blood onto JD. Obviously, that took place into the mid lane. Hopefully, we'll get a little bit of a replay there between both of those teams.
This is the after effect, right? Xuan forcing out the flash from and cleanse from the side of Saber and JD, immediately being engaged on by CY, annihilating the most important carry player for the side of JD, which is the Lady Sun here.
Yeah, exactly. Taking down JD on the Lady Sun is going to be kind of that point of call, right? Like, they're just trying to sort of mitigate that huge potential damage coming from the side of AG Global. I mean, yes, they still have PHY onto the Mai Shirunui, but other than that, it's definitely going to be focusing JD so that Muchi can try and get ahead, but still, after that death, JD's ahead with the XP lead just ever so slightly.
Just ever so slightly here, and the lanes have gone back to a normal situation. JD and Saber has rotated once again back to the farm lane to face off Muchi and Waypit. So right now, if you are looking at the overall game state, it's still a 50-50 for both teams. We have to see what's going to happen during the 4th minute mark when they really fight for this Tyrant. Are we going to see a sandwich coming from Nova Esports to chunk out JD on this Lady Sun, or are we going to see Yulong performing on his signature Jing pick?
I mean, it's all potential, right? The fact is that they're going to just be farming up and trying to get as much resources up until that point. So obviously, neutral objective, as soon as that comes up, then we'll probably see a bit of a change of pace, a change of priorities between these two teams as well. Already we're seeing the domination into the mid lane, just trying to sort of like put pressure into these lanes that are closest to this neutral objective.
Oh, so many people, so many players hovering towards the side of mid lane right now. CY onto the right side, and look at Shen. He's charging up and looking onto the left side here. So both teams are heavily investing their resources towards the mid priority here. But yet again, since the Saber on the main is following the leading soon, mid priority will go over to Nova Esports due to man advantage.
Ooh, okay, we do get Wave Pip being knocked away by PHY. I think that's a little bit of a saving grace more than any kind of threat to the side of Nova Esports. He was still able to get out of there.
Ooh.
He doesn't quite have his Unbridled Outburst built up, so he doesn't need to use that or expand that to get away. But for now, obviously, both of these teams are just tit-for-tatting. They're looking to just get those points off of the side of AG Global for now. Obviously, we are seeing that Nova Esports are ahead by 1 kill for now. CY just looking to keep hold of those Azure Golems because the Luna pick needs it.
The Luna picks needs it to really form these amazing engages. And right now, Wavepip roaming into the red buff and forcing Yulong to use the smite. And right now, if the smite is used, is suspended, free Tyrant goes over the side of Nova Esports.
And there it goes over to Nova Esports, just like that, straight over to the side of Nova Esports once more. They obviously lost the first Tyrant in game number 1 because obviously Yulong was able to go in and contest it. But this time around, they don't want to make sure that Yulong is exhausted or even taken down too early within this one because, again, both CY and Yulong are just trying to get the better positioning within the jungle, and right now CY definitely has it right. I mean, thanks to that first blood, and thanks to obviously the Tyrant for the extra damage, he's ahead by about 400 gold between both the Yulong and CY.
Still not a big fight being brought out by both teams yet. So both teams playing it towards their core strength here. We have to see the first fight. I want to see how Nova Esports look for all these flanks and engages onto the core carries. And I want to see how AG Globals fights back, knowing that they don't have a tank, and look for these amazing engages with the Maestro and the follow-up from Yulong's burst damage onto the Jing.
I mean, there's definitely follow-up, right? But we haven't seen it come through yet for the side of AG Global. I think that's what we're just all waiting for, especially so AG can just get back on the board, whether it be a kill, whether it be some just extra bit of gold. But right now, Xuan is getting bullied. It's PHY that gets taken down there. So he has gone bully mode and takes down the Maestro. So again, another kill going onto the board for the side of Nova Esports.
Felt like a bit of deja vu there. I feel like I've seen something like that, but yet again, the second time didn't work out for PHY here. Couldn't escape from the worlds, my boy here. And okay, Mirror Domain goes out.
Yeah, a little bit too premature there for the side of AG Global, put in the Mirror Domain. Obviously, zones away Xuan, so obviously hoping to try and save that T1 into the mid lane. However, it still fell.
Still fell, and right now, since the mid lane tower down, Nova Esports is looking to invade towards the Azure Golem after taking the Crimson Golem. So that's to add insult into the injury. And right now, can AG realistically defend this? I don't think so, though. They might be forcing a fight without Yulong's Mirror Domain.
Yeah, they don't want to do that at any point, right? I mean, the fact is that Nova Esports are definitely ahead in terms of the gold, so team fights naturally will go in their favor, right? I mean, we're starting to see the likes of the Venomous Staff being built here, so for any kind of healing that comes from the likes of the Byron or even the Jing here, it's going to be mitigated, especially if Yixing is in these fights. But the T1 into the top side of the map does get taken down again by Nova, putting some more pressure into these side lanes, and AG not looking worse for wear here because they don't have a single T1 standard.
Oh, that is stress. If you look at it, who realistically can handle CY in the side lane? Yulong's not farm yet, he can't handle CY at all. Daohun is just gonna be a toy with all these new moon dashes. So right now, mid tower goes down for the tier 2, and right now Nova Esports responds and once again converts their mid lane tower to another bottom lane tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, overall, obviously, the pressure in these lanes is definitely into the favor of Nova Esports. And again, it's just a slow but sure snowball. Unfortunately, I mean, AG Global are trying to do something at the top side of the map, but they do have Xuan here on the Guan Yu pretty much just circulating around here close by. He's not going to be cared that his T1 falls because they've already got them dead to rights into their clash lane. So they got to be careful.
They got to be careful, and Muji cleanses away, and Umbrella Wars goes through.
Bright Hypers does go through, but it's going to be enough to keep away the Jing. It's going to be a double kill there for CY as they claim some more onto the side of Nova Esports. That is going to be a 3-0 trade for now. No minion wave at the saving grace of AG Global, but there is one coming around. It is not stopping Nova here. They're just battering this high ground turret at that 7-minute mark.
Wow, what a domination, absolute domination coming in from the side of Nova Esports here. The kill count is 5, but yet again, look at the towers. There's no more towers, no more outer towers. One tier 3 has gone down from the side of AG Global here, and the goal lead is amounting to a 6,000 deficit for AG Global. And right now, the fight goes on.
Yeah, Yulong into the back line is just not going to be enough. The CC coming through from CY and the rest of the gang is just too much for the side of AG Global. Xuan is just again gone bully mode, pushing them around. He survives. He gets a crucial throw control. He's just really setting up this base attack for the side of Nova Esports. Minion wave crashing in into the top and to the mid lane as well. Could be pretty huge, but AG Saber is being pushed away back at the base. Just trying to keep away those minions. It's not going to be enough. Nova Esports taking a 2-0 from AG Global.
8 minutes 38 seconds. We might just have our fastest game of playoffs right now. It might not be the fastest achievement so far in the whole MKL, but damn, that was a fast game.
A very fast game, but it was just that whole brewing point for Nova, right? Nova was just waiting for them to get online, but then to be like, right, okay, let's go ham, let's go in, and let's take that priority in all those lanes. And that's exactly what set up the spoon for Nova Esports.
It was a pretty heavy outdraft coming in from Nova Esports as well. So the Luna fighting the side lane was really easy. There was no pressure in the early game at all from the side of AG to really suppress this Luna. And when the clock hits, the Luna scales in, defeated the side lane, gets the towers, get all these neutral resources, and invades. After invades toward the side of AG Yulong's jungle, yes, you may be fast in your hands to make these mechanics, but when you have no gold, you're behind on gold, you have no items, you can't make things happen on assassins.
You can't, unfortunately, and if you kind of don't check the Luna so early, then it kind of just makes it like you just gave CY the room to just kind of accumulate everything he needs to make team fights go in his favor. And I mean, you're going to see it in the animation and the difference between CY and Yulong, but it's definitely a big difference within the jungle alone, right? I mean, look there, what, 5.2k to 7.7k, and he's kind of like, what, almost 3-4 slotted items for the side of CY's Luna.
And of course, the Maestro being picked by PSY did not account to much of a threat against Muchi. We all know when it comes to the DRNG, he has a free getaway called cleansing the crowd control. So a wise pick here coming in from Nova Esports to really factor in the number of assassins that's going to be pouncing on their marksman. Hence, he has a 0.005 KDA with 0 deaths, despite having so many assassins coming from EG Global.
So many assassins, but I mean, at the end of the day, he gets the Sparkforge dagger, he gets the Doomsday there for his early game spike in terms of damage is going to be there for the side of Nova Esports. So you're probably going to see from this post-game stats that the damage is probably going to come from, even though Muchi didn't get a single kill, but those assists on the board are going to show that obviously he did have a balanced amount of damage. And right there, 24k, close to Wendy's as well. Obviously, you see why peeping them all with about 2k extra in terms of the damage dealt. But it was just mainly the utility here of obviously Muchi on the D-Ranger, just doing a lot of damage.
Well, he was there to really push down these towers, and if you look at this game, it wasn't really action-packed. It was more on Nova Esports slowly but surely chipping out all available resources from the side of AG Global here, further pushing them back to the base, and when it mattered, Shrem was there to push them out, and once again, after the push, it was GG for the side of AG Global.
Yeah, I mean, definitely having no tank paid negatively against AG Global, right? Like the fact they had no team fight rate is just showing that Nova Esports had their like golden ticket. They had their way into the back line, do a lot of damage, and then that's basically where it all rolled out.
Yep, just look at this goal lead. It wasn't very fast, but the moment it hit the 5-minute mark, the team fight happened, it just slanted all the way down till the end of the game with 8 minutes 37 seconds with an 8,000 gold lead for Nova Esports. That's 1,000 gold per minute for advantage for Nova Esports.
Yeah, huge advantage there. Obviously 8k towards the end of the game. I mean, it's not typically an end of game when it comes to Honor of Kings. Obviously 8 minutes and 37 seconds is not long at all. I mean, we didn't get any shadow variants of those neutral objectives. Nova was just like, hey, we won in 11 minutes 30 seconds in the last game. We want to win a little bit quicker this time around, so maybe we'll get an even quicker game 3. But I can imagine AG Global definitely want to step up here, because obviously this is where it normally would be like, oh, this is the end of the series, but they still have one more game.
It's not the play-ins, it's not a BO3, it's still BO5. And talking about BO5, let's check out the MVP of the series. Is MVP of the game going to be Nova straight onto the Guan Yu with a KD of 101. But hey, It's not about KDAs. You gotta give him some props. He roamed towards the mid lane and broke the game plan for AG, forcing the flash, forcing the cleanse coming in from JD and Saber from the side of AG Global here. And the moment they burn that, next moment, CY comes in, swoops the kill onto the Lady Sun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all about, like you said, it's not all about the KDA, it's all about sort of like the pressure. And we've been seeing this as a bit of like a tale of the day, is that the clash lanes, yes, they don't get the KDA, but it's the pressure and the effect that they have onto the Gorge. And I mean, K1 both took MVPs of his last game, and now we're seeing that Xuan gets MVP of the clash lane for Nova Esports as well. And it just shows here, this is the bully coming through on the Guan Yu.
Look at the bully coming in from the Guan Yu. He doesn't even need to be here to win the fight. Look at that. Mochi gets pounced on immediately. Legal immunity bangs him out, and look at this. This was the play. Look at the Guan Yu from the side. He's flanking, he's looking, gets a 3-man knockup, pushes 3-man back. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he was just there to kind of keep PHY away from the team fights, because obviously that's where the major damage is really going to come from until JD got online. And you can see that it made absolute sense here from the side of Nova Esports as they push this team with the Obstacle Crystal and get that game to win. So already we are 2-0 between Nova Esports and AG Global. AG Global need to come up with something within this game number 3. Both of these teams aren't used to playing 3 games together. I mean, it has been like 6 weeks. They've played 2 best of 3s, and AG Global have lost 2-0 all those times. So now, maybe the time they can clap back here with this extra round.
Ooh, that's definitely going to be hard right now. Being forced a match point right now, Nova has 2 points over AG here. Maybe in terms of AG fans, you may think that, oh, AG is probably hiding some scraps so he can go down to the lower bracket to face off either AG. To either face off BSE or O2. There may be a case, but hey, they still have the series to play in their hands, so they definitely have to treat this with caution here. If they can get some form of picks here, some form of comeback here against Nova Esports, that will save them a heck of a lot of nuisance to go through the lower bracket.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen obviously other teams within other regions climb all the way up from the lower bracket, but it all depends on your mental, right? Like if you're at the lower bracket and you don't have the right mental as a team, there's no chance of you climbing all the way up to the grand finals, which we saw obviously within the IKL. It's all about sort of like, if you do get to the low bracket, what are you going to do with it? What is your goal when you get to that low? Because again, that's when you're at the kind of like the point of no return. You've already been at it once with the play-ins AG Global have, but they could soon be facing going down to that lower bracket, especially if Nova Esports plays so precise or so clean like they did in those past 2 games.
Well, it was definitely a really clean game so far from 2 games from Nova Esports. Game 1, it was a bit of a back and forth until Wendy clocked in. Game 2 was an absolute demolition coming in from Nova Esports against all gamers global. From draft, from in-game, from decision-making, from the get-go, Nova Esports had everything in control from start to finish. That's why they could end the game in 8 minutes, 37 seconds.
Exactly. Very quick game there from Nova Esports. Maybe we'll get an even quicker game in this best of 5, sorry, with this 3-0 potential on the board here for Nova Esports. But AG Global, like I said earlier, they need to try and come back here because they are just kind of fulfilling their role within the MKL, right? Like they are 2-0 against Nova all the way up until this point. Are they going to take a 3-0 even though they've now got the extra round within this best of 5? Not even try and contest against Nova Esports, because I mean, even though they got some of their big picks, obviously like the Jing, but still, Wei Pick got his Zhang Fei, we got CY on his Luna, and at that point it's kind of just like, what more can they do, right? Like there's power picks coming through left, right, and center for Nova Esports, and AG just aren't having the answers for them.
AG just haven't had the answers at all throughout these 2 games, but definitely they still have a shot to make a comeback here, so we cannot count them out so far. But still, having to make a comeback 3 games in a row against Nova Esports, it's gonna be a big feat and achievement, something not to look down upon. So they have to think, is the coach wanting to save their mental and go down to the lower bracket to face off, like we mentioned, the losers of the following match? Or is it Nova Esports being too oppressive? At this point, none of the tactics, the picks, the gameplay that they prepared can actually fight against them.
We'll have to say, wait and see, right? I mean, we are going to get into game number 3 draft here, and AG Global with the Lung ban priority once again, and same with Nova Esports with Ali ban.
Oh, a deja vu once again. Standard ban pick so far that we've seen from both sides. Yet again, both teams have expended some number of picks so far that we have seen. Ogran and Lone being banned out for the side of AG Global here as they have picked it in Game 1 and unable to expend them in Game 2. For the side of Nova Esports here, they are still banning out the Arlie as they do not want to see that pick being available for the hands of JD. And it's one of those most favorite and popular marksman pick as of current patch.
Exactly. I mean, even like the likes of the Orgrim being banned out here as well makes sense for the side of AG Global. They are going to prioritize the Dharma here because obviously My Shiranui has been played by both teams, so that's no longer going to be a ban or a prio pick. But Nova Esports here, they have a lot to kind of pick up. So obviously they can't have the Lung, they can't have the Ali, but they can still lock in, obviously, the likes of potentially the Liam Po. Again, down to the bot side of the map, they could go for the Diadeer if they really wanted to because they're on that red side. Locking in 2 of those big picks could be crucial here about what Daoheng can do on this Dharma.
Oh, Yuhuan being picked up here for Nova Esports here. As we know, this pick is very flexible. It's not really going to the jungle as we don't really see her that often after the nerfs, but still, she's a frequent visitor in this patch into the mid lane and towards the roamer role. So definitely it's a good pickup coming from Nova Esports to make their draft more flexible. And towards the side of Clash lane, you lock in the Byron for the hands of Shren. So it's a very good pick into the Dharma as it is a very strong lane bully.
Strong lane bully, exactly. I mean, the Dharma here into the dude, into the Dolia, some little bit of synergy coming through here. Obviously, the Unruly Blade's going to be able to be activated a little bit quicker for the side of AG Global to try and use that get in, get out of gel card and obviously be a great initiation because right now that's what we've been suffering within this past 2 games, right? Is the fact that AG Global really didn't have the initiation in game number 2. They had the Orgrin in game number 1, but it just wasn't set up correctly.
Right now, if you look at the marksman pool real quick, Long and Arlie are removed from the pool. AG Global have expended most of these picks. And if you look on Nova Esports, they're going to ban out a lot of these picks and they may force JD onto the picks like the whole Yi here. So if you're Nova Esports here, you might want to remove the D-Range. Yes, that's a good ban. And for the side AG Global here, it's time to cut down more on the jungle picks. Maybe the Musashi, maybe the picks such as the Ogren. Oh, it's already banned.
Yep, already banned. They're already banned. So, I mean, Pei's been banned, Orgren's been banned, Musashi's been banned. We've seen the picks of the Luna as well as the Gudo. They could still go for something like potentially like Monkey here. Obviously have a great engage with the Dream Roam. It's something that obviously CY does play quite frequently as well. It does pair nicely with the Huan. I mean, this Huan could go to CY if he really wants to. It's a great first pick within the red side because he can go jungle, mid, or even support, and you keep your enemy team guessing. Banning out the Diadea is definitely AG Global's guessing phase right now.
Yep, they do not know where the Yuhuan is going to be. Maybe the mid, maybe the roamer, maybe the jungle, as you mentioned. Banning out the Diadea does remove the double healing type of team composition that Nova Esports can pivot to. For the side of their 4th pick here, it may be the jungle to really provide the assistant, but no, they say we want the double healing. We are pairing it with the Secure and the Yuhuan. So this Yuhuan, as you mentioned, is still under the possibility of flexing towards the jungle or the roam or the mid lane.
I mean, we've seen Wendy on the Huan as well, right? I mean, do you remember that performance where he was flashing in and getting the CCs? He was carrying as Huan, so if it goes into the mid lane, I ain't gonna be mad. But at the same time, what do they look for into the jungle at that point? Because I mean, they can use Huan as a little bit of a first engage as well as the Byron, but then what did they go for? But over to the side of AG Global, they're at dire straits, right? They're looking to see what they go for their jungle. They go for the Marco Polo as well as the Ganamo. So what they were lacking was a lot of damage, and now they have it with both of these picks.
We might see a CY Wukong here because there's so much backline threat coming from AG Global. And when we talk about backline threat, who's even better than Wukong with so much burst here? And we hear the lock sound. Who is it gonna be? It's gonna be the Dianwei instead. The first appearance, maybe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, in the playoffs, absolutely. First appearance in the playoffs. It was one of DTE's favorite picks. I think they played the Dianwei probably the most into DTE Gaming's draft. But here, it's the burst damage you need, right? You've got the leap, you've got the slow. You can really kind of put a stop to the tempo and the escape of the Marco Polo here. And obviously, as you sort of see the Dianwei, he gets stronger.
He gets stronger. he gets all his CC immune. So if the Dharma does kick him around like a ball, CC immune clocks in and immediately cancels off the Truth Mantra or the Formless and Mantra coming in from Dharma on Daohun. So looking at both drafts, AG Global, a very standard draft, wait for the Marco Polo and Ganemo to really farm into fruition, and Dharma, Daohun look for these backline flanks. For example, Nova Esports here, you got a Yu Huan, Zakir, the healing comp to buff up Dianwei and Byron, these beefy frontline.
Very beefy front lines indeed. I mean, they've got the sustainability, they've got the front line as well. There's so much that could happen here. Obviously, we've seen Daohen onto the Dharma before. It can be a promising performance, but this needs to be something special for the side of AG Global, right? Because this is potentially match point for Nova Esports.
Match point for Nova Esports, and if they win this, they secure themselves a slot to the KWC representing the MKL region. So stakes are high for Nova Esports, and AG Global here, if they lose out, they might be relegated. They will be relegated to the lower brackets.
Yeah, to the lower brackets where they'll face either potentially O2 Esports or BSE. But right now, we've seen a lot of pressure into the mid lane here. Obviously, just trying to create a bit of a pressure for the side of Nova Esports. But a 3-man rotation to the top side of the map. They want to try and get Daohan's positioning and performance a little bit ahead of the Xuan's Byron for now.
Well, Xuan, against a 1v3, secures the Phoenix with no pressure at all, knowing his mechanics and damage calculation well. So props to Xuan for absorbing this pressure and turning it into a positive for his team.
Exactly that. That's what he needs, right? He's definitely going to be the man that's trying to withstand these 3v1 rotations. But again, we're getting a 3v1 rotation to mid lane here. PHY is going to be careful. He doesn't want to get caught out too early because, again, the Ganamo is going to be a lot of damage for the side of AG Global.
Oh, CY here might be confronting against Yulong here. He has a CC immune.
The Wind Slashers come through, but like you said, the CC immune just definitely doesn't have that same kind of impact when you are the likes of the Dion Wave for now. Again, there we go, just trying to get that, but we do get the smite onto the River Sprite, and I believe it does go up to Nova Esports.
It does go over to CY with the perfect smite coming in for the damage calculation here. And Waypick here, chunking out JD just a teeny bit, but hey, both roamers have healing attributes in their spells, so it's not going to be a very tough lane for JD as Saber is there to cover his ass.
But yeah, exactly. He's there to cover him when needs be, give over the healing when he can. But right now, obviously, we've seen a bit of priority down to the bot side of the map. They are pretty much equal within their gold lead. Obviously, with Marco Polo, we're really going to be looking at, obviously, trying to get that attack speed items online faster. So we can try and contest into that bot lane. But Daohan taking a lot of damage there from Xuan. That's not something you want to be doing when you have none of your junglers nearby. We see the rotation from Yulong to try and give some support into that top side of the map. But it does mean that Xuan is able to get that teleport mechanic as well.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Xuan on the Baron is one of the lane bullies that we have to give focus on. Daohun immediately getting forced back to the base, but hey, you have the platform bounce, you can get back in time anytime with the platform bounce. So right now, still early, still 3 minutes in. Apparently 800 gold lead so far for the side of Nova Esports here.
Exactly, they definitely have some kind of lead, right? I mean, the way they're playing, the way they're kind of traversing the gorge and basically setting up these side lanes as well is obviously putting a lot of pressure into the mid lane. They definitely have that gold lead going over them. I mean, especially as soon as they get that first kill as well, that's going to be a little bit more bonus gold going to the side of Nova Esports.
And once again, CY takes away the wild boar camps and securing himself yet a small lead. All these small leads, yes, although it's just a small camp, it actually stacks up as the game progresses. That's why all these macro plays coming from these top teams actually matter here. And Saber here just casually dodging the mulberry power here and mocking Waypit in the face. Yulong here traveling himself towards the bot side, and right now 20 seconds timer onto the first objective of potentially the last game of the series.
Yeah, I mean, pointing at the timer there just kind of makes sense that why Yulong's down to the bot side of the map. They want to try and put that pressure down there as well as obviously try and get some kind of pressure into the top, into the mid lane as well. Just make sure that it's a little bit easy for them to take it. But Nova's not giving what they don't want to give. But speaking of giving, it's going to be the first blood going over to JD. But Waypit picks it up straight away. So kind of mitigating that lead that they had. But it does mean that that Tyrant is going to go over to AG Global. So really catching them there was AG Global.
Are we talking about fighting spirit? Because JD is bringing the fighting spirit, solo killing Muchi under the eyes of Waypit here. That's why he brought the stun on Marco Polo, the Fever Barrage into the stun, caught Muchi off guard, and secured the kill, the first split for AG Global here.
First split for AG Global is definitely what they need, especially when they're already 2 games behind, right? trying to get JD with that Sparkforge dagger. He gets it, so we're probably going to be seeing that Doomsday be built second, so he has that second attack speed item. And then we can hopefully see a little bit more of a potential here for JD onto the Marco Polo. But right now, it's definitely into the favor of AG Global. I mean, definitely not in terms of the goal lead, but for the damage, for the neutral objectives, they got something going for them.
As Mr. Blam said, attack speed items matter for Marco Polo. And why is that? Because every attack speed, all the attack speed for Marco Polo, he increases his bullets for the first spell, the responding revolver. Oh, hold on a minute, Nova CY gets taken down.
Oh, PHY with his damage is just too much for CY onto the Dion Way, but it means that, yes, they lose the CY into the mid lane, but they pick up that T1 turret down to the bot side of the map, so obviously JD doesn't have that safe space anymore.
A much better game 3 coming in from AG Global here. A lot of proactive plays, a lot of proactive kills coming in from the likes of PHY and Yulong. And right now, they are knocking towards the Clash Lane Tower where Nova Shen resides. Nova Shen, do you want to defend this?
No, he's gonna get taken down there. He's gonna be, I mean, he can survive a 3v1 at like level 2, level 3, but not a 4-man dive at like level 9 territory, right? But it does mean they're able to try and pay back that kind of pressure that AG's creating to the top side of the map down to the bot side, which is just going to create more pressure onto the likes of JD.
I'm pretty sure the Mulberry Power hit PHY, but why wasn't he knocked up though? That was kind of weird, but definitely punished for teleporting in the face of Secure and Ladyson being forced out the flash. So flash for flash, the Roamer gets the flash off the mid laner, and right now, Yulong might be caught out here, but he's too tanky to be bothered with.
Yeah, that's the good thing about the Dune, right? Like, he's just going to be very tanky, he's going to be able to take a lot of damage, but you got to be careful how much damage he actually ends up taking, because I mean, the burst damage coming here through for the side of Nova Esports CY, he's got to be careful. He lost pretty much basically about a third of health there, but into the backline, it's going to be Dowhem, but it's going to be the unending sorrow that keeps Wendy alive, but Schwan, with a payback, they get the kill for Muchi once more. That's exactly where you want to be farming your skills into, especially rewards-wise. And JD a little bit too late to the party as he was trying to get that push into the bot side of the map.
That was a beautiful counter engage coming from Nova Esports here. Yes, you got a good engage going on, but hold on a minute, they still want more. But hey, that's the blue buff going to the side of AG Yulong Smite. So they shake their hands and they go for the top tower while JD collects the bottom tower of Nova Esports as both teams trading wherever they're strong onto the map.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a saving grace there for Yulong to maintain that Azure Golem, right? I mean, that blue buff to a pick like the Dune is very detrimental because his mana can get soaked all the way through because obviously his skills have low cooldown reduction. But speaking of low, Waypick gets taken down there thanks to JD once more. So JD on this Marco Polo is very frightful.
It's very frightful indeed, and he's having a masterclass performance so far. And right now, it's such a good tempo coming in from AG right now, and they're knocking onto the Crimson. And do they secure it? They do!
They do secure it, but it is going to be CY that may get taken down here once again. They are farming the resources over to JD onto the side of AG Global. So is this their win condition? Is the Marco Polo here going to be what they need to get a point from Nova Esports? Schwan looking to answer that question as he goes into the backline, trying to take on to the Doom, but still straight back in with the Unruly Blade thanks to the Dolly Celestial Blessing.
At this point, there's no healing reduction in peril in the game. There's no one to really reduce Yulong's passive here. And right now, getting the double Unruly Blade from Saber's Dolia is allowing him to go in and go out of these fights and maneuver around these team fights so efficiently. Looking at all these kills, 2,000 going towards the side of AG Global here. Where has this AG Global been in the past 2 games?
I mean, it's just down to the draft and down to sort of getting those main pickups, right? I mean, it all started with that first blood. Definitely kind of paid dividends here for the side of AG Global, but they're still not out of the dark. Right? Okay, yeah, Dowhen into there. He does use the Truth Mantle with the flash. It's not going to be enough to take out Muchi, but Schwan is in there to try and give aid to his teammates. We do see a bit of a rotation here from CY, but I feel like they're just going to let him escape here potentially. Schwan doesn't quite have the flash in order to keep him up, but they are trying to distract him. AG Global trying to go for this T1, but Nova actually clean it up.
But AGJD, from his priority, from his all these goal lead, he's converting it into all these silent pressures. And you look at all 5 heroes on the side of Nova Esports, there's no one that can consistently silent versus him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's definitely having a great game this time around. He does have the Preacher Charge, he does have the stun as well for his command skill. So he could get that double stun that we know a lot of players like to go for within the Marco Polo, just to set up those huge fever barrages. But Right now, they got to make sure that side of Nova Esports is keeping hold of this T1 into the mid lane and just tending the gardens into the side lanes as well, right? But it means CY taking a lot of damage. It does mean that Yulong is using the Unruly Blade out, but he gets another one thanks to the W.
Oh, tier 2 goes down, and right now, the stun goes in.
The catch off there from JD was huge, but even more into the backline is Dowhan. He gets the kill onto CY, but Muchi pays dividends with the kill onto Dowhan as well. But 2 on trade, one being your jungler, one being the Clash lane, means that they can potentially try and get this neutral objective, right? The Tyrant here would be pretty crucial for the side of AG Global. It gives them a lot more damage, and right now, JD, not like he needs it, will be a monster.
JD's already a monster on Hero's Gorge right now. He single-handedly destroyed Schwan with the Fever Barrage. And right now, though, Yulong might be caught out here, but he has an Unruly Blade and a passive to back off. He can heal off from these camps, and it is no problem here. But look at JD's position, though. He has the ultimate here.
He does have the ultimate. He doesn't have either stun, though, right? So I don't think he's going to commit the ultimate just yet. Again, he's really been holding on to those stuns. Wavy having to use the flash there to get out of that wind slash, but it's going to save him in the long run because they need that sustainability from the Sakir. It's not like they don't have any. If the Sakir does fall, they obviously have the Q1 as well.
Oh, and right now, they're once again knocking onto the Crimson Golem for the side of Nova Esports here. Oh, but Muchi secures it with the ultimate here, so it's still pretty good. And what's more, the mid tower is still up and available for side of Nova Esports. But look at Dao's positioning, but he might look for a flank onto the Muchi.
He might, but I mean, at the same time, they're just looking for that T1. They don't want to be overzealous here, because I mean, AG Global, they're known for sort of like, once they get a lead, if they sort of try and be a bit too cocky with it, then it kind of definitely sort of fires back in their face. So they got to be careful. But right now, speaking of careful, is not Way Pit. Dowhan gets the kill there. PHY onto the kill. The CY as well. Yulong looks to try to get the wind slash onto either Schwan or Muchi, but misses. But JD into the back line, disrupting his ultimate. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Oh, Muchi with the kill.
Muchi's range, he's handling the range and kiting so well. He didn't allow any single one to actually match up to his range. He calculated the range of the Fever Barrage from JD so well, he dodged it immediately when he appeared on his minimap.
When he appeared on this minimap, he knows how to negate it, right? He knows how to get around it, and that's exactly what you need to do with a pick like the Lady Soon. You need to be very nimble, but also placing those rolling raids, placing those ultimate shells where it matters the most. And the fact that they're able to steal away that Crimson Golem means that that's going to be a little bit more damage going over to Muchi for now, and they get the T2 down to the bottom side of the map as well.
And if you're fan Nova Esports here, you gotta bank on Muchi right now. 3-1-1, almost finishing the Daybreaker. He's having a roll right now, and he's also buying towards the Ominous Premonition here. And hold on, CY might be stealing this objective real quick.
Oh, yep, still a objective. If he may be, PHY claims it, but it is going to be Dowhan into the backline there, doing a lot of damage onto CY. He cannot escape. Too much slow and too much damage coming over from the AG Global. PHY cleaning up Schwan here. This could be a good sign for AG Global with a comeback here.
That was a lightning speed engage coming from Dowhan out of nowhere, immediately catching 3 members off guard from side of Nova Esports, forcing Muchi's common spell flash out of nowhere. That was definitely a very game-changing play here off his tempo.
Very good. I mean, definitely the change of pace that the side of AG Global need in this one. They're going to be careful, though. There's a lot of pressure being put onto that base, as well as the side as Nova Esports. AG looking for a comeback here. They take the high ground turret. They've come from the murkiest of waters from a 2-0 defeat, looking to get at least one win on the board here. They get the high ground into the top side and into the mid.
There's 2 high grounds down for the side of Nova Esports here, and we've seen this storyline from time to time. Every objective results into multiple tier 3s going down, and then they just rinse and repeat until the game is over right now. Nowhere near the Tempest right now. It's only 14 minutes, and the Tyrant is once again spawning onto the map. Will Nova Esports bank on this miracle teamfight, or will they slowly but surely fade away for a game 3 loss?
I mean, they got to be careful though, right? I mean, Way Pit and Wendy both down. That's a lot of the heal-in for the side of Nova Esports. Darren, I mean, has it really paid off so far? Not quite, because they haven't really been having those great team fights go in their favor. So honestly, they need to make sure they're playing this a little bit more better in terms of a safe position going into this Tyrant for now. You can kind of see here both Saber and Yulong trying to bait out to the side of Nova. Maybe trying to give over some vision here, trying to set up and bait a lot of those skills, but resetting the Tyrant. They got to be careful. Mid lane just being pushed here, putting pressure here for the side of AG Global. Dowhan trying to get the Truth Mantra. He connects. He gets the kill onto Schwan. That is one down for the side of Nova. PHY trying to land that damage down, but the Unending Sorrow means that Wendy stays alive, but into the backline is another story. JD with the double kill, and they have the minions at the crystal. This could be Nova, AG, sorry, trying to get that point onto the board. They're not happy that Waypit's alive. They take him down, and they take game 3.
Wow, what a performance coming from AG. Just when we thought it's going to be a clean 3-0 from Nova Esports, they bring back the heat and they defeat Nova Esports, claiming 1 point for themselves and staying alive in this upper bracket series.
Yes, it is going to be AG upsetting the current pacing that they've had against Nova Esports till this point, right? Nova Esports taking those 2-0 victories over over AG up until now, and now AG comes back and is like, boys, let's get a point on the board.
And they did. It was 1 point on the board, and they played methodical Honor of Kings in Heroes Gorge. They bested so many players coming in from Nova Esports Initiative, and JD on the Marco Polo once again showing us his signature pick, solo killing Muchi in lane under the eyes of Marco Polo, under the eyes of Waypit.
Exactly. Yes, Waypit, I mean, we was honestly really hoping a lot more from the sustain from both the Huan and the Sakir on both of these picks, but honestly, the impact just wasn't quite felt, especially towards that mid-game when we got the wipe of Nova Esports. It was just really PHY on this kind of mode, really creating that great amount of space, and obviously just laying down those couple blades. I mean, we didn't see it many times. I don't believe the Celestial Melody went over to PHY. It was mainly onto Yulong.
I gotta give props to Yulong as well. The unruly blade in and in out, and he puts so much pressure onto the backline of Nova Esports here. And if you notice, for the side of Nova Esports here, you don't really have a lot of imperil items, the healing reduction here. You have CY. The moment he goes in, he explodes almost entirely, and no one is there to further apply the imperil on Yulong on these continuous team fights.
Exactly that. They definitely struggled, right? They definitely didn't have the easiest early game that they were really hoping for here for the side of Nova Esports. But look at that damage for the side of even Nova Esports. Even though they lost, they were still getting a lot of damage from Wendy as well as Muchi, over that 100k, and more than whatever AG Global could ever achieve in that game number 3. But it's where the damage was hitting and where it was landing, and PHY and JD just coming in with the crucial moments and getting those kills with that damage.
And Yulo was literally unkillable. Look at the damage taken, 182,000. I think he single-handedly tanked half of Muchi and Wendy's damage from all these team fights and getting out alive in multiple occasions. So, if you think about it, the draft-wise, AG Global played to a perfection in Game 3 to really pull them back from the uneventual series loss. So right now, they really did themselves a good job.
They did a very good job here. Very, very good job in terms of making this into a potential full best of 5 rather than a 3-0 stomp for Nova Esports after those 2 convincing games. But let's look at the draft here, the gold lead here. Obviously, going ahead, it was around about that 8k gold lead for AG towards the end there. And obviously, quite a clean game overall. Like, there was not too much tit for tat because of JD just coming in with those clean kills with the Marco Polo. And obviously, PHY just landing the smackdown with those couple blades.
And you gotta give props to Daohen as well. His truth mantras were crucial in winning these team fights. Just as we thought, the game went down to a 50-50, where they got the perfect high ground defense. Immediately, he landed the triple man truth mantra onto the wall behind the overlord pit. That was amazing.
Oh, very, very well played. Very well played. I mean, Daohen onto the Dharma. I mean, it's good that they actually managed to get the Dharma here because, again, it's no longer available thanks to the global ban pick. But it is going to be Yulong, the man that gets in and gets out of jail, but also soaking almost 50% of the damage dealt from Nova Esports, but dealing 24% of the damage as well, getting 6 kills. It's going to be none other than Yulong.
Imagine soaking this much damage, 48%, almost half of Nova Esports damage, just to not fall a single time with a 6-0 KDA. That is impeccable gameplay.
Very good gameplay, very good Dune gameplay as well, right? Like, we've been seeing some like really insufficient Dunes come across all the leagues, but this is definitely one of those performances that you want to be remembering. But even from the word go, like Yulong at level 9, there was just not enough damage from Nova Esports to take down this Dune.
I think Nova Esports was kind of overconfident here. They were making these 1v4 kind of plays and really resulting them to falter in these kind of situations. You see, in these kind of plays, 4v5 and they still went for the defense and went for the steal. And look at this, Nova started face checking and into danger here. And that was how AG Global really flourished and really played these team fights well. It's not to say that Nova Esports were overly confident, but still, AG played so well in these team fights.
So well, so aggressive as well, right? Like they knew that Yulong had the job of just diving in there, basically taking a lot of the damage, but then it was down to PHY and JD just to get that damage output come through and put it in the right place. And that's exactly what we saw here as well, right? Like Unruly Blade in, get the Wind Slash onto Wave Pit, then PHY just gets the couple blades as well. It's just so hard when you have such a solid front line like the Dune to get on top of that Ganon mode.
Yeah, solid front line into the Wind Slash, into the Copper Blades, landing the perfect combo and leaving the CY Yanwei utterly helpless for these two team fights that we saw in the highlights. So if you're Nova Esports, are you worried? Or actually you might not be worried because you've been playing so many back-to-back Game 7s from behind. So we have to see how this actually turns out. Will it be a first best of 5 full series, or will Nova Esports stop the jokes, stop the tracks, and they will really play towards the full potential?
Full potential for the side of AG Global to take them all the way to that full best of 5. I mean, after that game number 3, yes, the draft matters, but also how they play those games. But obviously we did get into halfway point of this best of 5, so we are going to get a short break for now before we get back into the game number 4 between AG Global and Nova Esports. Get recuperated because this is going to be a banger. Don't go anywhere, guys.
AG 的话肯定是靠运气上来啦。他们现在在前3的一个位置也是有点出乎预料的。
Their team have weakened after they changed their jungle and their marksman. That is a very bad decision from their part.
我们 AG 在这个比赛肯定会越打越好，加油！
最期待击败的队伍 BSE, one of the strongest and still strongest. We might have a slight chance to beat them.
赛前去复盘他们走位还有时间点。
非常强劲的队伍，有手法有思路。
我们就把自己做好，没有一个队伍是我们的对手。不管是接下来的比赛还是什么，只会一直赢。谢谢大家对 Nova 的支持，我们会一直赢下去的。
Mantap dalam playoffs. Jangan lupa beli merch kita.
AG 是最棒的，我相信我的队友、我的团队都可以的。
支持我们 Team Secret， 我们肯定会进沙特的。
你们可以的话就来线下看我们比赛，我们会赢的。
6月8号记得来上位 Pyramid 见证我们捧杯。
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
We're really in this way I go. 自由我穿梭，会发生的无需闪躲。Young blood, we born to be free. 驯服了焦虑，时间流就当作心理切换为主场游戏。如果我跃入深渊，恐惧就没了善气。看猫咪闪手拨动了地气，我都 vibrate my super strength. Roll the dice, 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 dice. 不随意的存在 ，night, night, 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 night. Anything's possible. So we just roll the dice, 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 dice. 不随意的存在 night, 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 night. anything's possible.
Rakan muda, coba kita mengimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keancaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
The House of Partings claims victory. A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. A blur of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth. Memories fade like smoke. We live and die like fleeting shadows. If love's promises still endure, why does the world offer only sorrow and parting? My flute's name is Tears of Parting, and its every note tells of sorrow. I laugh at the decay of righteousness and ascend the 12 houses of Jade Summit. I've seen every human emotion, but I've never seen a promise kept. Parting tunes sound till dawn, making the night even colder. Betrayed love and broken oaths. What defines the martial world? Companionship without betrayal, and yearning without farewells. The unfaithful must be executed. The House of Partings claims this land.
The post-match evaluation system has been updated. So how exactly do ratings work?
In short, your rating depends on how well you fulfill your hero's core responsibilities in your assigned lane. Every lane and every hero is unique and important. When you play different heroes in different lanes, your responsibilities change as well as the rating criteria. To keep rating...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just when we thought all hope was lost for All Gamers Global in this Best of 5 series, they showcase us another amazing playstyle, a clean playstyle to take down the eventual champions of HOP S3 to bring the scoreline to a 1-2.
Yes, 1-2 for AG Global, something that didn't look like it was going to be plausible after those first 2 games with Nova, but still, AG drafted very well with that one. They got the Dune, they got the Dolia, but then most importantly, they got JD, his Marco Polo, and then they also had PHY with the Ganamo as well, right? With this, which is exactly what they needed. And then even like, I can't even discount it. Dharma, Daohan there, he just completely turned the team fights up time.
Oh, definitely. Every player from the side of AG Global really contributed to the win, to the comeback of amazing series here. But yet again, is this the start of a comeback of a reverse sweep that we'll be seeing the first time in MKL playoffs? Or will it be the end of their run here, of their miracle run here, as Nova Esports will quickly come back online, recuperate, and stop this madness from happening?
Potentially, right? Like anything can happen, like we were saying in the introduction for today. Like, anything can happen in IKL, and it did happen, and anything can happen here in MKL also. So they've got to be careful on seeing who is going to be taking this overall series, right? I mean, if Nova takes this game, that means the series is over. But if AG Global take this game, then that means we're at 2-2 and already at the full best of 5 within the first day of the playoffs, which would be pretty much absolute cinema. Like, there's no other words for it. This is crazy that they've come back from a 2-0 victory, if that's the case for AG this time around.
Maybe it's a strategic position coming in for the side of AG Global, but yet again, we have to figure out their further ban pick strategy for both teams to really figure out that how these two teams will want to force their own storyline in this best of 5. But let's check out the previously picked global ban picks so far.
Yes, a lot picked. I mean, obviously, the likes of the Dolly has been picked by both of the teams. We have, obviously, I think that's probably the biggest pick in terms of what's been exhausted from both the teams, as well as the Byron as well. Other than that, there's like quite a bit of flex that they could actually go for, either on Nova or AG Global.
Indeed. So Yuhuan right now is not up for grabs at all for Nova Esports. It's already been expanded. For side OG Global, you still can pivot back to the Yuhuan that has seen a lot of success in the roamer and mid lane.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, even in this game number 4, we could potentially see Saber actually get the Zhongfei. I mean, they definitely have been like lacking the tank-orientated sort of like team comps that we know to see for a lot of these global teams. So even though he did very well on the Dolia, I feel like giving him over to the Zhongfei, but then also sort of creating a great comp that has a lot of sort of like damage and sort of space to breathe, like the Marco Polo and the Ganamo. I feel like they need to replicate something very similar to that.
Well, if we look at the marksman pool so far for side AG Global, Long has been expanded. Ladyson has been expanded, and Marco Polo that they have found success on has been expanded as well. You have the Arlie, but Arlie right now, if you're Nova Esports, you wouldn't be banning it, you would want to pick it. So AG Global has to expand the ban onto the Arlie. For the side Nova Esports here, you want to put priority onto the picks such as Pace or the Assassins for CY, so you can really prosper in these team fights. So all these picks are getting more and more limited as we go down the best of 5 series.
Exactly. I mean, AG Esports, AG Global, sorry, have been banning out the Lung, obviously, pretty much for the majority of the game. They got it in game number 1, and they banned it in game 2, game 3 as well. But now that the Dharma, obviously, isn't going to be available for the side of AG Global, are they going to ban it out for themselves as well? So that, obviously, Nova Esports, Sean, doesn't get that pick. Because, I mean, that is going to be a very frightful idea for the side of Nova Esports if they get that Dharma as well.
This shows the importance of blue side as it escalates towards the game 4, game 5. All these picks that you have already expended, you have to tank so many bans, but bans are so limited in the first place. There's only 2 bans. You gotta ban the Arlie, you gotta ban the Long, you gotta ban the Dharma here. So, and you gotta ban the Pei as well. That's 4 picks that you have to look out for. So the ideal situation coming in from AG Global here might be trading the Arlie, the Dharma, the Long or Pei for one other option that they can. Probably we'll see the Arlie or Long being picked up for the side of Nova Esports, and they trade back the Pei. But once again, you cannot discount the fact that Nova Esports still has so many bans to ban out the likes of AG Global's draft here.
Yeah, they've got plenty of potential to obviously put into play within that first banning phase, right? They've got to be careful that they don't let the right heroes slip through for either of these teams. And like you're saying there, AG Global banning out the Ali and the Lung, and then obviously to the side of Nova Esports, they ban out the D-Ranger and the Lu Bang. A little bit of a catch-off there, I feel like, maybe for the side of Nova Esports, just to kind of lay open and get that pay through the door, like you said, Sagi.
Ooh, get that page through the door, and we might see a Zhangfei being locked in from AG Global here. Instead, they will prioritize the mid lane and the jungle. Musashi and Yixing being locked in. Nova Esports, you still have the option of going for the Dharma here. It will be the Dharma for strength, one of the most heated picks in the MKL for its engage capability. And Dia, long gone, and welcome back to the priority list as we go down the best of 5 series.
Yeah, I think this is the first idea we've actually seen today as well so far. So actually getting her presence onto the Gorge within the playoffs. And speaking of presence and debuts, it is going to be none other than the Consort U. But I really like the fact that they're locked in Yixing here, because I feel like Yixing definitely wouldn't survive the next banning phase for the side of Nova Esports. And PHY on that Ganamo definitely needs something like that in the mid lane that's going to replicate that same kind of damage.
Wait, with the bans right now, right, we might see our first ever errand for Nova Esports here. AG Global banning out the Shoyu and Marco Polo, knowing for a fact that if they get their hands on this, the late game will be absolute menace for Muchi, right? But hey, there's still a counter for Consort U, and it's the errand that's left out from the draft right now.
Yeah, potential errand pick here would be, again, very scary if they can make it work, but honestly, the fact that Motsu's actually not been picked up is crazy. He's been banned pretty much a lot of either the series or just not even been considered. It would have been a great kind of synergy here for obviously Consort U to be built up with, especially the cannon blast into the Oak Bolts. But they definitely need some kind of sustain, and that is where the Huan comes through.
The Yuhuan priority pick here comes through as the aroma for the fourth pick of AG Global in Game 4 here. Nova Esports, clock's ticking. You gotta show us your mid lane and farm lane pick in this 4th and 5th pick here. What is the plan here? What is the counter for Consort U in this farm lane here? You have expended most of your picks here, so what is the decision here?
Only time will tell, right? I mean, definitely in terms of Nova Esports, they've got the engage from both, obviously, Pei and the Zama, but having some control, obviously, is going to be nice here for the Princess Frost, as well as the whole Yi as well. So those Burning Sun arrows are going to be traveling across the gorge to try and get those unsuspected victims, right? I mean, you're probably not going to see it go onto the likes of the Huan, because obviously the Unending Sorrow, and then Masashi can also use the Illuminating Slash as well, right? Like, if he kind of times that correctly, he can get rid of that projectile. Yeah.
That is true, and looking at the Dia Princess Frost setup, you kind of wonder, it's kind of a budget version of the Liang Princess Frost. Dia chains the CC onto the enemy, and Princess Frost goes with the Frigid Prison, right? So it's still a combo that we can look forward to. For the AG Global here, they draft a very standard team comp. It looks very comfortable for Consort U to prosper towards the late game. For the side of Nova Esports here, mind you, Hoi still has a 0% win rate out of 8 or 7 game appearances in the MKL so far.
Yeah, not having the greatest win rate, but hey, he's got to fit into some kind of draft, right? And maybe this is the one. But we obviously see in here that they have the Princess Frost, which is going to be great control. Obviously, a lot of damage within the AoE. Maybe potentially try and bait out, especially if the box falls. Obviously, the Wilderness Mine board drops from the side of AG Global. Using the Withers here is just trying to tear the huge effect from that board.
This will definitely be a lot of pressure going on to Pei and Dharma on the side of Nova Esports. Dharma and Silva will have to do a lot of heavy-duty lifting if they want to close off the series here. For the side of AG Global here, can they continue their win streak? Can they continue their effortless win against Nova in Game 3? We will have to find out in Game 4, Nova Esports versus AG Global.
Yeah, like we said after that break, we honestly didn't think this was going to go all the way to a Game 4, but anything can happen in MKL, and AG Global absolutely came back with that game at number 3 there. Very decisive victory, but just as Pei normally does, he's very aggressive, trying to steal as much resources in the early game as possible. We actually haven't seen him trying to sort of like take any of the side camps just yet for the side of AG Global, but there's still plenty of time.
From that Oak Bolt damage, I think this Muchi is going like a semi-tank Arcana setup, so it does help him protect himself from the likes of Dalhun, Yulong, and JD here. But definitely it does mean that he's going more towards the utility path. He won't be much of a damage source. Most of the damage source will come from Strand, COI, and potentially Wendy on these picks.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they're going to do that, obviously the Arcane is sort of like more of a tanky build for the Hou Yi. They've definitely got to obviously have damage come out from elsewhere, right? Like, that's his whole MO, is just doing a lot of damage and pretty quickly as well. But like you said, COI is definitely going to have you back. And also, obviously, Wendy with the Winters here is also going to do a lot of damage as well.
As we've seen so far, most of these plays, they love it when their mid lane funnels them the farm. And look at the sneaky roam here coming in from Waypick. He might be catching out Dalhun off guard.
The flash. He uses a set sail. Okay, it crashes the boat, but he was able to kind of reconvene and reposition and potentially meet up with his teammates here. So he's not actually going to fall. So a very good clutch play here from Dalhun.
A bit of an oopsie here coming in from the Diadia's Bitter Feral here. I think he kind of landed it onto the minion. Not the worst part, but hey. Still a small oopsie here, but definitely laning does go over to Strand here. He has shown from time to time his laning prowess onto picks such as the Dharma, onto the Baron. He has shown results. So right now, if you are looking at the gold chart, nothing too crazy. Going for A.
There we go. Yes, the Burning Arrow does connect, but obviously it's connected onto PHY. He does obviously have the Purify there as well. So he's not going to keep still long enough for the side of Nova to make any kind of first blood for that one. But taking the Purify there is a very good call.
Oh, but hold on though. Yulong gets caught out by the Truth Mantra into the Frigid Prison combo. And to add insult to injury, they secure the Crimson Golem as well while taking down Yulong. So that's a +1 for the side of Nova Esports. And right now, they're not ending. They're going in for the Azure Golem as well.
Yeah, I mean, you may as well make hay while the sun shines. But there we go. They do actually miss out on the Azure Golem. It's going to be JD that picks that one up and keeps it away from the side of Nova Esports. Even though he was frozen into place, we did see Saber there, able to still stay alive. But into this fight here, we do see the duel to the death being... Actually, not duel to the death, it was being the extreme speed committed there onto the backline of Nova Esports. But still, no kills here for AG Global.
Nova Esports, no more playing around. They're amping up the early game tempo. From buff to buff, from tower to tower. Right now, they are out for blood right now. COI on this pay pick is amping up the tempo.
Amping up the tempo indeed. I mean, definitely need to do that, right? Like, they are playing to an early game timer here for CY. Because like you were saying earlier, the fact that the Hou Yi potentially goes for more like a tank Ankana setup, he is not going to activate as much damage as he used to. So CY being obviously the main component here in terms of the damage. Oh, yep, the Burning Arrow lands once again onto the Hue-1. So Saber getting targeted there, but it's going to be the unending sorrow that keeps him alive.
The tenacity coming from the boots and the unending sorrow tanking all these Burning Sun arrows and getting alive every single time. But can it be the case as the game progresses here? But hold on, look at Dharma though, he camping the Musashi, but he gets out. Securing the Tyrant for team for the 4th game of the series here. So Tyrant goes over to Nova Esports with no contention from AG Global.
Yes, I mean the Tyrant going over to Nova Esports is obviously going to be pretty huge here, especially with the fact that they've got the pay here. They got to be careful though. Wendy looking a little bit kind of overzealous there. He does actually force the, actually not even force the flash. He gets out. No, he forces the flash. Sorry, I was looking at Wade Pit. So the W. There we go. But it is going to be the pickoff into the mid lane. Downhead looking pretty low, but they do actually run down and stop CY for now.
The game is getting even closer as every game we progress into this best of 5 series, Blam. And right now, AG Global and Nova Esports are going blow for blow here, and we are knocking onto the bottom tower of Nova Esports. What goes in?
What goes in, just kind of throwing them into that spot. It's obviously not going to be pushing any further is Nova Esports. But right now, obviously it's the gold lead. Regardless, Nova Esports are still ahead by about 300 gold.
300 gold is just a minor number, just a minion wave, and right now Yulong here wants to get the mid priority alongside with his bottom half of the team. The Burning Sun arrow travels to mid lane. Who does it hit? Illuminating Slash
there
blocks
it is, the Illuminating Slash. We love that. We said that about in the draft. The Illuminating Slash here from the Musashi means that if Yulong dives in front of the Burning Sun arrow, he can just kind of just mitigate it.
And Dalhun misses the set sail though and burns the flash off screen. So both teams here trying their attempts here, and Saber, he just casually blocking Wave Pit's path.
Yes, blocking the path, but also doing a lot of damage onto Wave Pit as well, especially as they get the Overlord for the side of AEG Global. It's going to be a little bit of a consolation prize here. They would have definitely preferred to have that damage from the Tyrant, but they got to watch out. Obviously, Xuan is in the brush. But you can see here that Dowhen is kind of like, hey, do I teleport? Do I try and find him out? But, oh, speaking of getting found out, JD gets found out as well. The duel to the death does actually get committed onto Schwan as well, so that is going to be a 1-1 trade overall. JD does fall, which could be an issue here for the side of AEG Global, but still, Hulong into the team fight. He gets the kill onto Wendy as well, so 2-for-1 trade for AEG Global.
If it was a 1v1, JD's reaction speed was kind of insane because there is a small invincible frame on JD's protecting wings that can block out any form of CC if he times it correctly. He blocked the Burning Sun arrow, but he didn't expect Schwan to be behind the lines to catch him off guard with the Truth Mantra. Just check out the replay once again. Look at the Burning Sun arrow. Burning Sun arrow cast. He purifies it immediately with the second spell, but he doesn't expect, you know, Schwan to be like the backline.
Exactly. I mean, definitely using that protective winds very well timed. I think it's called like the blessing of the Diad or something like that comes through when you activate it. But there we go. Nova Wendy is paying back the dues there. PHY goes taken down thanks to the Witcheries here, but into the backline once again. It's going to be Schwan. The Blood into arrow does come through as well. Doesn't quite connect onto anybody, but claims a kill. It's going to be Muchi, Waypit for Dowhan and PHY. He's claiming some more. He gets CY as well. Yulong on this Masashi is popping off for now.
He's popping off in lots of these team fights, and so far all these exchanges, we see AG Global coming out on top. Nova Wendy Winter is here to forbid any following push coming in from the side of PHY and JD. But you gotta be a bit of worry if you're a Nova Esports fan because AG Global, they are ramping up their own tempo and they are looking more and more confident coming into this best of 5 series.
Exactly. They're definitely sort of forming their potential victory for themselves here, but Schwan does actually get the knockup there onto Dowhem, but we do see a quick rotation. It is going to be Schwan that gets taken down once more, so the Dharma this time around for Nova Esports actually hasn't gone that well compared to how Dowhem played it in the last game.
Yeah, Strength uncharacteristic being caught out here, and hold on a moment, Winter is here to clear out the mid-wave and forbid any more continuous push coming in, but we are talking about time to time, right? CY on this pay pick, he has to make it happen, but usually the pay has to extend in gold lead here, but talking about gold lead, Yulong is almost up 1.5k over his jungle opponent CY right now.
Crazy. I mean, definitely about 1.2k overall globally is definitely where they want to be if you are AG Global. Oh, the Burning Sun arrow does land onto the side of Dowhem, but he's going to be able to use that and use the boat to try and reconvene and try and get a bit of a team fight here. He's coming through, gliding through red side jungle. He gets a knock on the Schwan. That's 2 onto the side of Nova Esports. Once again, Schwan goes down. Waypit looks pretty low. Yulong sticks it to the man. He's fighting between 2 turrets. That is almost a team wipe.
That might be game.
Has to reach all the way to the crystal just to stay safe, but it could be the game here. We have the minions. This could be AG Global coming back. The Burning Sun arrow is not going to be enough. The minions are coming through. It's going to be 2-2 for AG.
We're going to go into game 5. The first BO5 playing to full. Game 5, AG Global brings Nova Esports their first competition to Game 5. This is the golden form you're looking for.
Absolutely. I mean, they are coming back here, but I mean, it's definitely looking like a little bit of a defeated Nova here for now, but this was not what was on my calling card when we had that 2-0 from Nova Esports in the first part of this best of 5.
Hey, are we gonna see a reverse sweep? I don't know. Is it an absolute peak of a series? It's an absolute cinema that I'm watching right now, Blam.
Absolute cinema. We did say going into that one, it is going to be absolute cinema this time around, and we are definitely, I mean, no, we personally, we just putting voices to it, but AG Global are definitely bringing this one back for the boys.
They're bringing it back to the boys, but hey, it's still Game 5. We have seen from time to time Nova Esports come back from situations where they were once ahead, they fall behind, and they come back at the most crucial game. But let's check out the item builds real quick.
Yeah, the itemization obviously towards the end here for both of these teams, obviously looking pretty much box standard. Obviously, we see the Spark 4 dagger come through for the side of the Ho Yi as well as the Doomsday. Pretty much obviously just giving over that attack damage speed that he needs as well. But overall, it just wasn't enough to try and deter AG Global from this one. But Yulong on this Masashi had popped off. We said it in the game, but he just kept going and going and going.
He just kept going, and going. The small second interval to block the Burning Sun arrow with the Illuminating Slash was on point. Most of these engages, I gotta give props to PHY. The last fight, okay, Daohun got caught out by the Bitter Farewell, immediately U-turns it and flashes their boat into Xuan on the Dharma, and immediately PHY with a small World's My Board trapped 3 members of Nova Esports, pushing it to Game 5.
Game 5 is going to be on the board, and it is the first best of 5 within the MKL for the past, 7 weeks? And we get a full display for both of these teams, right? AG Global going 2 for 2 for Nova after a concise 2-0 for Nova Esports. But let's take a little bit of a breakdown here of that damage of AG Global once again. Just showing the same kind of thing as game number 3, right? They have multiple outputs of damage. And right there you see obviously Yulong with the 33. We see Daohan with the 36k. And then obviously JD with the 32. So really paying off there.
Really paying off there. It's not a really high kill count game, but the kills mattered when it mattered. It converted to push. It converted to the game-ending win for AG Global. Everything was, the stars are aligned. The mid lane fight, the U-turn from Daohun, securing the 4-4-0, and immediately the bottom wave, there was no tier 2, immediately they used the bottom wave to end the game at what, 9 minutes in the game?
Yeah, I mean, it was very quick, right? I mean, I don't think we actually got the Shadow Tyrant or Shadow Overlord onto the board there. It was just definitely that opening up of that it wasn't even the T1 into the mid lane, right? Like, they took the fight between the T1 and the T2 and just came out on top. But let's look at the gold graph and we'll find out what time actually finished there. So yeah, 9 minutes and 28 seconds for this AG Global victory. They looking to improve on the victory that they already placed onto Nova Esports in game number 3.
It's such a back and forth series coming in from the 3rd place regular season MKL team. Right now, they're looking to challenge Nova Esports in the best of 5. Right now, 2-2, it's a BO1 for these two teams. And if I'm not mistaken, Nova Esports have site selection for the last game.
They do have site selection for the last game. I mean, they had site selection for this game as well, but did it pay off? Not too much. I mean, they have expanded quite a few of those big picks, right? Like, they now have to decide, do they want to ban out the pay? Do they want to sort of allow AG Global to go for the pay? They've obviously, both teams have used the Dharma as well, so there's a lot being taken off the board here.
Man, Yulong, you gotta give props to Yulong, right? This man is having a masterclass of a game. But let's check out who's the masterclass and who is the MVP of this game 4. And it's none other than Yulong once again rocking that Musashi pick.
Yeah, bringing out the guns. He's going to the enemy team of Nova Esports. 418, 21% of the damage dealt, 28% of the damage taken. He was in it. He's your ride or die, right? He's in the thick of it. He's the kind of person you want to marry. He was straight in there, sticking it, and he was like, I'm not leaving, guys, until we get the job done. And he did. And that's definitely, like, I feel like Musashi in the playoffs has become like a whole different kind of gravy.
Well, in terms of most solid performance so far, he was doing it back-to-back with these MVP performances. And let's check out his performance in this upcoming highlight. This was the play. JD immediately cleansing away from any form of CC, but he did not expect Xuan to be at the back. And Daohun here arriving with the set sail to figure out the 1-for-1. And this one from Wendy, Wave flashing in, but hey, Daohun was there once again to trade off the kill.
Yeah, trade off the kill. I mean, this was basically the name of the game of this number 4, right? Is the fact that it was just trade-ins left, right, and center until AG, found their way, especially towards that mid lane team fight. But again, just picking off Xuan, really shutting down this Dharma was probably the crucial loss condition here for the side of Nova Esports. But again, set sail, just connect onto the back line, even landing a box so thin. He gets 3, and then we saw Yulong just dive in and get all the kills.
Exactly, a tin box lines up on 3. It's not about the size, it's about the functionality. In the end, Bucci was left to dry, and immediately AG Global pushes into Game 5, our first BO5 being played to a full series. Yes, I'm so happy for our viewers.
So happy for our viewers, but happy for those AG Global fans as well, right? Because I mean, towards the beginning part of that series, it didn't look like it was going to be a easy comeback for AG Global, but they've definitely managed to bring it back to themselves.
Well, this is the beauty of esports. You never know what's coming next. There's always a plan. There's always a possibility for these comebacks. It can be 2-3, it can be 3-2. It lies on to the fates of AG Global and Nova Esports, because right now, if you were to tell me 1 hour ago this would be a 2-2, I would laugh at you. But right now, both these teams are hungry, and AG is riding the momentum to really claim this first ticket to the KWC.
Exactly, they want that, right? They want to make sure they are claiming their place within KWC, because I mean, yes, they do get a prize pool for winning, obviously, the MKL if they do get there, or take second or third place, but it's going to be an even bigger prize pool at KWC, right? But we're going to look at that updated global ban pick now, because a lot of these picks have been taken off the board, and I mean, especially a huge pick like the Dharma for both of these teams.
So if you're AG Global here, you gotta figure out one more thing or so. There's so many marksman picks going down the drain right now. Everything is almost burning out. And Nova Esports, man, what a game from both these two teams. Picks after picks after picks. They still have the Mayin. They still have potentially the hidden pick, which is the Wukong that they haven't bring out. For side AG Global here, you still have the Arlie, you still have the DRNJ that you have been stopped from game 2, from game 4 that Nova Esports banned out. So all these picks is safer for game 5.
I mean, Saber for game 5 as well, obviously a bit of a play on words. He still has the Zhongfei available, right? So in terms of the support role, it's definitely dwindling. Obviously, he's used Liang, he's used Ming, he's used Dolia, and he's used Huan, but he hasn't used a single tank yet. So still available. It's going to be the Zhongfei. It's going to be the likes of the Lianpo. He could even go for Sakir if he really wants to maintain on this kind of like sustaining the team fights but getting the knockups. But to the side of AG Global, if they lock in the D-Ranger, I feel like the Sakir will come through.
Well, the Sakir will come through for a very strong laning phase for AG Global. D-Ranger plus Sakir into the farm lane. But let's check out the ban and pick real quick between the final game of this eventful series between AG Global and Nova Esports, as we see once again Long and Orgran being banned away.
Yes, again, it just seems like AG Global's like, hey, we'll take it off game 1, we'll lose with it, but still, we'll take it away. But Motsu first pick, that's how sort of Danny Dyer, the draft has got, is like, you know what? Motsu first pick, let's see what we can do with this.
The Motsu show here is definitely going to be a double snipe combo coming to the bottom side. Will Nova Esports want to tear this up, or will they want to come up with something of their own in this best of 5 final game here? Clock is ticking, 0 seconds in. It's gonna be the Marco Polo and Mayin, the strong 2 side lanes that they are letting go of to Nova Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we've already saw a monstrable performance here on Marco Polo with JD, so giving it over to Muchi, I mean, yes, he's played very well on certain games and then other games not so well, but giving that over, that's going to be scary.
That is indeed going to be scary, and picks are being limited right now. AG Global here, they lock in the Kaiser and Channel. Kaiser to the jungle and Channel to the farm lane. Wendy here, he's going to pick for his team here. Clock is ticking on 15 seconds here. I want to see what else do they have in store for the jungle. It will be the signature Dun, the staple pick.
Yeah, the hero himself that got AG Global back onto the board in terms of the victory is now going over to the side of Nova Esports. So right now, they've got to make sure that they don't get any more kind of burst damage, right? Because I mean, the last time we saw the Marco Polo, it was paired with the Ganemo. So I think taking the Ganemo off the cards here for the side of Nova Esports is a very good call. But honestly, that clash lane is getting even slimmer, right? Like they have the Guan Yu if they really want to go for it, but has Daohen really performed on this Guan Yu?
Well, only time will tell, as Charlotte and Liu Bang has been banned out from the pool of AG Global's clash lane, and you have to worry about the same thing. When these champions, the heroes pool is getting chunked out moments after moments, Ganemo is removed, it may be the Nuwa or Kongming being banned out once again in his pool right now. So both teams have the same worry because it's best of 5 in game 5, but Nova Esports is no stranger to these long games.
No stranger at all, right? They are no stranger. They went all the way through Season 3 Invitational qualifiers, the Season 3 Invitational itself, And the Chow coming through here as well. Ooh, what do we got cooking here, Drink Sagi?
This Dachao is a flex pick. We have seen from time to time this Dachao pick being flexed to mid lane or the roamer pool. So they can still play this Dachao if they deem fit. It definitely depends on the mid lane matchup between AG Global versus Nova Esports. We have to figure out what is the final draft here. AG Global will finalize their draft around these last two picks. They are in short of a clash lane and a potential mid lane here. The pool is very small right now, and we'll have to see what they have in store for us for this epic finale.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the mid lane is looking pretty low here for them. I mean, what are they going to go for? They're going to go for the shirt and the Mulan. Oh, a little bit of an ode to Keke, the player from OG Esports here. Mulan coming through. Obviously, anti-CC is going to work really well into these engages, onto the likes of a Dune, and into, obviously, the Mayin as well. It kind of mitigates a lot of that CC that really, Daohan here, could come out on top.
Oh, Shi also being locked in here exceptionally well when against the Dune. When Dune casts the Wind Slash, you will see a Shi Silk Imprint pulling him into the arms of AG Global's damage. For Nova Esports here, the last pick in 5 seconds will decide the fate of these two teams. It will be none other than the signature Kongming pick coming in out for Wendy when it matters here. Ladies and gentlemen, Emblem, let's go for game 5.
Yep, this is going to be the last game between AG Global and Nova Esports. A full best of 5. Literally moments ago, we didn't think we'd even get to a game number 4. But now, Wendy has his Kong Ming. And the last time he got this pick, it was nuts.
It was definitely nuts when last time he got it. The winning strategy, will it be enough to bring them the win for Nova Esports, or will Mulan from Daohe silence all the doubters and haters?
I mean, we gotta hope so, right? I mean, AG Global, if they're able to actually get a win against Nova Esports at the MKL in the playoffs of all places, then that just really just kind of beats home what the drum that we've been talking about, Sagi, is that AG get the victories when it counts. Not in the regular season. They say, guys, we're just going to qualify, but we are going to get that victory where it counts. And right now, we're in the best of 5. This is the penultimate match between these two teams.
These two teams are going to duke it out for the first ticket to MKL, to represent MKL in the KWC right now. Both teams, they are locked in, clocked in, and they will show us the best gameplay right here.
Absolutely, I expect nothing less, but it all depends. Obviously, I'm very skeptical of, obviously, the Motsu, right? Motsu, Cannon Blast is great. It's very oppressive, especially when you're playing from on the front foot. But if you fall behind, that's a hard hero to master.
And definitely one thing as well, what's hard to master? Mulan as well. If this Mulan gets punished before level 4, he's going to be a heck of a time. But PSY here already being forced out the flash at the first minute mark of the game.
Yeah, not exactly what you want, right? I mean, being tied here between Wendy and Xuan, they've got to be careful. I mean, a lot of damage is already going to come from Wendy on this Kong Ming already. He doesn't need the itemization. He just needs those stacks.
He just needs those stacks, but as we've seen from time to time, when Nova Esports whips out the Kong Ming and Wendy is on a roll, all these resources will go to Kong Ming. And look at the map real quick. The Dune is starting to funnel all this farm, all this side gold, or the Kong Ming already. They're sharing farm already.
Sharing farm already, exactly. I mean, they're definitely going to be funneling a lot of farm over this coming, because, I mean, most of the other, like, mid laners we've been seeing for the majority of this playoffs have just been kind of taken the hit when it comes to the resources. They have been giving over the resources to elsewhere on the team, whereas when Wendy is going to be looking to be the carry here, not Muchi onto the Marco Polo, he's just going to be that sort of secondary carry this time around. We need Wendy with itemization. We need Wendy with gold.
We need Wendy in gold indeed. When in doubt, funnel to Wendy. Oh, but Marco Polo here does not secure the Spike Tube Beast as it gets stolen away from the AG Global duo. So right now, it's a 50-50 game. Both teams are looking to cement themselves a lead into the early game, but it doesn't seem to be the case so far.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure's on, right? I mean, the fact is that they don't have, neither of these teams have, like, the lenience to lose this series. Like, yes, they go into the lower bracket, whoever does lose this, but they go into the upper bracket and claim a ticket at least with KWC. So there is so much riding on this one match. Considering that Nova had such a solid lead in the early game, in the early matchup of this series, they've got to be careful. Wave Pit taking a lot of hit here from the ultimate here. The pack stance from the Chano. JD just putting in the work.
Ooh, Purify against Force now. If he put that late, he might be dead and gone in such an important BO1 game. It's just BO1. There's 2-2 right now. It comes down. It boils down to this BO1. So right now, both teams neck and neck tied in goal in the first 3-minute mark. A bit of a rotation here coming in from both sides on each of their side lanes here. 40 seconds on the clock as the first and final tyrant of the series will be spawning into the map.
Spawning very soon will be that tyrant, right? They got to make sure that either of these teams are going to be locking in for that one. Because I mean, damage going over to Nova, pretty huge. Damage going over to AG Global, even at the same amount of... It's the same issue. Like, if you give over damage at any point, especially with two, like, kind of like late game carries, I mean, that's going to be a problem for either of these teams who are going to be at the foot of that tyrant buff.
As of this point, both teams are playing rather cautious here. All of them are really just playing around the objective. They don't want to drop any single kills before the objective. Mid lane priority secured by Nova Esports as AG prioritized on their side priority, allowing the channel to set up the positioning towards the tyrant here.
Oh, Cannon Blast just being there to just kind of lock down Wave Pit onto the Dachau, but we do see the Spark Forge dagger being built here by the Marco Polo. Is he going to be able to unruly blade in there? No, Yulong gets the tyrant for himself. Misses out just by the skin of his teeth for the Wind Slash, but still gets hit with a knockup. Obviously, he wasn't able to kind of get out there too quick, but they are able to get that tyrant, which overall, not losing anybody and getting the tyrant is going to be a big beneficiary for AG Global.
It's a decent win. A small win is also a win right now. Still, 4 minutes on clock, 0-0 for both teams. There wasn't a fight that broke out during the Tyrant contest as both teams do not want to go into such an early gamble for their fates to the KWC. So right now, we have seen so far, as you mentioned, Dalhorn onto this Mulan. He has successfully scaled out of the laning phase. He is currently level 8, 2 levels into the ultimate, and he is currently 500 gold above his lane opponent, which is Sean onto the Mai.
Yeah, you just want to be making sure that you're locking Mai into place, right? But I mean, this rotation here is very aggressive. There's 3-4 of the members of the side of Nova Esports looking to chunk down this T1. I mean, trading it across the board, across the gorge here, they are going to get the T1 down to the bottom side of the map thanks to AG Global. They're able to push down there with JD. But putting the pressure onto the Mulan is going to be a bit of a trouble here for the side of AG Global.
5-man strong though, they're face checking into Yulong.
Yeah, the Invisible Warrior does get placed up here. The Idle Whirlpool as well coming in thick of it. But the arrow to get out. But it is going to be a Fever Barrage. But the ultimate first blood goes over to the side of AG Global. And it goes over to none other than Yulong as well. Now, hey, with the kill onto the backline. He's looking for more. The CC immunity that we talked about in this draft. Coming through, locking down Nova Esports. This is the golden standard of AG we were waiting for.
The Invincible Warrior being invincible through a team fight, unable to be defeated by the Fever Barrage. The DPS were blocked by the damage reduction coming in from Invincible Warrior, and Muji couldn't take down Yulong, thus sacrificing himself while using the Fever Barrage. And right now, it's 2-for-1 in advantage of AG Global in Game 5. AG Global riding the momentum so well into this series.
Riding it very well. I mean, they got it right. I mean, the fact that they've almost silver scraped this, they were down 2-0. All they need is one more point on the board, and they will be getting their place within the KWC and even into the finals of this MKL playoffs. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. We're only at the 6-minute mark. Nova Esports are not a team to take lightly.
It's still 50-50. It can be anyone's game. In terms of scaling, we gotta give props to the side of Nova Esports. Wendy on the Kongming and Muchi for side lane. For side AG Global, we gotta bank a bit onto JD and Dalhorn here. For Dalhorn, it's not the easiest game to play Mulan on such a professional setup, on such a professional game to decide their fate for KWC. But still, if he can make it happen, he's gonna be an absolute legend.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely going to pay off if he can get this. I mean, he's going to reap the rewards if he can obviously make this pick perform. And right now, we're seeing that it is performing. I mean, yes, they put pressure into both of the side lanes, but so as AG Global. It's all coming into these team fights. The Invincible Warrior being committed here. A lot of damage being chunked onto Yulong. And Saber not quite landing those cannon blasts just to stop anything further coming into that team fight. They got to be careful because, I mean, if Yulong falls, where is their tank? Like, honestly, it's nowhere.
But still, Yulong's damage calculation is very good right now. He knows when to go in, he knows when to back off. And right now, the Cannon Blast does not hit anyone as Nova Esports gets the mid priority as Muchi still needs to catch up on farm against his lane opponent JD as JD is slowly scaling towards the Daybreaker here. No one is really stopping him so far.
No one's stopping him, and that's the problem, right? Like, if you're not going to stop Muchi as well, obviously he has built the Doomsday, but also to the same breath that obviously JD, he has died once as well as Muchi, but nobody's stopping him. He is getting the resources. He is ahead of the gold of the enemy's marksman as well, so Muchi already behind by around about 600 gold for now, but I feel like it's all down to this T1. Like, they are fighting for this T1. They want that pressure into that mid lane. The neutral objective is up here. We did see Nova Esports start it. The Invincible Warrior has been committed onto CY. CY does get the launch up as well. That's a double launch up thanks to the Tyrant, but are they going to be able to get it? Yulong actually take the Tyrant from Nova Esports. JD gets the kill onto CY. This is trouble starting to brew for the side of Nova Esports.
That flash heavy blade, that slash coming out from Dalhun annihilated the health bars from the side of Nova. And Nova Shen gets the comeback kill, gets the return kill onto Dalhun in the 1v1 situation. But where can you go? You are cornered, buddy. He gets hit by the Cannon Blast, he gets taken down. It's a 1-for-1 once again. But still, no towers are going down just yet into the middle. Once the middle tower goes down, it's gonna spell a heck of a disaster for either team. But look, both teams, they have very distinct playstyles. PSY is the sacrificial lamb as he donates all the gold to his teammates. Wendy, he takes all the gold. He wants to carry his team to be the hero.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Saber's now landing those cannon blasts when it matters, right? I mean, it definitely landed when it got Xuan, a phase check into the backside of the Crimson Golem as well to make sure that they found out Muchi onto the Marco Polo. But like you said, both of these teams have their own playstyle, and just one small piece falls out of place for either of these teams. It's good night.
It's good night, and just look at the goal coming in from PHY. 3.6k onto the shield similar to the Mozu. It's a very distinct playstyle. He looks to sacrifice gold and give up gold while maintaining his presence on the map with all these crowd control spells. While Wendy, he takes the gold, he converts it to DPS for the team. So it's very different, but Second Print lands onto the wave hit.
Yeah, onto Wave Pit. I mean, he's locked in, but he's not obviously going to do anything here. We do obviously see that Daohan is waiting in the winds here in that brush, but he's going to get checked by Xuan. He goes in with obviously the dash from Mulan into the back line. Bit of a readjustment there from Muchi. They don't want to take this for a team fight, but the other Whirlpool has been committed for now. They've got to be careful because if they do take one fall, it's going to be interesting for either of these teams. But we are at the 10-minute mark. Both the neutral objectives are now Shadow Baron. PHY may get that battlefield. Oh, the ultimate battle strategy coming through for the side of Wave Pit onto Wendy as well. And that is going to be a 3-1 trade for Nova Esports. This is the potential upset here.
It is not an upset, it is what we expected. Nova Esports wins out the fight and they are marching towards the Shadow Tyrant. Man, Wendy landing that winning strategy to reset his ultimate and pass it onto PHY was crucial here, and JD here might be catching out Shred.
Xuan looking pretty low. I mean, JD doing a lot of damage. Oh, get onto Muchi. Oh, not quite. But they do get the T1 into the mid lane, so they did bait out AG Globals. They just made sure that it was just like, hey, we're not looking. They took it, and they got the T1.
They got the T1, the goalie is still almost dead even for both teams here. Yes, you have the Shadow variant of the Tyrant. You are more strong in these team fights, but you gotta figure out, JD on this channel is slowly scaling towards the Sun Chaser. He's gonna be outranging you really quick soon. And this Mulan is getting stronger and stronger, but Invincible Warrior lands onto Wave Pit.
Pit's gotta be careful. I mean, he's trying to get out of there, but Yulong is committed a little bit too deep. He's able to live as well, so not many situations could you say that, but both of these teams are playing this very, very carefully because like I was saying before, as soon as one falls, that's it. The rest kind of crumble with it. We do see the Silk Imprint actually go onto CY, but not bringing him close enough to try and take the damage. But you gotta be careful. Top side is a bit of a 2v1. Just trying to relieve the pressure. Potential setup here for the Shadow Overlord.
And Dalhun,
Yulong, with the Invincible Warrior straight back into it as well. He is not giving us time to have a breather, Sagi. He's just like, hey, you guys want fights? I'm gonna give it to you. Leaving Koi Tai, trying to keep him in place. CY, diving a little bit too deep. Here comes Dalhead into the backline. He gets the kill. It's going to be PHY that gets the kill onto CY, however. But Downhand putting that pressure onto the back line really made Esports formulate a little bit differently with that approach.
Oh, they can't really approach these team fights without cautious of PSY Silk Imprint. He may not be the one carrying all the gold, but him landing all these crucial crowd control is what makes Nova Esports fearing. So right now, Mayin is nowhere in sight. Eye of the Whirlpool yet to be popped by Wave Pit here. He might be wanting to wait for CY here. And Engage goes through.
Engage goes through, but they do get the Shadow Overlord here. We got into the back of the team fight. Downhand taking too much damage, but the thing inside the box wasn't enough to catch out Shawan. He caught him for a brief moment, but they are getting the kill onto Wendy. Moochie goes down. The damage has just been mitigated by the side of AG Global. They could get some serious push here.
JD has skill. What did we say? JD skilling to the Sun Chaser. He singled out the entire backline DPS off the side of Nova Esports here. And right now, securing the Overlord, they are knocking onto the tier 3 of the Clash lane of Nova Esports here. Nova Esports, can you clear this?
I mean, they've got the Leaping Koi Tide, so they can definitely get that wave clear pretty quickly for the side of Nova Esports. Where they should really be putting their focus for the side of AG is that mid T1. They've been wanting it for so long, they need to take it now. They can't just be given a hang up on that high ground turret.
Wow, what a game here coming from both teams, biting back with each play from both teams here. But look at the Mayin, he's looking for a certain flank here, just stopping the Overlord from marching to the Clash lane. But you gotta think, Nova Esports, you're falling more and more behind. JD is scaling into this dominant. He's full item already, 12k, 2,000 ahead of Marco Polo.
Yeah, definitely a scary position to be in when you are the Marco Polo, right? I mean, we do see obviously the Frigid Charge and obviously the Doomsday as well as a Daybreaker being built there. It looks like he's going to be going into potentially the Succubus Cloak on his last item for the Marco Polo, but we are going to have a bit of a technical pause here, guys. It seems like there is a bit of an issue with either the phones or comms, but we will get back into the action very, very soon. But AG Global coming back all the way from a 2-0 defeat to this point, Sagi.
Wow. As we mentioned, if you were to tell me 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago that we go to a game 5 between these two teams, I wouldn't believe you. But look at where we are at right now. Shadow Vanguard being secured, Shadow Overlord being secured for the side of AG Global here. 2,000 gold lead overall, and right now they are marching towards the bottom side. They're looking to choke out whatever hopes that Nova Esports have as of this moment here. So definitely, both teams are furious. Both teams are really duking it out for this slot to the KWC.
Exactly. I mean, a lot on the line and definitely a lot of pride on the line as well for AG Global that have been obviously battered by Nova Esports twice within the regular season. They lost, they did lose to obviously Nova Esports in the Season 3 Invitational as well, but they still want to come back pouncing with a lot of obviously pride. They want to prove themselves. They want to prove themselves worthy for that KWC run, right? I mean, they still have the likes of BSE, who obviously were the overall champions of KC 2024, as well as the first seed of the regular season. So the AG Global trying to put a stamp on.
They are truly putting a stamp on right now. From being down 0-2, now they are marked 2-2. So in just a bit, can they bring it to the 3-2 and perform the reverse sweep of the first time we've seen in MKL Spring Season? We don't know, but let's check out how the players are looking like based on their reaction and emotions.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of kind of composure here. Obviously, AG are looking just like, right, we're just going to need to wait this out. We need to make sure that the momentum isn't going to kill us here. They need to just like go back in, guns blazing, right? They can't be like, right, guys, we've had a bit of a wait, we've had a bit of a breather. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it, but this is what makes MKL interesting. There's always a challenger for the throne, and right now, the challenger is AG, challenging the supremacy of Nova Esports in this spring season. So right now, after the technical pause, we might see something happen. We might see an upset, or we might see a potential comeback from Nova Esports' position. As look at Shren, he's meditating, he's looking for an angle.
Looking for an angle indeed. I mean, definitely what he needs going in this one. Because I mean, AG Global are definitely playing on the upper foot here. Yulong on the likes of the Kaiser, really surprising us on this pick, as well as the Musashi from the previous games. Definitely has been the difference maker in this one, right? Like, he is clearly showing that he's been holding back all this time within the regular season. He's been waiting to find his wind, and he has it.
Like you asked, where was the golden form? The golden form has been crafted along the way. It was never there. It was crafted along the way up to this point. Can they finalize it by truly defeating Nova that they had never been defeated before in the regular season, in the HOK S3 qualifier, in HOK S3 quarterfinals? This is their shot in breaking the curse or the rivalry that they have.
Exactly. I mean, I do want to correct myself on what I said earlier. Obviously, Nova Esports did beat AEG Global in Season 3 Invitational, and that was a 4-0 stomp. So already, we see AEG Global already kind of returning back to that Season 3 Invitational qualifiers performance, but they just need to just get this last little bit of hurdle. They need to beat their what can be considered as their arch nemesis within the Malaysian leagues, right? Like, they lost to them at the qualifiers of Season 3. They lost to them at the playoffs of Season 3. And now they need to beat Nova at MKL just to be like, hey, this is the turnaround, guys.
This is indeed a turnaround, but looking at the referee right now, it seems to me that JD's form may have some technical difficulties here as they are discussing for a quick resolve here as they do not know what is going on. But over the side of Nova, for those who don't know, when you're in a technical pause, you're unable to talk to your teammates as it may result into a fine unless the referee does talk to you. So looking at the other teammates of the side AG Global, they are not talking as well.
Yeah, no, I'd probably be singing a song just to calm my nerves, I think, at this point. But it's definitely riding on at this last little bit of technical pause. Just a bit of composure for both of, well, all 10 of these players, right? Like, they've played phenomenally throughout this best of 5. The first best of 5 within the MKL. If you guys are exhausted right now, you need to go and get yourself like an energy drink or something, because we still have another one in the barrel of the gun, right? We have BSE O2 Esports after this match. But right now, obviously, we are focused, honed in, seeing who's going to be the victor of this best of 5.
I love the storyline being put out right now from the side of Nova versus AG. It just shows that whenever there's a champion, there's always a challenger that we mentioned, right? So is this storyline going to be mimicked when we go through the BSE versus O2 series? Maybe it's going to be a 2-2. Maybe it's going to be a 3-1. We don't know how it will eventually end because MKL is full of surprises and it's full of these amazing back and forth series. And looking at JD, he's still trying to figure out the technical difficulty here. We gotta really give him some time.
I mean, I'm assuming it's here, JD, that's going to have the technical issue because no one else is kind of like handling their phones. So, I mean, if AG Global are playing right now with that technical difficulty at the behits of them, so maybe if they clear this one up, it's going to be like, hey, this is a bit of a breeze. This should have been a lot easier in this game, but we are just waiting for, obviously, this technical pause to come through. But honestly, it's so exciting. These leagues have been, in terms of narrative, in terms of the progression of these players, have been pretty much what we've been wanting from like an international tournament, right? So it really excites me going forward, seeing what can be taken place and happen at KWC, which is obviously the next international tournament for Honor of Kings Esports.
The first hurdle is always the local tournament, but the first local tournament that we have is having an absolute banger in terms of the competitiveness. And this is what we want to see, right? Competitiveness forms better teams, forms a better environment for these teams to prosper into stronger teams, into eventual champions. As we see the hands, the fingers of the players are on the phone right now, we might be jumping back into the game.
Yeah, we got the thumbs up there. Ref is happy. We are going to be going back into the game, guys. AG Global looking to try and take and run this victory over Nova. Have Nova just had the space they need to breathe in this little intermission, or is it going to be the thing that stops them?
As we mentioned so far, back to the game, back to the gold lead. The channel is full build right now, and he has much more money, much more gold to item swap into the safe sanctuary after he has used the Sun Chaser.
Yeah, I mean, JD's definitely got to be careful, right? Like you were saying, he is going to be kind of like the main MO here. We do see, obviously, Shawan is looking into the back line there, trying to just make sure they collapse onto JD, but they got to be careful. It's PHY that goes down. The Invincible Warrior does come through as well onto CY. Can they get enough damage? He does go down. Dowhen gets the kill. One trade mid for jungle. I will take that any day with this Tyrant on the board.
With the Tyrant on the board right now, you're losing out CY, the key jungler with the key spell, which is the Smite. AG waiting for their cooldowns, waiting for the Invincible Warrior to be back online before securing this Tyrant. Wow, AG, you are slowly but surely securing the momentum that you need to close off this series. And Dowhen, this Mulan, has been performing so well.
Oh, very, very well. Honestly, just being able to put the pressure into the backline, but also, obviously, like we were saying into the draft, the CC immunity properties of this hero is crazy, especially when you got the likes, obviously, you have the Leaping Koi Tides, you have the Mayin, you have the Dune with the Wind Slash as well as the Unruly Blade. You're just going to kind of completely mitigate that with this Mulan. And now that they have the Tyrant and they've also fed over the Crimson Golem to JD once more, they are fueling this damage.
Yeah, definitely feeling this damage. He has item swap his Bloodthirster into a Succubus Skull as Wendy's damage and Whippy's damage has been really ramping up. He has to be careful. If you look at Whippy's item build, he is not a roamer at all. He is building damage to increase the range of Leaping Koi Tide.
Yeah, exactly what he's going to be doing there. Because, I mean, they need that range to try and get on top of JD. But speaking of trying to put some pressure into the bot side of the map there, we do see that Nova Esports able to get that T2 overall. It does mean that that goal lead's only about 1k pop difference between both of these teams. So any moment's notice, this could go pear-shaped.
Pear-shaped, and this objective is being eyed on for both teams here. Although the bottom wave is being handled by Mulan as of this moment, so they have a bit of information on the numbers and whereabouts of AG Global members. So right now, Moses spotting out Mayin, spotting out Strand onto the flank and forcing Strand to reposition himself for this team fight.
Yeah, I mean, definitely trying to reposition around this Shadow Overlord right now. I mean, definitely all teams, all hands on deck potentially here. Obviously, Wendy a little bit far out of this team fight. They do lost a T2 at the top side, into the mid lane there. We are going to get a takedown potentially onto CY. A lot of damage coming through for the side of AG Global. JD gets the Sage's Sanctuary as well. That's currently CY down for PHY and JD. This could be troublesome now for AG Global. They may play this one a little bit too close to their hearts. The only saving grace is that CY isn't available, but Whippet also goes down as well.
Okay, that's a 3-4-2 in favor of AG Global here. You might think that they do not have the main carry, but Dao Hun is still available. This Mulan still strikes hard, but Wu Qi making a detrimental mistake. The Fever Barrage and the Cleanse, the Purify, immediately being cancelled off the moment he jumped in. So he has to recuperate. He has to wait for the next round where he can do these big engages.
Yeah, big engages potentially coming through here from the side of Nova. They're looking to try and upset this the Shadow Overlord, but they're not going to be able to take it. They are going to lose. Shuan, potentially the HP regen does come through. Is it going to be enough to make sure that Hulung is going to be able to get taken down? No, CY has been denied of the entrance onto their jungle. AGG, they are looking pretty hot. They take down CY, they take down Shuan. All they need to do is get this minion wave, get this damage off the board, and this could be it.
This could be it, as we are looking at the Overlords marching through mid lane right now. There is no mage, there is no marksman to defend. They are far away from the base as of this point. 15 seconds onto Strength, 24 seconds onto CY. Look at the timers.
Gotta be careful, yeah. Obviously, Sage Sanctuary comes through for Wendy as well. Obviously, he's looking to go in like a cannon and go out like a blazing glory. Susu Supernova for the side of Nova Esports. Muchi has just lost his Sage's Sanctuary. We have PHY, we have Dowhide alive. They are looking just to get some more of these high ground turrets for now. Oh no!
Yulong falls in a very critical timing, but Tempest is still not up yet. So, Nova Esports AG both have time to really breathe once again before this epic final countdown at the Tempest Dragon here. What a game we're casting so far, Blam!
Yeah, huge. I mean, the fact that the timer actually coincides with Hulung is a little bit of a saving grace here for the side of AG Global, but it does, like you said, Sagi, means that Nova have the time to get these Crimson buffs for themselves, get a little bit more of a footing in through to the door, but they do also have to compete with those enhanced minions into the bot side and middle lane as well.
20 minute has hit. The Tempest Dragon has spawned immediately. Eye of the Whirlpool being cast. Right now, they are looking to rush down this objective on the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, this is going to be a big collide, and whoever comes out on top is definitely going to be the victor of this game. Obviously, top side of the map does have the minion wave push as well. Shuan looking like he's got caught into the thick of it there. He takes a lot of damage. He does have the Sage's Sanctuary, though. He has built that pretty quickly, but think it's on the box, committed on the way pit. The damage comes through. Oh, it goes over to Nova Esports. They take the crucial kill back from AG Global. We've got to be careful, though. The mid-wave coming through here. Chano looking for a bit of a saving grace. JD needs to try and get this through, but Shuan still has that Sage's Sanctuary alive.
Okay, JD managed to stall off the mid wave here. 2 members of Nova Esports is forced to put back into their base. So if JD can pull off this recall, he might be able to defend the base. But Wendy is smelling him out. Wendy, do you know where is the channel?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know yet, and that is probably going to be the saving grace here for AEG Global. If they got JD caught out, it would have been Jova.
It will be Jover indeed, but right now, both teams have yet another chance to face off each other in the final 5v5 here. Tempest Dragon is being secured for the side of Nova Esports right now. CY, just look at the shield. It's so thick. Can JD really melt it through? 20 minutes timer in. All the items are up and available for both teams.
I mean, now that they have obviously the Tempest Dragon, it's going to make it a little bit harder for AEG to play around this one. Obviously, the disrupt from these Vanguards is going to be pretty crucial, as you can see there, being put into play down to the bot side of the map. We do see, obviously, the Sea of Fate being committed there for the Dao Champ. But right now, it's going to be anybody's game, whoever falters.
It is indeed anybody's game right now. For AG's global current task, they have to stall through the Tempest Dragon buff, which has expired. But there's still one more wave of Tempest Dragon marching through mid, bot, and top lane.
Yeah, obviously for those, KCY into the thick of it, he does get pulled in with the Silk Imprint. Oh, the big tank goes down for the side of Nova Esports. PHY played that very nicely. The Silk Imprint does come through, but it means that they are going to open up these T3s into the mid, into the bot lane. That was CY's goal overall.
And I'll call it worth 30 seconds. There's no way that AG Global can actually force a fight if Nova Esports does not attend to it. PSY must get a very insane Silk Imprint catch if they want to force something, but still, minion waves are the key pressure here, as we learn from time to time, tournaments after tournaments, from these backdoors. Minion grows stronger after the 20-minute mark every minute as it progresses. And right now, 3 towers down for the side of AG Global here. They might be able to look for the backdoor.
Yeah, I mean, as obviously it's now got to that 20-minute mark as well. Obviously with the Tempest, we do get those passive items have now been upgraded as well. So they're going to be a little bit more sort of tankier. We see obviously the Sun Chase have been built up as well. That has been upgraded also. So it's pretty much these game-ending mechanics that just means that whoever falters at these team fights, now with CY back on the board, is going to be in trouble. They got to make sure that 10 the chickens in the lane to make sure they don't have any pressure as this Tempest Dragon comes up. But right now, it's looking like it could be an easy Tempest Dragon here for Nova Esports.
The wave pressure is being built up so high right now. Mayin doesn't even need to come because they have the Eye of the Whirlpool to send her in when it matters. AG definitely has to commit 1 or 2 members at the minimum to actually tackle the silent issue. And Yulong gets chunked out.
Yeah, they've got to be careful, right? I mean, definitely having the bits of, obviously, Da Chao's Sea of Fate and the Whirlpool. Yep, going in, obviously, using the other Whirlpool as well. Everybody has to go back to base.
This is what we're talking about, right? Putting the pressure onto the silent with multiple members. Immediately dragging more than 1 member for the side to actually secure this Shadow Tempest. But hey, fight goes through!
No! The ultimate being committed onto, obviously, Motsu was the takedown there. Wendy goes down, but they still have Mochi. Mochi has the Sage's Sanctuary. They still have Yulong for now. I mean, JD goes down, but they do have the Sage's Sanctuary as well. But the knock-up with the Wind Slash is going to be enough to lock him in place. Xuan tries to get him, but he gets the hit. He wastes the Sage's Sanctuary for now. They've got to be careful. Mochi is the only guy with it standard.
3v4 right now, and the minions are marching through the clash area right now, knocking onto the doors of their crystal. They cannot commit members to defend this Tempest Dragon. But hold on a moment though, we see Yulong cruising with the platform boss. But look at the base. It's a Marine versus Channel 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, the Sea of Fate being popped there as well. It means that CY is able to go back, get some help, and then come straight back into it. He's looking pretty thick right now. He has a Sage's Sanctuary still in his grasp as well. This is pretty much like Tempest Dragon going again, potentially here for the side of Nova Esports. Yulong is stalking this so much. Wendy is now back into it as well. That's a lot of damage. They've got to be careful.
Nova Esports, you just have to play time. You just have to play time until AG slips up. At any moment of time, WP can get Marine in right now, and it might be right now. But Marine gets cancelled.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying, but I mean, sticking to the top side of the map is Dowhen, right? He's just making sure that those minion waves don't crash in. Same with JD, but at this point of the game, that's not where you really want them. Realistically, you want them into this team fight.
The longest game of MKL spring season regular split was 30 minutes 58 seconds. 5 more minutes on the clock. Can they beat that timer?
I mean, with everything that's at risk right now for both of these teams, I can imagine so. They're going to try and obviously run this out as quick as possible because both of these teams are just burning on both ends right now. They've got to be careful. Obviously, top side of the map is being pushed into the crystal as well. They've got to be careful. Both Xuan as well as Wavepit are here also. But they're still going for the fight on two fronts. The Eye of the Whirlpool for the side of Nova comes through. Muchi does get the Fever Barrage. They walk the minions in. They get the victory.
What an epic way of ending the best of 5 series on the victory for Nova Esports. The reverse sweep has been denied. Nova Esports stay strong and remain their undefeated streak against AG Global, closing out series 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, AG Global definitely looking very hot going into the lower bracket though. They are definitely looking like a better team, better for wear as well as they do approach the lower bracket. It depends on who is going to be their opponent as they obviously waiting to see when against BSE and O2 Esports. But that's the power of the Chao, right? Like, you can drop the Eye of the Whirlpool, you can just get your teammates in an instant at your enemy's crystal.
Win or lose, in terms of team fight, it comes down to Muchi landing these Fever Barrage. One mistake from him cost him numerous high ground towers. But when it mattered the most, when the minions, when the dragons are marching towards his base, his crystal, he stood up when it mattered. And nonetheless, it secured them the eventual comeback for this epic series.
Exactly, yeah. The comeback was obviously just written in the stars there for both of these teams, but it was just like I said, the fact that the Chao, they had that one, that was just like the bullet in the remainder of the barrel just to kind of finish off that team fight. But it was just kind of, the game went a little bit too far for both of these teams to go tit for tat. You can really see sort of like the fatigue coming through from these players as well.
Would you say the pause actually affected their momentum, or it was just Nova Esports through knit and grip, through the persistency, through the experience they have as champions to really make a comeback, to really make these key decisions to bring them back to the game?
I mean, most of these things can happen, but I mean, it was JD that was at fault with his device, so obviously he had to get it fixed, or they could have lost a lot sooner. So they wanted to be in optimal position to fight them at that late game. But like I said, they go to the lower brackets. They're still away from AG Global to find their way up the ladder to get that rematch.
Wow, what a series that we witnessed so far. I was glad that I was able to catch such an epic best of 5. What a storyline that has been built for both teams here. AG Global, although they lost with pride today, as they still have a chance in the lower bracket as they will eventually, as you mentioned, meet either the losers of O2 Esports between Blackstrew Esports. So either one of them will eventually have to face AG Global for the final slot in the KWC.
Exactly that, right? I mean, BSE and O2 Esports is definitely not like any kind of opponent you want to go against, but if you had the choice, you probably want to go against O2 Esports, because I mean, even though AG Global went blow for blow there against Nova, they can still, obviously, there's still hope for obviously O2 Esports to level up as well, right?
But we kind of forgot on one thing, right? We gotta congratulate on Nova Esports as they booked the first ticket to KWC as the Malaysian representatives for first. So they have already secured their slot in the KWC. Not sure slot 1, slot 2, or slot 3, but it depends on their overall finish in the MKL Spring Season 2025 playoffs. But still, props to them for actually making it through such a BO5.
Exactly that. But right now, I mean, obviously, Nova Esports, we are going to go into the interview on stage with Nova Esports, and we'll probably get the bow from AG Global. So let's see what Choo Choo has to say.
Round of applause to both AG and Nova. Come on, guys. That was high quality, speechless, best of 5 ever I witnessed. But joining me in today, it's going to be Xuan and also Muchi, the marksman, also the clash laner. Now, congratulations for winning this very, very difficult best of 5. We started off with Muchi, okay? Muchi, you are the marksman, right? I will translate, don't worry. Okay. He's so worried. We'll translate a bit, yeah? Okay, don't worry. Okay, I heard one of your teammates is unwell. 我听说你们其中一个选手好像是不舒服是吗？
对。
是谁呀？
我们的辅助吧，就打比赛前几天吃错东西了吧，就不舒服到现在。
So one of their teammate, and that's gonna be Wade Pitt the Roma, is actually very ill today. But despite of that, he still managed to pull it through and still managed to win for the team. I think this should be given a round of applause, no? For Wade Pitt, I mean, he actually ate something wrong and he's very ill, but he still managed to pull through. Now, did that actually impacted the game? 因为他不舒服，会到影响，是不是那其中一个原因影响到你们的表现？现在？
我觉得可能有一点吧，但这不是我们输小局的原因。
They think that slightly impacted for their performance, but that's not the main reason. Now, Xuan, I'm gonna ask you the next question. You guys were winning, and then suddenly you are at loss back to back for game 3 and 4. That was so difficult. But how do you keep your teams in a positive vibe to keep it going? 你们那时候你们前2局的时候，你们已经是赢了，差不多还有剩下一局罢了，对吗？然后你们就输了2局，第3跟第4局。然后你们如何保持你们的积极的心态啊？那时候？
主要是教练吧，我觉得就是教练会一直安抚我们的心态，然后就最后一把就当 BOE 来打咯。
So they were hoping for the coach really plays a big part. Now we always underestimate coach. Coach is the one that really bring all of them together and try to do one thing at a time. Last but not least, of course, anything you guys want to say to your fans who've been here the whole day to see you guys playing? Any of you, Muchi or Xuan? Muchi. 对你粉丝有什么要说吗？
谢谢所有粉丝的支持吧。
Thank you so much for all the fans that support us. That is it for the side of Nova. It is Nova Esports, guys. Thank you so much. We're gonna break it down for our casters to analyze the game. Take it away, casters.
And that is definitely what we have witnessed. The coach plays a very big part into these series as they are the anchor, the decision maker, the drafter, and the caretaker for these players. And so far, they thanked their coach and they were rewarded fruitfully.
Absolutely, definitely rewarded with that 3-2 victory, but it wasn't as precise as they thought it would be, right? They didn't think it was going to be, they thought it was going to be a dot in the park. They've had, obviously, historically against AG Global an easy run, but AG Global, I mean, is it because of Wade Pitt's food poisoning? Is it because of either draft or anything like that? But ultimately, AG Global came back with that 2-2 obviously victory towards the end there. But then obviously it's down to Nova Esports that was able to get that last little bit of win on the board. But what a series to start off the playoffs.
What a series to start off the BO5 of the players, as you mentioned. It was really neck to neck in the game fight. We will never know who will come out on top until the very last moment. Every minute was a potential comeback for each of these teams. But yet again, only one team can walk away victorious, and it is Nova Esports who did.
Yes, Nova Esports did come out on top of that one. Obviously, you can see here within the post-game stats where the damage is going to come through. But we got all the way to almost the 30-minute mark as well. I mean, 213k damage from Wendy, 145k damage from Muchi, as well as Wade Pitt. So that's really where the damage is coming from. But you can also see that that's where the focus of AG Global was there as well, right? They was always trying to target Wendy, Muchi, or Wade Pitt. And then if CY wanted to be the sacrificial lamb to try and keep them alive, he would dive in and they would take that kill as well. But I do have to commend AG Global. It was a good run for them. They are able to go to the lower brackets, but they aren't able to get the victory over Nova Esports just yet.
Exactly. Still, as you mentioned, chance for them in the lower brackets here. But just look at Darwin onto this blue line here. Dealing the most damage as a clash lane. So definitely he made his Mulan an actual presence and a menace towards the Nova Esports draft for the majority of the game. But still, miss up happens, and Nova Esports, being the champion they are, they capitalized on these small mistakes that AG delivered.
Exactly. I mean, that's what makes them champion material, right? Is the fact that they punish their opponents for those small little mistakes, but even more importantly, they can identify those small little mistakes. So they identify them, they take them apart, and then they win because of those. But that is it. That is obviously going to be Nova Esports against AG Global for now. But we're going to look at that goal graph just once more anyway, because look at a ride that was. It kind of looks like an elephant towards the end there.
Indeed it is. I do think that it was a very equal game for both teams until the Tempest, where the Tempest was eventually being secured by Nova Esports. If they did not secure that Tempest, things would have gone so badly for their team. The Tempest resulted in the 3 high ground towers being down for AG's global side. Then the eventual backdoor of the full team came with the Eye of the Whirlpool coming in from Waypits.Shell.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Eye of the Whirlpool just definitely was the clutch maker and the playmaker, closing out that game number 5. And we're going to try and figure out who's the MVP, because there was plenty, but the MVP is going to be given to none other than the game closer, Mr. Waypit. Hopefully that makes him food poisoning feel a little bit better, knowing that his performance was MVP worthy.
We wish him a speedy recovery, but definitely this MVP performance coming in from Nova Waypit does cement himself as one of the best supports so far, the best roamers so far. His thinking on how to end the game and how to communicate the play with this team was remarkable, and it really rewarded them fruitfully with the game-winning push and the ticket to K.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. We're going to be seeing these in the game-winning highlights as well. It's going to be a lot of brawls, but a lot of the team fights obviously went over to the favor of AG, especially in that early game. But like you were saying there, Sagi, as soon as that Tempest Dragon became that spanner in the works for AG Global, that's when we started to see it start slowly but surely break apart for them.
Well, this is the first few fights that we've seen so far, and moving on to this was the oopsie coming in from AG Yulong. He tanked a bit too much, and Muchi was there to save the day, to clear out all the waves and to clear the key tower pushes. And this was a secure coming in from none other than the CY's doing on to the Smite.
Yeah, obviously Unruly Blade, Smite in is pretty impressive when you are playing obviously within ranked games, but even more so impressive when you get that steal onto the Tempest and really change the pace and the direction and the outcome of a full best of 5 for your team. But that is obviously, as you can see on the bottom of the screen, it was a 3-2 to Nova. Those tuning in at home, if you are only just tuning in, you want to go back and watch this series first.
And this was the Eye of the Whirlpool that actually made the eventual push. 4 members strong from Nova Esports collapsing onto the crystals, securing themselves the upper bracket match 6 slot right now. And right now they are waiting for their enemy, which is between either Blackstreet Esports or O2 Esports.
Exactly that. I mean, that's another full best of 5 we've got on our hands, but it is going to be the final match of the day, right? Like, this is going to go out with a bang, surely. Blackstreet Esports and O2 Esports, like we honestly thought, AG Global was definitely going to have a bit of a struggle there with that one, especially after playing a full best of 3 already, but it did not phase them. If anything, it gave them exactly what they needed to get some wins on the board against Nova Esports. So hopefully that same thing is going to happen here for O2 Esports before we see a BSE or O2 Esports make their way into the final bracket as well.
This series between Nova Esports and AG Global, it just makes us think that anything can happen in the MKL. And anything to happen is definitely BSE versus O2 Esports. That's coming up next as our final best of 5 of today. Winner secures KWC. Loser goes down to fight AG Global for the final slot to the KWC and the survival chance of the playoffs here. So definitely something to note on of, as these stakes are extremely high in the situation.
Very, very high. I mean, BSE against O2 Esports. Again, another Titan against a closed qualifier team that got into MKL and got all the way to the playoffs as well. So even though if they do drop down to the lower brackets, they still can fight against AG Global to try and persist a little bit further into the playoffs and try and get to KWC. But we will be going for a short break before we get into that best of 5. So we're going to go right now, guys. Don't go anywhere. Luxury Esports against O2 Esports, the last game of the day. It's been a journey. I'm Blam. With me, Sagi. We're taking a short break.
ENG 的话肯定是靠运气上来啦。他们现在在前3的一个位置也是有点出乎意料的。
Their team have weakened after they changed their jungle and their marksman. That is a very bad decision from their part.
我们 AG 在这个比赛肯定会越打越好，加油！
最期待击败的队伍 BSE, one of the strongest and still strongest. We might have a slight chance to beat them.
赛前去复盘他们走位还有时间点，
非常强劲的队伍，有手法有思路，
我们就把自己做好，没有一个队伍是我们的对手。不管是接下来的比赛还是什么，只会一直赢。谢谢大家对 Nova 的支持，我们会一直赢下去的。
Mantap dalam playoffs. Jangan lupa beli merch kita.
AG 是最棒的，我相信我的队友、我的团队都可以的。
支持我们 Team Secret， 我们肯定会进沙特的。
你们可以的话就来线下看我们比赛，我们会赢的。
6月8号记得来上位 Pyramid 见证我们捧杯。
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
We're really in this way I go. 只要我穿梭，会发生的无需闪躲。Young blood, we born to be free. 驯服了焦虑，时间流就当作心理切换为主场游戏。如果我跃入深渊，恐惧就没了闪现。看猫咪闪手拨动了第几维度 ，Vibrate my super strength. Roll the dice, 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 dice. 不随意的存在 ，night, night, 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 night.Roll the dice, 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 dice. 我存在，在 Infinite world. Anything goes. Anything's possible. So we just roll the dice, 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 dice. 不随意的存在 night, 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 night. Give it life and I'm roll the dice, 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 dice. 我存在，在 Infinite world. Anything goes. Anything's possible. Rakan muda, coba kita monimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Kehantaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
The House of Partings claims victory. A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. A blur of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth. Memories fade like smoke. We live and die like fleeting shadows. If love's promises still endure, why does the world offer only sorrow and parting? My flute's name is Tears of Parting, and its every note tells of sorrow. I laugh at the decay of righteousness and ascend the 12 houses of Jade Summit. I've seen every human emotion, but I've never seen a promise kept. Parting tunes sound till dawn, making the night even colder. Betrayed love and broken oaths. What defines the martial world? Companionship without betrayal, and yearning without farewells. The unfaithful must be executed. The House of Partings claims this land.
The post-match evaluation system has been updated. So how exactly do ratings work?
In short, your rating depends on how well you fulfill your hero's core responsibilities in your assigned lane. Every lane and every hero is unique and important. When you play different heroes in different lanes, your responsibilities change as well as the rating criteria. To keep ratings fair, the system analyzes dozens of factors based on your lane. Each lane has different responsibilities, which means their evaluation criteria vary massively. Even within the same lane, the rating criteria adjusts based on each hero's specialty. For example, in the Clash lane, Miyue prioritizes split push metrics like deaths, damage to towers, and gold to damage efficiency. Meanwhile, Lianpo focuses on teamfight metrics like damage taken per death, teamfight participation, and assists.
Junglers and marksmen are more likely to get MVP. But what about other classes?
All classes are important and irreplaceable. This system is designed to be fair to all lanes and all heroes. For example, as a roamer, the system compares your performance to the hero's global average across all matches.
How is split pushing evaluated? Does it score lower than keen fighting?
For split push heroes, the system calculates total structure damage. Being a solo destroyer, destroying towers alone triggers a highlight, granting bonus points. And destroying the enemy crystal alone gives massive bonus points. But remember, only use heroes good at split pushing for this. Play to their strengths. Every hero's contributions affect their rating. Split pushing won't always give you a lower score than team fighting. If you focus on your hero's main responsibilities, you can still earn a high rating.
If a hero can play both support and mid, does the rating change with the lane?
Generally, yes. The same hero has different rating criteria in different lanes. However, if you ruin teammates' experiences by using extremely off-meta lanes, your reputation points may be deducted. First, protecting your KDA is unnecessary as the game does not have a losing team MVP star protection mechanic. Such mechanics can encourage toxic MVP competition, like Xiao Chao's behavior here. We want to foster a fair and friendly game environment and dissuade teammates competing against each other for MVP. The new system only compares your performance to global data for that hero. Your score depends on how well you fulfill the hero's responsibilities. Second, an SSS rating requires exceptional performance, but lower ratings also grant rewards. You will earn ranked points for ratings from A+ to SSS. The new system introduces many different highlights as rating factors, making evaluations more rational and accurate. If you want a high rating, don't miss these highlights. Want to know more about highlights? Stay tuned for future community updates. Wait, I haven't told you the biggest news yet. The new evaluation system launches in Season 11 with a brand new post-match interface. Got questions or ideas? Drop a comment below and let's talk before we finalize the update.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jiangnan? Look, we meet again.
真的要和我一起去神域吗？爆发了咒印的人，最后都会死吗？去过神域的人，如一生还。
你们11家族的命运永远不可改变。
让这命运败于我的剑下。
开运！
快躲开！
开运！我们来了！去吧！
咒印是你们应得的惩罚。
解决咒印的源头是神。
掉的，可厌。
Dark forces are gathering. The evil will soon break forth from the seal. Seal the evil! Just as I expected. I stalk the night, vanquishing evil with my bow. To banish evil, my own life is a small price to pay. Heavenly Wolf, heed my call. Attack with me. The will of the Heavenly Wolf forges my bow.
The moon shines on the ocean, lighting up the way home. Your mind is sharp, but not as sharp as my sword. Today is a bad day for the enemy. Justice of the moon! Moon! Blind them!
It's called tough love. 3 to the left, 3 to the right. Twist and turn. I so got this down. Uh-oh. Hey y'all, listen to this one. I'm in a terrible mood. What a plain-looking, disobedient brat. I'm so gonna snitch on you. It's up to you how much excitement you can handle.
Are you the seeker of today?
I am Ogron, the seer.
A fated encounter.
Back to the marsh.
A chance encounter can still lead to friendship. How could you put it like that, Master Seer? I'm just here to report. There are no enemies that fate can't bring together.
AG 的话肯定是靠运气上来啦。他们现在在前3的一个位置也是有点出乎意料的。
Their team have weakened after they changed their jungle and their marksman. That is a very bad decision from their part.
我们 AG 在这个比赛肯定会越打越好，加油！
最期待击败的队伍 BSE, one of the strongest and still strongest. We might have a slight chance to beat them.
赛前去复盘他们走位还有时间点，
非常强劲的队伍，有手法有思路，
我们就把自己做好，没有一个队伍是我们的对手。不管是接下来的比赛还是什么，只会一直赢。谢谢大家对Nova的支持，我们会一直赢下去的。
Mantap dalam playoffs. Jangan lupa beli merch kita.
AG 是最棒的，我相信我的队友、我的团队都可以的。
支持我们 Team Secret， 我们肯定会进沙特的。
你们可以的话就来线下看我们比赛，我们会赢的。
6月8号记得来上位 Pyramid 见证我们捧杯。
Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
We're really in this way I go. 只要我穿梭，会发生的无需闪躲。Young blood, we born to be free。驯服了焦虑，时间流就当作心理切换为主场游戏。如果我跃入深渊，恐惧就没了善解。看猫咪伸手拨动了地气，We don't vibrate my super strength。Roll the dice, 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 dice。不随意的存在，night, night, 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 night。Roll the dice, 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 dice。我存在，在 Infinite world。Anything, anything goes. Anything, anything's possible。Anything's possible。Rakan muda, coba kita murnimu. Rakan muda, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keancaman terus membara. In this the sound of the rain. No matter how I feel the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far.
The stage is set. The moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. The MKL Spring Season 2025 Playoffs.
Kali ini BSE mereka tiada full tank, manakala Nova Esports mereka ada Jampe.
Team Secret. It started with a spark. All gamers global. Now we burn with purpose. O2 Esports. We were just embers once, ignited by the dream of becoming champions. DTE Gaming. Today we witness what that fire can become. Black Shrew Esport. Together we rose from glowing embers. Nova Esports. And now we've seen what it means to truly shine. Only the best remain. Dreams will clash. Pressure will rise. Witness the crowning of a champion.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sagi. Alongside with me is none other than Blam. And Blam, we've witnessed so many best of 3s played to the max, so many best of 5s. I mean, not so many, but one best of 5 played to the fullest between Nova Esports and All Gamers Global. And to me, it was an absolute banger.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think it could have delivered any better than what we did in that one, right? Like, that was just like the best way to kick off the playoffs. We just had like 2 full best of 3s with the play-ins. It's been nothing but action-packed for MKL Spring Season 2025.
No snooze fest. It was all bit and grit to the very end. No one knew what would happen in that nit-gritting series. Everyone thought, oh, it's just gonna be a 3-0 walk in the park for Nova Esports. But AG Global proved to us they come back, and they come back strong. But yet again, before we jump into the next series, we gotta shout out MKL, supported by the official tournament partner, which is Realme, which is gaming. I would pick Realme 14 series, Realme, the 14 5G features segment best Snapdragon 6th Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery for Honor of Kings, largest VC cooling area, and empowers player to enjoy 120 FPS in HOK. It promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. If it's gaming, I would pick Realme 14 series, Blam.
I think we'd both pick Realme if it's gaming, right? I mean, definitely fueling the power plays that our players have definitely been displaying within the playoffs. So definitely, if you are thinking of getting a gaming phone or a new phone, you definitely want to be choosing the Realme 14 series. But this is still going to be the last series of the day, right? So BSE going up against O2 Esports. As I was saying before the break, BSE partner team O2 Esports is a closed qualifier teams, and both of the contestants for those partner teams are both being closed qualifier teams as well. So just showing you how far that you can within Honor of Kings Esports to go up against some of the best on a stage as well.
They're not just invited teams as well, they are the champions of Malaysia. But talking about champions, we definitely have to look at the team head-to-head for these two teams, which is we have Black Shrew Esports featuring Musang King in the jungle, Xiang in the clash lane, Zihong in the mid lane, JR as their farm lane, and Dian, their experienced roamer in the role.
Dian, yes, exactly. And then their opponents are K1, Kongling, X1, White, and Care. So these faces on O2 Esports are not going to be strangers if you've been watching the stream all day. They have been battling it out in a best of 3 against Team Secret. They beat Team Secret. Can they beat BSE?
Can they beat BSE is the question that we are trying to ask them. And we will have to see whether or not they have what it takes to be like the second AG or the O2 Esports to challenge, dethrone, challenge the champions of Black Shrew Esports here.
Exactly that, right? I mean, they definitely want to be trying to step up, especially after seeing what AG Global have managed to do against Nova Esports. But I suppose it's all down to these players and how they feel after their best of 3, right? But let's look at the head-to-head here between both of these support players. So Dian and White.
Dian and White with the kill participation of 84% going over to Dian with an average of 8.6. So if you look at the damage taken, we can see White favors more of these tanky roamers, absorbing these damage, looking for these big team fights on the side of O2 Esports. For the hero pool, it is more of 50-50 and a bit 11, but just one more compared to the end.
Exactly, just one more hero. But I mean, to be honest, when you're going into a best of 5, you definitely want to have more heroes within your pool than less, right? Like that's definitely going to be one of the main components when you're going through for a full best of 5, is making sure that you have the hero pool to stack it up.
Well, in BSE's justification, they don't have to play to a full extent of BO3s when it comes to regular season. They have lesser matches when it compares to O2 Esports. Hence, that's kind of explain why that even with those limited matches, DN has 10 hero pulls already. We've seen from time to time. He pulls up the Donghuang, he pulls up all these random picks that make it work.
Exactly. He pulls out all the picks that make it work, right? But I mean, is it going to work against either of these two teams? We'll have to wait and see. But obviously, these two teams will obviously have a bit of a walk-in a moment. We're just waiting for that confirmation now. But right now, we got to see both of these teams walk through both O2 Esports and Black Shrew Esports.
Black Shrew Esports, Xiang, Musang King, Zihong, JR, and Jen. They'll battle against O2 Esports, K1, Hongling, Care, X1, and White. Let the fist bump begins the series of today.
And there you have it, Bland. The two teams that will be representing us and will be present us yet another best of 5 series. Will it be an absolute banger? I cannot answer you. But am I looking forward to it? I'm definitely looking forward to the series.
Exactly. I mean, it's any Honor of Kings Esports, right? If it's any Honor of Kings Esports, I am looking forward to it. But when we saw them obviously bumping fists, they were clearly having a bit of a joking word amongst each other. Both teams are smiling, so clearly they respect each other off of the Gorge. Let's see how much respect they're going to pay to each other on the Gorge.
On the Gorge, you pay respect and you pay with intense matchups. So definitely Black Shrew Esports is not a team to kid around. They have shown from time to time they are the champion material in HOKS2, in KC 2024. And in regular season, they beat Nova Esports in the last week to secure themselves the first place of regular season. But that does not equate to them securing first place in MKL playoffs. It's still a long way to go for them before they can finally secure the first trophy for their trophy rack.
Exactly. I mean, they definitely want to try and gain a trophy for themselves, right? I mean, both BSE, they probably had trophies as well. Obviously, they were winners, obviously, of Season 2 Invitational, as well as KC 2024. But they're looking to be the first champions of the MKL spring season, right? Like, that's definitely one of the parts of the history that you want to be part of. Not only just the KWC, not only the prize pool, but also the historical point of your name being etched in history.
It is the bragging rights we're talking about. If you get that, you could definitely cement yourself, as you mentioned, as the historical winners, the first winners, not just any winner, the first winners of MKL spring season. That is a bragging right when it comes to about talking achievements.
Exactly. I mean, it's like not only a bragging right to your own region, but also to those that have been like, hey, I heard you're like second place of Indonesia. Hey, we're first place of Malaysia. So again, it's just bragging rights against all the global teams as they come together for obviously KWC, which will be held in about a month's time, which is crazy to think. KWC was obviously announced at Season 3 early on within the year, and it's almost here already.
Time passes when you are witnessing so many epic showdowns in the Honor of Kings esports scenes, especially the MKL Spring Season 2025. And right now, we are way past regular season, we are way past play-ins, we are currently in the second best of 5 so far in the day 1 of MKL playoffs.
Exactly that. I mean, the gravity is there, and the grandeur of this match is just going to get eaten up as we get into the game number 1 draft, right? Like, what are we going to be seeing here? Obviously, O2 Esports, we've seen them play and draft already today. what is BSE going to have in store for us? Are they going to try and take a clean 3-0? Because, I mean, they definitely have it within them, right? They are the top seed of MKL regular season. So going into the playoffs, they want to make sure that they cement their name as potentially the undefeated streak, right?
Well, to be honest right here with you, Blam, after what we've seen so far in the AG versus Nova Esports match, I can no longer tell it's going to be a 3-0. This fighting spirit from the MKL teams will continue on, even that the teams were out of the tournament early. So right now, it has passed on to O2 Esports and All Gamers Global. And right now, they are looking to challenge the champions, the tournament favorites, which is Blackstreet Esports.
Exactly, yes. I mean, O2 Esports were obviously either I think they were the 4th seed, I believe it was, of the regular season, and obviously Blackstreet being the number 1 spot, the team to beat, as well as Nova Esports, obviously, especially after winning the Season 3 Invitational. They are definitely going to be some of these teams' pride and joy if they're able to beat them. With that, we're going to get into game number 1, potentially of 5 games between BSE and O2 Esports.
O2 Esports here banning out their signature Dharma on K1, and as well, removing pain from the equation here. Blackstreet Esports here ban out the Dolia, and the second ban will be onto the Luna, a prize pick by Kong Ling here. This leaves the Arlie being open for X1 to be picked off here. But on the side of Blackstreet Esports, you still have the Long, you still have the Mai Shuanui and Zhang Fei here. Lots of picks up in the pool. What is your decision here? It will be the Mai Shuanui and Zhang Fei here, Blam.
Exactly. I mean, why start off weak? Why not just go out with a bang to begin with, right? I mean, the Mai Shuanui and the Zhang Fei, I believe that was the same draft from Nova Esports as well, right, from the first game. But you can kind of see that Blackstreet Esports have been looking and watching O2 Esports, especially with that Dolia ban, right? Because, I mean, their game number 1, actually, no, game number 2 against Team Secret was a clear dominant sweep, especially all being paired up for that Dolia.
Exactly, and looking at the draft real quick, the first 3 picks so far on the side of O2 Esports spells one thing: securing the early game a smooth side lane, a comfortable side lane, pairing up the other and to wreak havoc into the side lane. On the side of Blackstreet Esports here, you spell one thing as well: you want to make these engages happen. Deal to the death, Mai Shuanui knockups, and Zhang Fei Unbridled Outburst all spell engage all over the map.
They all spell engage, but obviously Yiqing is going to do a lot of damage as well into the mid lane. It just plays a little bit different, right? You're not getting up close and personal with the enemy team. You are just still lamping them with the taking liberties and then also stack up your passive. But overall, let's look at the second ban phase here. So obviously Monkey, another big pick here for the side of O2 Esports. And then obviously on the side of O2 Esports, they're looking to ban out the Lu Bang. So they don't have that quite the synergy that they were really hoping for. Obviously pairing it with the Musashi, which we've seen already.
And all these jungle picks are all utility and tank junglers banning out from the side of Blackstreet Esports here. On the side of O2 Esports here, they further remove more and more clash lane picks coming in the side of Blackstreet Esports hero pool. Both drafts spell out their number 1 focus on their targets that they're looking to target in the selection of the first game. So for the side of Blackstreet Esports, they secured the early lane counter, which is the channel which can successfully scale towards the late game as well and have a comfortable early game. For the side of O2 Esports, we gotta think, what's your jungle and clash lane gonna be?
I mean, respectively, obviously, O2 Esports love to go for those tanks jungles, right? So I expect that we're going to see some kind of tank into the jungle, potentially something like the Dune that can kind of have a huge engage for potential for the side of O2 Esports. But then up into the clash lane, you've still got the likes of the Byron available if you really want to go for it this time around, especially if you're pairing it with something like the Dune as well.
Well, the Dune might be coming out here as he's a decent pick into the Musashi here. Clock is ticking, and it will be indeed the Dune and Charlotte being locked in for the side of O2 Esports here. So far on the side of O2 Esports, their team composition is so good in the silent. If they do be able to scale into that late game, mid-late game where they can excel. On the side of Blackstreet Esports here, you have the Zhang Fei, you have the Mai Shuanui. You want to play aggressive early tempo to really stop these two side lanes from getting such a comfortable laning phase.
Exactly that. I mean, are they going to try and burn out the Byron pick here for themselves on the side of Blackstreet Esports? Because again, they've already burnt out the likes of the Mai Shuanui, the Zhang Fei, as well as the Musashi. So if they're burning out these top big picks so far within game 1, is this a sign of things to come?
Maybe we'll see the Main here to further lock down this early here. And it wouldn't be the case. It will be another form of engage. That is 4 ways of engaging from the side of Blackstreet Esports. Sun Che set Sen Musashi due to the death. Zhang Fei Unbridled Opus. Maestro new knock-up combos left, right, center. So Blackstreet Esports have the full arsenal to be the primary engaged, the primary proactive ones to be in these team fights.
Exactly that, right? I mean, we've seen Dohead on that pick previously. So the Sunset has definitely been one of those picks that's been very great at setting those huge potential knockups as well, right? Obviously using the set sail, but then obviously pairing that with Musang King's Musashi is very scary.
So 2 team comps, 2 distinct play style. O2 Esports look for these small skirmishes into the side lane dominance to win games. Blackstreet Esports, they look for one word: engage.
Yes, the engage onto the enemy team is definitely what they're going to be needing to do, right? Like trying to just get on top of the enemy team, especially the likes of X1 onto the early. They definitely want to be shutting that down pretty early so they don't get that kind of late game slippery marksman onto the Gorge.
I have to agree as well. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Heroes Gorge, the fight between the upper bracket match between none other than O2 Esports versus Blackstreet Esports for a chance for a shot to KWC.
All that shot fighting for KWC right now is both of these teams. O2 Esports already been put through the ringer of that best of 3 already, and they went a full best of 3, so they're definitely going to be warmed up, if anything, going up against Blackstreet Esports. But on the opposite side of the coin, Blackstreet Esports know exactly what they could potentially draft here.
Indeed, and X1 here, oh, he's forced to drop one of the minion here. That is actually a big mistake here. A small damage miscalculation here. If he walks up for this, Zihong is going to punish him hard. So a small win here coming in from Blackstreet Esports to punish X1's damage miscalculation.
Yeah, exactly. Just taking advantage of those little minor mistakes for the side of O2 Esports. Now is Blackstreet Esports on as in the mid lane, obviously on the Maestro Nui is a big pick from him in the game number 1, right? Like we've seen him time and time again on this pick, and he can deliver.
He can deliver when conditions are met right now. Zihong so far as the main man of Blackstreet Esports. Oftentimes you see him and Musang King are the 2 main playmakers to be involved in these team fights. So giving him this Maestro Nui will in fact be something to look out for.
Something to look out for and something to keep a keen eye onto, right? Just making sure that they keep tabs onto the Maestro Nui, because again, if you decide to go for a team fight, if you are O2 Esports and you don't quite have the intel onto the Maestro Nui, and she comes in from the back line, I mean, there's quite a few squishes on that team, right? I mean, especially Ali, especially the Yixing as well. And once those 2 take it off your team, that's a lot of your damage gone.
Indeed, there's a lot of damage gone, but right now, Slash Gradation being popped by K1 here to look for a potential HP trade onto Xiang. But Xiang, notice the fact that there's no one appearing on the map, so he plays it safe. He waits for the wave to reach, and mid priority being secured by Blackstreet Esports here means that they can rotate to the bottom side to help JR.
Yeah, JR already been pushed to his T1 turret, so definitely a natural rotation here from the side of Blackstreet Esports, especially trying to get an overextended O2 Esports potential first blood. But O2 Esports, they smell it out, they know that they're coming, they go back to safety.
Yep, small cheeky O2 White here, stealing some gold from Zihong here, using the bitter farewell here. So nothing much too far, nothing too crazy so far, as we always mentioned for the early game. Small poke onto Zihong, but yeah, that is about it.
That's about it. I mean, right now, both of these teams playing very cordial, very sort of respective of each other right now. I mean, they're only ahead by around about 100 gold, which isn't anything to write back home about. They've got to make sure they maintain, or at least kind of get a further divide within those gold leads.
Well, we'll definitely have to see whether or not both teams have what it takes to execute their game plan. Blackstreet Esports, as we mentioned, looks for the engage. O2 Esports wants to look for the safe side lane for their farm lane and the clash lane. So looking at O2, X1's build, he's not going to be able to achieve the Doomsday on the 4th minute mark, so he will probably come online later stages into the 5th minute mark when he hits that Doomsday.
Yeah, that's what the pressure's all about when BSE's been putting the pressure down to the bot side of the map. It's just making sure that early game power spike doesn't quite get online for when the neutral objectives are up for X1, right? So they've got to play careful, they've got to play it quite methodical here.
Oh, Musang King here might be looking for a decent catch onto K1 here. K1 gotta be careful. But hey, Kongling is here to secure the top priority, the clash lane priority, so that the Clash lane for the side of O2 Esports is able to rotate for the Tyrant that's spawning right now.
Yep, Tyrant is now up for both of these teams. I mean, we do see a bit of a priority being built here for the side of O2 Esports down to the bot side of the map, but Dune is on the respective side of the map as well, so he's not going to be able to kind of get down there too quick. We're already seeing that Musan King is rotating around, though.
Double spine here setup coming in from Blackstreet Esports, and looking at the position so far, Hongling doesn't want anything regarding the O2 Esports take on to the Tyrant. So Blackstreet Esports goes over it, snatches it real quick, and everybody goes back to their gameplay so far. Still 0-0 onto the map.
0-0 onto the map exactly, and then we're going to be seeing obviously the gold lead definitely start to come at a deeper divide here for the side of O2 Esports for now, but you can see typical Blackstreet Esports, they're able to gain that gold lead back into their favor as well. They don't let it kind of slip away. They know what's going on. They convert more turrets and more objectives as they kind of play into the game.
Just simple stuff coming in from both teams here. For the side of X1, he has already collected the Crimson Golem. Here he has that Doomsday. He's going to start being this menace in the side lane real quick. But look at the end's position though. He's marking every movement coming in from O2 Esports rotation here. And a teleport here from K1 to collect some gold from his flash. Oh, but Zhong here gets caught out.
Oh, Zhong almost getting caught out there. The Destiny character actually does touch base onto the Maestro Knight, but also the Unbridled Outburst comes through here from Dion. We are seeing a bit of an over-commitment here from White, but he's still able to get alive. So nobody goes down, but oh, Siang into the back line. He's going to commit to this one. Not quite just yet. Musan King just trying to get that farm into the mid lane, whilst X1's able to get that T1 down into the farm lane as well.
Oh, decent trade-off coming in from the side of O2 Esports, is securing the first turret of the game, but yet again, the minions onto the top side before Xiang came down to set sail was set up prematurely, so they trade back to Crash Lane Tower as well. It's a 1-for-1 so far in terms of turret count. Kill-wise, 6 minutes in, still 0-0. Both teams playing really cautiously in this game one, but look at K1 though.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. K1 diving over a little bit overzealous here, but they may get caught out here, but he's actually able to get the first blood over to Zhong as well. So K1, again, back-to-back MVP in his previous series, and it's going to be more kills going over to the side of O2 Esports. Hongling picking up a kill onto Siang as well.
Just as we mentioned that the game is going a bit quiet, K1 with a masterclass performance gets a big setup onto Zihong. As he knows, Zihong had no flash prior to this play. He capitalized on it and the board was there to follow, punishing Blackstreet Esports for overextending.
Exactly that. I mean, JR level 9 towards X1's level 10. So already got the XP lead is down into the bot side of the map, which is O2 Esports. Able to claim the tier 1 into the mid lane as well. JR's able to trade for K1 though, however, and pick up a double kill. JR is now going to be happy with that extra bit of gold, as well as Musan King taking the kill onto White.
Bit of an overcommitment here coming from the side of O2 Esports, wanting the mid tower too much, resulting in 3 kills, and right now they're paying back with their own mid tower here, so not a good trade coming in from O2 Esports here. Lacking a bit of discipline here, but it's still acceptable to a certain point, but still very bad play.
Yeah, very bad play overall for the side of O2 Esports, especially now that they lost that momentum into the mid lane as well. I mean, K1 having to sort of force away those minions into the bot side of the map, so you can already see that Blackstreet Esports is already like accumulated over time, that quiet time. The pressure into the side lanes, pressure into the mid lanes, and also the team fight going into their favor.
Exactly, and just when we thought that the game is going to favor either teams, Blackstreet Esports pulls back with a comeback play, and right now, they are looking to further expand this lead, maybe some pressure onto this Crimson Golem that's going to be spawning in 10 seconds as X1 here. He is on the map, and he might not be able to make it for this Crimson Golem.
Not be able to make it for the Crimson Golem would be a little bit of an issue here, especially if BSE is able to kind of steal this away. Obviously, trying to just negate that minion wave. Okay, the Wind Slash actually does connect as well as the board. Musan King just goes straight back into the ultimate board. He's not scared. He dives in. He uses the extreme speed to get around the Wind Slash. But into the back line there is Siang and K1 going head to head. But no, Musan King's like, my buddy is in trouble. Gets the kill onto Care, as well as JR is getting out of there as well. That's a 3-0 trade overall for BSE.
Oh, BSE comes online with this play, securing a clean 3-4-0. No, really splitting off the map decently coming in from BSE again. He singly handled the X1 and Y combo, making sure that they weren't able to dish out any form of DPS in the team fights. Meanwhile, Colin was getting bounced around like a ball and he was left to dry.
Exactly. I mean, that's definitely not what you want to be when you are Dune, right? You want to be there to be able to soak damage, but when you are behind around about 2.1k gold to the enemy jungler, it's going to be bound to happen to you. Like, you are going to get shredded through, especially with obviously having a Maestro and the enemy team as well. That's a lot of damage.
That is indeed a lot of damage right now. Right now, BSE going strong with a 3,000 gold lead short, and right now they are marching towards the Tyrant Shadow variant that's going to be spawning in just 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds time is when we'll see that Shadow Tyrant pop up onto the Gorge, right? So BSE are just trying to formulate around that, whilst at the same time O2 Esports is just trying to negate these pushes of these minions for now. But we do see obviously the Eye of Phoenix being built here into Kong Ling, so in terms of HP regen, he's going to have a little bit more sustainability in these next few team fights.
Oh yeah, he's definitely looking to be a beefy tank real quick, but yet again, look at Musang King though. He's up against his lane opponent, his jungle opponent with a 2,000 gold lead right now. Lots of these waves have to be attended to. Look at the bot wave. No one is attending from the side of O2 Esports. They're looking to contest this objective.
Looking to contest the objective, obviously they do have Dion on the Zhongfei with the Smite as well, so Musang King doesn't necessarily have to be there, but he's going to be straight into the backline there with Song as well. They get the duel to the depth onto one. That is X1 going down. Same time, K1 Kong Ling as well. Another kill being fed over to JR on the Chano. Already kind of showing that he's had a great display and great performance on this pick.
He is so consistent on this Chano, and look at the Blackstreet Esports draft again. The engage comp has came to fruition. Every engage they do, they put O2 Esports in a reacting zone. And if they cannot react it, they will always lose 2 to 3 members in these kind of exchange. Every time they lose 2 to 3 members, their jungle gets cleared out, their tower gets taken down, and the objectives such as the Shadow Tyrant gets taken down. And right now, they are soaring high with a 6,000 solid gold lead.
6,000 solid gold lead. They take the Azure Golem as well. Obviously, that's not one to kind of just underestimate, especially for a pick like the Dune, like Kong Ling with this Dune needs that Azure Golem, especially in terms of how many times he pops those low cooldown skills to try and sort of soak the damage from the enemy team. So taking that away from him means that like the tankiness output for the side of O2 Esports is not going to quite be the same.
It indeed won't be really the same right now because the Dune is severely behind, but K1 here might be caught out by JR though. He's dashing, he's looking to escape. He gets to safety as of this moment.
Yeah, gets to safety as of this moment. I mean, K1's looking pretty low as well, right? Like, he doesn't want to go back in for a re-engage, but he definitely wants to try and just mitigate this wave crash into these higher ground turrets for now. But same time, BSE are looking to push 2 high ground turrets at the same time, just try and get a little bit better of an odds again the takedown.
And right now, lots of pressure from 3 lanes, and O2 Esports, they survive for this upcoming push. But yet again, 20 seconds onto the remaining Shadow Tyrant buff. Will Blackstreet Esports look for an eventual pusher, or they turn their heads over to the overall that's available onto the top side?
I mean, only time will tell, right? I mean, they do have like 10 seconds left on the Tyrant, so they don't really want to go with it. The Primal Bond, because it's going to make it a little bit harder, but the Infinite Light Bursters go on to White there, so that's going to be enough to try and push away that T3 into the bot side of the map. But we do see K1 trying to get out alive. Xiong does actually go down. Care is having to use the Splendor as well as his passive, the invincibility, but into the backline once more. It's going to be Musang King with the quad kill, I believe that was. Triple
he was
kill.
Invincible in the backline. X1 misposition, going back to his original umbrella spot, immediately gets bursted down. And that's collapse skin that you guys can pick up real quick onto the tower. And right now they are looking to end game 1. Karam eventually goes down, and JR 1v1s the Crystal as he claims victory for game 1 between BSE versus O2 Esports in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, a bit of a pre-13-minute victory there for the sub boys from Blackstreet Esports against O2 Esports. Honestly, we thought that O2 Esports was going to get a little bit more of a slapdash in that one, honestly, because obviously the way they played in the early game, but they made a few mistakes, and obviously mistakes do happen with these teams.
But looking at their emotions so far, the players in O2 Esports doesn't seem to be too stressed, as maybe their coaches will come into play and really knock their head on and say, hey, you got an early game lead from that 2 kills in the top side. Maybe you guys can tone it down a little bit and it will be all good. So definitely they have to be hit on the head a bit for some reminder.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if everyone learns that way. Hopefully, I don't think all the players do learn that way. But I feel like maybe in retrospect and looking back at it as well, they'd be like, right, okay, this is where we messed up. This is what we did good. And then we'll just need to do that going forward. But we're going to take a little bit look at the itemization here for both of these teams. Even though it was quite a short game, 13 minutes is not too long in Honor of Kings.
13 minutes is not long in Honor of Kings as it's considered mid-late game. So looking at the item builds real quick, look at the Musang King. He was the main carry of the team, rocking that 417 KDA and full build already at the end of the game.
Exactly. I mean, definitely where you want to be at 13 minutes, right? You want to be full 6 slotted with your Blood Rage, your Dragon's Rage, your Active Torment, your Frost Scars, as well as your Giant Grip as well. Like, that's definitely the aim of most people, and why I still think Musang King is probably the best jungler within global esports is the fact that he can get 13 minutes, he can be full 6 slotted, and he's just happy days. He was almost unkillable towards the end there.
It was indeed unkillable, and he was a Demon King to be reckoned with. He single-handedly diced up the side of O2 Esports 1v4, if I'm not mistaken here. And just look at the damage charge real quick coming in from, wow, JR did 100,000 damage.
Yes, 100,000 damage for JR, but it's going to be what they need for the side of Blackstream Esports, right? Like, in terms of the damage, Musang King obviously being second place, then obviously Zong is going to be that third kind of damage output that we see from Blackstream Esports.
Indeed, and BSE, DN, and Xiang is just there to really set up these plays, to really succeed these plays coming in from Blackstream Esports Engage. As we talk about, engage, but who is always the main engage? It's always DN, it's always Xiang coming in with these clutch set sales and unbridled outputs to catch off the members of O2 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it paid off, right? Just having those 3 potential setups of the engage is going to make it a lot easier for Blackstream Esports than to allow sort of a Zong or even JR to do so much damage. But looking at this gold graph, it was just kind of like a slow slope, especially towards that about 7-minute mark, right? Like, that's where it slowly started to decline there for O2 Esports. I believe that's where they sort of like dropped a few deaths as well. And from that point onwards, it was just basically a roller coaster going down.
That was the key moment where they were overzealous with taking down the mid turret, and they paid with 3 members from their team, also paying back with their mid turret. Overall, they have a decent early game up to the 7-minute mark. Just that one big play in the mid lane really resulted them in BSE making such a big collapse onto their gold chart.
Oh, absolutely huge collapse, especially as it's a downwards hill, right? I mean, if you were stuck in a tire or a wheel and you'd go down that hill, you'd be having a heck of a time and gaining some momentum. And that's exactly what Blackstream Esports did there towards that 13-minute mark. They gained momentum, they pushed the crystal, they got the victory.
They indeed got the victory with a very clean mid to late game team fight while dropping minimal members. All these team fights, they came out on top, but let's check out the real MVP of the game, which set up Blackstream Esports for the success in game 1 of the series. It's none other than Musang King on the Musashi Blam.
Yeah, again, one of his big picks, obviously, especially within KC 2024, and then going forward for the rest of this year. He has gained love back for the Musashi, and performance has been nonetheless. Like 417, 23% of the damage dealt, 18% of the damage taken, and then obviously 25% of the overall total gold of your team. Really showed in his itemization, and will show here in the game-winning highlights.
Oh, game-winning highlights. Let's check out what really happened in resulting BSE to avalanche the gold lead for the side of O2 Esports. This was the key difference here. They were too overzealous onto the mid tower. Set sail comes in, collects the kill onto K1. Kong Ling gets caught out by the Musashi, and Musashi still has to deal to the death, catches White off guard, and that was 3 kills. And right now, moving on to the next play, Musashi once again catches off the backline, forces the members under the tower, and eventually fall towards the hands of JR.
Exactly that, right? It was just a slow sort of break apart, but dismantling of O2 Esports for now. BSE definitely just kind of like I say, right guys, we just need to basically lay it on thick and lay it on hard. And that's exactly what they did here, right? Like X1, K1 both going down at the same time, thanks to Dion and Siang. But then it was just this bot side of the map of this team fight, right? Just dropping the walls on my board, but then having somebody like Musang King and the Musashi just to walk straight back into the board and be like, nah, you're stuck in here with me, bro. I'm gonna get the kills and get the takedowns. And that's exactly what happened here, right? It gets the triple kill, and then obviously Care does fall towards the end as well as Musang King.
And fall towards Luke Xiang and JR, and JR wins the 1v1 against the Crystal to claim game 1 of the series. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's still only game 1 of the series between O2 Esports and Blackstream Esports. We've seen from time to time Events such as the Nova versus AG might happen, or eventually it might be a 3-0. I don't know. Blam, can you answer me? We don't know.
I mean, I'm not from the future, so I can't really answer you. I can imagine from what we saw in game number 1 that could potentially be an outcome, but I can't take anything as face value now because, I mean, the way that Nova Esports played their first 2 games against AG Global, we honestly thought it was going to be a 3-0, but ended up being a full best of 5.
Exactly, and it was an absolute banger. You know what else is a banger? O2 Esports selecting their side onto the blue side, which have so far a decent win rate based on statistics, and Blackstreet Esports here defaults to the red side. So right now, if you're blue side, once again, your RLE has been diminished from the pool. You still have the blue draft, you still have the likes of Lung, Dolia, Elaine that you can showcase in this Best of 5 series. Do you take it? What is your take here?
Exactly. I mean, it's definitely going to be what they decide to draft in game number 2, right? Like, there is still a lot on the board. It's not like we're all the way to the best of 5, which was kind of like getting at the edge of our seat with AG Global and Nova Esports, but they're still definitely early within the draft. There is plenty to be got for the side of Blackstreet Esports. I mean, they've exhausted, obviously, the Mai Shiranui, they've exhausted the Masashi, but they've still got the likes of, like, the Orgren, the Dune. If they really want to go for the pay to this game number 2 and really kind of like do a very quick win, they could potentially go for that. But I mean, Musan King, we know he loves his Agudo, so potentially an Agudo pick here for the side of Blackstreet Esports.
And if you think about it, the blue team right now has to absorb the ban for the RLE because they didn't get any success on it. Now, who else is a good RLE player? It's definitely JR. His RLE is impeccable and is one of the best picks so far that he has shown in case to us. So definitely that has to go to the gutter. It is immediately banned out for the side of O2 Esports.
Yeah, not only that, but obviously the Zhang Fei as well, being used by Dian, and Dian is obviously a big player, a big advocate of the Zhang Fei, as well as the MKL Spring Season 2025. Obviously, this is one of the most appearance-based heroes so far, and they got it in game 1, they took it away in game 2. Same for O2 Esports here as well, right? Like, X1 had the pick in game number 1, whereas JR, if he got that early, would be a monster.
Well, they're just rotating the marksman pick in the first phase, RLE and Long. RLE was first game, it didn't work out. Let's hop back right into the Long. But this game, Blackstreet Esports amps up the tempo and they lock in the Byron and Pei combo. That's notoriously known for a hyper-aggressive style.
Exactly. This is exactly what I said in the pre-game 2 draft, right? They could lock in the Pei, they could go for the Byron and be very aggressive into the side lane, and that's exactly what Blackstreet Esports want to do. But again, Kong Ling is looking to lock in that Masashi, and we've already seen him have such a great performance on this pick, and paired it up with the Lian Po because they can't quite get their hands onto the Zhang Fei. Maybe they are just kind of like saying, hey, we need a lot of CC, a lot of engage.
Exactly, a lot of CC, a lot of engage. The name is Lian Po. Face checks with ease, and definitely that's the pick for you. But looking at the overall draft so far for all these matches that we've seen, seems like Musashi is the answer for this pay pick so far for all these teams. Seems that that's the direction they want to go for.
It is the direction they want to go for, right? I mean, the Pei is definitely going to be the early game aggression that they really wanted for Blackstreet Esports in game number 1. Like, Musan King is no stranger to the enemy's jungle when he wants to be, right? Like, he wants to be stuck in there. He wants to get the itemization through for himself and claim those resources. But they do lock in, obviously, the D-Ranger, which is a good pick towards the Lian Po. Obviously, you want to make sure that you're using your ultimate before he gets that CC immunity, though.
Ooh, looking at the Blackstreet Esports draft real quick, strong side lanes pairing up with Pei does explain that he wants to enter these fights, wants to enter this jungle very early on to the game. But Lubu here being banned out though, as it is a usual matchup into the Byron here, easily going through the Byron shield with the likes of the Slash to really fight the true damage over the shield.
Exactly that. I mean, definitely taking the Lubu off there is probably going to be just to make sure that Byron is able to stay alive. But I mean, they do have obviously big picks like the Mayin if they really want to go for it into the top side of the map. Obviously, they've already used the Charlotte in game number 1, so that won't be coming through. And obviously, Dharma being banned out again still won't be coming through. But the Lady Jen here is a good means of trying to make sure that Kong Ling and White, honestly, and Poe don't quite have that engage that they really want, right? That Destructive Deluge is definitely going to be a disruptive means of teamfight.
Disruptive means a perfect disengage to pull BlackStream Esports from sticky situations here. And the more we look at BlackStream Esports, the more that they say they want to end this game in 12 minutes with the early game of aggression coming in from all their picks. For us at O2 Esports here, you kind of need to draft something to really slow down the early game tempo coming in from BlackStream Esports. And if you are able to scale towards the mid lane game, you have more opportunity and more chance to tackle BlackStream Esports in multiple angles.
Exactly that. BlackStream Esports, obviously. Oh, okay. Wow. Two very big aggressive picks here. The Mai Shiranui as well as the Guan Yu. So, again, a lot of poking and prodding. We've seen already from Xuan on the side of Nova Esports. Very much a bully mode activated, as well as the Mai Shiranui. You'll be able to do a lot of push and pulling around as well. So, that's a very aggressive sort of, especially the fact that they don't have a tank on the side of BlackStream Esports as well, right? Unless they decide to drown that out with this last pick into
They do still have the last pick.
Yep, the Shuangzi here goes nicely, right? And the amount of CC from the side of O2 Esports, the Shuangzi makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. A pop with the butterfly effect, it will cleanse out most of the CC coming in from O2 Esports members. No matter how many engages you got, one butterfly effect is all it needs to cleanse it. So O2 Esports, they mimic the game 1 draft that they faced against BlackStream Esports, but BlackStream Esports came in prepared with the last pick onto the end.
Exactly that. They definitely rounded at the comp towards the end there. Very much like what they needed, right? I mean, yes, they have obviously like the CC immunity for D-Ranger, so JR is going to be pretty happy as Larry with his cleanse from legal immunity, but the rest of the team needs something, right? Especially when it comes into the lockup, the knockabout from Guan Yu, and also obviously the duel to the death as well. Getting that knockup, it's going to completely mitigate that.
You have double self-cleansing heroes on the side of BlackStream Esports. You have the Zhuangzi, you have the Di-Ren. So Zhuangzi can further provide butterfly effect towards his teammates. So if you're O2 Esports, you're kind of scratching your head here. How am I supposed to approach these team fights? We gotta bait out the Zhuangzi butterfly effect first. But hey, let's find out how O2 Esports is gonna prove to us that they can bring this to a 1-0. Or will BSE hold this to a match point?
I mean, they might do, right? I mean, their team comp is definitely very aggressive. And we see, obviously, once again, Pei starting topside, wants to go for that Crimson Goal and make sure that it's not being contested by his enemy team. But obviously, K1 just giving a bit of a hand here over to Kong Ling also.
Yep, speeding up Kong Ling's speed here into the jungle so he can at least match Pei's tempo. Care here just having no care in the world and just slightly chunking down Musang King, just taking a bit of his time. And Musang King here giving a detour to the mid lane and securing this mid lane river sprite with ease.
Exactly that. He's just kind of just navigating through this jungle, right? He's just making sure it's a little bit easy for him in terms of just stacking up that gold and making sure that he power spikes pretty easily and making sure that none of his jungle is actually being contested here. He does get the Azure Golem here as well. Obviously, no invade from Kong Ling, and I think rightfully so, right?
Rightfully so indeed, and again here rotating towards the mid, so Musang King is able to take the full amount of gold shared. So Musang King securing level 4 here, level 3 here, and right now he goes onto the Wolf Camp and he secures level 4. Both jungles, level 4, and both are looking towards mid priority here. Even the Guan Yu from K1 is rotating towards mid side.
Yep, Guan Yu looking towards middle side here. I'll see that CC immunity that we're speaking about within the draft. The reason why it makes the Shuangzi just a good pick overall into O2 Esports draft here is that CC immunity alone. But obviously he gives over shielding. His obviously latest buff as well as given improve the shielding mechanics from the Shuangzi.
Well, definitely there's only one BSE there coming in, but hold on a moment though. Zhihong gets caught out and first blood drops over to O2 Kong Ling here. So Zhihong here didn't even manage to use the flash and immediately gets caught out by the flash knockup coming in from O2 Care.
Yeah, literally huge knockup there. Obviously, Shuangzi was nowhere near around to give over the CC immunity. But also at the same time, I mean, when you got so much airtime onto a pick like the Lady Chen, she is very, very squishy in the early game. Only going to be there and only have maximum utility when she has that Destructive Deluge into these team fights at level 4.
Exactly, and there's only so limited amount of space that you can cover as a Zhuangzi, let alone that the Zhuangzi has not even reached level 4 yet, so the butterfly effect gotta take a bit more time before it's active in the game here. So looking at the early game so far, O2 Esports marks the first blood and secures themselves a decently going into the 4th minute objective.
Yeah, nice for them to actually get the first blood this time around. Obviously, they need it going into this game number 2 as they're at a bit of a loss here. K1 just trying to bring those minions into the reach of Kongling just to make it a little bit easier in that wave priority. But still, Musang King's just been left onto his own. That's the reason. That's one of the problems, though, right? Is the fact that O2 Esports is not checking.
But one thing to really be aware about, Blam, BSE's team composition here is super duper early to mid game. If they don't make anything happen or start racking up these jungle invades, they are gonna fall off fast towards mid game.
Exactly, especially when they're going up against like the Flaming Palms from X1 on the Lung, right? I mean, that's definitely going to do a lot more damage to the side of Blackshoe Esports as this match progresses. But still, just a lot of tit-for-tat. Like, nobody's actually been overly aggressive here. But now we'll speak about that. Care goes in, especially with paired up with the duel to the depth as well. It's going to be the knock that they need to take it down, Xiang. So putting pressure into that clash lane is exactly what you want when K1 is on the Guan Yu.
But X1 here though might be caught out by Musang King that's hiding behind. But okay, Musang King appear mid lane to really clear out this wave here. Kongling though might be eyeing on this Crimson Golem that's about to be spawned right here onto the jungle of Blackshoe Esports. He starts it off, but Musang King here, he's advancing towards his buff here. Oh, still away.
His buff. Oh, yep, he gets the Crimson Golem from the side of Blackshoe Esports, so they gotta be careful. They're gonna try and take that back, but no, they go into the back line. They do force a flash from Xiong onto the Lady Chen, but it's gonna be Kongling that pays for his life overall. And the same may be said here for Xiong. He does get a bit of assist there thanks to the Overlord knockup. K1 just making new friends across the gorge.
K1 making friends with the Overlord, gives him a high five and secures the kill onto the Xiang. Right now though, Goldie still relatively in favor of the side of O2 Esports just in this early game. Although they did drop Kongling though, but still, the Tyrant is still up for grabs for both teams here. But yet again, all these camps are still up for O2 Esports. They prioritize the jungle as, little do you know, O2 Esports, their Kongling is going for a full damage build.
I mean, he needs to, right? I mean, they definitely need a little bit more damage onto the side of O2 Esports, especially into the early part. Maybe they're just going to go and try and go for a bit of an earlier finish for themselves this time around. But Musang King are going to lock down that Tyrant, give over a bit more damage to his teammates going forward within the next 82 seconds.
Next 82 seconds right now with the Tyrant buff, they secure the bottom tower. It falls towards Blackshoe Esports. On the answering side, O2 Esports do secure the Clash Lane tower as the Constellation fights for themselves as well. But Musang King here though, sitting in the bottom bush here, spots out wide as both of them just shake hands and call it a day.
Yeah, he knows how to escape the Lianpo, right? Lianpo is a very slow hero, even with the burst ramp, even with the charge as well. Like, you're going to have to kind of expand quite a few skills to try and gain that distance between yourself and Musang King. But they're definitely a good play down to the bot side of the map as well for the side of O2 Esports. Claiming that top side as well, just putting pressure on both of the opposite ends of the gorge.
Indeed, both of the opposite ends of the gorge are pressured by the number of players invested. So right now, 10 players strong into the mid-bottom side. K1 shows his vision, and Xiang marches towards this bush, just claims purity.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, nothing really going on just yet. There's been no push here. They do have the minion wave pressure for the side of Blackshoe Esports, so they're not going to try and overextend here for the side of O2 Esports just for now. But Azure Golem being up here could be highly contested from both of these teams. O2 White's got a bit of an eye onto that Azure Golem, but into the jungle is going to be Musang King. He's not going to get taken out, though. They do get the reset onto the Azure Golem. White looking pretty low, but there it is. My Shiranui with the damage as well. Musang King gets the payback. But it is going to be K1 taking down JR. Song as well going down. K1 using his ultimate to get out of jail. But ultimately, that is a 4-2 trade for O2 Esports. Can they get a little bit more here? But no, the Flaming Palms is just a little bit too hot for the side of BSE.
Ooh, still overzealous play here coming for O2 Esports. Yet they overdive JR and Zihong. Yet Musang King was left untouched the entire fight. The butterfly effect bailing Musang King out from the due to the death coming in from O2's Kongling Musashi. So securing their primary carry, which is Musang King. Get out of jail card for free. So a little bit of an oopsie here coming from O2 Esports here, as O2 Esports currently face checks into Dion here and dips out a bit of the damage. So looking at the state real quick right now, the gold lead does fall in favor of O2. Blackshoe Esports with a 1000 healthy gold lead, and both teams, they are securing a decent lead for themselves into the tempo of the game.
decent lead for themselves in terms of the tempo of the game and into the middle of this match, right? But obviously, Siang don't want to be taking too much damage here, but at the same time, Musang King doesn't want to get caught out either. But right now, they're looking at the eyes are on the prize, and it looks like that T1. They want it, but Care is denying it.
But hey, JR's path is slowly chipping the mid tower down. They have lots of bodyguards nearby this river, and JR, slowly but surely, he can take this tower down eventually.
Yeah, eventually, right? Like, he's just chipping away at it thanks to the passive of the D-Ranger here, but JR, as well as Musang King, just trying to put a bit more pressure into the top side of the map, as well as they may trade that bot T1, because obviously we do see that Kongling is down there as well. So just trading again once across the gorge. The maps coming through, the turret, the damage onto O2 Esports. Is it going to be enough to wipe out Care? No, not quite just yet, but it could be enough here for the setup of that T1 takedown, but also contention of this Crimson Golem. There it is. There's the Tremor Smash, but he's going to connect onto the team. Oh, they get the CC immunity. The Schwangster comes through very well, but is it going to be enough to keep alive? O2 Esports, BSE are getting that 4-2 trade once again. X1, it is a team wipe.
As we mentioned from time to time, JR is not your primary target here. Zihong and Musang King. Musang King once again, untouched in the team fight, coming out unscratched. He is 30% health, but still, he comes out victorious. And once again, they claim 5 kills for the prize of 2.
Yeah, crazy kills. 5-2 is definitely going to be the MO here for BSE, right? Musang King definitely kind of held his own within that team fight, but just making sure that he wasn't going to fall down to X1 was ultimately his goal there.
Well. The mid game has been secured by Blackshoe Esports, but still, you gotta wonder, O2 Esports have a better scaling draft here. Eventually, the loan is gonna outscale everyone, and we have to see at that time, can this loan come to fruition to carry O2 Esports to a 1-0? But so far, the tempo is so good coming in from Musang King here that we don't know where this game, how long will it last?
Exactly. It could end in a moment's notice. It could be dragged out for another 20 minutes to the next Tempest Dragon. But now we're going to go for the Shadow Overlord here. The Shadow Tyrant and Overlord have now spawned, and now it's going to be, once again, BSE just making sure that focus is on the Tyrant, because they want the extra bit of damage, especially, like you said there, Sagi, the fact that O2 Esports scales a little bit better into this matchup, it means that Blackshoe Esports need that damage from somewhere.
They need the damage from somewhere indeed, and right now it is Musang King rocking that 4 items, running down to the last item. It may be working towards the Siege Breaker here, but Xiang here gets engaged on by X1 and Kongling.
Yeah, gotta be careful there. He's chunking a lot of the damage, and obviously it is no other than the Musashi as well as the Lung. So they gotta be careful that they don't lose Siang here, but they do lose the T2 onto the side of O2 Esports, and they're not stopping there. Kongling, White both go down. 2 big parts of their initiation on the side of O2 Esports have faltered already. The high ground turret into the bot side of the map is looking pretty low. Once again, JR is just getting those passive tokens to get that last little bit of love tap onto those turrets.
And the love taps, the minions have arrived. They take down the tier 3 and they are looking to march towards the crystal here. However, another wave advances towards the mid lane here. So 2 tier 3 gets taken down immediately during the span of the Tyrant buff. Once the Tyrant expires, once they collect this jungle resource from the side of O2 Esports here, they will march themselves towards the Tyrant. No, sorry, the Overlord that is spawning on the top side.
Exactly, and they help themselves to the enemy's Crimson Golem as well, right? So they're just making sure they gain every little bit of ounce of this jungle as possible, and every little bit of ounce of the damage that they can possibly get, right? I mean, giving it over to JR for the side of the enemy's Crimson is pretty huge, and you can already see here that O2 Esports were kind of like circulating around it, hoping to find somebody on the side of Blackshoe Esports, but they've already moved on. They've gone to a different house. They are knocking on a Shadow Overlord's house and getting the objective for themselves.
On the side of O2 Esports here, knowing the fact that the enemy has secured the Shadow Overlord, they are looking for a Hail Mary play 5-man strong towards the bot side right now. If you're O2 Esports, you gotta find somewhere, some form of engage onto the backline of Blackshoe Esports to further slow down their tempo right now. For the side of Blackshoe Esports, they spot out K1 on the flank.
Yeah, the tempo is clearly an issue here for O2 Esports to even try and like react to, because the side of Blackstreet Esports, they are just kind of constantly pushing, constantly getting the objectives, and constantly applying the pressure. And you never know where Musang King's going to be, right? Is he going to be within the team fight? Is he going to be just around the corner? Or is he just going to be pushing one of those side lanes? But right now, the fact that they don't have that high ground turret down to the bot side of the map, they can just let that just naturally fall anyway, and the minions will just naturally just crash in also. But up in the top side of the map is where they potentially could be looking at their focus here. They do get the high ground turret there as well, so no more high ground turrets available here for O2 Esports. They could be on their last legs.
They could be on their last legs as the Overlord and the Vanguards are marching towards the Clash lane right now. Right now, both teams, they look to end the game real quick. Xiang here looking for a decent engage, but engage goes through for both teams here. More minions in sight for O2.
Yeah, K1 just trying to do a bit of a cleanup there. He's able to kind of get rid of those Vanguards and minions as they do come through, but all three Vanguards coming through the lane here. K1 with a little bit of a Hail Mary play into the backline as well as care, but he is not taking too much care. He takes defeat as well as Kong Ling. But there we go, X1, K1 looking to retreat back into the team fight, but he does get taken down. K1 goes down as well. This is looking like BSE taking game 2 here as they cannot touch that Vanguard.
They indeed cannot touch that Vanguard, and the team fights were untouchable under the protection of none other than BSE Dian's Zhuangzi fish here. That fish was single-handedly defending all angles of O2 Esports engage under the butterfly effect ultimate coming in from the AoE cleanse.
Yeah, again, a little bit reminiscent of obviously Nova Esports against AG Global. We already seen that O2 Esports are down to 0-2 for now, but they may be able to come back in this game number 3 like AG did against Nova Esports. But right now, BSE are looking very strong.
BSE are definitely looking very strong. 2 back-to-back dominating performance coming in from our champion team in the HOKS2 and the KT 2024. But as you mentioned, we have seen so far Nova Esports do the same thing where they perform up to that level as well, where AG was potentially coming back from a 5-game series. But yet again, Nova and Blackstreet Esports are not the same team, so the outcome might be slightly different here. But yet again, it also depends on whether or not O2 Esports has that fighting spirit in them.
Exactly right. O2 Esports definitely tried to bring it to the side of Blackstreet Esports in that game number 2, but Blackstreet Esports just had their number, and that's just typical Blackstreet Esports MO, right? Like they make you feel like you are stronger than you actually are, but then when they have all their key components, all their pieces, all their chess pieces into place, they strike as well, and it just kind of feels just unrelenting. Like the amount of times that Blackstreet Esports were just on the aggression within that game number 2 was crazy.
It was indeed. Even though we've seen so far many plays come in from O2 care to set the early tempo for his team, but still, when it comes to all these late game team fights, when it comes to all these team fights that actually matter, that explode to 5v5, Blackstreet Esports was always the team to come out on top with the stronger fundamentals in terms of team fight positioning and team fight execution.
I mean, look at that, Dian with a 5-0-11.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a support player. This is a support player. What's he doing with 5 kills? I mean, JR with none, but I mean, I suppose it's just the utility of obviously damage into the backline, but also, as we saw in the game, just using those passive tokens and chip away at those turrets time and time again, especially with the actual priority they had in these lanes that O2 Esports just couldn't contest JR, just slapping their turrets with these tokens.
Exactly, and look at Musang King. He's single-handedly over 7,000 gold over his lane opponent, calling in the jungle. This states so much. A dominating performance coming from Musang King to set the tempo. He was full build as well in this game as well, and he even had a Sage Sanctuary item swap into a Destiny, so he was bathing in gold that game.
Bathing in gold, but also bathing in the damage. 73.5k as well as on into the mid lane with the 70k, and then even JR, right? 58.9k overall. So like, again, it just seems to be like the classic thing here for these winning teams is when you've got multiple outputs of damage and you're using it very effectively, especially when you're pairing up with such a great front line from Xiang and Dian on these 2 picks, it just means that you're able to just kind of like have a merry old time and just not be contested into the backline.
Indeed. If we look at the overall team gameplay so far, Dian was the hidden MVP of this game. Although Musang King had a masterclass performance as we've seen in based on statistics, but you cannot really ignore the fact that Dian was always there to really provide the room. With 100% team fire, he was there when his team needed him to be the most.
Exactly. Always there when it needed the most as well, right? Like, that's just a good way to put it for these two teams. But Blackshoe Esports, just like I said, they may seem very passive in the early game, but then as it gets into the late game, it just becomes undeniable a Blackshoe Esports victory.
Exactly, but let's check out the goal graph of how the eventual actually unfolds. So looking at this goal graph, it was actually the same situation coming into the mid game. O2 Esports once again finding that momentum in the early to mid game. O2 Care looking for these plays, looking for these early leads for his team. But eventually, they lose out on a big team fight in hero scores, and the avalanche starts to occur. BSE accumulating team fight after team fight, resources after resource, and slowly but surely bringing their goalie to none other than 10.8k.
Yeah, pretty much almost 11k there as well, right? That was pretty stupendous there for the side of Blackshoe Esports, especially comparing to how they had their early game go for them. Not quite always going in their favor. There was trading quite heavily with obviously X1 and K1 as well. So it felt like a bit sloppy, but overall, like I keep saying, like, it seems that way, but Blackshoe Esports knows what they're doing. They know they're waiting for everything to crash through. But speaking of crashing through, it is going to be Dion with the MVP.
Dion rocking that Zhuangzi, the fish gameplay with that KD of 5-0-11. Damage taken 26% and total goal of 16% here. Let's not look at the damage, but he has 5 kills and he was doing a heck of a lot of good job in the team fights.
Exactly. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? Like, you're not going to be doing a lot of damage with Zhuangzi. You're going to be taking a lot of damage, and that's exactly what he did. But he was also there to make sure that the CC from the side of the enemy team wasn't going to be too oppressive for them, which is exactly what he did, right? Like, we saw many times where the Liampo was going in for that Tremor Smash. There was a Tremor Smash in these highlights that you may see that was completely mitigated thanks to that butterfly plate.
And this was the first blunder coming in from O2 Esports, and this was the major one that cost them the game. Yes, they jumped onto JR. They eventually overcommitted on JR with all their bodies, and on the side of Busan King, left untouched, unscattered, and he made the play work onto the back end. And furthermore, this is what you're talking about. Tremor Smash goes in immediate butterfly effect to cancel the Razor Cavalry and the Tremor Smash, and all that was left to say was BSE collecting all the remaining kills.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if Liam Poe's obviously Tremor Smash connected, as well as obviously the Razor Cavalry, that would have been a completely different tale for the side of O2 Esports. But the fact they just didn't get the knockup and the time just to deal that damage was just the real privilege and positive to have this Zhuangzi on your draft.
Well, this Zhuangzi definitely paid dividends when they invested in it, so it was a smart choice coming in from the BSE coaching staff or anyone who suggested this pick towards them. It paid well.
It paid well in gold, in victory, as well as obviously almost that game point, right? Like, this is going to be match point for BSE against O2 Esports. O2 Esports, again, are taking the blue side. They want to try and get that prior blue pick and make it work for them, but BSE is just not allowing it. But this is the global ban pick. It means that they can't go for the Byron and the pay anymore. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see a little bit of Musen King's Agudo come through, or we might see O2 Esports take it away from them in terms of a ban or pick it for themselves.
But still, you gotta worry for O2 Esports. You already expanded the OP marksman pool, which is the long, which is the early. It didn't get you any marks, any points into this series. So you gotta figure out what's your next direction. You put priority onto the marksman right now. Maybe change it up a bit, put priority back onto your jungle. Maybe what we're looking at. Okay, they expanded those 2 picks. They look to ban it out from the hands of who? JR.
Yeah, then when JR get in the Ali or even the Lung, and rightfully so, over to the side of Blackshoe Esports, they don't want the Luna go through or the Zhang Fei, which means that the Dharma is available, and we are going to get K1, a game-changing pick potentially here for O2 Esports.
He has a good moment, and he is trying to give us a heck of a maybe potential comeback coming in from O2 Esports here. But yet again, if you want to lock down a specific target, Blackshoe Esports is here to show you Princess Frost and Liang into the draft.
Yeah, 2 crazy crowd control heroes this time around. Obviously, Princess Frost can do a lot of damage, and obviously Zhuang on this pick, it can be very crucial. But speaking of damage, Gan and Mode does get locked in here as well. Care on this pick, especially being paired with Monkey as Dharma as well. You're going to have quite a big front line to just make sure and create those spaces that you need for your couple blades.
These couple plays might be reaching to the backline, but talking about backline access is definitely the Jing being locked in for Mu Sang King, the man himself into the jungle. We saw so far AG Yulong picked it, but it was not up to what we expected. Can Mu Sang King show us a different performance?
We can only hope so, right? I mean, definitely one of the big picks within the jungle that we always like to see, but sometimes it just doesn't quite pay off the way we want it to. But over to the side of Black String Esports, they don't want the Shuangzi to come through for the side of O2 Esports, especially with the amount of CC from the Princess Frost, as well as the Liang.
So Liu Bang being further banned out on the side of Black String Esports here. Black String Esports investing a lot of bans onto the CC cleansing department. We have the Imperial Order coming in from the Direnjie. We have the Butterfly Effect being locked away from the side of O2 Esports. But aside of O2 Esports here, they further limit the Clash name pool onto the player known as Xiang from BSE.
Oh. Ooh, interesting. We're getting another Hou Yi this time. I mean, it's definitely not at a great win rate, as you remember. I remember you telling me as Nova Esports picked it, but this time around, maybe, just maybe, they will make this work for the side of Black String Esports.
It is just not about O2 Esports securing their first win. It's also Hou Yi securing his first win in the MKL. It's a battle of who secures their first win of the series or of MKL. For the side of O2 Esports here, you are looking to secure your marksman kit here. There's still the Lady Sun, there's still the Marco Polo, there's still lots of it up for grabs in this hero pool. For the side of Mozi here is also locked in here, so that's a very strong lane coming in from O2 Esports bottom side.
It is, but I mean, with the Mozi, you kind of want to have like a good, solid early game, right? Like, you can't kind of let this pick just fall behind, because again, the cannon blasts aren't going to quite work the same or even hit the same if you are behind with this pick, especially if you already lost like a few T1s and stuff like that. You don't quite have the position of power to play from anymore. You're kind of always playing from the back foot, which is always hard when you're on the Mozi.
Exactly, but looking at the Mozi pick here so far, you have the Ganemo, you have the Shouyue to actually land all these snipes in one go here. So in the poking department, they are doing a very good job. But hey, when I talk about poking, we can counter it with heavy engager. And what's good of a heavy engage? It's Liang with the Howl roaming item. It's Meyin riding that tempo to access to the backline. It's Mu Sang King on the Jing to access this backline. So here, it depends on if O2 Esports can take care of the range, or can Black String Esports close the range with that big engages.
Exactly that. Obviously, the engage is coming through for the side of Black String Esports, especially within the likes of the Meyin, potentially with the long range setups as well, thanks to the Burning Sun arrow from JR on the Hou Yi. Could be very interesting here. But I mean, they definitely like drafted this Hou Yi in maybe in anticipation of the Shouyue, especially if they're looking to build like we was talking about when we saw the Hou Yi build the tank Arcana, right? Like, you're going to be able to tank a little bit more of those wild rounds rather than picking another marksman that could be quite squishy. But you've got a lot of range to contest with here onto the side of O2 Esports.
Indeed, you have a lot of range to contest in. It's a battle of poke or Black String Esports immediate engage with so many forms of engage. You have the Burning Sun arrow, you have the power word control here, even flanks from the likes of Meyin on Xiang. For the side of O2 Esports here, you can play the poking game, you can play the engage game as well. Because even though you have so many forms of engage coming from Black String Esports, you are all so squishy.
Very squishy, very, very squishy. I mean, you're going to really be relying on obviously the deflections from the Jing ultimate, as well as obviously Meyin with the HP regen, trying to catch out a lot of the backline of O2 Esports. But ultimately, like you say, Saga, they don't really have a solid tank on this one.
Indeed, they don't have a solid tank. It's more of an ego type of draft that I'm seeing so far. But can they make it work? As Black String Esports, they probably can make anything work so far into the series. But hey, the series has just started. It's still not a 3-0 yet. We don't know until the end of this game.
Exactly. We don't know till the Fat Lady sings, right? I mean, definitely either of these teams don't want the Fat Lady to sing, especially if your name is O2 Esports. But even if O2 Esports do lose this one, they do go to the lower bracket, which obviously we'll see them play tomorrow. But overall, they definitely want to try and get a point on the board, especially against BSE.
Exactly, and they are going for a rather interesting start here for the side of Black String Esports here. The mid lane helps out the Clash lane to get priority, while the jungle gets funneled all the resource from the midway.
Exactly that, right? Like, they're just trying to give over as much resources as possible to Mu Sang King, especially being on the Jing here. Jing really is going to be the key thing as well as the Hou Yi, especially in terms of obviously like constant. Oh, X1 getting the first blood there, paired with Care and the couple blades is going to be a great start for O2 Esports.
That's a lot of poke. 1 spell lands equals a 3 spell landing. That is value coming in from O2 Esports here. That is the gameplay we're talking about. This is the lane oppression coming in from the triple snipe combo.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of like damage coming from obviously 1 poke, but at the same time, if you don't land that poke, then it's a bit of an issue for you, right? But there you go.
3.
There's 1, there's 2, there's 3 into the backline, and JR's like nonetheless wiser. He's like, oh, my teammate was there a second ago, and now he's gone.
Yeah, now he's gone, and look at who's gone again. It is JR forcing the flash and Monkey with the dream roll and the smite, securing the kill onto JR. The poor OE.
Yeah, they are putting so much pressure onto that bot side of the map, and obviously they really want to in terms of obviously making sure they're able to get that lane priority because they don't want to lose it for themselves. Obviously, X1 without a T1 becomes a dead one.
X1 without a T1 becomes a dead one. Very well said here. So they swap the Xiang towards this bottom lane, and Zhuhong here gets caught out by the wild runs. Ouch! He's sent back to home once again with that health bar here. With that lead though, they still are quite equal in terms of goal lead actually.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all that time, whilst they've been putting pressure onto the bot side of the map for Blackshrew Esports, you've just seen that Musang King just been going around the gorge, just getting up as much objectives and resources as possible. So it just kind of makes sense that that's what the case of point's going to be here. But again, there's a snipe. Didn't quite land as the 1, 2, 3 for the side of JR, but it did land onto Zolong.
There's so much pressure coming to the side. Oh, but hold on a minute. BSE DN gets the flash engage onto O2 White here, punishing him for overextending here. Musang King here comes in and grab a small cheeky kill here. So that is a big win coming from Blackshrew Esports. So over to the mid lane though, Kongling is in a 1v2 situation here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be going up against that 2v1 situation right now. But like at the same time, that's the way you kind of close the distance between White and the team of BSE is just go in, use the control ward, and then that's when we see Musang King come through and just shred with the damage. But like you're saying, the gold lead in between both of these teams is not too far in between, right? They're looking around about 100 gold difference overall, but these neutral objectives will be up very soon, and still we're just seeing a Musang King just happily just farming away with the help of Dion as well.
Blackshrew Esports playing this double roam style, right? Although yes, you cannot buy 2 roam items, Dian still has the roam item, but Zhuhong is acting like a second roamer here, and ultimate lands onto Dian here, and White might be caught out here though.
Yep, White almost got caught out, but it is going to be obviously Zhuhong that gets taken down first. But Xiang into the latter part of that team fight does get the takedown onto the Motsu, but overall, the Tyrant is going to go over to O2 Esports, which is going to be a big win for them here in terms of the damage, but they're going to be careful. Musang King does take a few shots there. The suppression does come through. K1 is a dead one once more. He's able to just get rinsed down thanks to that control ward, but still, the deflection coming through is going to be enough. Oh, JR with the kill onto Care. All that time happening, Xiang is pushing that top side of the map.
Musang King with the lethal reflections here to secure the kill for his team here, stalling so much time. Kira was like, should I go in? Should I go out? But no, he got baited in by Musang King's low health bar. He got punished.
Yeah, punish is definitely what he did there in that team fight. In terms of the damage, you just go in and translate in back onto himself. But if we look at obviously the jungle, the gold lead there is pretty much night and day, right? 1.4k difference for Musang King compared to Kongling's 3.6k. So definitely already starting to see a little bit of a divide here within the jungle alone. We do see the Rapturous Bite being built up fully for the side of Musang King.
Indeed, and Hunt Script being completed as well for O2 Kongling here. Yet 1,000 gold lead towards the side of Blackshrew Esports here. But still, if you land that cannon blast onto the squishy targets, we will still see a multiple layer of snipe being landed down. But talking about snipes, the snipe lands onto Care's mid lane.
Oh no, I mean, that's definitely one of the crucial parts of the 1-2-3 combo, right? I mean, if you take out the gunner move, that's a lot of damage already been taken from the side of O2 Esports. And just with that quick rotation, Musang King's looking to put more pressure onto the side lanes here again.
That's the one thing that you have to think about as well. Yes, you have the cannon blast to force the engage, but your hard engage does not equate to the immediate one coming in from JR or Diet here. So definitely Blackshrew Esports playing a better initiative and proactive gameplay here compared to O2 Esports.
Exactly. O2 Esports is definitely playing a little bit better than obviously the last game. Obviously, definitely still that scrappy kind of gameplay that we're seeing, but they're playing it a little bit differently. Obviously, the range here is definitely a different outcome for them. It worked in the early game, but it's being punished here by BSE.
Indeed, it has been punished by the BSE, especially with the Burning Sun Arrow catching off these squishies off guard. K1 here
nice
being spotted out by Zihong here. So that bush is not a place that he wants to stay as of this point here. So looking at the mid lane right now, just by the Burning Sun Arrow, they put out so much pressure. And Musang King here gets caught out by Kongling and the gang.
Yep, Kongling and gang does take down the Musang King this time around, and it's going to be enough for them to be able to open up that T1 down to the bot side of the map, but ultimately, Xiang was just there to kind of just push through those minions to the top side as well, so just kind of just creating pressure from on one side of the map, just distracting on one side of the map, but putting pressure onto the other side.
But still, that is your main carry, the one that holds the most gold being dropped down here, so that's not what you want to see if you're a Blackstreet Esports fan. One or two more mistakes like that, Destroyer will definitely scale out of control. And look at that poke onto Dian.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, definitely when they're not catching out that Scanner Mo, he is doing some damage, to be fair. But honestly, Care is only about a 3.8k, so even though we've not been seeing like much resource gathering from Zohang, he's not there to, he's actually not too far behind from the enemy's mid lane.
He's indeed not too far behind, as most of the gold is thus shared by the hands of the mid lane farm here. And once again, the snipe hits, and the snipe hits onto JR!
Yep, JR being taken down thanks to the wild wind, thanks to the couple blades once again. It is not fun to play against when you don't have the means of diving in onto the back line there. Oh, Musang King's Azure Golem got stolen there. Dream Roam onto one. Zohang having to put down. The Winter's here to try and keep them away. K1 not quite having that A1 performance on the Dharma.
Indeed, not the A1 performance here, but they steal with the Azure Golem. They take the kill on JR, and they are knocking onto the tier 1 of Blackstreet Esports Tower.
Yep, T1 does go down into mid lane, which is going to create a lot of pressure here for Blackstreet Esports. So already looking like a bit of a worse game here for Blackstreet Esports. Potentially a loss here as they do lose the second turret of the game. The Burning Sun Arrow does come through onto the Monkey, but it's not going to be enough to keep him in spot and check or even do enough damage.
Musang King here playing with the reflection a little bit, does not get the follow-up engage onto the backline of O2 Esports here. But yet again, that is still a win for O2 Esports. If they claw back to the goal lead, they are now 5-6 and equal in goal lead.
Equaling gold lead is definitely where they want to be if you are O2 Esports, especially when you were playing from behind recently. But the fact is, obviously, like I said, prior to that one, they are able to get the lane pressure into the mid lane. But all said, that being said and done, Siang was able to get the pusher down to the bot side map as well.
K1 does seem to be losing a lot of farm here, and the Burning Sun Arrows barely misses X1 as he does a little bit sidestep over to the right side of the map.
Yeah, just a bit of a sidestep is going to save you from that Burning Sun Arrow for now, but ultimately it's going to mean that Blackstreet Esports not actually using it that well. Like JR, I think like his land maybe potentially like 2 really effective Burning Sun Arrows for now, so already seeing the limitations of this Ho Yi, as well as just the fact that Care is stealing these Azure Golems left, right, and center is really putting a bit of pressure onto Musang King here.
And with Mirror Doming being forced out just like that, and that's one more engaged tool being burned from the hands of Blackstreet Esports here. If you're Blackstreet Esports, you're kind of worried though, but still, it's game 3. You're supposed to draw 1 or 2 matches, right? But still, engage goes through on Zihong. Zihong gets caught out.
He does get caught out, but also the Winter is here. He's going to drop onto K1, and he does fall down once again. JR gets the arrow onto the X1 there. Show you are looking pretty low, but it's going to be down to the side of Musang King. He's going to be able to reflect all that damage straight in onto Care as well. That is going to be a 2-2 trade overall. Got to be careful though. Kongling with the Dream Roam comes back in. Xiang is just trying to bait some more skills, just as Musang King is just getting that health back.
Man, Musang King in that Mirror Domain was invincible. He stalled so much time and allowed his team to come up for the cleanup onto Care. If he made a single mistake, Care could have got him a clean kill. But Xiang here looks to contest onto this objective of Colin gets stunned. But White secures the objective by throwing down the jungle. But hold on a moment though.
Oh, yep, X1 gets wobbed up as well. Care is now back onto the board, but now he's got obviously no X1 setup, and he still has White there, potentially with the Cannon Blast to maybe try and get a few kills here for the side of O2 Esports, but losing the Shadow Tyrant is not what you want to be when you're BSE, but still, they're playing a very not as dominant in terms of these team fights, but into the lanes, into these, just trying to maintain the goal lead for yourself is definitely what could paint the picture of victory for BlackTrue.
Ooh, BlackTrue Esports playing a very difficult draft, but they're still in the driver's seat right now as they just secured the Shadow Overlord as we were speaking. So man, even though they drafted such a zero frontline team composition, but they're still playing their hearts out and they're still leading in terms of the goal lead as of this point.
They are still leading in terms of the goal lead at this point. That is BlackTrue Esports just through and through, right? Even though they're looking like they're losing the team fights and losing the objective fights, they're still ahead in terms of the goal, which is really what keeps them in a balance and in check. And you can tell by the itemization as well.
Look at the itemization coming from Hou-Yi though. It's not the usual Sparks 4 daggers on hit build. It's the full critical damage build to match the range of the likes of the Shouyue, match the range of the likes of the Mozi and Gan and Mo here. So he's probably moving towards the Sun Chaser as of this point.
Yeah, Sun Chaser potentially as of this point for the Shouyue potentially, but right now obviously we do have the Overlord that has gone over to the favor of BlackTrue Esports, and it's none other than the Shadow Overlord, so they do get to place down that Shadow Vanguard when there is pressure being put across the gorge. Gotta be careful, however. I mean, they do have Care, White, and X1 all still alive. Those great setup. The power control ward is used, but not very successfully. It's enough to lock Monkey into spot, but other than that, nothing great came of it.
Props to White. He was the one to immediately land a Cannon Blast onto Dian's immediate engage, immediately cancelling off any form of counter engage or follow-up from the side of BlackTrue Esports here. So he saved his jungle in a quick fashion with a quick reaction. It lands!
Right. Yep, it does land, but JR uses the flash out of there, keeping himself alive, but the minion into the mid lane is going to be enough to take that T1 as well. So a lot of pressure being built here by O2 Esports, but at the same time, BlackTrue's just like in these side lanes, not even there. They're not even present, but the Vanguard is just kind of just chipping away at that T2 into the top side of the map.
This pick from O2 White is so scary to fight off. People, hold on a moment
Siang into the back line. Oh, X1 gets taken down. So does Kongling. That is their front line gone. They need to pick off their back line as of now. Obviously, got that great pressure into the side lane, but so as O2 Esports into the bot side of the map. They've got to be careful, BlackTrue Esports.
Ooh, big engagement coming in from Xiang to immediately capitalize on X1's missed position here. That was a lot of damage coming in from the main to immediately delete the story off the map. And right now, Burning Sun Arrow is available from JR. He can catch off if he wants to.
And it's another miss. He doesn't land onto anybody, but it does clear enough space for him to get that T1 into the mid lane, which is ultimately the objective there for the side of BlackTrue Esports.
Oh, Mirror Domain!
Oh, yep, Mirror Domain to be committed here onto K. He uses the Splendor, and he's able to kind of keep himself alive. White is on the run, trying to get the chase down, maybe even trying to commit a Cannon Blast onto Musang King, but doesn't quite feel comfortable enough with overextending here. Obviously, they need White for these setups.
That is the revamp Jing. Allows you an extra mobility to swap places with your mirror reflections. That allowed him to immediately access to the backline. And right now, though, O2 looks for a potential engage onto Dian here.
Gotta be careful though. I mean, like, the DN looks like he's gonna get run down low. The Dream Room onto JR as well. May spell disaster. But there it is. That's a 2-0 trade for O2 Esports. And BSE really didn't get anything in favor of that other than the pressure into the top side of the map. They haven't been able to actually do any damage to their high ground turrets. So O2 Esports with a potential takedown of the high ground turret here unless they're able to finish it off. But nope, it looks like they're able to get it for the side of O2 Esports.
They did get that tier 3, and right now they're knocking onto the tier 3 of the mid lane right now. And once again, another engage onto Zihong, but Zihong flashes away. And right now, they are slowly but surely taking out all these towers. Are you looking for the end here though?
They're looking for a way in, but at the same time, the winter is here is going to save them from that crash in from the turrets. But at the same time, we're obviously seeing that BSE's lonely 2 minions to the top side of the map are still doing a lot of damage onto the high ground turrets. Not enough to wipe it out, but this could be the potential comeback here. The Burning Sun Arrow, is it going to connect? It lands onto Care, but nobody's there to do the follow-up. Jing into the back line. Musang King with the move to me. He gets the double kill onto X1. He is rubbing this up. It is going to be Siang picking up the kill onto Care after all. K1 looking a little bit too lost into the source. He gets taken down. The only one alive is Kongling, but they do have to send somebody back to the base because that minion wave into the mid lane is coming through. Kongling trying to chunk a lot of this damage.
He is absorbing a lot of this damage here. 20-second death timers on the side of O2 Esports here. Waves are kind of far from the side of Blackstreet Esports to really continue this push. At most, they can get a tier 3 over to the bottom side to equalize the tower count. But hey, right now, it does seem to be the case that they can take down this tier 3 for free.
Yeah, T2 from 3, but I mean, Kongling is definitely going to try his best to kind of keep it away with these bubbles. But it looks like they get T2 into the mid lane as well as the high ground turret into the bot side of the map. Like you were saying there, Sage, it is going to make sure that the pressure that they once received from O2 Esports has been paid back, and paid back well, right? I mean, look at that goal difference. 6k difference for Blackstreet Esports.
In just a minute right there, and in just a second, K takes this down.
Oh, yep, the same sentry just come through. Is it going to be enough for the Elite Mantra to take down Musang King? Is still working on Kongling. That is another team wipe. See Angle with the minions into the bot side of the map. Gets that 3-0 victory over O2 Esports.
That was a clean backline assassinate coming in from Musang King to secure 2 kills onto the main carries of O2 Esports here. What a play, what a performance coming in from Musang King's Jing.
Yeah, that Jing really popping off towards the latter part of the game. Honestly, O2 Esports in that one, I thought they were going to get at least a victory, but unfortunately, they just didn't quite have enough, especially with that team fight, especially with Musang King on the Jing. They were able to amass that, 6-7k gold lead towards the end.
And not just amass a goal lead, amass a 3-0 victory. They attained themselves the victory. They attained themselves the slot to the KWC as they advance to the upper bracket semi-finals.
Right. Yes, again, I mean, did we expect anything else, obviously, other than this for the playoffs day number 1? Obviously, both Nova and Blackstreet Esports both being Seed 1 and Seed 2 into the MKL regular season, and now they are into the top final bracket of the playoffs for day number 2 as well. I mean, we are going to be seeing a bit of a banger from that lower bracket as well, right?
We want to see an absolute banger. It's the battle of 3rd and 4th. AG versus O2 Esports. Both have a 2-1 record against each other. I think 2-1 and 2-0, each holding 1 series win against each other from the regular season. But based on history so far, it seems to me that all the top teams based on the seedings and the rankings have come out on top in today's matches.
They have indeed, right? I mean, yes, obviously Nova Esports didn't quite have the same kind of display as what Blackstreet Esports did have against O2 Esports, but still, obviously, they did have a poorly Waypit. He did have a bit of food poisoning, so maybe when Waypit gets better, he will become, obviously, like, hey guys, let's take that 4-0 now. Let's take that 3-0 from AG again.
But before they face off AG once again, they are facing none other than Blackstreet Esports in the upper bracket semi-finals. Whoever wins will propel themselves to the upper bracket grand finals, securing themselves minimum 2nd seed in KWC.
Exactly that. But I mean, this is all about this game so far, right? So obviously, we will be tuning into the host on stage once they are ready. Obviously, getting a few words from BSE for the winning interview. And obviously, we are going to be saying, like we said earlier, that O2 Esports do drop down to the lower bracket overall. So they're not down, they're not out just yet. They have their final wins tomorrow for both of those teams. But honestly, that game 3 was definitely more of a messier one compared for BSE standards.
Definitely something messier compared to the normal BSE standard. It was a pretty funny showcase, an interesting showcase coming in from O2 Esports. These snipes after snipes after snipes were pretty amusing to watch and cast, definitely.
Exactly, yeah, that 1-2-3 combo from X1, Cat, and White definitely played off in the early game into the mid game, but then as soon as they kind of like gained that gold lead, we are, obviously they did take a bit of an L there, but we're going to take it over to the host to see what Choo Choo has to say with Blackstreet Esports. Take it away, Choo Choo.
Take it away, Choo Choo.
Thank you so much, Casas. With me here joining on stage, our favorite Durian player. I'm just kidding. Musang King, the jungler of BSE. How are you feeling right now?
I feel excited.
Oh, so excited, bro. Yeah. I can see in your face. Too excited. Okay, I'm gonna start off our first question. Just now, you're playing so clean. It was a 3-0 domination, but are you satisfied? Do you feel like you guys are good enough right now?
Of course, 我觉得我们做得非常好，因为包括我自己，我做到了带队友进沙特的这个任务。
So they know that they are good enough. They will go to Riyadh. They will go to the EWC later on to perform in KWC, and they know they are good enough. Now we do know you got the most shortest game record during the regular season. That was 6 minutes and 58 seconds to finish a game against Seoul Esports in the regular season. Do you think you can get another record or maybe even break your own record in this tournament right now?
I think we can't do it because enemy are strong also.
Which is the strongest you think?
I think Nova, AG, and O2 also strong.
You just say all of them right now. All of them.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to be the toughest jungler to go against you?
I think Yulong.
Oh, Yulong, you heard that, bro? He got a lot of respect for you. But last and not least, Musang King, the most excited Musang King ever. Yeah, what do you gonna have to say for all your exciting fans that have been with you for the whole day today, just to support you?
Thanks for you guys' support.
No love, mini love. Excitement with mini love. Thank you so much, Musang King. Congratulations again. Good luck, all the best. But we're gonna break it down the game before we wrap things up. Back to casters.
Well, thank you Musang King and thank you Choo Choo for their hearts. So looking at the series real quick, it was a very interesting game tree that we've seen. Definitely something not of the ordinary for this type of drop, but hey, as BSE, if they pull it off, it makes sense, right? Am I right?
You are right, but I mean, hey, if Musang King's throwing at them hearts, I got a feeling I'm going to get a little bit of that parasocial relationship going on between us two. I mean, I don't even know the guy, but he's throwing me a heart. I feel like I've been suckered in a little bit here, especially with that Jing gameplay, that 818 KDA, and obviously full stacked, full itemized once again. Like, I feel like there's no game between themselves at O2 Esports where Musang King has not been fully slotted.
You're right. Every game he's fully slotted, and look at the damage dealt from him. He is the highest damage provider from the side of Black-Shoe Esports. You would think it's Xiang, you would think it's Zihong, but no, it's Musang King himself. The mirror reflections, the mirror domains have come in handy.
Yeah, very handy, and obviously the great reflections from the mirror domain definitely help with obviously dealing a little bit more damage that would necessarily go onto the side of Black-Shoe Esports. But yeah, 89k is very aggressive here, but we expect nothing less when Musang King picks up that Jing. I mean, I feel like this has been like the first series where we actually haven't seen him pick up the Agudo, and I feel a little bit sad that it's the playoffs, it's my only playoff day, and I didn't get a Musang King Agudo.
Well, Musang King Agudo will visit you when the series actually comes into a serious mode for BSE. It hasn't gone down to that level yet, so we might not see it yet.
Not see it yet, but what we are seeing is once again that gold graph going into the favor of BSE. Not as kind of convincing as obviously the past two gold graphs. There's definitely a little bit give and take, especially towards that 5-minute mark, then going up into around about that 11-minute mark as well. But then ultimately that change around there at that kind of pinnacle on the flat line, this goes all the way down to the 8.7k. When we saw kind of like Musang King was like, right, I've had enough. I'm sick of playing with my food. I'm at the T3. I want to get home. I'm hungry. And then just kind of came back and just dominated.
Pack the bags, it's time for dinner, Musang King says. So let's check out the MVP of this series, of the game. It's none other than Musang King once again rocking that 818 KD on the Jing. 32% damage dealt, 24% damage taken, and a total goal of 26%.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of damage taken, but obviously at the same time, the damage dealt definitely kind of equalizes that out, right? That 32%, that's almost what? Just about a third of the overall damage of your team, which is crazy. And then obviously gold as well is 26%, so almost that 30% of the gold. So around about a quarter of the gold. And we're going to see here some of the more convincing mirror domains and then some of the not so convincing mirror domains.
So this is one of the few plays in the early game. So why overextended a bit, immediately punished by the power control here. And once again, power control locks down K1. Not a great performance so far from K1 onto the specific pick. And this is Musang King here, baiting Care over and over again with the mirror reflections here. And right now, this one yet again secured by the side of O2, but look at the end. Once again, gets the catch, immediate delete from the map.
Immediate delete from the map, indeed, was definitely the cause here for the side of Blackstreet Esports, but it was all kind of just to close the gap between X1, Care, and White, right? Like, those three players alone really put a lot of pressure onto the side of Blackstreet Esports because they just created so much room for themselves. But even there, the guard her grave wasn't enough for ENG to just be pushed away from that kill onto Care in the end there. But ultimately, this is where it all kind of came to a falter, right? Just dropping the Winters here. They dive into the back line and then just running down Kongling as well as K1.
Immediate deletion coming in from the back end. So with that, we conclude today's 4-set series, and in the upper bracket semifinals, match 6, we have Nova Esports versus Blackstreet Esports once again for an epic showdown to see who deserves the first spot towards the grand finals.
Yeah, epic showdown nonetheless, but obviously we're going to be getting AG Global against O2 Esports first up of the day tomorrow, and obviously they're going to go through into match 7, which would then obviously solidify our 3 slots. So by the time that match 5 ends tomorrow, we know who exactly we're going to be sending to KWC, and that's so exciting.
That is indeed exciting, especially the final seed will come from AG Global and O2 Esports. Whoever wins will secure the seed towards the last slot of KWC. But before that, let's check out the schedule for tomorrow to see who and where will be going, and it will be none other than AG versus O2 to duke it out for the final slot in the KWC.
Yeah, 2 best-of-5s today, so not as many matches today. Obviously, you've had such a treat with the best-of-3s and best-of-5s also, but these are going to be so great matchups. I can't imagine either of these games not going the full best-of-5 tomorrow, right?
Indeed, both of these series we will definitely have to witness bangers after bangers. Nova versus BSE especially. Definitely the new top dogs of the MKL, and both of these teams will be the primary focus of tomorrow's series.
Oh, absolutely. Just seeing who's going to go into the grand finals first, as well as then who goes into the lower bracket to fight the victor of the first lower bracket match, right? Because, I mean, we've already seen AG Global and O2 Esports be at Death's Door already, and they got through, and now they both face at Death's Door once again, and only this time one of them can go through, and one of them will be that third team at least, going into KWC, because obviously we won't see the current standings and obviously the seedings for those until that grand final has been played. But we're definitely going to know at least the 3 teams that will go through to KWC by the end of tomorrow.
Ooh, the storyline is definitely going to be amazing for tomorrow. The last seed, the battle between 3rd and 4th of the regular season, O2 Esports versus All Gamers Global. And for the top side, it's 1st versus 2nd, Blackstreet Esports versus Nova Esports, to decide who goes on to become the first team in the first ever grand finals of MKL Spring Season 2025. The storyline is so interesting for tomorrow, Black.
Storyline and also the history that will be written. Obviously, this is the first MKL and the first MKL playoffs, and obviously this has been nonetheless a banger way to start the historical events of the first ever Malaysian King League Spring Season 2025. We've had 2 best-of-3s, 2 best-of-5s, and some absolute cinema. But this is going to be the end of the day. I've been Blam. With me has been Sagi, and we hope to see you soon in either the MKL or future events. Take it easy, guys, and enjoy tomorrow's match.
See ya!
Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Taking numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.